Chapter 91. Will he like me more? Su Yi smiled gently, took 2 steps forward to hug Su Xingqi, but Su Xingqi subconsciously took a step back. He was still shaking his head. He was too dirty. There was sewage, mincemeat, zombies and monsters' brains, etc., and it was very smelly. Su Yi looked at Su Xingqi for a long time without saying anything. His lips trembled. What wrong with your throat? Did that bastard experiment on you? Su Xingqi nodded agreeably, tears falling. Su Yi was so distressed that he could not control himself. He hugged Su Xingqi's waist and said, It okay. I will heal you. Su Xingqi couldn't speak now, and couldn't express the grievances in his heart. He could only cry to vent. He hugged Su Yi back and buried his head in Su Yi's neck. He repeated his words over and over again. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Su Yi's eyes were also red. He stroked the back of Su Xingqi's head and comforted him. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'm with you. While caressing, he accidentally touched the scar on the back of the head. Su Yi gritted his teeth and said, Tomorrow I will take out the chips in everyone's heads. Can you help me? Su Xingqi nodded. He held her tightly with both hands, and Su Yi was very indulgent, even distressed. Until the bus to pick up the group of people arrived, Su Xingqi didn't let go. Looking at Shenxiai through the window, he nodded. He stretched out his thumb and, Bennett. Thank you. Shenxiai raised his eyebrows, with an innocent look, pretending to be fragile like a white lotus. Su Xingqi withdrew his hand expressionlessly. Dog. The scene of the two of them hugging and crying just now, but Gu Qizhou, who was standing by, was extremely envious. She glanced at Shenxiai secretly with her eyes, and her mind gradually began to run wild. He cried. Will his wife also feel sorry for him? Will she help him masturbate more? Will she not kick him off the bed? Although men don't shed tears easily, and shed blood and sweat but not tears, but this is his wife, and being too tough in front of his wife will not be pitied. This idea didn't go away even when I was cooking. He asked someone who was peeling potatoes next to him, if I cry in front of my wife, will she like me more? Jiang Juanji's hand froze. He looked at Gu Qingzhou, who was dreaming, with a look scarier than seeing a ghost. Is this person love brain in the late stage? Does Shenxiai look like the kind of person who is as gentle as jade? He laughed mercilessly. Can you cry? Or are you going to use an onion to put on a zombie show for him? It not that he looked down on Gu Qingzhou, but he had never seen Gu Qingzhou cry. He was the toughest man in the special training unit. When he was a child, he was chased by wolves in the mountains for 2 days. But he was able to bring Su Lu out safely. He had no fear, no grievance, only a firm and unyielding spirit, and a steel-like will. Gu Qingzhou was silent. After a long time, he glanced at the potato shreds in Jiang Juanji's hand. The efficiency is so slow. At this time, I don't know if this sentence is about shredded potatoes, or about Jiang Juanji's progress in pursuing Su Lu. Jiang Juanji's eyes twitched, and he retorted, Do you understand? What do you understand? Gu Qingzhou didn't understand what Jiang Juanji was talking about, but he could tell that this guy was looking down on him. Jiang Juanji shook his head. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I think my sister-in-law is quite fond of this. Gu Qingzhou's attention was directly attracted by the following sentence, and he raised his mouth. I know my wife likes me. You don't need to tell me. Damn love brain. Shenxiai, who was playing games with Su Lu, sneezed inexplicably and subconsciously looked towards the kitchen. Through the glass, as expected, I saw the smug look on Gu Qingzhou's face. Jiang Yao took the apple peeled by Lu Chuyu and said sweetly, Thank you, Sister Chuyu. She turned around and asked, Brother Shenxiai, do you want to eat an apple? I peel it for you. Lu Chuyu. This scene seemed familiar, but the protagonist was not her. Shenxiai looked back at the apple in Jiang Yao's hand, and then at the fruit knife in Lu Chuyu's hand. The lilies in my hometown are blooming. Originally, I thought it was just a friendship between two girls, but gradually Lu Chuyu's double standard position could not be ignored. The fruit knife turned between the index finger and the middle finger. Lu Chuyu said casually, I can also peel it for you. Shenxiai smiled politely. I don't like eating apples. Su Lu shouted, Ah! What kind of combo is this? You can beat me with 2 minds at the same time. This is called a big stew. You can only think of it. But there is nothing that can't be stewed. Shenxiai shook his head with emotion. The 2 brothers like boys, and the sister decided not to like boys for the sake of family harmony. Except for Su Lu. The Rebar they are not right. Sulu is Jiang Juanji target, Jiang Yao is Lu Chuyu target. If they really have the same father and mother, they would probably make the two elders furious. They have both sons and daughters, but no offspring. Thinking of this, he looked at Gu Qingzhou again. This elder brother has set a good example. Perhaps it was Su Luhao that. The people in the kitchen heard the noise outside. When he looked over, he happened to meet Gu Qingzhou's eyes. Gu Qingzhou did not stop stewing beef brisket. Shen Xiai stared at the man who cooked for him with charming eyes. He sighed. So virtuous, really a good family man. He can handle the living room, the kitchen, and the housework. He is obedient and lovesick. TSK. He is very much my favorite. The three people around him. It can't be said that it is wrong. But can we open our eyes and take a good look? Are you overlooking something? He holds a gun in his right hand on the battlefield. And his left hand has supernatural powers. He is more terrifying than the devil when killing zombies. Sula patted his chest and raised his head, of course. My brother is my idol. He is good at all things. Right? Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled. Brother Gu is so amazing. Is he the best in your special training unit? Sula was very proud. Of course, he is the best in fighting, the best in exams, the best in practical training, and even the best in the number of times he has been punished. Lu Qiyu held her forehead. What is there to brag about with this last first place? Shen Xiai asked with interest. What did he do wrong to be punished? Sulu was so proud that he was about to fly to the sky. Naturally he answered whatever was asked, because when he was a child, he always sneaked out to make phone calls, and when he grew up, he went to find you. Ahem. Lu Qiyu was almost done talking when she suddenly coughed violently, and kept giving hints. Sulu also realized something, and his mouth pursed, and he slowly turned into a little hamster, and quickly got under the game console. Gu Qingzhou stood at the kitchen door, with beef brisket in his hand, squinting slightly, looking at the small white dot under the game console. He smiled gently at Shen Xiai and said, "Let eat." Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows, bent down, and stretched out his hand. "Come out to eat, your brother won't beat you." Squeak. Wow, I let it slip again. Gu Qingzhou sighed, and said, "If you don't come out, the shredded potatoes will get cold." Squeak. Aren't you angry? The little hamster poked his head out, and looked at Gu Qingzhou with his two black eyes. Seeing that his big brother looked calm, he came out obediently, and then, it takes him an hour and a half to change back after he changes his body once now. Wow, sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Chapter 92. Why are you wearing my bathrobe? The night sky is dotted with stars, the moon is like a jade plate, and the breeze brings a hint of coolness. Shen Xiai is wearing a bathrobe, and his body is white with a hint of pink, and still emitting heat. He reached out to close the window, and then pulled the curtains. Squeak. The door behind him was opened and closed, and the familiar footsteps slowly approached. Wife. He wrapped his arms around Shen Xiai's waist tenderly, slightly bit his waist, and rested his chin on the shoulder of the person in his arms. Black, the obviously too big silk bathrobe was loose on Shen Xiai, and his big hands went to where he wanted to go easily. Why are you wearing my bathrobe? Gu Qingzhou's voice was low, extremely dishonest. He felt the visual impact when he entered the room. Shen Xiai usually likes to wear light-colored clothes, which makes him look very fair. This was the first time he saw someone wearing black, and the bathrobe he had worn, which was sexy and pure, especially the tight belt, which was loose but could clearly show his waist. The silk drapes well, especially the round right-angled shoulders and hips. And even the whole body is full of temptation. I saluted at that time. Shen Xiai put his arms around Gu Qingzhou's neck, and kissed Gu Qingzhou's mouth with his side face. Because brother Qingzhou clothes are more comfortable to wear. He smiled charmingly. His voice was a little low, and the ending tone rose. His breath caressed Gu Qingzhou's cheek, teasing him vaguely. Gu Qingzhou was excited and turned Shen Xiai over, holding him tightly in his arms. He leaned over and kissed her. After a while, their silver threads were connected. His big hands restlessly untied his belt, and he couldn't wait to let Shen Xiai help him. Shen Xiai smiled like a cunning little fox, and took advantage of the fact that the man let go of one hand, and pushed him away. He gathered up his bathrobe, turned around and sat on the bed, crossed his legs, revealing his white thighs and roots. He was not wearing anything inside. Half of his shoulders, collarbones, and deep V-neck were exposed below his chest. But the man peach blossom eyes were clear and bright, and people wanted to immediately dye these eyes with other colors. Gu Qingzhou's nose was warm, and a drop of red blood fell on the floor. White and black. For him. The impact was still too strong. He was already very skilled in stopping the bleeding. Went to the bathroom and cleaned up the blood on the floor after coming out. Shen Xiai sat by the bed and waited with a smile. He said with a smile, "Brother Qizhou seems to be angry." Gu Qingzhou's ears turned red instantly. And he made up his mind, "You picked it. You should put it out for me." He was impatient to get on the bed. And he was tough for once. Mainly because this anger had been suppressed from the village until now. Shen Xiai raised his foot and put it on Gu Qingzhou's waist. Tilted his head and said innocently, "But I still have something to ask clearly. Brother Qingzhou, can you bear it? It's not too late to talk about it after everything is over." Gu Qingzhou wanted to move the foot that was blocking his way. Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows. And did not move at all. "Are you sure?" Gu Qingzhou squatted helplessly beside the bed. Put Shen Xiai's foot on his knees and said aggrievedly, "Ask." Shen Xiai sat up. Leaned forward. His elbows on his knees. His hands supporting his chin. And his head tilted. The other hand pinched the red earlobe, making Gu Qingzhou's body tremble. The earlobe became hot. Gu Qingzhou swallowed his saliva, grabbed the hand, and kissed it on his lips, begging for mercy. Shen Xiai chuckled. "Does your phone password have any special meaning?" Gu Qingzhou lowered his head, as if choked, and couldn't say a word. Shen Xiai waited quietly. Gu Qingzhou opened his mouth, looked up at Shen Xiai, and was timid again. "It a very important day, very important." Shen Xiai nodded thoughtfully, and said with a smirk, "Is it as important as the person you would rather be punished for than go out to make a phone call when you were a kid?" Gu Qingzhou gritted his teeth and nodded. Shen Xiai felt uncomfortable, and raised Gu Qingzhou's chin. The two looked at each other. "So you don't plan to explain to me?" Gu Qingzhou choked. He grabbed Shen Xiai's hand again. "No. It's not what you think. I can't say it. If I say it, you won't like me anymore." Shen Xiai pulled back his hand and retracted his foot. There was a smile on his lips, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "Gu Qingzhou, I really don't like this. You can choose not to tell me who that person is, but you should let me know your relationship with that person, instead of letting me guess and imagine. Do you know what the consequences are? I will think you have a first love, and that you still have another person in your heart. The feelings of childhood can affect a person's life. I don't want to live under the shadow of another person." Shen Xiai spoke very slowly, trying to express his meaning as tactfully as possible, trying not to hurt this person. Gu Qingzhou understood, and grabbed Shen Xiai's hand again, rubbing it on his face. "That man is my neighbor. There was a misunderstanding between him and me, which made him hate me. I just want to explain it clearly. I love you, and only you, and I will always love Shen Xiai." After Gu Qingzhou finished speaking, he quietly waited for Shen Xiai's reaction, and there was even a look of expectation in his eyes. He confessed. Will his wife confess as well? How should he kiss his wife? So that she can feel his love? Shen Xiai was in a good mood after hearing this. He curled his lips and said, "Keep talking. I want to hear it." Gu Qingzhou's eyes sparkled. He lowered his head and kissed Shen Xiai's thigh. "Wife, I prefer to express myself with actions." Seeing that Shen Xiai did not resist, Gu Qingzhou buried his head in his bathrobe. On Shen Xiai's abdominal muscles, the light of righteousness. It was late in the morning. Shen Xiai's hands were really weak, and he felt drowsy. Gu Qingzhou carried him out of the bathroom and wrapped him up as soon as he touched the bed. Even his neck was wrapped tightly. The burning sensation on the legs, the squeeze of the two legs pressed together, are still vivid in my mind. But this person's physical strength is still good. He was rubbed so hard that he was hurt. Gu Qingzhou came up from the other side of the bed, hugged the silkworm chrysalis into his arms. "Drink some water." "My wife." "Your water." With ill intentions, his hands blatantly tried to tear the thin blanket away. Shen Xiai glared at him angrily. "Impossible." "Healed. Let continue playing." "Right. You bastard." Gu Qingzhou said innocently, "I just feel sorry for you. Why are you still so mean to me?" Shen Xiai's eyes twitched. "Do you really think he's blind? Go back to your room and sleep." He turned around wrapped in the quilt, ignoring the person who was pushing him too far, and took the approach of out of sight, out of mind. Gu Qingzhou was pushed away by Shen Xiai's action, looking at the empty embrace, curling his lips in a doting manner. "You haven't even put on your pants yet." Gu Qingzhou tied his bathrobe tightly. "You touched me like that just now, and I didn't say anything, but now you're sending me away." Shen Xiai looked back at Gu Qingzhou, and gritted his teeth and said, "Get out." "What do you mean?" He tied his belt so tightly, saying he was a pervert. Gu Qingzhou didn't listen, and quickly kissed Shen Xiai on the mouth, and slept on the same pillow with Shen Xiai in his arms. Wife. Good night. Without a quilt. Just sleep directly. Shen Xiai. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Xiai had to separate half of the quilt. He was already wrapped very tightly, and this guy hugged him tightly, like a big furnace. This guy has changed. Since the relationship was confirmed, he has been more and more aware of seeking benefits for himself. Chapter 93. I nourish my kidneys. At dawn the next day, Shen Xiai felt a little discomfort in his body and frowned. It was the place on his thigh where he was bitten. After feeling that there was no restraint on his waist, he turned over and wanted to hug Gu Qingzhou's waist, but he touched his legs. Shen Xiai? ? He opened his eyes dazedly, and saw Gu Qingzhou holding the mobile phone he usually used to watch videos, and his frown could pinch a fly to death. It seemed that he was thinking about some century-old problem. Shen Xiai leaned over and took a look. A Thai drama was playing until the top and bottom finished their intercourse. The bottom was holding his waist, walking towards the living room with difficulty. His legs were shaking like sieves. The brightness was low, and it was muted. But the subtitles clearly showed, "You can still get out of bed. Are you denying my ability?" Shen Xiai also sat up, and asked with a smile, "What do you think after watching it, Brother Qingzhou?" Finally, he deliberately lowered his voice, and rested his chin on Gu Qingzhou's shoulder. Gu Qingzhou turned off his phone, and the whole person was struck by lightning, threw the phone aside, turned over and hugged Shen Xiai. "Don't despise me." The voice was low, like a puppy that was about to be abandoned. Shen Xiai leaned against the bed, touched Gu Qingzhou's hair, raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Gu Qingzhou hesitated, as if he had made a great decision. "I nourish my kidneys. I asked you to treat me." He had just studied several movies, and every wife character would have severe physical discomfort the next day after going to bed. But his wife was full of energy every day, and he had never seen his wife drink the supernatural water. He can't. This thought is extremely devastating to a man's self-esteem. No wonder his wife doesn't want to come more often. It turns out that he doesn't satisfy his wife, so his wife doesn't like him more. Shen Xiai understood, but this guy still doesn't understand what the river crab empty scene means. My heart skipped a beat. This is just a joke. If it really poker, the first person to die in bed. Oh, no need. Shen Xiai held Gu Qingzhou's face, and said sincerely, "I am very satisfied, you don't need to make up." Then it won't be Gu Qingzhou who will be embarrassed. In order to quickly cut off the topic, he could only say, "Go cook, I'm hungry." Gu Qingzhou felt that Shen Xiai was comforting him, but he didn't want to say it again to hurt his self-esteem. Okay. He picked up the phone again, and went back to his room to change clothes. Of course Shen Xiai saw Gu Qingzhou take the phone away, but it was just a matter of taking it. There were only some TV dramas and novels on it, and the ones with color were in another computer. Walking into the bathroom, he saw the miserable state of his body in the mirror, and reluctantly fed himself some water. It not that he didn't want to teach, it just that he was afraid. But it seemed a bit too much to let people hold it back any longer. Moreover, when the passion reached a certain point, he also wanted to experience that feeling. He narrowed his eyes. "It seems good. So that I can teach Yifeng." The group of doctoral researchers were settled in the base, and the operating room for removing the chip was also ready. Zhao Ju sent a message, asking Jiang Yao to go over to help. At the same time, Zhao Ju also sent a message to Shen Xiai, saying that Shen Xiai must go there. Sui wanted to see him. In the afternoon, Sui took out the chips one by one, and Jiang Yao followed him all the time. As soon as the chip came out, he immediately cured the person. Finally, after Su Xingqi took out the chip for Sui, Su Xingqi and Jiang Yao came out. Jiang Yao took off the mask and threw it into the trash can, saying, "Brother, Dr. Su is waiting for you inside. Let you go in directly." Shen Xiai nodded, and looked back at someone who was still autistic because of what happened in the morning. He touched his nose, and turned to go in. Sui was packing cotton cloth and other things in the room. Seeing Shen Xiai, he smiled and said, "Thank you very much for coming." Several operations had just been performed in the room, and it was still filled with the smell of blood. Shen Xiai leaned against the door casually, crossed his arms, and asked, "What do you want to see me for? Just say it directly." Sui saw that there was a gap in the door of the operating room from the corner of his eye. walked over to close the door tightly, and walked in with Shinsiai. Shinsiai sat on the operating table and waited for the next words. Sui adjusted his glasses. I was going to turn into a zombie, but my colleague said that it was Miss Jiangyao who cured me. I did a blood test last night and found something amazing. Sui paused and took out a report from his surgical gown. Shinsiai temples jumped. The report was full of lines and various professional English words. Sui continued, there is an extra substance in my body, which has changed my blood. This is definitely not something that a healing system can do. Shinsiai tilted his head. Then why did Dr. Su call me here? The water power has quietly gathered in his palm. As long as Sui dares to say anything unfavorable to him, he can be killed directly with one blow. I was in a coma at the time, and I didn't know what happened, but Captain Gu was bitten by the centipede monster, and my colleague saw Miss Jiangyao feed Captain Gu water. Sui took back the inspection report, torn it to pieces in front of Shinsiai, and threw it into the trash can. The function of water and whose water it is, in my opinion, are easy to rule out. Jiangyao could only take out this kind of water if it was given by someone close to her. Besides Shinsiai, all members of the random team were present. If one of them had it, there was no need to store the water separately. So the result is obvious. Moreover, how can a space system alone kill a level 4 mother body? Sui took out a scalpel, handed it to Shinsiai, and said, is that right? Mutated water in space, Shinsiai. Shinsiai looked at Sui pointing the sharp knife at him, raised his eyebrows, and asked, what do you mean? Sui handed the knife to Shinsiai. I want to study your water ability, which may be a major breakthrough in the development of vaccines. I will publicize that I resisted the zombie virus, and I used my own blood for the experiment. If you don't trust me, you can kill me now. Sui closed his eyes. Shinsiai took the scalpel, waited, and looked at Sui again, throwing the scalpel into the tray next to him. The sound of clang made Sui open his eyes. Shinsiai saw from the corner of his eye that even the surveillance was removed, which was already full of sincerity. He lowered his head and condensed a drop of relatively pure water in his palm. Took out a very small container from the space. Put it in, throwing it into Sui's arms. He tilted his head and smiled. If I hear a little bit of movement, I won't care so much about this world. Sui looked at the container in his hand. His eyes were red with excitement. I understand. Thank you for believing in me. Shinsiai swaggered and opened the door of the operating room. Sui behind him immediately put the container into his pocket. Shinsiai curled the corner of his mouth. Chapter 94 Forced Kiss on Lele. This hospital was rebuilt from a small clinic, and across from it is a residential area. It is now autumn, and the leaves on both sides of the road have turned yellow. Suddenly, I heard the sound of children playing, and through the gap in the fence of the residential area, I saw an old woman and a child playing downstairs. Water resources are still scarce, and the child's clothes are dirty, but they can't hide the innocent smile on his face. A little boy came down from the slide, and when he was about to go up and play with other children, he also saw Shinsiai, with a smile on his face. He walked to the edge of the guardrail and asked innocently, pretty brother, do you want to play too? Shinsiai walked over. Then will you let me play? Of course. Pretty brother. Your question is so strange. The little boy pouted. Shinsiai was stunned for a moment, smiled at the child, and then looked at other children and adults, laughing and talking about family matters. The atmosphere here was so peaceful. It was as if I was dreaming. An old man came over, still wary, looking at Shinsiai close, and seeing that Shinsiai came out of the hospital. Hello. You are a superpower, right? What do you want to do with this child? Shinsiai heard the old man tone, and it seemed that he was not the child family. The little boy eyes lit up immediately. Beautiful brother. Are you also a superpower? Let me tell you. My father and mother are both water superpowers, and they go to the reservoir to release water every day. The child loves to show off. And the old man knocked the little boy head. Shinsiai slowed down his tone. Very impressive. Brother Shinsiai. Let go back. Jiangyao stood at the rear door of the vehicle and waved and shouted. Shinsiai? Are you Shinsiai from the Suabian team? Shinsiai beat up a level 4 monster alone. The old man covered his mouth with joy. Wow, beautiful brother, you are brother Shinsiai. The little boy looked at Shinsiai with admiration. This shout also attracted other children. All of them looked at Shinsiai with shining eyes, as if they were looking at something popular. Shinsiai couldn't stand such a look. I have something to do, so I leave first. He immediately slipped away. He looked back at the group of children sitting in the passenger seat. He could still vaguely hear the children talking. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and smiled. Brother Shenxiai is very popular with children. Shenxiai rubbed his temples and said in confusion, just now I was like a monkey in a circus. Gu Qingzhou changed the car to the second gear and drove slowly. In one night. The whole base knew about your deeds yesterday. What kind of god of war fell from the sky? What kind of doomsday terminator? They told you about it in a magical way. Shenxiai's mouth twitched. What kind of titles are these? There were so many people present. He knew that the matter of the strength would definitely be publicized, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Even the elderly and children knew about it. Then you don't know Zhao Ju's reaction. Gu Qingzhou smiled. You should try to avoid him as much as possible in the next 2 days. Shenxiai turned his head and asked, are you keeping me in suspense? Jiang Yao also tilted his head behind him, waiting for the next words. Gu Qingzhou shrugged and said, he bombarded my phone all night last night, and kept asking you how you trained to be Iron Man. Shenxiai could imagine Zhao Ju's flattering face. What did you say? Gu Qingzhou said lightly, I was in your room all night, and I only saw him when I returned in the morning. Added, I ignored him. Shenxiai nodded, looked at his phone, and there was no message from Zhao Ju looking for him. Maybe he was too embarrassed to ask him, or he didn't believe it completely. Turning off the phone, suddenly saw Jiang Yao's expression in the rearview mirror. Her almond eyes curved into crescents, and there was a dazzling light in her eyes, and her eyes kept turning back and forth between the two of them. Shenxiai realized belatedly that when Gu Qingzhou said that, he had completely ignored Jiang Yao, who was still behind him. A faint pink appeared on his face, and he said softly twice, Yao Yao. It's not what you imagined. No. It seems to be like that. It's just that it hasn't reached the last step. Jiang Yao nodded repeatedly, don't worry. I understand. Shenxiai felt that the best response at this moment was silence. If he continued talking, he would have nothing left. Gu Qingzhou touched his nose. The car was too quiet, and he didn't react for a while. When they got home, they found that the atmosphere at home was also very strange. Lu Chuyu was cleaning her precious pistol, and Sula became a cat and stayed beside Lu Chuyu. To be more precise, he was facing Jiang Juanji with his butt. Jiang Juanji was silently peeling potatoes. Gu Qingzhou also noticed that the family atmosphere was a little strange, and asked, Chuyu, what happened to them? Oh, nothing. Lu Chuyu saw Jiang Yao coming back behind them, and she drew her gun and assembled it neatly. She said calmly, it was just a kiss. Meow. What do you mean by just a kiss? That was my first kiss that I had treasured for 18 years. How could he be worthy of his future wife if it was taken away by a man without any explanation? The kitten stamped its feet on the coffee table in anger and kept meowing. But in reality, no one can understand cats talking, and no one can read minds, so no one can tell what the kitten is meowing. Shenxiai picked up the kitten, took out the dried fish, and stuffed it directly into the kitten's mouth before the kitten opened its mouth to meow. Suddenly, the room was quiet. Kitten, meow. It smells good, sister-in-law wants more. Shenxiai took out a bag and continued to feed. Jiang Yao asked curiously, who is Lele kissing? Her eyes fell on Jiang Juanji secretly. Lu Chuyu nodded. At that moment, Jiang Yao's eyes shone with excitement, and she looked at Lu Chuyu expectantly. Even Shenxiai was very curious. Meow. The kitten was furious, as if to say, if you dare to say it, I will scratch you. Flames appeared on Lu Chuyu's right hand. You don't want your fur anymore. Do you? The kitten instantly meowed with clear eyes. Gu Qingzhou coughed. Maybe your second brother didn't mean it. You are a big man and don't bear grudges. How about that? This sentence got Jiang Juanji dissatisfied look. Meow. Impossible. That guy did it on purpose. He even stuck out his tongue. If I hadn't reacted quickly and turned into a cat, he would have succeeded. The kitten got angry, and ran upstairs with a few jumps, and didn't forget to take the bag of dried fish away before leaving. Shenxiai's arms were empty, and he sat directly on the sofa. So, can anyone tell me what happened? Lu Chu explained concisely. He pretended to sleep on the sofa. Lele wanted to tease him, and he kissed Lele forcefully. This was the whole process she saw at the stairs. Jiang Juanji corrected. It was indeed an accidental touch at the beginning. Lele did not resist. Then out of selfishness, he could not help it. Gu Qingzhou said earnestly, you are too reckless. Jiang Juanji knew that he was in the wrong, so he felt even more upset when he saw Gu Qingzhou. A full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. Chapter 95. Why are you here? In the evening, Shen Xiai refused to let Gu Qingzhou enter the room. Finally, Gu Qingzhou had to leave with grievance. After a while, a message came from the phone. Wife, do you really not need someone to accompany you? Shen Xiai. Gu Qingzhou felt something was missing in his arms while lying on the bed, and wanted to hug his sweet and soft wife. Gu Qingzhou. Wife, are you hungry? Shen Xiai. Send it again, believe it or not. I will come over and beat you. Sima Zhao intentions are known to everyone. This guy wanted to enter his room in the middle of the night. Apart from that matter, would there be anything else? He was not afraid of kidney failure. After finally having a moment of peace and quiet, there was a knock on the window. Shen Xiai temples throbbed and throbbed. The knock on the window was also repeated, as if it would last forever. The slap was ready. He suddenly pulled open the curtains, but he did not see Gu Qingzhou, but a pitiful kitten on the balcony. Shen Xiai's anger disappeared instantly. He opened the balcony door and let the kitten in. Why are you here? Still in the form of a kitten. The kitten squatted politely on the floor, and did not go to the bed or the table, but was waiting for something obediently. Meow. I'm scared alone. The kitten stretched out its paws aggrievedly, revealing its pink pads, which were well taken care of, moistened, but now covered with dust. Shen Xiai understood now. This little guy was used to being taken care of by Jiang Juanji. He took a pack of wet tissues from the space, put the kitten on the table, and wiped its paws clean one by one. I couldn't help it, and pinched it. The kitten claws blossomed. Shen Xiai touched the kitten head, and felt that it felt good, so he touched it a few more times. How long will it take to turn back into human form? The kitten tilted its head, and a white light flashed in the next second. The kitten on the table disappeared, and Sulu, wearing a pale yellow cartoon pajamas, sat on the edge of the table with a sad face. Shen Xiai gave the chair to Sulu, and sat on the bed himself. It's still because of Jiang Juanji, right? Sulu sat astride the chair, and rested his chin on the back of the chair. I don't like him. With Gu Qingzhou and Shen Xiai in front. After that kiss, he certainly understood Jiang Juanji's feelings for him. But he likes girls. He seemed to realize that he said something wrong, and hurriedly explained, "It's not that I don't like it this. I just treat him as a brother. Just like the eldest brother." Shen Xiai took out a bottle of Sulu drink. Well, I know. So you want to reject him. But you are afraid of hurting the feelings between brothers and destroying the unity of the team. Hand the drink to Sulu. Sulu heard Shen Xiai's explanation, and nodded excitedly. Yes, that's what I mean. Shen Xiai slightly curled his lips. Then you reject him. Ah? Sulu bit his lip. Just say it directly. Shen Xiai's eyes flashed with a gleam, shrugged and spread his hands. If you don't like him, just reject him directly. Of course, if you also like him, you can get along with him slowly, and after you are sure of your feelings, you should also take the initiative to tell him. Sulu nodded half-heartedly. Shen Xiai glanced at Sulu's expression, and deliberately said, correspondingly, if you refuse, then the other party will withdraw his kindness to you, and keep the distance from you that your elder brother keeps from you. Then he won't wipe my paws, nor put me in his pocket. Sulu frowned, thinking of these points, and began to feel uncomfortable. Yao Yao can't do that either. Yao Yao is a girl. He has to keep his distance. Shen Xiai nodded. Not only that, there will be another person in his life. You have to respect his future lover, even. Deliberately paused, and shook his head with regret. Sulu hummed. Even what? Even he will leave. Shen Xiai pretended to be sad. There are two possibilities. First, he doesn't want to stay in the team. Especially he will be sad when he sees you. Second, he will leave for his lover. Sulu asked sadly, why leave when you have a lover? We are a family. We grew up together, trained together, and he has always been with us. Shen Xiai sighed. Put yourself in their shoes. If the person you like lives with his secret crush every day, what would you think? Sulu imagined seriously. Jiang Yao's secret crush. His eyes fell on Shen Xiai, looking him up and down, recalling every little bit of life. Sulu was puzzled. I think it pretty good. His sister-in-law was gentle and strong. She always supported them, and brought them a share of everything she did. Now they don't have to sleep on the floor when they go out. There is a clean bed, even though it was made by Jiang Juanji. There are delicious meals, even though they were made by Gu Qingzhou. There is a relaxed atmosphere, even though Jiang Yao is so cute. But all these changes are because of my sister-in-law. How great is that? Why can't you accept it? Shen Xiai. There is definitely something wrong. I can't figure out where the problem is, so I can only change the way. What if it's your second brother? He lives a sweet life with his lover in front of you every day. You can only watch from the side. Your second brother won't even look back at you. Or if you get hurt, your second brother will just look at you and leave because he wants to keep his distance from you. Shinsei observed the changes on Sula's face. What would you think? Sula was stimulated by the scene. His eyes were red. He won't. Shinsei rubbed Sula's head, felt a little emotional. No one in this world should be good to anyone. Everything is an equal exchange. Others treat you well. If you treat others well, then others will continue to treat you well. The same is true for feelings. Equality is important. If one party always pays more, then sooner or later, immeasurable problems will erupt. Sula turned his head to the side angrily and said, you are just assuming. Shinsei suddenly laughed out loud. Sula asked in confusion, is it so ridiculous that I am angry? I just think your living environment is too simple. Shinsei thought of what Gu Qingzhou said about nourishing the kidneys. Isn't that too naive? Especially Sula, who was treated as a younger brother by 3 people and protected too well. Like a spoiled child. Most of it was Jiang Juanji's fault. Isn't this called shooting oneself in the foot? Shinsei took out a bag of freeze-dried food, weighed it in his hand, and glanced at the door carelessly. You were just angry that he kissed you today, and you didn't feel disgusted. He handed the freeze-dried food to Sula. Think about it carefully. Sincerity is the most precious treasure. After all, love is a matter of 2 people. And the decision-making power is in the hands of the 2 parties. All he can do is to help sort out his thoughts, analyze the contradictions, and help Sula find his direction. If Sula felt disgusted by Jiang Juanji's kiss, he would never waste his time on it. Play more games. Watch more TV novels. Isn't it nice? Sula turned into a kitten again, holding the freeze-dried food, and returned from the balcony. Make sure Sula is gone. Shinsei turned around and opened the door again, hugged his arms, raised his eyebrows. What? Do you think this is a psychological counseling room? Jiang Juanji's expression, which had been lost all night, returned to calm again. Lips hooked. Thank you. Shinsei pouted, waved his hand. I have to pay it back. Jiang Juanji? ? Chapter 96. Craftsmanship. As for how to return, it was fully demonstrated on the second day. Because he was bored staying in the base, and he had used up all the water crystal cores. He suggested going out for a picnic. Gu Qingzhou would naturally follow. So, the 6 of them walked out of the base in a leisurely manner. On a piece of grass, Jiang Juanji was busy running around, being directed by Shinsei to move east and west, working hard without complaint. Jiang Juanji drove the car. Jiang Juanji moved things. Jiang Juanji built the tent. The meat was skewered by Jiang Juanji. Looking at the pile of skewers and the empty meat bucket, Jiang Juanji threw the skewers in his hand into the bucket. You won't let me cook, will you? In fact, Jiang Juanji was very uncertain, because he didn't know what Shinsei was thinking. Deliberately tormenting him? But these things were just a drizzle to him. Shinsei would know that. Want him to serve? With those 2 great gate gods, this guy would still lack people to serve him? Sula had seen Jiang Juanji busying around alone, and he felt a little guilty when he heard that Jiang Juanji was also going to cook. He jumped up immediately. He said in horror, No, you must not let him cook. Jiang Juanji's eyes lit up. Lele was worried about him, so it might be a good idea to give it a try. The next second, Sula whispered in Shinsei's ear, he can kill people if he cooks. Jiang Juanji. Shinsei smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. I still want to see the sun tomorrow. After a while, the grill was set up. Jiang Yao looked around and said, Brother Shinsei, there is no charcoal. Shinsei was drinking an iced drink on the recliner. Burning charcoal pollutes the air. Isn't there a flammable object next to you? Jiang Yao looked left and right. There was only grass on both sides and Jiang Juanji. No, he wouldn't be that cruel. This barbecue didn't have to be eaten. Lu Chu took a stool and put one next to him, so that Jiang Yao could sit down. The flame gathered in his palm. Come on, what are you still standing there for? Will the skewers cook by themselves? Jiang Juanji's mouth twitched. Does the environment need to be polluted now? Looking at Sula squatting beside him, he resigned himself to letting the thorns out. Lu Chu threw the fire on, and the thorns immediately burned. As the thorns burned, Jiang Juanji would move forward a little, because the distance was very close, so the fire spread close. Sula looked at it, and couldn't help saying, "Be careful, don't burn your hands." Then he realized something and said angrily, "I haven't forgiven you. I just care about you as a younger brother. Don't let your imagination run wild. Don't let your imagination run wild. I just care about you in a normal way." Jiang Juanji's face softened. "Well, I know. I don't expect much." The goal was achieved. But he didn't seem very happy. He snorted angrily and turned his head to the side. Then he saw Gu Qingzhou sitting on the camping chair, looking at the four of them with a smile. Pointing at Gu Qingzhou, he asked Shen Xiai, "Why don't you let my brother come to help? Letting for people who can't cook barbecue, is it too much to respect them?" Shen Xiai said indifferently, "Then you go to replace his job." Gu Qingzhou cooperated and raised the plug in his hand. The plug is connected to the battery, and Gu Qingzhou still has several behind him. Sula can't replace him. Sula chose to sit down and held the plate for Jiang Yao. Shen Xiai stuffed a piece of cut cantaloupe into his mouth, turned around and said, "You are not allowed to be lazy." Gu Qingzhou was working on both sides. Nodding seriously, "Eat less cold food. And eat later." Shen Xiai curled his lips. "Continue eating." Relaxed in the chair, enjoying the cool autumn breeze. The end of the world is better for seasonal changes. It should have been spring at this time, but it was facing the coming of severe cold. Shen Xiai looked at the road in the distance. A modified off-road vehicle drove from the left to the right, and then from the right to the left again, as if looking for something, or as if lost. Jiang Yao sprinkled cumin on the skewers, and grilled them in a place with a strong fire. When she felt that it was almost done, she looked at the state of the skewers, handed them to Lu Chuyu and asked, "Sister Chuyu, how do you think I grilled them?" "It very good. And it smells very good." Lu Chuyu stretched out her hand to take it, but Jiang Yao took it happily and left. "Brother Shen Xiai, look, this is my first time grilling." Jiang Yao put it in front of Shen Xiai, and looked at him as if waiting for praise. Shen Xiai saw that the appearance and smell were good, and he was not on guard, and took a bite directly. "Chew, chew, chew." Jiang Yao asked, "How does it taste?" Shen Xiai gave a thumbs up. "Chew, chew, chew." Jiang Yao said happily, "That great. I will continue to grill it." Shen Xiai nodded silently. "Chew, chew, chew." While no one was paying attention, he spit out the meat in his mouth and threw the skewers in his hand into space. In an attempt to hide the truth, he used fruit peels to cover the meat on the ground, to prevent the three people around the fire from noticing anything unusual. Gu Qingzhou, who had seen through everything from behind, raised his lips and stood up to ask, "My sister grilled skewers, are they delicious?" Shen Xiai tilted his head and said with a fake smile, "Brother Gu, do you want to try my cooking skills?" Gu Qingzhou bent down, glanced at the grill, and kissed Shen Xiai on the face with lightning speed. "If you can, it will be my honor." The smile on Shen Xiai's face became more and more gentle, and he moved his wrist. Gu Qingzhou suddenly felt something was wrong. This craft was not that craft. He immediately held Shen Xiai's hand, and said sincerely, "My wife's hands are not used to do these things. I will go to make food for my wife." Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows, and grabbed Gu Qingzhou's hand with his backhand. His eyes were full of innocence, and he said softly, "Then what are my hands used for?" Gu Qingzhou didn't know what he thought of. His ears quickly turned red. His heartbeat was running wildly in his chest, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. The wrist being held trembled as if it was electrocuted, and swallowed. "Don't tease me." Shen Xiai lowered his eyes innocently. "I know. I will keep my distance from you in the future." Gu Qingzhou suppressed his throbbing and squatted beside the recliner, saying helplessly, "You really want to kill me?" Leading Shen Xiai's hand to an unspeakable place. Shen Xiai's eyes twitched. It really like a dying factory with a little paint. He pulled his hand back neatly, glared at him angrily, and his face was full of someone who was dissatisfied. "Grill me some skewers." Shen Xiai's face was a little hot. It was broad daylight, and other people were still around. How could it be? Gu Qingzhou whispered, "Can I experience my wife cooking skills tonight?" When it came to the word cooking skills, Gu Qingzhou's eyes clearly flashed with an unspeakable wolf light. Shen Xiai thought of the miserable situation that night, and felt that his legs began to hurt again, and he looked away. He was so angry that he glared at someone again. Gu Qingzhou smiled secretly, pinched Shen Xiai's delicate hand, and went to grill the skewers with satisfaction. Paw! Something fell in the grass. Shen Xiai looked in the direction of the sound. A man 10 meters away was looking at Shinseai with tears in his eyes. Chapter 97 Brother Gu. Is this too cruel? The cool wind roams the wilderness, and the green and yellow grass waves slowly pass by. The man's eyes are filled with tears, and his lips tremble in disbelief. Sei, you are still alive. Shinseai stared at the man, feeling familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him. But he at least promised that. He hadn't seen him in the last 7 years of his last life, and he hadn't seen him since he was reborn in this life. Confirmed. I don't know him. The man walked to the recliner, and tried to touch Shinseai's face carefully, and crystal tears slid down the corners of his eyes. Shinseai did not move, but he wanted to see what tricks this man who pretended to be familiar with him was going to play. But one person was jealous. The big hand grasped the man's wrist, and the veins on the back of the hand bulged, which showed how much force was used. The arm exerted force, and the long leg kicked hard. Gu Qingzhou stood in front of Shinseai coldly, and stared coldly at the man who flew 6 meters away, turning around and stretching out the hand that grabbed the person. He said with soft eyes, "My hands are dirty. Wipe them." Shinseai took out a wet wipe, and handed it to the person in front of him. "Just solve it directly. Why did you do it? Isn't it a waste of paper?" Gu Qingzhou saw that Shinseai didn't wipe him with his own hands, so he wiped it himself. "Isn't it because I'm afraid you recognize me?" "Oh," Shinseai said lightly, "I don't recognize you." The man who had eaten a mouthful of grass staggered to his feet, holding his stomach, and said sadly, "Ci, do you really not remember me?" Gu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, and the thunder energy surged at his hands. What a warm call. Shinseai tilted his head to look at the man, blinking his watery eyes, and said, "Which insane asylum did you escape from?" The man seemed to be stimulated. "Ci, I am Shin Feng. You always call me Brother Feng. Have you forgotten?" Gu Qingzhou began to grind his teeth. His fists clenched loudly, and the energy surged even more, and lightning was wrapped around his arms. Shinseai was stunned. The hand holding the cantaloupe froze in midair, and he turned his head to look at the teardrop mole under the corner of the man's eye. Oh, a familiar stranger. Shin Feng, the cheating father, the mistress's mother, the illegitimate child who is older than him. When he was 5 years old, his mother died, and his cheating father took Shin Feng home, and only let him call him Brother Feng. He didn't know the real identity of this person, and he called him Brother Feng every day. Later, the mistress came into the house, and he realized that the brother he had called for so long was actually his half-brother. He also realized that, before he was born, his scumbag father had already had an illegitimate child. So he moved out. He was deceived in his first rebirth. This guy was awakening his superpowers. He didn't see what Shin Feng looked like when he grew up. He only remembered that the teardrop mole at the corner of his eye was very beautiful. Now, Shinseai put the fruit in his mouth, and raised his mouth. "Can you make random relatives in the end times?" Shin Feng's eyes widened. "Ci, do you really forget me? I am your brother. Look at me again. Ci, you are the only relative I have. You can't abandon me." Gu Qingzhou had already been unable to bear it any longer, and waved his hand to throw out his lightning ability. Shin Feng saw that Shinseai had no reaction, not even a glance, and his heart was panicked and desolate. When the lightning was 1 meter away from him, Shin Feng raised his hand and condensed an ice wall to resist. Due to the level difference, the ice wall was shattered. Shin Feng was startled, turned over to avoid it, and threw out the ice cone. Level 4 lightning? Shin Feng looked at Gu Qingzhou in shock. The person he had always ignored. Gu Qingzhou smashed the ice cone with lightning, and it fell at his feet. He was also surprised. It was a natural ice system, a powerful attack system that was as famous as the thunder system. It seemed that he had just reached level 3. Shinseai glanced at the ice chips on the ground, and thought regretfully, if he was an ice system, he would have ice cubes anytime and anywhere, and he would not be afraid of the cold. When it was hot, he would cover himself with a layer of ice chips. Shin Feng looked at the person on the recliner, who didn't even look at him, as if he had thought of something. He turned his gaze to Gu Qingzhou again. He said angrily, "You? Isn't it? What did you do to Cici?" An ice cone condensed in the air again, and stabbed straight at Gu Qingzhou. Shin Feng rushed over with red eyes. "Give him back to me." This was clearly a desperate attempt to snatch him away. Gu Qingzhou sneered. "You don't know whether to live or die." He casually swung out lightning. Gu Qingzhou clearly felt something wrapped around the lightning, and it turned out to be water droplets after a closer look. He understood it immediately. He smiled happily. This attack not only broke the ice, but also electrocuted Su Feng to the ground and couldn't move. It was vaguely visible that Shen Feng's skin was covered with a layer of extreme ice. "Ci, are you controlled by him? I am Brother Feng. Look at me, look at me." Shen Feng cried out in pain, tears rolled down his cheeks. "I couldn't get through to your phone, so I went to your school, but I went too late, and it had already fallen. I can't find you. I can't find you no matter what. Ci, I am Brother Feng." Shen Feng lay on the ground, crying bitterly, and his words were filled with despair for that day. Shen Ci's eyes moved, and he looked at the person on the grass. His face was covered with snot and tears, which looked disgusting under the ice. Shen Feng's eyes sparkled with hope. "Ci. You?" Shen Ci stood up, hugged Gu Qingzhou's arm, and said innocently, "Brother Gu, he made my ears hurt." Gu Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat. His voice was so soft, so obedient, and he looked so delicious. "Then I kill him?" He could see it, and he remembered that Shen Ci had told him about those bad things. Judging from Shen Ci's reaction, this man was probably telling the truth. Shen Ci said innocently and kindly, "Ah, isn't this too cruel, Brother Gu?" Gu Qingzhou's heart had long been as soft as cotton by this voice. The tone was as soft as water. "What do you want to do?" "Well, why not feed him to the zombies? He is also level 3. Just find a level 3 zombie, and feed it to level 4. Then we can get the crystal core." Gu Qingzhou nodded without thinking. "Well, a great idea." The 4 people on the other side watched the performance of the 2 people silently, the farce of the 3 people. Lu Chuyu ate the skewers grilled by Jiang Yao. "Chew, chew, chew. Met a living devil. Chew, chew, chew. This Shen Feng is so pitiful. Chew, chew, chew." Sulu looked at Lu Chuyu, feeling a little sick. "Sister, you chewed this piece of beef for 2 minutes, right?" Jiang Yao asked curiously. "Is it so delicious? I can grill it for you again." Lu Chuyu. Jiang Juanji glanced at the skewers in Lu Chuyu's hand, which were obviously too dry to eat. Then he looked at the skewers he grilled. Black charcoal cannot even be eaten. The 4 people were hungry, and could only eat fruits to fill their stomachs. Shen Feng watched Shen Ci clinging to Gu Qingzhou with tears in his eyes, and felt very sad. His Ci, so bright and flamboyant, how could she be a daughter? "No, you can't kill me. I'm from the eastern base." "Definitely. It must be this Gu who controlled Ci. Chapter 98. My wife really likes him." Hearing the origin of what this person said, the 4 people around the grill all looked at him. Gu Qingzhou squeezed Shen Ci's hand. "Be good, let play later." Shen Ci let go of Gu Qingzhou's hand, turned around and returned to the recliner. Gu Qingzhou walked in front of Shen Feng, looking down at him from above. "Are you from the eastern base? What are you doing in the southern base?" Shen Feng's mouth was tight, staring at him angrily, but he didn't open his mouth. "I am the captain of the southern base random team." Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou took out his ID card. His eyes were sharp. "Please show me your ID. And tell me your purpose. Otherwise, I have the right to kill you for being a traitor." Gu Qingzhou no longer had the casual attitude he had just had. He stood there straight, like a towering pine or cypress. "Gu Qingzhou?" Shen Feng saw the special military logo on the ID card, and suddenly his throat choked. "Let me go first." Gu Qingzhou looked at the current situation. The thunder system suppressed Shen Feng. Shen Feng could not move. The ice system wrapped Shen Feng, and he could not search his body. In short, the situation now was that neither side trusted the other. So, Gu Qingzhou withdrew his supernatural power, retreating 3 steps away. His body was covered with lightning. This time the lightning felt completely different from the previous one, and at a glance, it was clear that this was a fatal blow. Shen Feng stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and wiped away the tears from his face. He pulled out an ID card similar to Gu Qingzhou from the inner pocket of his coat, except that it didn't have a military mark. "The base commander asked me to secretly transport something, and I have to hand it over to Captain Zhao of the southern base," Shen Feng said as he looked at Shen Ci. Seeing that the other party still ignored him, he turned his anger to Gu Qingzhou. "What wrong with Ci? What did you do to him?" Shen Ci rolled his eyes and stopped pretending. "If you are blind, I don't mind cutting it out for you, so you don't have to use it as a decoration and waste your energy." Angrily threw a piece of fruit peel, hitting Shen Feng's forehead. Shen Feng's eyes lit up. Ci, you still remember me? You did it on purpose, right?" Shen Xiai didn't want to pay attention to this person at all, turned his head to the side, as if to turn a blind eye, and put on sunglasses. Gu Qingzhou blocked Shen Xiai figure. Since you are going to the southern base, why did you come here? It was completely businesslike, even with a hint of dissatisfaction. This is the southwest of the south base. If you come from the east, you are definitely going the wrong way. Shen Feng did not hide it. My phone was destroyed by a level 3 zombie. I am a bit directionally challenged. He reluctantly said these 5 words. Looking at Shen Xiai knew about this. When he was a child, he got lost, and it was Ci who found him home. Gu Qingzhou nodded in understanding. I draw a picture for you, and you can leave quickly. Shen Feng asked anxiously. Ci. Follow me. Gu Qingzhou was almost unable to bear it. Is this guy blind or mentally retarded? Didn't you see that my wife doesn't like you? You, the son of a mistress, are quite good at making yourself feel important. Pa! A loud slap directly slapped Shen Feng to the ground. Shen Xiai put away the supernatural power covering his palm. He said coldly, You don't want to be treated with respect? Right? I'm calling you daddy. Do I know you well? If you keep barking like a dog, I kill you with my sword. The Tang sword appeared out of thin air, and Shen Xiai fiercely inserted it into the grass beside Shen Feng's head. Gu Qingzhou saw the blood oozing from the slap on Shen Feng's face, which showed that Shen Xiai really wanted to kill him. He couldn't help but think. His wife was so gentle to him, and every time she hit him, there was only a shallow mark. His wife really liked him. The 4 people behind him all felt pain on their faces, and they were bleeding. Shen Feng poked the cheek that was hit with his tongue, and felt that his big teeth were loose, and he covered his face and looked at the person who was cold to him in grief. Ci. Seeing Shen Xiai raise his hand to slap him, he immediately changed his words. Shen Xiai, will you return to the southern base? Shen Xiai put away his hand, adjusted his sunglasses, and said coldly, It's none of your business. At this time, Jiang Juanji handed the rough map he had drawn to Shen Feng. Follow the main road. About 200 kilometers. You can see the base. Shen Feng got up from the ground. Thank you. Sula poked his head out, looking up and down. No. What does your base commander think? Let you, a person with poor directions, deliver things. Shen Feng was more indifferent to others. I'm strong. There are only 2 level 3 psychics in the eastern base now, and he is one of them. Sula asked again, Didn't you get some help? Dead. Shen Feng answered every question. His eyes were always on Shen Xiai. It was obvious that Gu Qingzhou and Shen Xiai wanted to drive him away, and he was using answering questions to delay time. Jiang Yao came over gently with a bag of barbecue, and said with a smile, Let go. Otherwise it will be dark soon. You can eat this on the way. Shen Feng didn't expect that someone here would like him, and he accepted it gratefully. Thank you. He took out a crystal core from his pocket. This is a 2nd level crystal core. I bought it. Jiang Yao nodded gently and cutely. Okay. Drive slowly on the road. Shen Feng nodded, looking at Shen Xiai reluctantly. But he did have more important things to do now. There is a long way to go. Shen Feng got in the car, turned around, and walked towards the village. After a while, he came out again and walked towards the main road on the left. Lu Chuyu's eyes twitched slightly. Is he sure he can find it? Jiang Yao thought for a moment. He should be able to. He should be. Why did you give him the barbecue? There were outsiders here just now, and he couldn't spoil the show for his own people. Gu Qingzhou held it in until now to ask. Jiang Yao blinked. Brother Shen Xiai asked me to give it to him. Gu Qingzhou felt sour, clearly pretending to be indifferent, but was he still secretly concerned? Jiang Yao smiled and added, I grilled them all, and the skewers grilled by brother Jiang. Jiang Juanji Sulu. So vicious. Lu Chuyu. Don't learn bad things. Gu Qingzhou's eyes sparkled. My wife is really thrifty. Hey! Shen Xiai sat next to the grill. Can we eat before it gets dark? I'm almost starving. Gu Qingzhou walked lightly. I'd be right here. 6 people gathered around the fire. Jiang Juanji continued to produce fuel. Lu Chuyu continued to light the fire. Gu Qingzhou skillfully brushed the sauce, sprinkled the ingredients, and grilled a lot of them, which was enough for the 3 mouths next to him. After eating, everyone should relax and go to the next city to kill zombies tomorrow morning. As he said, he put the skewers in his hand on the plate, and took a handful of raw ones. Sula nodded. Brother, do you know what the eastern base sent? Gu Qingzhou shook his head. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. Oh! Sula handed Gu Qingzhou a bunch of green peppers. I want to eat this. Gu Qingzhou took it in his hand, and asked Shen Xiai, who was eating seriously, what else do you want to eat? I grill it together. Shen Xiai said indifferently, as long as it meat. On the main road. Shen Feng parked the car in the middle of the road, looking at the big tooth in his palm that fell off because of eating skewers. He also gave a secondary crystal core. Chapter 99 at Fun. The temperature has been dropping rapidly these days. Since the day of the barbecue. The sky has always been overcast, and there is no sunshine. The wind is so cold that it can feel chilly. In just a few days, the leaves have fallen and the city is dead. Shen Xiai is sitting on the roof of the office building. Little Apple is playing underground. A row of speakers are turned up to the maximum volume. Even at a height of several hundred meters. It is deafening. Not to mention the zombies. Gu Qingzhou was full of electricity. Using his left hand to use his special power. Holding a gun in his right hand. And fighting bloody battles in the zombie group. Through the unremitting collection of crystal cores in the past few days, Lu Chuyu and Jiang Juanji have also reached level 3. And now they are just guarding one side. Su Lu has become a wolf king, and his size has increased a lot. He can blow away a row of zombies with one claw. Wolf hair is natural armor. These low-level zombies can even break their teeth, let alone eat meat. Bang! The sound of mortars came from the side. Shen Xiai said lightly, Yao Yao. Retreat to the rear immediately after firing the shells. Jiang Yao covered her ears tightly. And nodded repeatedly, yeah. Yeah. I know. This shell was quite powerful. The zombies in the nearby area were blown to pieces. Move the mortar. Relieve the pressure on the side with more zombies. After more than 20 minutes of fighting, there was no more ammunition. Brother Shen Xiai. I already know how to do it. Jiang Yao ran over. Her eyes sparkling. Shen Xiai nodded with satisfaction. You've had enough fun. Right? Jiang Yao stuck out her tongue. Shen Xiai got up from the recliner, stretched his back, and put away his 4-piece suit and mortar. Let go. I take you down to play tank battle. He stepped on the edge of the building, took a deep jump, used the water vapor in the air to control the speed of his body descent, and fell to the ground at a rapid speed. Jiang Yao saw it and jumped with him. Ah! Brother Shen Xiai. I'm a little scared. Jiang Juanji. I'm afraid you jump again. Catch him with thorns. Shen Xiai has supernatural powers, so he didn't feel any impact and landed smoothly. Jiang Yao patted the water droplets on her body, tidied her hair, and said excitedly, It's fun. Shen Xiai took out a tank from the space, patted it, get on it. Jiang Yao had no objection at all, and went in according to Shen Xiai instructions, lying on the driver's seat, curiously touching everywhere, with sparkling eyes. Shen Xiai briefly explained to Jiang Yao the forward and backward movements, as well as the functions of some buttons, and then entered the tower and held the handle of the machine gun. The tank started, and moved forward straight, running over the corpses of zombies. Shen Xiai saw the missed zombies, and shot them directly. The zombies on the right had been attracted to the front. So Lu Chuyu was also with Gu Qingzhou. Hearing the voice from behind, he looked back. Brother, where did he get the 99A? It's the latest model. Lu Chuyu's eyes almost popped out. She didn't even have a chance to use this thing. Gu Qingzhou was a little unresponsive for a while. The base is equipped with 2. The tank suddenly tilted while moving, and hit the electric pole. Lu Chuyu was silent for a moment. Is it Yao Yao driving the tank? Then isn't it Shen Xiai in the turret? Gu Qingzhou had a bad feeling. It should be. Jiang Yao can drive, but her skills are not good, let alone controlling the tank, and he knows Shen Xiai. Since he can take it out, he will definitely use it. Lu Chuyu started walking towards the path. I leave this to you, I go find my second brother. Before she finished speaking, the smoothbore gun fired. Gu Qingzhou. He quickly ran to the side of the tank turret and exchanged glances with Lu Chuyu in the path. The tank moved forward slowly. Gu Qingzhou turned over and stood on the tank. Lu Chuyu on the side stopped running and climbed to the other side of the tank. He used his supernatural power to eliminate the zombies that were not eliminated by the shells. The zombies on the street were almost eliminated. The 6 people returned to the bottom of the building and turned off the speakers. Shen Xiai put everything into the space. Sula transformation time just now was up, and he turned into a cat again. Now he lay tiredly in Jiang Juanji's arms, letting Jiang Juanji clean his brains. Lu Chuyu looked at Jiang Yao's pink face and asked with a smile, Is it fun? Yes, it is fun. Jiang Yao smiled with bright eyes and white teeth. Very exciting. Very fun. Meow, take me with you next time. The tired kitten raised its clean pink paw. Jiang Juanji's eyes lit up, took the paw back, pinched it, and continued to wipe it. The kitten rolled its eyes, turned its head to the side proudly, and shook its tail slightly, allowing Jiang Juanji to pinch it. Gu Qingzhou handed the clean crystal core to Shenxiai, and Shenxiai put it directly into the space. Gu Qingzhou asked in confusion, "Why would Zhao Ju agree to give you the tank? This is not the tank in the base." Shenxiai said easily, "Last time I destroyed the experimental base, I got lost in the mountains, and happened to break into the Jun arsenal, which was full of new weapons." She glanced at Gu Qingzhou. "If you pick it up, it mine. If you dare to fleece me, I'd beat you up." Gu Qingzhou understood Shenxiai's characteristic of plucking feathers from a passing goose. It was his, and no one else could take it away. Whoever gave it to him would fight to the death. He smiled and nodded. "Of course, they are all yours." "Humph." Shenxiai raised his lips. "You wouldn't dare." "Yes. Yes. Who asked King Shen to manage the family food?" Gu Qingzhou raised his hands in surrender. After they made sure that the crystal cores were all collected, they drove to the temporary place to stay. A dark shadow silently watched them from behind the curtains of the building. A small villa in the mountains has been cleaned up, and everyone is cooking dinner. Gu Qingzhou is in charge of the overall situation. Lu Chuyu and Jiang Yao are cleaning. Jiang Juanji is responsible for cutting vegetables. Su Lu is responsible for chores. And Shenxiai was digging in the backyard. Su Lu carried 2 chairs and asked, "Why are you digging? Aren't we cooking?" Shenxiai said confidently, "I make you beggar chicken." Su Lu thought that the steps of beggar chicken were not difficult. Isn't it just wrapping the chicken with soil? Immediately threw the chair. "Sister-in-law, I help you." "Who are you calling sister-in-law?" "But it seems to be okay." "Forget it, I won't bother with the child." Sometimes, I have to say that. The kitchen rookie has the same ideas in some aspects. In order to make it clean, Shenxiai also used water-based abilities and mud. Looking at the smoked chicken and the mud on the ground, he hesitated and asked, "Should we apply it directly?" Su Lu nodded firmly. Jiang Juanji had already cut the vegetables in the front yard, and there was no stool. So he asked, "Where are Lei and sister-in-law?" Gu Qingzhou was busy stewing the soup, and did not notice where Shenxiai was lying. At this time, Jiang Yao came over with the washed vegetables, and said, "Brother Shenxiai said he would cook for us. It a surprise dish." Gu Qingzhou's mouth twitched slightly. "Where are they playing?" "In the back." Jiang Yao looked at Gu Qingzhou, as if he was worried about something. Puzzled, he asked, "What wrong?" Gu Qingzhou rubbed his temples. "He doesn't even know how to cook shallots. What do you think he can cook? Don't blow up the house." Everyone. Chapter 100. I want to experience your craftsmanship. When we arrived at the backyard, Shenxiai and Su Lu had already started. Shenxiai and Su Lu were wearing gloves and aprons, mixing mud in a large basin. A processed chicken was blowing in the cold wind, with dots of mud on it. It looked like it had been covered with mud, but it felt wrong, so it was washed again. Shenxiai was the first to react, and immediately stood up, looked at the mud in the basin, and then looked at Gu Qingzhou, with a look of grievance in his peach blossom eyes. Gu Qingzhou sighed, "If you want to eat, why don't you just tell me? It's cold now, and the water is cold. Are your hands frozen?" As he spoke, he took off the rubber gloves on Shenxiai's hands. Sure enough, he saw that the white and tender hands were a little red. He held both hands, trying to pass on his body temperature. Let go, and warm up by the fire. He held the person in one hand, and the chicken in the other. Shenxiai obediently let him lead him, turned his head, and raised his eyebrows at Su Lu, showing a triumphant smile. Su Lu was stunned. You really passed without saying a word. If he did something wrong, he would be criticized. Jiang Juanji also took off Su Lu's gloves, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Su Lu rubbed his hands. Just now, they felt something was wrong when they applied the mud, so they washed it immediately, and tried again, but it still didn't work. The two decided to give up. But the chicken had been ruined, and they had to ask Gu Qingzhou to help clean it. Su Lu was a little scared. So Shenxiai made a bet with him, guaranteeing that Gu Qingzhou would not say a word, and there would be beggar chicken to eat in the evening. Su Lu didn't believe it at first. Now he believes it. After listening to the whole story, Jiang Juanji suddenly found it funny. Can raising a wife be the same as disciplining a brother? Sula didn't understand, and asked directly, "Then what would you do?" After asking, he felt a little strange, and immediately pulled his hand out. "That's not what I meant, I'm just a little curious. I'm curious about how you raise a wife." Sula started out bluffing, but gradually lost confidence, and his voice got smaller and smaller. Jiang Juanji's eyes lit up, and he took Sula's hand again. He whispered, "You should ask me how to support my brother." "Huh?" Sula's head was dizzy. "No. It's different. I mean, you haven't supported a wife yet." Jiang Juanji saw that Sula didn't pull his hand away, and the smile in his eyes became even bigger. "If I had a younger brother, I would definitely scold him for wasting food like this. But if it my wife..." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Let go, warm up by the fire, don't catch a cold." Sula suddenly felt his face getting hotter, and said in a low voice, "You seem to have never scolded me." "Yes, I haven't scolded you." Jiang Juanji felt that the weather was pretty good today, at least his heart was sunny. Sula touched his hot face with his other hand, and pushed Jiang Juanji away with force. "Ah! It's all your fault, I have a fever." At this moment, Sula seemed to have sensed something, but he was incapable of rage, and could only use what he thought was the most powerful appearance to protect his last line of defense. He turned directly into a little hamster, covered his ears with two pink paws, and buried his head. Jiang Juanji laughed out loud. "Well, blame me." He bent down and picked up the little hamster, and put it in the inner pocket of his clothes, closest to his heart. Lu Qiyu kept watching from the corner, and raised his eyebrows. Is he about to succeed? Turning around, I saw Jiang Yao sneaking around another corner, her eyes flashing with gossip. She was laughing secretly. Lu Qiyu shook her head. Time has passed, things have changed, people have changed. People who were out of touch with the world have finally become people in the game. This meal was quite sumptuous. The messed up chicken, which was coated with sauce and wrapped in tin foil, was also successfully transformed. In the evening, Shenxi sorted the crystal cores collected that day by category, and put them all in small bags, so that he could distribute them to everyone tomorrow. Just after they finished packing, Gu Qingzhou pushed the door open and locked it. After all, they were outside. For safety reasons, they shared a room with two people. The bathroom on the third floor was outside. "Why haven't you slept yet?" Gu Qingzhou wiped his hair with a towel. The temperature at night was getting lower and lower, and they both wore more tightly. But Shenxi was a walking aphrodisiac for Gu Qingzhou. No matter what he was doing, or if he was doing nothing, just standing there, he could monopolize his eyes, and invade his heart for no reason. "I'm waiting for you." Shenxi placed a computer on the bed, which looked like a European and American computer. He patted the prepared position, and asked Gu Qingzhou to get on the bed. Gu Qingzhou took a deep breath and got on the bed. Shenxi raised his hand, and used his supernatural power to dry Gu Qingzhou's hair. The two of them leaned against the head of the bed, covered with a quilt. Shenxi was even quick to turn off the bedside lamp. The bedroom was dark. Gu Qingzhou couldn't help but say, "It's too dark. Looking at the computer is not good for your eyes. Why don't we look at it tomorrow?" With the flickering light of the computer, his eyes scanned every inch of Shenxi's skin. There was a dim light in his eyes. "Wife, I want to experience your craft." He couldn't help but sniff Shenxi's body, and his hands began to drill into his clothes. Shenxi smiled harmlessly, and his fingers drew circles on Gu Qingzhou's thighs through the fabric, and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, are you sure you don't want to watch it with me? If you don't watch it, you might regret it." Shenxi still looked sweet, but the threat in his words had made Gu Qingzhou feel like he was facing a great enemy. This look and tone definitely meant something important. Shouldn't the important thing now be their brothers? What's so important about watching a movie? But he didn't dare to refute. He could only grab the hand that was messing with him, lean against the head of the bed, and patiently said, 1 hour. At most 1 hour. Shenxi nodded and said casually, "Okay. After 1 hour. Just don't beg me to show it to you." Gu Qingzhou didn't believe it. As time passed, Gu Qingzhou gradually realized that something was wrong. Are these two men in love? Then, they took off their clothes, bit each other like wild animals, patrolled each other's territory, and lay on the bed, panting, indulging. Seeing that everything was taken off, Gu Qingzhou immediately covered Shenxi's eyes, and didn't dare to look at him anymore, and directly closed the computer. You didn't let me enter your room, are you secretly watching this?" Without the dazzling scene, Gu Qingzhou put his hand down. Shenxi looked at Gu Qingzhou, and hesitated to say, Gu Qingzhou thought Shenxiai agreed, and he was completely jealous. You have a husband, and you still look at other men. You have already proved that you are mentally cheating. You are too much. You are so angry that I am dying. Gu Qingzhou seemed to be really angry, and he pounded the bed hard, and turned his back to Shenxiai, and said it even though he felt wronged. It would be fine if she said it before, but she also watched it secretly in a place he didn't know. That fine too. Now she dragged him to watch it together. Chapter 101. You know, I have been without a husband since I was a child. Isn't he just saying that he is not good enough? Didn't he say that he didn't mind before? It turns out that men say one thing and mean another. They just care a lot. But my wife is not that kind of person. She won't play with his feelings in a roundabout way. Is he wrong? Could it be that the two men in the video are not good enough? My wife wants to comfort him. Did he blame my wife wrongly? Why doesn't my wife comfort him? Was he too fierce just now? Was he too loud? Scared his wife? He turned back guiltily, and saw Shenxiai leaning against the bed, looking at the mobile phone page expressionlessly. He suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Gu Qingzhou carefully moved to Shenxiai's side, coaxing in a low voice. Wife, I'm sorry, I was too loud just now, don't be angry. Shenxiai was stunned. I'm not angry. He just didn't know how to explain this matter. Could he just say, you don't even know how to make love, come, I take you to watch a movie, and learn while watching? It was a bit too depressing. But he really didn't expect that this person could coax herself. And even coax him back. It was only 5 seconds. How much love must he have? Gu Qingzhou saw that his wife was still calm, and he moved to Shenxiai's side with courage, and hugged her in his arms. 2 breaths, and the other party's slap did not reach his face. Gu Qingzhou believed that Shenxiai was really not angry, and asked in a low voice, why do you want me to look at other men? He usually wouldn't look at men or women more than once, especially unimportant people. But Shenxiai was not like that. Shenxiai sorted out his thoughts, and took the initiative to kneel on both sides of Gu Qingzhou, which was equivalent to sitting on his legs, and hugged his neck. He said with a smile, I'm not generous either. Gu Qingzhou's mood improved instantly after hearing this, and his eyes were full of tenderness. Then, why do you still look at other men? She hugged Shenxiai's left leg in cooperation, and supported his waist with the other hand, looking up. Boom boom boom, the heartbeat frequency is getting higher and higher. From this angle in the dark, my wife is so noble, I really want to get her dirty. My hands are getting naughty. Shenxiai kneels straight, feeling the touch but not stopping, smiling, bending down to kiss. Gu Qingzhou immediately hugs her tightly in excitement, begins to pull off her pajamas. Thinking at the same time, summer is still good, you can roll right away in a bathrobe. They stay close to each other for a long time. When they separate, there is a silver thread. Shenxiai licks his lower lip with the tip of his tongue in an ambiguous way. There was no light in the room. Only the faint light from the phone. The blurred vision. The scorching air. It seemed particularly ambiguous. Shenxiai sat on his lap. Leaning forward, Gu Qingzhou buried his head in Shenxiai's neck. Shenxiai hugged Gu Qingzhou's neck, speaking the most tender and affectionate voice in his ears. He said slowly, I have bad news for you. My thoughts about you are no longer pure. I don't want to stop here. I want a lifetime. I want it to last forever. Shenxiai felt the stiffness of the person in his arms, and continued, they are dependent on each other, and have become one. Gu Qingzhou swallowed his saliva, but we are both men. Thinking of the movie he had just watched, a light bulb suddenly appeared in his mind. Luo Xing shock. Jiang Juanji ridicule. So, all 2 men can also have sex in bed. And have sex? This knowledge point is too impactful. It even overturned Gu Qingzhou's understanding of sex. Shenxiai nodded, and kissed Gu Qingzhou on the mouth again, just like a dragonfly touching the water, and then leaving immediately. Innocent on the face, peach blossom eyes are full of cunning. Brother Qingzhou, you know, I have never had a husband since I was a child. Can you be my husband? Deliberately speaking in Gu Qingzhou's ear, the soft breath makes people's ears red and want to bleed. Gu Qingzhou's Adam apple rolled up and down. The breath spread from the ear to the whole body, bringing waves of hot and unbearable itching. The jaw was tightly tightened, continued to breathe for a long time. Yes, of course, I have always been. He asked in a hoarse voice, wife, teach me. I don't want to look at other men, teach me, wife, have mercy on me. Like a big dog wagging its tail to beg for mercy, he rubbed back and forth on Shenxiai's body to please him. In the dark, Shenxiai's face also turned red. He tilted his head slightly, I haven't operated it either. His skills were also zero. At most he had read more theories than Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou continued to please him. You talk about the theory, I put it into practice. I'm smart and obedient. Teach me. He laid down with the man in his arms. His neck was red with excitement. He wished he could rub Shen Xiai into his bones and blood. But he was afraid of hurting him. So he only dared to hold him gently and peck him carefully. He expressed his excitement in the most obvious and direct way. Not yet. It was a bit too much. He needed to be mentally prepared and adapt to it. In case he really died in bed. With the dimness in the room. The temperature on Shen Xiai's face spread unscrupulously. As if he wanted to burn him. Gu Qingzhou said in a low voice, and held the back of his left hand with one hand, and rubbed it on his face. Okay. Put the soft hand to his mouth, and kissed it carefully. Help me now. Shen Xiai said him faintly. Sat up and moved to the middle of the bed. Gu Qingzhou was puzzled, and was about to get up, but was pushed back by Shen Xiai. He threatened in a low voice, no matter what happens, you can't move. Okay. Gu Qingzhou knew what would happen, but didn't know how it would happen. There was an illusion of running in the jungle, adrenaline was secreted, and the muscles in the body began to tense. The light of righteousness. The next day, Shen Xiai caught a cold, and his throat was hoarse, and he couldn't speak. Silently, he took out all the crystal cores that had been packed last night, and gave all the crystal cores corresponding to each person attributes, and the ordinary crystal cores were evenly distributed. During this period of time when killing zombies, basically, he put everything useful into the space. In Shen Xiai words, no matter if it is useful or not, it is if he sees it, and he can use it sooner or later. The group had been out for so long, and were ready to go home. Shen Xiai sat in the passenger seat, and Jiang Yao looked at him in confusion. Strange. Brother Shen Xiai. What happened to you? I've already cured you. But you still can't speak. Jiang Yao was really worried. Shen Xiai forced a smile. Ahem. Fine. He didn't want to talk. Jiang Yao didn't think much about it. And nodded. Oh. Then I treat you again. Gu Qingzhou coughed twice. Yao. Don't worry, he not feeling well, just take a rest. His earlobes secretly turned red. Jiang Juanji, who was sitting diagonally behind him, just saw it, pushed the frame, and helped. Yao. Sit down, Shen Xiai knows what's going on. Has the coward improved? He actually dared to let Shen Xiai do that kind of thing. Chapter 102 Middle School Boy Hanju. On the way back, a large sea of blood and corpses blocked the way. There were animals, zombies, and even limbs of mutant plants. This section of the national highway seemed to be covered with a carpet of various corpses. Sulu screamed, Damn! So many corpses gathered here and were killed. How did they do it? Shen Xiai looked at the rugged distance of 1 kilometer in the co-pilot seat. The road was full of them, as if there was no end in sight, but the mountains on both sides were clean. The stench in the air was so strong that even the car body couldn't resist it. Shen Xiai could already smell the strong smell. Someone deliberately killed people on the road. Gu Qingzhou also noticed that there were no bodies on the mountain. It looks like the killing was just recently. The brain matter on the ground hadn't turned completely black. It was impossible to drive on like this, so I had to get out of the car and walk on the mountain. Just as I put the car into the space, a thick voice came from behind. Everyone stay. Among the layers of corpses, a body bag suddenly squeezed the scattered limbs on it, and sat up at a right angle. The zipper was slowly opened. Jiang Juanji silently stepped back, hiding behind Sulu. Sulu put his hands on his hips. Who are you? You are playing tricks in broad daylight. The man stood up from the bag. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with long hair down to his waist, and a long centipede scar under his bangs across his temple. He looked very handsome, but looked rather cold. Through his pupils, he could vaguely tell that he was a person, and a very strange person. Whose good person is sleeping among corpses? Jiang Juanji saw that it was a living person, and silently stepped out from behind Sulu, and stood in front of Sulu. My name is Wuming. The long-haired man took out his sword. You can call me the lonely square root of 3. He drew out the long sword and pointed it at Gu Qingzhou. Jiang Juanji, Lu Chu, Sulu, and Jiang Yao. Everyone pointed, except Shen Xiai. The long-haired man finally pointed the sword at Gu Qingzhou, and said, You killed everyone yesterday, and you are still as charming as ever today. I want to challenge you. You guys. The other hand opened. This road of death is my visiting card. Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows, his eyes turned, and raised his hand. The long-haired man nodded, Please speak. Shinseai blinked and said innocently and fragilely, doesn't it include me? The long-haired man was silent for a moment. Don't talk. Shinseai nodded obediently. Oh, okay. This is treating him as a vase, thinking that he has no fighting power, so he automatically ignores and challenges him. But it was completely the opposite in the previous life. This person chased him for 2 whole years, just to defeat him. Even once, when he was injured, it was this person who helped him. Although it was to let him recover, I continued to challenge him. But later, I don't know how he got injured, lost an arm, missed a leg. He became decadent, his high-spirited middle school boy appearance disappeared completely, and finally committed suicide. Hanju was a middle school boy before the end of the world. His brain was damaged when he awakened his superpowers after the end of the world, and he became eager to become a strong man. He would not submit to anyone, and when he saw a powerful person or a zombie, he would say one word. Fuck. Hanju's ability is to control metal, including the iron sword in his hand. Gu Qingzhou thought this person was abnormal, and didn't want to bother him too much. Little brother, we still have to hurry. So we go first. He took Shinseai and walked towards the woods next to him. Shun the long sword was suspended in the air, and Hanju made a sword finger of a cultivator, as if he had really cultivated immortality. If you want to leave, ask this sword of mine if it agrees first. Hanju waved his sword, and the long sword moved as he wished, and stabbed straight at Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou raised his hand, and used lightning to control the sword. He looked at Hanju with a stern look, and said, you have strong strength, and you shouldn't waste it on these things. No. You must fight with me. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If you lose, you must leave something behind. Hanju controlled himself, and broke free from Gu Qingzhou's control. Everyone. The strength of the peak of level 3. Shinseai's mouth twitched. Such a second-year line. The awkward toes almost dug out of the 3-bedroom apartment. So this guy is really a pervert. In his previous life, he was able to survive 2 years in his hands, all because of his abnormal ability. A gleam of light flashed in Shinseai's eyes, and he stood up and said, Xiao San, why don't you fight me? As long as you can defeat me once, you are worthy of fighting with them. Xiao San? Hanju looked left, right, pointed at himself. Are you calling me? Shinseai blinked his innocent peach blossom eyes. Aren't you called the lonely square root of 3? I think Xiao San is more friendly. Hanju thought for a while. I don't bully the weak. The 4 people behind him. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Who did you say was weak? Shinseai tilted his head, but said something provocative. Are you afraid that you can't even beat me? Took a step forward. Accidentally. Stepped on the corpse. Stumbled twice. Gu Qingzhou raised his hand and held Shinseai's waist. Shinseai said shyly, thank you, Brother Gu. Gu Qingzhou looked at Shinseai's small mouth, swallowed his saliva, and his earlobe was red and dripping with blood. Be careful. Since you want to play, it doesn't matter if you play for a while. Hanju looked at this weak and beautiful man who needed someone to help him walk, after weighing the pros and cons, in order to challenge those 5 people. He took back his long sword, and said coolly, okay. I challenge you, swords have no eyes, beauty be careful. Shinseai pushed Gu Qingzhou away, with a malicious smile on his face. Come on, one move will decide the outcome. Hanju admired Shinseai's courage. He was weak, but he could stand in front of everyone. He deserved his serious attention. He controlled the long sword and stabbed Shinseai with confidence. Shinseai's mouth curled up. He took out a large magnet that was more than 2 meters high from the space without panic. The sword was sucked towards the magnet at a faster speed and was tightly attached to it. Everyone. Jiang Juanji asked with a questioning look, where did this thing come from? Gu Qingzhou shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, it's not strange to take out anything from Shinseai's space. Hanju found that he couldn't control himself, and hurried to the side of the magnet, and tried hard to pick up the sword, and kicked the magnet with 1 foot, and used all his strength. But the sword didn't move at all. Shinseai hugged his arms, and said happily, Xiao San, you must keep your word. Hanju kicked him angrily. If you lose, you lose. You tell me, what do you want me to do? Even if the opponent won unfairly, he was indeed inferior to him. If he was strong enough, would he still be afraid of such a little trick? Shinseai rolled his eyes. Be my little brother, when you can beat me, you can leave. He has 4 magnets like this, and he can't control them unless they are level 6 or 7. Okay. Hanju thought this was also a training. As long as he could overcome this difficulty, he would definitely become stronger. Gu Qingzhou looked at Shenxiai thoughtfully. Big brother. Hanju saluted with his fists, and roared, which made everyone's ears hurt. Shenxiai mouth twitched. Second brother? Chapter 103. How are you going to arrange for him? There was a long queue at the entrance of the base. The gate had been modified, becoming more solid and strong. 2 security gates were firmly installed in the corridor of the gate. Shenxiai glared at Gu Qingzhou. According to the latest regulations, everyone must go through the security gate, even the base commander Zhao Ju was no exception. As they were about to arrive, they were about to get off the car. Jiang Yao asked worriedly, "What should we do? Brother Shenxiai? Now that it has been officially put into use, it must be checked very accurately. In this case, Shenxiai hidden mutant water system would definitely not be hidden." Gu Qingzhou smiled comfortingly. "Don't worry. It okay." Shenxiai raised his eyebrows when he heard this, thinking that the man who took the chip that day had talked to Su Yi for a long time. Could it be to solve this problem? Sula poked his head out of the trunk and patted Jiang Yao on the shoulder. "Don't worry. My brother said it okay. So it must be okay. Before that, can we solve another problem first?" Hanju had never been in a car before, and he really taught him how to fly with a sword. At the left rear of the car, Hanju stood on the sword with his hands behind his back, and followed the car slowly. He noticed that the car next to him wanted to cut in, and floated to the driver door. "Brother, please observe the etiquette, or I will cut you." After saying that, he floated back to his seat, and the car behind him even left a seat for him. Hanju clasped his fists and said proudly, "Thank you. This scene is extremely eye-catching. Which boy or girl has not dreamed of flying on a sword, and traveling the world with a sword? Since they started lining up, they have been like monkeys in a zoo. But Hanju doesn't care." Shenxiai waved his hand indifferently. "Let him be. He not in the car anyway. And it not us who are embarrassed." Gu Qingzhou tapped his fingertips slowly on the steering wheel, and followed the traffic in front of him. Turning his head, he asked, "How are you going to arrange for him?" Shenxiai asked back with a smile. "It has always been the younger brother who respects the older brother. He lost to me. Do I still have to take care of his food, clothing, housing and transportation?" He kept Hanju, also to let Hanju avoid the disaster, let him live in the southern base, and keep him here for 3 years, which was also a way to repay the favor of helping him that time. Otherwise, was he just looking for trouble because he was too full? Knock knock. There was a knock on the passenger window. Shenxiai turned his head, and saw Hanju's face pressed tightly against the window, trying hard to look inside. Hanju's voice came in muffled. "Brother, are you calling me?" Shenxiai lowered the window a crack, and said lightly, "Get in line." "Okay." I went back obediently. Gu Qingzhou smiled, and nodded pertinently. "That makes sense." Soon, we arrived at the Suabian team to register. I walked in, and found that there had been a lot of changes here. The places where the body was checked before had been completely demolished. The left side had become a market, there were fences and soldiers stationed on the right side, and there were separate isolation rooms on both sides of the wall. There were 2 obvious dividing lines in the middle of the road, wrapped with metal iron sheets. Gu Qingzhou explained, "It is usually a road. If there is a special situation, the first line of defense is breached, this thick iron will extend 10 meters upwards, becoming the second line of defense, and the superpowers will stand on the last line of defense and attack this ravine. That is, it can clean up the big and small markets in the base, and also serve as a strategic defense line." Shenxiai nodded. "Did you come up with this?" Gu Qingzhou was very happy that Shenxiai thought so, and he held back his laughter. "Isn't it? Oh, then I really underestimated you." Shenxiai deliberately joked. He was quite in love with him, but he was not careless about serious matters. Such a person. How can you not be moved? Gu Qingzhou stared at Shenxiai's quirky cheeks, and wanted to pinch them. But this was outside, so he could only hold back. Everyone walked through the security gate one by one, and the information appeared in the double-sided computer. Name, Shenxiai. Height, 184 centimeters. Identity, member of the Suabian team. Ability, space system, level confidential. Physical condition, good, no wounds, no gene mutation, normal energy factor. Conclusion, pass. Shenxiai raised his eyebrows. Really thoughtful, space system also prepared an excuse. Looking back at Gu Qingzhou information, the staff saw that this was a team of people, and did not stop him. Name, Gu Qingzhou. Height, 191 centimeters. Identity, Captain of Suabian Team. Ability, Thunder, Level 4. Physical condition, good, no wounds, no genetic mutation, normal energy factor. Conclusion, pass. Shinseai understood, he just hid the information from him. Turning his head to look at the new personnel input, the displayed information is basically the same, only the name column need to be manually input, and cannot be changed, fingerprints must be entered. Next to him. It was Hanju's turn. It seemed that something had happened, and the team stopped moving forward. When Shinseai was puzzled, he heard Hanju shouting loudly, "The lonely square root of 3. Then the staff looked in disbelief. Shinseai. This idiot. Hanju identity information was also revealed. Name, to be determined. Height, 186 centimeters. Identity, unregistered person. Ability, gold, mind control, level 3. Physical condition, partial damage to brain tissue, injury to left hand, no gene mutation, normal energy factor. Conclusion, observation. The staff looked at the information. So he is mentally ill. He said with some pity, if you want to enter the base, you need to stay in the isolation room for 24 hours and then be re-examined. You can think of a new name for yourself. This person is very powerful, and the staff does not want to lose such a person. He reminded, our base has complete medical equipment, a doctor of biology, and a complete set of doctors, and a second-level mutant healing system, which may be able to help you heal your injuries. Oh, okay. Hanju looked at the column of physical condition, raised the tiny wound on his finger. Does this count as a wound? He didn't want to go to the big cage. The staff smiled and said, it counts, this is the base rule. Hanju sighed, held the sword, and clasped his fists. Thank you. Miss, I go down. Staff. Hanju turned around and shouted to Shinseai, brother. Take care. I look for you tomorrow. Shinseai forced a far-fetched smile. See you later. Damn. So shameful. Hanju was taken away. Before he left, he heard Hanju say, brother. Can you find a room with plenty of light for me? Soldier, all rooms are the same. With lights. Shinseai looked at Hanju back as he walked further and further away. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Sula came over and said curiously, did you notice? This back looks quite like my sister-in-law. Gu Qingzhou pushed Sulu away and took the position next to Shinseai. Don't the backs of those soldiers look alike? They're about the same height and body shape. So they must look alike. Sula pouted, stingy. Shinseai smiled and said, let go. Standing in the wind. It not cold. Chapter 104 Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou took out wet wipes and started wiping from the door after returning to the villa. He had to clean the room. Shinseai had no objection. Someone was cleaning. Why sleep in the doghouse? It was cold outside, and he couldn't go out to bask in the sun, so he took out the recliner from the empty space in his room, covered himself with a blanket and played games, while eating snacks and drinking beverages. After a while, Gu Qingzhou came in with the noodles. Eat something first, I clean up your room for you, so you can have a good rest. After wiping the table, he put it directly on the tabletop, and pushed Shinseai over with the recliner, so he could eat it as soon as he sat up. The group of people kept eating in the car, and they were not really hungry. But this bowl of plain noodles looked delicious. Shinseai's eyes lit up. My husband is so virtuous. Gu Qingzhou's hands trembled as she made the bed, and he swallowed his saliva, and said him with a dark look in his eyes. He turned on the lights in the room and drew the curtains. Shinseai did not notice anything wrong, and he concentrated on finishing the noodles. Turning around to see that the bed was already made, jumped directly onto the bed, and laid down in a big shape. Sighed, well, the bed is still more comfortable. Gu Qingzhou pulled him up. You just finished your meal, sit up. Shinseai turned around, climbed onto the recliner, and continued to be a lazy fish. Okay. Okay, I lean on it. Okay. Gu Qingzhou had no temper for Shinseai's occasional lazy fish lying, pulled the recliner to the bedside, took off his coat, and threw it directly on the bed. He said casually, the four of them just went out to the night market. Do you want to go shopping? The entrance of the base is a market during the day and a night market at night. It is very lively. Especially Sulu, who has never gone out to play since he was a child, is the most excited. Shinseai is now full and just wants to lie down. He has no interest in going out. Forget it. We just came back. Anyway, the night market is there, and we won't go there. The light in Gu Qingzhou's eyes became brighter. Touching Shinseai's stomach, Are you full? No. Shinsiai focused on the game page on his phone, ignoring Gu Qingzhou's actions at all. This gave Gu Qingzhou more courage. That good. Shinsiai looked at the person sitting beside the bed suspiciously. What do you mean? Gu Qingzhou snatched the phone from Shinsiai's hand and threw it directly on the table, picked him up, and put him on the bed. Wife, I've worked so hard today, you should reward me. He started. Gu Qingzhou. If Shinsiai didn't react now, he would be a fool, you bastard. It's not dark yet. Gu Qingzhou smiled. That perfect. We have more time. And we can go to bed early tonight. Don't tear your clothes. Shinsiai couldn't really do it. Gu Qingzhou seized this point and whispered in Shinsiai's ear. Wife. I make noodles for you too. Shinsiai's face flushed instantly. The zipper sounded. Shinsiai called out. Gu Qingzhou. Give me a dozen ice creams. The next day. In the meeting room of the base. Zhao Ju was talking about the arrangements in the base during this period, such as the colder weather and the increased search for supplies. Another example, how to exercise to become stronger. Does Mr. Shen have any opinion on this? Zhao Ju's face was full of smiles, thinking of the disdain he showed when they first met, and the polar reversal now. He really wanted to rush back and slap himself twice. Fortunately, this is also a love brain, but the symptoms are mild. Shinsiai's throat is uncomfortable. He also didn't understand why Gu Qingzhou had to pick him up and carry him here so early in the morning. He had only slept for 4 hours. Even the oxen plowing the fields wouldn't dare to be ordered around like this. Gu Qingzhou was just a black-hearted person. Gu Qingzhou noticed Shinsiai looking at him with a little look, and secretly pinched Shinsiai's hand under the table. Shinsiai was already unhappy, and this person dared to provoke him. He stepped on him directly. Gu Qingzhou gasped in pain. His face remained unchanged, and he straightened his back. Shinsiai glanced at Gu Qingzhou and said in a low voice, Go to bed early and get up late. Eat a lot but don't move. And you have a special talent. Everyone present. Sui sat opposite, smiling moderately. Indeed, Shinsiai's physical fitness is much higher than that of ordinary people. Shinsiai trusted him that day, so he would definitely not let Shinsiai down. Since he knew the secret, he had to help Shinsiai cover it up. Zhao Ju choked. And then he remembered that Gu Qingzhou said that Shinsiai's space was large. It seemed to be several thousand square meters. And something must have happened when he awakened his superpowers. This can't be known to others, especially Dr. Su. Don't let anyone use it for human experiments. Haha, is that so? Then, let's talk about the next question. Zhao Ju took out a small suitcase. This thing was originally sent by someone from the eastern base a month ago, but Captain Gu was not here, so I gave it to Dr. Su to conquer. He opened the box, which contained a bottle of water and some soil. Zhao Ju explained, Now the water sources outside are infected by the virus. The base can only rely on the previous storage and the release of water-based supernatural powers. The soil resources have also been polluted. We are now living off our resources. We must find a new way out. Without production and creation, the world resources are limited and will eventually run out. This is the soil that can currently be used to cultivate plants found in the eastern base. And Dr. Su has discovered how to make it. Zhao Ju handed the right to speak to Sui. Sui nodded. This is soil cultivated by the earth and water systems. But there are requirements for the level of the soil system. Shinsiai was also quite shocked, because no one had discovered this in the previous life. What was the reason? Or did someone know, but also died in the disaster of the southern base? But where did this soil come from? If the eastern base discovered it, it should have sent the results directly. Why would it send a sample of the object for Sui to analyze? Then he talked about a lot of things, all about how to cultivate Earth-type mutants, and how to build a greenhouse. Shinsiai was so confused by what he heard. This boring meeting ended when he was drowsy. Shinsiai and Gu Qingzhou walked to the door, and saw Su Xingqi waiting for Sui with a lunch box. Separated by a door, Su Xingqi, as a psychiatrist, must have heard the conversation inside. Then, he took out a piece of paper. It said, Why are you not lively today? Smiley face. It was obviously written to Shinsiai. Shinsiai shrugged. I am not talkative by nature. Su Xingqi took out the second piece of paper seriously. Your mental strength is very weak today. Are you too tired last night? Smile politely. Shinsiai's mouth twitched, looking at Su Xingqi like a victorious rooster. Well, now Sui is here, and he wants to get back at the plate. Shinsiai's mouth was filled with a smile, pulling Gu Qingzhou's arm, and said aggrievedly, "Brother Gu, look at him, his handwriting is so ugly." Gu Qingzhou glanced at him. Yeah, ugly. In fact, it was quite fair, not to the point of being unrecognizable. Su Xingqi. Why the personal attack? Chapter 105. Hello. Sister-in-law. Brother Gu. Shen Xiai's voice was soft and crisp, he said aggrievedly. He looked at me with contempt in the sewer, he despised me for being useless. Gu Qingzhou was so moved by this voice. With a smile in his eyes, he said softly, "Good boy, he can't beat me." Su Xingqi. Lost? He doesn't tea. Huh? Sui came out with a bag of documents. Xingxing. Why are you here? Su Xingqi took out a piece of paper from his arms. I made breakfast for you. Let's go to the lab and eat together. Heart. As if he was holding a grudge against what Shen Xiai said, he specially found an angle, so that the two people couldn't see the words on the paper. Sui touched the back of Su Xingqi's hand. How long have you been standing outside? Are you cold? Psychic system is not some other superpower. Physical fitness will not change, just like ordinary people. Su Xingqi shook his head with sparkling eyes. Suddenly, Su Xingqi stretched out his hand and pushed Shen Xiai away from his left side, and pulled Sui away. A long sword came through the air. Who is obstructing? Kill without mercy. Shen Xiai couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he heard the voice. All the guards at the gate of the conference building were knocked down. Han Ju turned sideways at a 45-degree angle, and raised his head slowly with a cold and domineering look. Brother. Second brother is here to save you. Han Ju ran to the steps. Shen Xiai slowly moved behind Gu Qingzhou, wanting to be an ostrich. In the past 2 years, Han Ju was just immature and wanted to fight him. Although Han Ju was defeated repeatedly, he became more and more courageous. He would fight and leave. He had never been so embarrassed before. Han Ju walked around Gu Qingzhou in confusion. Brother. Did you see me? Shen Xiai smiled and responded with a fist. Second brother. Brother. Han Ju was excited. He looked at Gu Qingzhou again and said with a fist, Hello? Sister-in-law. His words were sonorous and powerful. And he had a majestic aura. And he felt like he wanted to announce it to the world. Gu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows. Hello, brother. Although it awkward. But? The mistress calls him sister-in-law. Even a fool knows the relationship between him and his wife. This shows that he and his wife look like a couple. As for the name, it doesn't matter. Shen Xiai. It's so embarrassing, it really embarrassing. You can do anything else, but you have to do it awkwardly. He and Gu Qingzhou actually cooperated. Su Xingqi Sui. I don't understand. Is this a costume drama? The three of them were talking back and forth. The emotions were so high, why didn't they talk to each other? Su Xingqi sensed that something was coming, and immediately pulled Sui back to hide. An ice cone suddenly stabbed at Han Ju. Han Ju immediately blocked it with his sword. The ice cone stabbed the sword, and was directly shattered by the supernatural power covering the sword. Who is coming? You actually attacked from behind. What a villain. Han Ju retracted his sword, and blocked it with a protective posture. Seeing that he had not completely blocked Shen Xiai and the other two, he silently moved 2 steps to the left. Looking back, he found that Gu Qingzhou was a little tall. And he couldn't stop him. Sister-in-law. Please squat down. Be careful that he will cut your scalp. Gu Qingzhou shook his head. No need. Sister-in-law believes in you. Han Ju suddenly felt a sense of responsibility. You little rat. Give me your life. Shen Feng didn't understand what these two people were playing. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Han Ju came with a sword. He had to fight first. With ice on his hands, he grabbed the sword directly. Shen Xiai took the opportunity to secretly twist Gu Qingzhou's waist. Do you like to play awkward games too? Gu Qingzhou was secretly happy, and secretly raised the corner of his mouth. The husband sings, and the husband follows. Then he realized something and asked, Wife, don't you like me to respond to him? Shen Xiai smiled politely. Not really. As long as you were happy. I almost forgot. The first time I saw Gu Qingzhou in the hotel, this person said to him, Hero, spare my life. I am a good citizen. I felt that he was sick at the time. Now it good. I met a really sick person. As long as you don't get too involved in the play, it okay to play around. He didn't want the person beside him to suddenly yell Big Brother in the middle of the night, which would definitely send him away. Ci. Don't you remember me again? I'm Brother Feng. Shen Feng saw the two people on the steps chatting as if no one was around, not caring about his situation at all. and couldn't help but want to attract Shen Xiai's attention. Sure enough, Shen Xiai heard the voice and cast his eyes. Unexpectedly, he said, "Second brother, stab him to death. Cut his scalp." With Shen Xiai command, the long sword swept across, directly cutting off a piece of hair on Shen Feng's head. There was no way, all the ice powers were in his hands, and he couldn't protect his hair. He was left with a bald head. "Hey! Hey! Stop! Stop!" Zhao Ju ran out in a hurry when he heard the voice, and then he saw the members of the eastern base being beaten in his base. As for Zhao Ju's face, Shen Feng still had to give it, avoided Han Ju's attack, and went to the bottom of the stairs. Looking at Shen Xiai, he looked hurt. Xiai, what are you?" Shen Xiai seemed to be smiling. Shen Feng felt something was wrong, and then his buttocks felt a sharp pain. He looked back. Han Ju was poking his buttocks with his sword in a heroic manner. He poked it once, and pulled it out, and wanted to poke it again. Shen Feng's face turned green, and he covered his buttocks and shouted, "If you have the guts, poke it again." Han Ju had never heard of such a weird request, so he poked it again. He asked sincerely, "Is it enough? If you poke it again, you have to pay." Shen Feng. He looked at Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai smiled, "If you keep barking, I kill you." Han Ju was not stupid. He knew that this man had no intention of attacking Shen Xiai and Gu Qingzhou. So he stopped immediately. Too weak, not worthy of being his opponent. Zhao Ju watched this farce, and felt a headache. It was obvious that these two people were fighting because of Shen Xiai. But he couldn't touch Shen Xiai. Shen Feng was from the eastern base, and had to give him face. He could only point the spearhead at Han Ju. "Who are you? What your name?" Zhao Ju looked at the guard, his eyes blazing with anger. "Don't you know that fighting is forbidden in the base? And that you are not allowed to use your powers at will?" This person had too many questions. Han Ju, as a polite knight, decided to answer them one by one. "I am a wandering knight in the world." Han Ju clasped his fists and saluted. "My name is Lonely." He remembered that he had changed his name when he came in just now. He changed his words, "Xiao San. I am Xiao San. I have just arrived at this precious place. And I am illiterate. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Han Ju bowed sincerely, and the depth seemed to send someone away. Zhao Ju's eyes slowly moved to Shen Xiai. Where did this weirdo come from? Gu Qingzhou blocked Zhao Ju's sight, and said frankly, "He only needs one crystal core to reach level 4. Zhao Ju. He is quite good at turning." He changed his attitude again. "My third brother. What is your relationship with Mr. Shen?" When this was mentioned, Han Ju clasped his fists in admiration and shouted, "Big brother." Shen Xiai returned the greeting. "Second brother, Zhao Ju." Last time, Jiang Yao treated Shen Xiai as his own brother, and regarded him as more important than anything else. This is good. An offensive psychic, who is about to reach level 4, and recognized Shen Xiai as his big brother again. But, why does it feel so second-rate? Chapter 106 Second Brother, cut him. The injured guards all accused Han Ju. Zhao Ju was in a dilemma for a while. Then he directly threw the problem to Shen Xiai, saying, "Since he is your brother, then you can punish him. Not only does it not offend anyone, but the base can also have one more strong man, killing two birds with one stone." The guards had also heard about Shen Xiai's deeds, and admired him very much in their hearts, and only then did they hear about Han Ju's identity. They immediately said, it okay, brother Han is joking with us. Yes. This is a training for us." The speed of changing faces was comparable to Zhao Ju. It turned out that the soldiers were like the person they were trained by. Shen Xiai stood up and said with a smile, "That won't do. The base has its own rules. Since he violated the rules, he must be punished." His eyes rolled. "Otherwise, let him be an instructor or something, and punish him to work 6 hours a day. The base is quite large. Han Ju can't drive, and can't use his superpowers. This way, he won't have time to bother him during the day, and he can also help the base train soldiers. It's very cost-effective." Zhao Ju's eyes lit up when he heard this. He hurried over to make the final decision, and held Han Ju's hand. "Instructor Xiao San, I trouble you in the next few days. Come on, I take you to the residence, and then introduce you to the work content." The position of instructor was originally reserved for Gu Qingzhou, but Gu Qingzhou refused on the grounds that he had retired from the army. "Now we have finally found a suitable candidate." Han Ju pulled his hand back. "I'm afraid I can't." Shinsiai patted Hanju's shoulder. You will find your shortcomings when you teach others. The more people you teach, the faster you will improve. Don't you want to defeat me? This was a blatant lie, which made Zhao Ju stunned. It seemed to make sense, but it also seemed to be wrong. Hanju was enlightened, and he clasped his fists excitedly. Thank you for your advice, big brother. He turned around and said this. General? Let practice for 4 hours first. Please let me whip them up as much as I want. He also took the initiative to increase the workload. Zhao Ju's face was full of smiles, and he was about to leave. He was stopped by Shinsiai again. Shinsiai pointed at Shinfeng, who was lying on the ground, covering his buttocks. He also violated the base rules. Is there any punishment? Zhao Ju was embarrassed. This person was not from his base. Suddenly, a majestic gaze fell on him. Looking in the direction, he saw Gu Qingzhou staring at him with dissatisfaction. He coughed twice. Since you are in our base, you must abide by the rules. How about this? Let him. Let him. Zhao Ju wanted to see what Gu Qingzhou meant. Gu Qingzhou stared at his wife, Zhao Ju. He could only turn his eyes to Shinsiai. Shinsiai raised his eyebrows, looked at Su Yi, and said, after Dr. Su finishes studying the soil, he will try to sow seeds. Su Yi was not in a hurry to leave. He pulled Su Xingqi to eat breakfast, and watched the show with interest. Now the fire burned to him. Swallowed the food in his mouth. What is your opinion, Mr. Shin? It's not a good opinion. I just want to save some resources for the base. Shinsiai smiled brightly. He has ice-related abilities. He can melt ice and use it for watering, and he is as strong as a cow, just right for plowing the land. Su Yi was a little moved, and nodded immediately. Okay. Shinfeng looked at Shinsiai with hurt eyes, and stood up while enduring the pain in his buttocks. Ci, our parents are gone, we are relatives. The other three were surprised when they heard this. Shinfeng and Shinsiai don't look alike. Second brother. Cut him, Shinsiai said coldly, and took Gu Qingzhou's hand and walked out. Shinfeng dodged the attack while shouting, Ci. He was poked several times on the buttocks. Shinsiai didn't even turn his head, but hugged Gu Qingzhou's arm, and seemed to be in a good mood. Shinfeng lay on the ground, looking at Gu Qingzhou's arm, and clenched his fist. Hanju said wantonly, look at this sword technique that falls from the sky. The buttocks were covered with scars. The show was over, and the protagonist had left. Sui put away the incubator, and said gently, Mr. Shinfeng, I wait for you in the wasteland at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After that, he took Su Xingqi and left. Su Xingqi looked back, and Hanju was still showing off his swordsmanship. Why offend anyone else? Why offend the drama queen? In the car, Gu Qingzhou slightly raised the temperature in the car. The temperature is getting lower and lower every day. Now at only about 10 degrees. Gu Qingzhou held the steering wheel, watching Shinsiai's expression from the corner of his eye. His face was calm. He even took out his phone to watch variety shows calmly, and held a popsicle in his other hand. He asked tactfully, he said, your father is gone. I explained to Shinsiai last time I met him, that he was his half-brother, even older than Shinsiai. Oh! Shinsiai was still calm. If he died, then he died, and you don't have to play the emotional card in front of me. The first time he was reborn, he had already repaid his life. At that time, he had not recovered from his first death. He only knew to escape from school quickly. He did not know that his awakening and evolution were happening at the same time. When he received the call, he hesitated for a while before deciding to go. After all, although he did not give him much fatherly love and did not live together, when he was abducted to the mountain village, the man mobilized his forces to find him. Having just experienced death, perhaps he was longing for family affection at that time. But he underestimated the man's love for Xiao San and Shinfeng. For those two people, he gave him to that group of people. There is fatherly love, but not much, or almost none. So why does he still feel sad for that person now? Turning his head, holding his chin with his hand, he said in a joking tone, do you think I am cold-blooded? Gu Qingzhou shook his head. You are very good. If he can make you ignore family affection and blood, then he must have done something very excessive. Very excessive. He parked the car on the side of the road. He reached out and touched Shinsiai's face. Touched the corner of Shinsiai's eyes. Don't be sad. I won't. Gu Qingzhou belongs to Shinsiai, and will never betray Shinsiai. Although he didn't know what happened, he still felt very sad. What did the so-called father do to his Shinsiai? Why did Shinsiai, who was so good, Not recognize his father? Gu Qingzhou's heartache was about to overflow from his eyes. He held Shen Xiai's head and gently kissed the corner of his mouth. I will accompany you, no matter where you go. He would never let go. The last few words were not spoken. Shen Xiai was a little surprised. He thought that someone like Gu Qingzhou, who had a sense of justice and received traditional education, would think he was too extreme and cold-blooded. But he didn't expect that Gu Qingzhou didn't even ask the reason. He resolutely chose him, believed in him, and stood firmly by his side. Being treated like this, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. He smiled lightly. Gu Qingzhou, remember what you said now. I will let you fulfill it for a lifetime. Gu Qingzhou's heartache was covered by warmth. Okay. For a lifetime. Chapter 107 Renovation of the Villa. The high temperature a few months ago made humans afraid of snakes once bitten. As the temperature dropped significantly in the past 2 days, a large number of superpowers in the base began to go out, all looking for supplies to keep warm. Even the base began to collect heating equipment in large quantities, and even went to major decoration material factories to bring back all the supplies, just to prepare for emergencies. Jian Yao followed the team out to help with the treatment, and Lu Chuyu went out to help with the escort. Shen Xiai was lying in the yard, with an electric blanket under him, watching the dark clouds in the sky getting thicker and thicker. He took a bite of the popsicle. Gu Qingzhou leaned out of the second-floor window and said, the insulation has been laid, and the windows have been reinstalled. Is there anything else that needs to be changed? Shen Xiai sat up and said, have you pried up the floor? The heating pipes have also been laid. Gu Qingzhou turned over and jumped down from the second floor, saying helplessly, why are you eating popsicles again? Your stomach will hurt. Shen Xiai hurriedly took the last bite into his mouth. When Gu Qingzhou walked over, only one stick was left. Gu Qingzhou. Shen Xiai smiled. Let go, put all the furniture in. He got up from the electric blanket reluctantly, put away all the things on the ground, pointed at the battery. He said, charge it. There is no sun now. Solar panels can't be used. The base electricity is mostly from wind power generation, which is limited every day. It is definitely not as convenient as the one in my hand. Gu Qingzhou held the battery in his arms with a smile, and transferred his supernatural power into it while walking. How many batteries are there in the space now? He walked into the living room, and hooked the door with his foot. Looking at the empty living room, Sulu was sweeping the floor, and Jiang Juanji took a dry rag, and cleaned the room again. It enough for 3 rooms to rotate every 3 days. Shen Xiai put the sofa, coffee table, and furniture in the room back to their original positions, in order to save resources. After the cold winter came, 2 people shared a room. The villa was too big, and all supplies were needed all day long. Gu Qingzhou will probably be drained within a week. Shen Xiai put things in front, and Gu Qingzhou followed behind. After arriving at Shen Xiai's room, looking at the big bed, Gu Qingzhou suppressed the surging in his heart. He calmly handed over the battery in his hand. It charged. An electric blanket won't be used much after being plugged in for a while, and it was almost full when I got it just now. Shen Xiai put the battery into the space, and saw Gu Qingzhou staring at the closet. What wrong? Shen Xiai knocked on the closet door, tilted his head in confusion. Gu Qingzhou's earlobes were pink, and he felt ashamed to say, your closet should be quite empty. Shen Xiai's eyes flashed with understanding. He turned his eyes, opened the closet door, and the clothes inside were full, all of various kinds, all light-colored, and there was a fragrance of jasmine when he opened it. It was the same smell as Shen Xiai's body. But Gu Qingzhou didn't have time to immerse himself in the joy of seeing Shen Xiai's closet, but because the closet was really too full. His clothes definitely can't fit in. This person's thoughts about him are clearly written on his face. There is nothing Shen Xiai can't understand. Hey, these clothes are for hot weather. They all need to be put into the space. It will be troublesome to put clothes later. The peach blossom eyes are full of charming stars, just staring at Gu Qingzhou without blinking. There is also some imperceptible fragility between the eyebrows, like a weak willow in the wind, as if she can't take care of herself. Gu Qingzhou smiled brightly. It okay. I help you clean it up. His wife dotes on him very much. Thank you then. Shen Xiai approached slowly, his eyes full of stars, smiling at the person in front of him. Standing on tiptoes, he whispered in Gu Qingzhou's ear, husband. After saying that, he licked the pink earlobe in an ambiguous way. Then the whole ear turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gu Qingzhou's muscles began to tense up, and he raised his hand to grab Shen Xiai's waist. But the person in his arms dodged swiftly, put away the wardrobe, and replaced it with a wardrobe of similar size, and then put the clothes he would use in winter on the bed. Thank you, Brother Chinjo. I go and deliver the supplies to Lele and the others. Waving his sleeves, not a single cloud was left behind. Gu Chinjo's eyes were 3 inches below his waist. He exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and suppressed his body thoughts. He began to pack his clothes, which were basically sweaters and down jackets, and sorted them out until he reached the pile of square-shaped fabrics. Gu Chinjo's hands trembled. It not like he had never touched Shinsei clothes before, but this pile of things here still had some impact. After finishing packing with red ears, seeing that there was only half of the wardrobe left, Gu Chinjo's heart seemed to be wrapped by a pair of invisible big hands. Warm. And the control of the big hands was in Shinsei's hands. Every frown and smile, every move, all were involved. Downstairs, Jiang Juanji was dragging Sula things to his room. Sula pulled desperately. Ah! You bastard! I don't want it! Jiang Juanji was holding a box of snacks for hamsters, cats, dogs, and a pendant on his legs. If you don't sleep with me, who else can you sleep with? Big brother? Jiang Juanji couldn't move at the door, turned his head, and saw Sula holding the door frame with one hand. He didn't dare to use more force, for fear of hurting people. He whispered, You don't have floor heating in your room, so move the things to my room first, okay? Sula said stubbornly, Men should not be intimate with each other, not to mention that you have improper thoughts about me, you will definitely do something bad to me. She would definitely kiss him secretly while he was asleep. He hasn't agreed yet. I won't. Jiang Juanji made a mistake that will haunt him forever. Sula is now very wary of him. You attacked me last time. Sula didn't notice the figure at the stairs at all, and counted the crimes Jiang Juanji had committed in the past few days. You gave me the mutant meat you left over at the night market. It was all covered with your saliva. And more. You deliberately lowered your head and waited for me to look up. And then you kissed my face. You did it on purpose. You leaned on me while playing games and kissed my ear. You always say you didn't do it on purpose. But you did it on purpose every time. I won't believe you anymore. You're just an asshole. I'm not even an adult yet. Sula blurted out all the problems he had noticed during this period. He got angrier and bit Jiang Juanji's thigh directly. Jiang Juanji was still holding something in his hand, and he bit hard, and Jiang Juanji's face turned pale from the pain. He reluctantly retorted, You became an adult 2 months ago. I was counting. But he quickly realized that Sula understood. And after knowing that he was doing it on purpose, he did not stay away from him, and even let him hold her when she was a hamster or a kitten. He immediately put down the things in his hands and grabbed the man. Sula's face was red, and he didn't know whether he was angry or embarrassed. You? At the end of the world. And you're still counting my birthday. Pervert. Chapter 108. It was getting dark while eating. Jiang Juanji held the man excitedly, and bent down to look at Sula. But Sula turned his head away in shame and anger. It's not the end of the world. I don't know when I started waiting for you to become an adult. This may be the result of love over time. I like you very much. I think about you day and night. Originally, I wanted to wait until you became an adult and your birthday to confess to you, but the end of the world has come, and you don't understand. I'm ready for a long battle. But you didn't resist that day, you just blushed, and turned into a kitten. Kittens only fart when they love someone. Jiang Juanji confessed affectionately. Sula blushed when he heard it. Ah! You are not allowed to say that. Pervert! White light flashed across his body, and he turned into a 3-meter-tall wolf king, pounced on Jiang Juanji, opened his mouth wide, and took Jiang Juanji's head in one mouthful. Jiang Juanji. Good news. He was pounced on. Wolves express their love by gently taking their partner's head in their mouths. Bad news. This love is a bit suffocating. The Wolf King wagged his tail, seeming to be proud of his on-the-spot reaction. But his nose moved, and the tail wagged slower. He moved his ears, and with a sense of trepidation and luck, the wolf eyes slowly looked towards the stairs, and met Shinsei's smiling peach blossom eyes. The Wolf King! He immediately shrank his body, and turned into a 2 or 3-month-old wolf cub. Awoo! Get up quickly! He loosened his mouth, and desperately pulled Jiang Juanji, and got directly into Jiang Juanji's maple clothes. Ah! Woo-woo-woo! So embarrassing! Jiang Juanji stood up holding the little wolf in his clothes, wiped the Wolf King's saliva on his head, and twitched his mouth. How long have you been here? Shinsei walked down the stairs stretched. I didn't see anything. My eyesight is not very good recently. I can't see anything 1 meter away. Walked into Jiang Juanji room, piled their winter clothes, quilts and so on the bed. Smiling, my ears are not good either. I always have tinnitus. I don't hear anything. Jiang Juanji stood at the door of the room. Because he had to make way for Shen Xiai, he went straight into the room. Shen Xiai held the door handle. His eyes fell on the lump inside the jacket. Anyway, just pretend I've never been here, and continue to express your love. He closed the door considerately. The little wolf ears moved, and he poked his head out from Jiang Juanji's collar, confirming that the man had left. He looked at Jiang Juanji again. His eyes were full of anger. Awoo. It all your fault. It all your fault. I've been seen. I'm too embarrassed to be a wolf. Jumped down from his arms, and crawled under the bed with his tail dragging. Jiang Juanji. Why did you hide under the bed again? Fluffy, he hasn't hugged enough yet. Shen Xiai calmly went back upstairs, walked into the room, and closed the door. Goo. I wanted to tell Gu Qingzhou that Jiang Juanji was suppressed by Su Lu. But I saw Gu Qingzhou tidying up the closet, changing clothes, and now his upper body was naked. The silver necklace hung on his chest, and the hoop ring was shining silver under the light. The zipper of his pants was not closed, and the black inside could be seen at a glance. Gu Qingzhou was so angry that he wanted to take a cold shower. Now it was over. The arsonist came back, and poured a bucket of oil on him. Shen Xiai was stared at with such eyes, which made him feel uncomfortable. He felt something was wrong and wanted to leave, as soon as he opened the door. But when he saw the meat in his mouth, how could Gu Qingzhou let it go? He pushed the door with 2 steps and whispered in Shen Xiai's ear, I make you feel comfortable first. Okay. Don't be afraid. It will be quick. The door was locked with a click. Ah! Shen Xiai was directly pulled to the bed. And he turned over and wanted to run. Don't. It not dark yet. Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou's voice was hoarse. It okay. It got dark while we were eating. The light of the righteous path. The next night. Snowflakes and petals floated outside the window. In less than an hour, the snowflakes intensified. The cold wind whistled, and heavy snow fell. The temperature changed drastically, and the whole room was like an ice cave in the middle of the night. Shen Xiai was awakened by the cold, and saw that the seat next to him was empty, and he was covered with 2 quilts, and wrapped very tightly. Just after getting up, Gu Qingzhou also came back from outside. Are you still cold? She went to bed, and wrapped Shen Xiai tighter. Shen Xiai also wrapped Gu Qingzhou in the quilt and asked, Did you go out to turn on the floor heating? Yes. Gu Qingzhou responded in a low voice, hugged Shen Xiai into his arms, and raised his hand to turn the electric blanket to the maximum. I went to see Lei and the others. Juanji also woke up. He was going to boil some more hot water, and fill the hot water bottle. Finding that Shen Xiai's hands were still cold, Gu Qingzhou said, Wait a minute. I go turn on the heater. No. It much better now. Shen Xiai pulled Gu Qingzhou back, covering the heat in the quilt. It will be fine when the floor heating warms up. But the temperature dropped too suddenly, and the body can't adapt. Gu Qingzhou had to hug Shen Xiai tighter. Shen Xiai looked at the tightly closed thick curtains worriedly. I don't know what's going on with Sister Chuyu and Yao Yao. Gu Qingzhou's face was solemn, but he still said, It okay. Chuyu has a special ability. She is not afraid of the cold. And Yao Yao will be fine with Chuyu around. In the community, the alarm in the base sounded. Zhao Ju's voice came out. Please pay attention, the temperature has dropped suddenly. Please support each other with your family and neighbors, and hold on until dawn. The base will distribute supplies tomorrow. Please don't panic, the country will guarantee everyone living conditions. Residents. The announcement has been looping for more than half an hour. It should be that Zhao Ju is worried that some people are sleeping too deeply, and he wants to wake everyone up. Thinking back to the previous life, the extreme cold suddenly fell. How many people froze to death in their sleep, and they were still smiling before they died. After that, it was just to survive. Those people fought each other to grab supplies. There was no food. Their eyes were fixed on people. And now, with Gu Qingzhou warning, the supplies were complete. Zhao Ju was even more dedicated to the people. It is said that the other 3 military bases were also on high alert. Some bases watched the actions of the military bases, and also imitated them. I think it won't be more difficult than in the previous life. The next day, Shen Xiai was wearing a thick sweater, and a blanket on the outside. Pulling open the curtains, it was snowing outside, and the snow on the balcony had accumulated half a meter overnight. There was already an excavator shoveling snow on the road, followed by some soldiers and young people, sweeping the snow on the road to both sides. Shinseai waited for the excavator to disappear around the corner before closing the curtains and going downstairs. Su-la turned into a little wolf, licking the porridge in the bowl on the dining table. Jiang Juanji was wearing a woolen sweater, and there was a hot water bottle at hand. The living room was relatively large, and naturally not as warm as the room. Shinseai only wore a sweater, and covered himself tightly with the blanket outside. I found Gu Qingzhou in the kitchen, frying eggs. Gu Qingzhou knew it was Shinseai when he heard the footsteps, and said, "Go to the dining table to drink the porridge first, it will be ready here soon." Chapter 109 Go to Hell. Then Gu Qingzhou came out with a tray of steamed buns. This meal was destined to be unsuccessful. After a while, Xiao Ju hurriedly knocked on the door. "Captain Gu. Captain Gu." The deafening knocking sound was probably enough to knock a hole in the door. Gu Qingzhou opened the door. Xiao Ju was so anxious that he didn't even change his shoes. He rushed in directly, and went straight to Shinseai. "Please help the base, now only you can help the base." Xiao Ju's eyes were still misty. Gu Qingzhou frowned, stopped in front of Shinseai, and asked, "What going on?" Xiao Ju was still cold. He must have run all the way here. He was wearing thick clothes, but his hands and face were already red from the cold. The strong wind last night destroyed the signal receiving equipment, and the team Lu Chuyu and Jiang Yao were in lost contact. Now the road is blocked by heavy snow. The car will definitely not be able to drive. The base will send a helicopter out to look for it soon. So I would like to ask Mr. Shin to go with you and bring back the supplies. According to the information received, it was a batch of quilts, dry food and coal, which were the supplies that were in short supply in winter. He knew that Shinseai wanted to hide the specialness of his supernatural power, but he had no choice. With so many supplies, how many people could be saved? So he said please, begging, but also gave Shinseai the right to refuse. There was a calm storm in Gu Qingzhou's deep eyes, and his hand at his side unconsciously clenched into a fist. Shinseai held at hand. "Chu, you will be fine." He knew very well how much Gu Qingzhou valued these brothers and sisters. They were not relatives, but they were better than relatives. They could go through life and death with him, and they were people he could trust with his back. "Okay, I go." He was never afraid of exposing his superpowers, but he was only worried about the troubles that would come with exposing his superpowers. Moreover, with his current level 4 mutant water system, no one could force him to do anything. At 9 o'clock, when the wind and snow were a little lighter, 4 helicopters took off. There were 6 people in the cabin. In addition to Shinseai and the other 4, there was also a scout and a drone operator, searching inch by inch along the mountain range. The trees on the mountain were all covered with snow. It was really 1,000 miles of ice and snow. Looking around, it was all white. Now the wind and snow have only subsided. Flying in the air, you can still clearly feel the wind shaking the maple. Gu Qingzhou held Shinseai's hand and patted him gently. "Don't be afraid." Shinseai didn't understand which eye of this man saw that he was afraid, and he turned his hand and patted the back of Gu Qingzhou's hand. He actually underestimated him. "Gu Qingzhou, Guan Xian will be beaten." On a cliff road, 10 trucks were forced to stop. Dozens of people hid under the sheltered mountain, wrapped in thick blankets, huddled together for warmth, with a large pile of charcoal fire in front. Even so, some people were still shivering from the cold. Not to mention last night, some people were directly frozen to death. Jiang Yao was also cold, shivering from the cold, wearing 2 cold-proof clothes, a thick down jacket, and a quilt. She was stirring the pot on the charcoal fire, waiting for the water to boil, and serving it to the soldiers one by one. Everyone was tortured by the red water for a long time. But there was no way. Heat was the most effective way to drive away the cold, especially in their current dilemma. They had to hold on until they found them at the base. Ahem. A soldier saw the depressing atmosphere and said jokingly, "Miss Yao Yao, this is not pepper water. It is almost like poison." Another soldier started to talk. "Just ask if you want to drink it." "Drink it? Of course I will drink it. It made by the 2 girls. I will drink it even if I kneel down." There was no ginger in the car, only chili sauce, so we could only boil chili water. A younger boy said with a sad face, "When will the base find us? My family must be very worried about me. There is no signal to report safety. This end of the world is really enough." As soon as these words came out, the air became heavy again. Now the wind and snow are strong. Even if the base sends people to look for us early, it is difficult for the helicopter to take off. The snow on the road is more than 1 meter high, and the vehicle cannot move at all. Maybe it's the people who found them. Or the corpses. Jiang Yao brought herself a bowl and drank from it, with a smile on her face. No, the base will not give up on anyone. You must believe in Captain Zhao belief. And Brother Shen Ci and Brother Gu will definitely not stand idly by. They will definitely find us. When saying these words, Jiang Yao's eyes were indelibly bright. Unwavering determination. Lu Chuyu was wearing a jacket, holding a large basin of snow in her hand, and putting it on the charcoal fire to melt it. Yes, you can't give up, persevere to the end. It was a rare moment to speak up and comfort people. The main reason was that there were few older people in this group, and their corresponding qualifications were not deep. The other cold-proof clothing on Jiang Yao should have belonged to Lu Chuyu, but Lu Chuyu was not afraid of the cold, and the others had no objection. After all, Jiang Yao was the only weak girl in the team. The atmosphere eased again. Jiang Yao looked up and asked, Sister Chuyu, do you want some water? Lu Chuyu looked at the red bottom of the pot, and directly refused. My fire is a mutant fire, not afraid of the severe cold. Jiang Yao nodded, okay. Tell me if you feel cold. Yes. Lu Chuyu's gentle eyes suddenly became sharp, and she turned her head to look outside the corner. The sound of snow being trampled became clearer and clearer, and everyone became alert. Even Jiang Yao took out the beret on her back. Brother Shen Ci said that guns should not be left behind under any circumstances. A group of people endured the cold, put down the quilt, and protected Jiang Yao behind them. Lu Chuyu looked back and walked out alone. Just a glance, immediately retreated, swept out his superpowers, repelled a hungry mutant tiger. A pack of tigers. Not just one, a pack. Ah! The Tiger King roared. Given an order, 4 or 5 mutant tigers rushed out from the snow on both sides of the cliff road. Lu Chuyu was resisted, but a superpower user on the other side was bitten on the arm. Ah! My arm. The mutant tiger bit and tore off the man's arm. The man next to him waved his superpowers desperately, but the effect was not great. These mutant tigers had almost reached the 2nd level, not to mention that the tiger's skin played a certain defensive role. The person behind immediately replaced the man's position. Jiang Yao immediately treated him to stop bleeding, which saved his life. Lu Chuyu dealt with the 3 mutant tigers, and was about to go over to support, but 2 more mutant tigers jumped down from above. Howling, they rushed to the back. And a Tiger King, which was obviously a circle larger than the other tigers, stepped on the charred corpse, gradually increased its speed, and locked its target on Lu Chuyu. It seemed that they knew that if Jiang Yao and Lu Chuyu died, they could eat people without restraint. Lu Chuyu kept throwing fireballs, and the Tiger King felt pain. They were both level 3. But Lu Chuyu's fire mutation was obviously better. Ah! Go to hell! Jiang Yao in the back protected the injured person behind him. And bang bang 2 shots. Chapter 110 Zombie Tiger King. Using the softest voice, saying the most ferocious words. And she did it. Barrett fired 2 shots in a row, hitting the same spot on the tiger head each time. The 2nd shot went straight through the tiger head. The other tiger was restrained by a level 2 psychic, while the others were blocking the 2 mutant tigers on the right. Jiang Yao raised her gun, aiming at the mutant tiger head, but the guy moved in a very particular direction, always letting the level 2 psychic block the muzzle. And the tiger claws kept attacking. The front of the mutant must have been covered in blood. Jiang Yao looked at Lu Chuyu, treating the mutant with one hand, and holding the beret with the other. Toughness flashed in her eyes. Since normal fighting would accidentally hurt teammates, she would take a risk. Sliding under the mutant tiger belly with the gun, she fired directly. Blood, internal organs splattered all over her face. Yow! Lu Chuyu dealt with the Tiger King, and looked back to see that the mutant tiger had a big hole in its belly, and it fell on Jiang Yao, and Jiang Yao was covered in blood. Jiang Yao waved her hand. It okay. I'm fine. Lu Chuyu exhaled, and turned to deal with the 2 mutant tigers. The 2 were already covered with wounds, and it was easy to deal with them. The wounded were carried together, and treated by Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao only treated people wounds along the way. Although she carried a gun, she never used it. She just thought that when she was out, she had to give others some deterrence. After all, she was such a cute and beautiful girl. As a result, she was very fierce when she started to shoot. Haha, Yao Yao, you are so awesome. A young man scratched his hair in embarrassment. Jiang Yao took out a crystal core from her pocket, recovered her special powers, continued the treatment, and responded, Sister Chuyu taught me. The young man's face was red. What a lovely girl. Everyone was still cleaning up the mess, and the young man also helped push the mutant tiger body into the cliff. In the empty valley, it took a few seconds before the echo of a heavy object hitting the ground was heard. The young man shivered in the cold wind. The sweat he had just produced now became cold and stuck to his body, which was very uncomfortable. Seeing that Jiang Yao was still working hard to treat him, he thought about whether he should find something to cook. He had been eating dry food all the way, and the only source of heat was hot water. Before he took a step, a gust of wind flashed by, and half of the young man's body was cut off. There was still blood in the air for a moment. The other half of his body fell off the cliff due to inertia. Ah! A soldier happened to see this scene, and he was so shocked that he stood still, and instinctively covered himself with dirt to protect himself. Lu Chiyu's back was covered with cold sweat, and he immediately asked everyone to stand behind him. Soon another gust of wind came, and Lu Chiyu looked at the direction of the flame in his hand, turned around and kicked, and then threw flames at the object that was kicked. The unidentified object fell off the cliff, and Lu Chiyu raised his foot to check the situation. A zombie tiger with a rotten body grabbed the edge of the cliff with its claws, and its front limbs exerted force, and the tiger head appeared. The head of the zombie tiger king was missing a corner, and the white bones were exposed on the mouth tube. Some maggots were visible to the naked eye. Lu Chiyu's eyes were fierce, and she wanted to kill the zombie tiger king with one blow the moment it showed its head. But the zombie tiger king was too fast. So fast that it was almost invisible. A gust of wind blew past the ear, and the stench was right behind. Lu Chiyu almost used the fastest speed to dodge, but a piece of meat was still bitten off from his left shoulder blade. He pursed his lips tightly, refusing to cry out in pain. The zombie tiger king ate the meat, chewing it, and his white eyes were stained with blood. He rushed towards Lu Chiyu again, this time wanting to bite off his head. Lu Chiyu surrounded herself with flames. The opponent was too fast, obviously a speed type, and she couldn't beat him at all. She could only use static to control dynamic, and then seize the opportunity. Just like now, the zombie tiger king wanted to eat her, and there would definitely be a pause in the action. Lu Chiyu swung the fireball, originally wanting to attack the zombie tiger king head, but she still underestimated this guy's speed, and the powerful fireball landed on the chest of the zombie tiger king. What was even more surprising was that there was no injury at all. Just watching the afterimage coming over, Lu Chiyu blocked it, and accurately grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the zombie tiger king with both hands. The bite force was amazing, and Lu Chiyu was naturally no match for it in terms of strength. Flames appeared on his hands again, burning the zombie tiger king tongue. When he was about to burn from his mouth to his internal organs, the zombie tiger king suddenly increased his strength, preparing to bite off Lu Chiyu's hand. Lu Chiyu was startled and dodged immediately. Zombie tigers are different from mutant tigers. This guy can't feel pain, unless he can kill it with one blow. He will counterattack. Huh? The zombie tiger seemed to be angry. It growled and turned into a shadow again. It slapped Lu Chiyu against the stone wall with one claw. Lu Chiyu was hit hard and spit out blood. He vaguely saw the shadow, and immediately raised his hand to block it. The zombie tiger king bit his arm. But before he really bit it, Lu Chiyu kicked the zombie tiger king in the abdomen. The zombie tiger king was kicked away, but he bit off a piece of Lu Chiyu's flesh again, and excitedly slapped Lu Chiyu down again. Even though his paw pads were burnt, he couldn't resist the desire to eat Lu Chiyu. This behavior was like a cat catching a mouse, and the king teasing before eating. After several consecutive hits, Lu Chiyu was covered with scars. This guy ability happened to be her shortcoming, and Lu Chiyu felt a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of her heart. She was also at level 3, even if she suffered a disadvantage in speed, but her flames could make her stronger than those of the same level. But this guy was not afraid of her fire. There is only one possibility: this zombie tiger king is about to reach level 4, so anxious to eat her, just to reach level 4. Lu Chiyu was knocked away again, and stretched out her bloody hand again, prepared to use her last strength to pull this guy to death. No one here is a match for them. They can't be wiped out. Yao Yao is still here. The zombie tiger king was caught by the mouth again. At the moment when the zombie tiger king appeared, a bullet hit his head accurately, and a lot of superpowers also swarmed up. But unfortunately, the fur of this one was obviously harder, and the bullet and the supernatural power did not shake it at all, but angered the zombie tiger king. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Yao holding the gun. A group of people stood on both sides of Jiangyao. Lu Chuyu, who was scratched several times by the claws, began to release flames again. The zombie tiger king immediately turned his head and rushed towards Jiangyao. No! Yao Ao. Lu Chuyu immediately realized something. But she was far away, and the zombie tiger king was fast. So it was useless. Jiangyao couldn't see the shadow of the zombie tiger king, and didn't dare to shoot at random. She clenched her teeth tightly, and her hands were shaking. At this time, the Earth-type mutant stood up and built an earth wall in front of Jiangyao. But the level was still too low for the zombie tiger, and it fell apart after a collision. Jiangyao saw the big mouth that exuded a foul smell and had traces of burns. But she was too late to shoot. Shenxiai. Brother Shenxiai. Brother. Save me. Chapter 111. The ring is gone. The figure of the zombie tiger king appeared. Jiangyao was so scared that she put her arms in front of her. Bang! Jiangyao did not feel the pain as she imagined, but the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Through the gap in her arms, she saw a few lightning bolts jumping on the fur of the zombie tiger king, and it was still sizzling and trying to kill the zombie tiger king. Before the helicopter approached, the vines flew out from the air and wrapped around the truck. There was a little wolf lying on Jiang Juanji's shoulder, and he jumped up and retracted the vines and reached the cliff road. Turning around, he also entangled Shenxiai and Gu Qingzhou. The zombie tiger king stood up shakily and saw several more powerful superpowers. If they were all eaten, let alone level 4, it might even reach level 5 directly. The white misty eyes blinked. Taking advantage of everyone's unpreparedness, it pounced on the dying Lu Chuyu. Opening its big mouth that exuded a foul smell and a burnt smell, it rushed towards Lu Chuyu's head. Awoo! The little wolf jumped off Jiang Juanji and turned into a 3-meter-tall wolf king when it landed. Animals have much higher sensitivity and vision than humans. Relying on their physical advantages, they rushed forward with full strength and bit the zombie tiger king neck accurately. They tore their heads apart, trying to bite them off directly. Jiangyao looked at Shenxiai with tears in her eyes, and suddenly cried, "Woo-woo, brother, I'm so scared." Shenxiai patted Jiangyao's shoulder. "It okay, don't cry. It was indeed dangerous just now. If Gu Qingzhou had acted 1 second later, the person would have really died. He is not very good at coaxing people." "Okay, don't cry." Jiangyao nodded, wiped away her tears, and smiled. Seeing the zombie tiger king being controlled by the wolf king, she came to a distance with lingering fear, ran to Lu Chuyu's side, and immediately used her supernatural power to help heal. The injury was too severe. Several pieces of flesh were bitten off his body, and the rest of his body was full of tiger claws. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a bloody man. Shenxiai used his body to block the side of the group of people behind him, raised his fingers, and the water's supernatural power slowly emerged, covering Lu Chuyu's wound. The flesh that was bitten off, with the bonus of the healing system, was growing back at a very fast speed. Then Lu Chuyu smiled at Shenxiai. "You are here. Finally here." She fainted. "Sister Chuyu." Jianyao's heart trembled. Shenxiai comforted. "She is just too tired. She will be fine after a good sleep. Don't be afraid." Jianyao's eyes were red again. "Sister Chuyu became like this to protect us." Gu Qingzhou looked at the scene. His heart was broken, and the shadow of lightning burst out around his eyes. "Awoo! Roar!" The two beasts tore at each other, biting each other, but neither could hurt the other. Suddenly, the zombie tiger king moved away, and when the wolf king flew over, he crawled directly and attacked from below, trying to directly attack the common weakness of canines and cats. The belly? It has the least hair, and is also the position with the lowest defense. Jiang Juanji immediately wrapped thorns around the wolf king belly, and the zombie tiger king bit a mouthful of thorns. Seeing this, Jiang Juanji controlled his supernatural power, and the sharp thorn in the zombie tiger king mouth suddenly became longer, trying to take the opportunity to pierce the zombie tiger king brain from his mouth. Seeing that the situation was not good, the zombie tiger king crushed the thorns and swallowed them in one mouthful, and then separated his body from the wolf king. The wolf king looked down at his stomach and bared his teeth in anger. "Ah! You lowly beast! You actually attacked me by surprise. I will bite you to death. I will bite you to death." The wolf king was so angry that he barked like a dog. Jiang Juanji stroked the wolf king front knee. "Don't be angry. I didn't bite you. Your stomach is still there. Ah! You bullied my sister. And you still want to bite me? Today, I will chew your crystal core to pieces." The Wolf King slammed his front paws on the ground, ignoring Jiang Juanji's comfort, and rushed forward again. Jiang Juanji. The zombie Tiger King was too fast, and he had no way to join the battle. He could only use thorns to trip the zombie Tiger King from behind, trying to control the zombie Tiger King. Even for a second, the zombie Tiger King used his claws to break the thorns, and behind the thorns was the Wolf King Big Mouth. He slapped it with one claw, knocking the wolf mouth crooked. The side of the Wolf King mouth was scratched and blood was left. Ah! Ah! It disfigured. The zombie Tiger King took the opportunity to turn into a shadow and bombarded from the side, still attacking the stomach. Unexpectedly, the next second, the thunder and lightning struck with overwhelming force. Although the zombie Tiger King could not feel the pain, the brain began to churn, as if it would explode at any time. Instinct drove, roar! With a loud shout, all the superpowers rushed to the crystal core in the brain, trying to form a protective shield. Suddenly, Shen Ci appeared in front of the tiger head, holding up a syringe, showing a kind smile. Be good, it won't hurt. He opened the tiger head with one hand, and injected with the other. Everyone gasped as they watched Shen Ci actions. They all saw how tough this tiger body was. He actually opened the tiger head with his bare hands. The zombie Tiger King was a zombie that was about to reach level 4, and had a certain amount of intelligence. He instinctively knew that he would die after taking this medicine, so he stopped protecting the crystal core and was ready to fight to the death, using all his strength to escape the range of the lightning. He turned around and stretched out his tiger claws to scratch Gu Qingzhou's neck, opening his mouth wide. But the effect of the medicine immediately came up, and he didn't bite down, and he began to lose control. Gu Qingzhou just took a step back, and his neck was scratched lightly, and the skin was not even broken. Only the necklace on his neck was torn off, and the silver ring rolled to the edge of the cliff. A gust of wind blew, and it slowly rolled forward. Gu Qingzhou touched his neck, and his attention was all on Shen Ci. Shen Ci kicked the zombie Tiger King belly. Don't struggle. The more you struggle, the more excited I am. He smiled and took 2 more tubes of reagents and approached. Don't worry. I'm very gentle. Roar the zombie Tiger King wanted to hide, but the back of his neck was pinched. Shen Ci's smile was cold. A kitten should be a kitten. Don't you want to upgrade to level 4? Come! I give you a crystal core after the injection. He looked like a bad brother who wanted to kidnap a child. Holding the zombie king neck, he pushed all the liquids in the 2 syringes in one breath. While the zombie Tiger King consciousness had not completely disappeared, he took out a 3rd level crystal core and stuffed it directly into the tiger mouth. Awah! The Wolf King shrank his figure and looked at Shen Ci in confusion. Injecting sedatives is enough. Why do you still need to feed crystal cores? 3rd level crystal cores are very precious. How can you give them to this ugly monster? Gu Qingzhou curled his lips. Through the scratched down jacket, sweater, and warm clothes, he touched the place where he was scratched to make sure there was no bleeding. Explained, let it reach level 4 before killing it. Level 4 speed is the crystal core of the zombie Tiger King, which suits you very well. Gu Qingzhou's smile froze, and he touched his neck in disbelief. The ring his wife gave him is gone. He looked down on the ground, and only saw the necklace, and the ring on the edge of the cliff. The wind blew, and the snow fell. The ring fell directly into the cliff. Gu Qingzhou didn't even have time to think, and rushed out quickly. Jump down. Chapter 112 Wife. I was wrong. Gu Qingzhou's movements were too fast, like a gust of wind, and no one reacted. Jiang Juanji was shocked and controlled the thorns, which spread down the cliff. But the speed was too slow, and it reached the limit of the vines. Brother! Awah! The shouts of one man and one wolf attracted the attention of others. Captain Gu died for love again. That not right. Shen Ci is up there. Why did you jump down then? Then another figure followed and jumped down. And the speed of falling was much faster than the normal human falling speed. Everyone. Good, very good. Shen Ci also went down. Another one who died for love. Brother Shen Ci. Jiang Yao hugged Luchuyu. She didn't react at all just now. When she turned around, she only saw the back of Shen Ci jumping down. She shouted, when will this crystal core be dug? She didn't know what state was to upgrade to level 4. What if it was upgraded to level 4, but not taken out in time? What if this zombie Tiger King woke up? Seeing Shen Ci also jump down, Jiang Juanji's heart fell back to reality. He walked to the zombie Tiger King And first tie the zombie tiger king into a dumpling with thorns. Wait for its wounds to heal. It should be upgraded successfully. The wolf king slowly swung its tail to shrink its body, climbed Jiang Juanji's legs, and let people hug it. When it was held in his arms, it swung its tail happily. A Wu's sister-in-law is so nice. Specially made a crystal core for me. I will soon be upgraded to level 4. Jiang Juanji patted the little wolf head lovingly. Well, you are the best. The rest of the people were still on the edge of the cliff, watching these 3 people still discussing how to take the crystal core. No! 2 people just jumped down. They were your captain and team members. Do you really not care? What happened to this world? In midair, Gu Qingzhou relied on his own gravity to catch up with the falling speed of the ring, grabbed the ring in his hand, and held it tightly. As they were about to land, Gu Qingzhou was covered with superpowers, and he used them to hit the ground, temporarily slowing down his falling speed. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Gu Qingzhou's other arm. Gu Qingzhou turned his head. His pupils trembled, and he immediately held Shen Xiai in his arms, using his superpowers as if they were free. Bang! Bang! Shen Xiai mobilized the moisture in the air, condensed it into substance, and held up Gu Qingzhou back. Combined with the deceleration of the thunder superpower, the 2 of them had basically stopped when they were 3 meters away from the ground. All 4 feet landed smoothly on the ground. Gu Qingzhou looked at Shen Xiai's expressionless face, and his heart skipped a beat. He swallowed nervously. I was wrong. Shen Xiai's voice was clear, and he looked up and down, and he saw that Gu Qingzhou was indeed safe and sound. The heart that was beating like a drum because of fear finally calmed down. Tell me, why? His face was unfriendly, and his tone was cold, as if he was looking at a stranger who was annoying. Gu Qingzhou was trembling all over because of this feeling, and he spread out the ring in his hand. The ring fell off. Shen Xiai was not very angry at first, but he was furious when he heard it. Pa! He slapped Gu Qingzhou in the face, and the left half of his face quickly turned red. Shen Xiai's chest was in pain and heaved violently. Gu Qingzhou, you jumped off the cliff just for a broken ring? Gu Qingzhou didn't dare to move. His fingers curled up, and he wanted to put the ring in his palm. His eyes were red. He argued in a low voice. This is not a broken ring. He lowered his head and held Shen Xiai's hand that hit him. His palm was not covered with supernatural powers, and now his palm was also red. Does your hand hurt? You can tell me. I slap it myself. Pa! Another slap. Slapped both sides of his face symmetrically. Do you think you are an iron wall? You won't die? You jumped from such a high place. Have you ever thought that if something goes wrong, you will be a pile of mud? Shen Xiai yelled. Gu Qingzhou saw Shen Xiai so angry, and was angry at him, and his mind was in a mess. Memories overlapped. A delicate and beautiful little boy said angrily, I hate you the most. Gu Qingzhou panicked immediately, and hugged Shen Xiai into his arms. No. I know what's going on. At most, it's just a broken leg, and there's no danger to life. Don't hate me. Don't abandon me either. Shen Xiai panted heavily. The person who gave you the ring is still up there, but you abandoned me for a ring. So go with the ring. No. No. Gu Qingzhou shook his head. This is the only gift you gave me. It proved that you like me. I can't lose it. If I lose it, it's gone. He closed his eyes, holding back the bitterness, and said in a slightly hoarse voice with a slight tremor, Wife, don't be angry. Shen Xiai was stunned. This man fought bloody battles without blinking an eye on the battlefield, was calm and unhurried in business, and was gentle and delicate in daily life. But only with him. He was always cautious and accommodating. He seemed to understand what went wrong. Gu Qingzhou was in a weak position in this relationship, and Gu Qingzhou was very humble about this relationship. I don't even have confidence, so I always try to please him subconsciously, obey him. Every look, movement, behavior is begging. Shen Xiai loves Gu Qingzhou. An inexplicable bitterness came out of my heart. I just stood there quietly, letting Gu Qingzhou hold me. Gu Qingzhou clenched his hands around her slender waist, his knuckles turned white, his throat tightened, whispered, Wife, I was really wrong. If the ring falls off again, will you jump again? Shen Xiai's tone was as calm as possible. In order to get this person to answer, he gently hugged Gu Qingzhou back. He stroked along the back slowly, as if he was gently coaxing a sad child, so that the child would no longer be sad and have the courage to stand up. Gu Qingzhou took a breath, and said slowly with a nervous tone, Yes. Shen Xiai would leave, but the ring would not. The air was quiet for a moment. Shen Xiai smiled suddenly, holding Gu Qingzhou's face with both hands, touching the slap mark on his face, and clearly felt Gu Qingzhou take a breath of cold air. Gu Qingzhou, remember this. If you lose the ring, you can find it again. If Shen Xiai loses it, you can only cry. And Shen Xiai only wants Gu Qingzhou. Shen Xiai's eyebrows were curved. His smile was as bright as the morning glow. Bright and moving. And there was only one figure in his peach blossom eyes that fell into his eyes and broke into his heart. It was fascinating. Gu Qingzhou's heart was trembling, vibrating, and his heart couldn't stop beating wildly. His 2 rows of teeth were trembling and touching each other. Wife, what do you mean? I couldn't believe what I understood. Like a wanderer hiking in the desert, seeing a pool of clear spring. I wanted to touch it, but I was worried it was a mirage. I could only approach it slowly, step by step, until I heard the wind blowing on the water, until I saw my reflection in the water. Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows, smiled, and his mouth was like a quiet crescent moon. You can only say good things once, and if you miss it, it will be gone. In this posture, he kissed Gu Qingzhou's mouth and said, "But what? I am willing to say it again, and only for the last time." Took out the ring from the tightly clenched hand, and lowered his head to carefully put it on the ring finger of Gu Qingzhou's left hand. "I have chosen you for this life, but if you die, I will turn around and support you." Gu Qingzhou couldn't help but hug and kiss. It was cold outside now, and it was still snowing, but his hands were very honest. After a long time, Shen Xiai pulled out another ring from his collar. "Hubby, do you want to put it on me?" There was a hint of shyness in the cunning of peach blossom eyes, and her cheeks were pink, but she was very serious. "Put it on me, and I will be yours. You can do to me whatever you want to do." Chapter 113. Are you born in the year of the dog? The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, enchanting and charming. Peach blossom eyes are affectionate. In the blink of an eye, there was a stream of seductive light, like a natural charm. Just smiling, looking at her lover with all her heart and eyes, it was a rare tenderness and tenderness. Gu Qingzhou's heart beat like a drum, ecstasy rippled in his chest, excited and unable to control himself. These 2 sentences illuminated his world like bright stars. He twisted the ring with his fingers, fearing that it would break if it was too heavy, fearing that it would fall off if it was too light. He gently held Shen Xiai's left hand. His hand seemed to be out of control, and he failed to put the ring on several times. Shen Xiai felt Gu Qingzhou's excitement and happiness, but he did not make any move, and waited quietly. When the ring was firmly on his ring finger, Gu Qingzhou also put his hand beside him. 2 identical rings, one on his hand, and the other on Shen Xiai's hand. He put them on himself. He put them on his wife. Gu Qingzhou's eyebrows were filled with endless joy, his eyes were moist, and his tears were shining with ecstasy. Holding her tightly in his arms, rubbing his face into Shen Xiai's collar, murmuring with joy. Wife. This term has been called many times, but now it has a different meaning, justified. From boyfriend to husband. Yeah. At this moment, Shen Xiai hopes to let Gu Qingzhou release his joy. Wife. Yes. A tender response. Wife. I heard it. Moved by this person's joy, willing to pamper her. Wife. Got it. He stroked Gu Qingzhou's hair helplessly, but he was still very patient. Wife. Old husband? Seemingly realizing the response this person wanted, Shen Xiai tried to shout. Wife. Shen Xiai narrowed his eyes slightly, and was a little impatient. Gu Qingzhou heard what he wanted to hear, and shouted with great satisfaction. Wife. Shen Xiai's mouth twitched. Stop it, don't force me to slap you. Gu Qingzhou kissed the red ear, and felt the person in his arms tremble. His voice was magnetic, and he laughed softly. Wife. I want to live. To be with you forever. So you can't support other men. After thinking for a while, he added, women can't do that either. After saying that, he seemed to be angry about the fantasy in his mind, and he bit Shen Xiai's ear directly. He still didn't dare to use force, and felt heartache after biting, and licked the earlobe again. Shen Xiai's face was rosy. This guy still knows how to seduce people? Push him away directly. You are born in the year of the dog. Turning around, find a way to get up. It's freezing, I want to go home. Gu Qingzhou's smile slowly bloomed on his face, and it lasted for a long time. He forcefully turned Shen Xiai's face over, bit it with his mouth, and carefully probed with the tip of his tongue. Shen Xiai was startled. No! This guy dared to kiss him forcefully? On second thought, This is also testing him. Test his feelings. So he opened his mouth in cooperation, wrapped his arms around Gu Qingzhou's waist, and followed the flow, adapting to the situation. A long sword was placed across the treetops. Han Ju stood with his hands behind his back, his long hair fluttering in the cold wind, his hair half covered, looking like an immortal. The helicopter captain looked at the iron sheet hanging in front of him. There were 4 big words engraved on it: no landing. Captain, Feng. About 10 minutes later, Shen Xiai really couldn't stand this guy dominance, and pulled Gu Qingzhou's hair at the back of his head, and pulled him away directly. Mud ditch. The tongue was numb and painful, and it was sour. Gu Qingzhou refused to let go. Wife, kiss me again, just once, I promise. Baozhen is a piece of shit. Shen Xiai realized that he was not speaking properly now, so he just glared at her, and ignored her angrily. Gu Qingzhou's eyes lit up. His wife winked at him. Beautiful, so beautiful, his wife. Shen Xiai fed himself a ball of water, and it eased a little. Han Ju stepped on the sword, and floated down slowly. Brother, you don't want to kiss anymore? If you don't want to kiss me, I ask you to come down and pick you up. Shen Xiai knew now. This guy has been watching from above. He must have seen everything just now. He glared at someone in anger and cleared his throat. Okay. Han Ju snapped his fingers. The iron sheet in front of the captain changed. The words engraved on it changed shape and slowly sank into, you. Come down. The helicopter moved downwards. And when it reached a certain height, it lowered the ladder. When he returned to the top, the zombie tiger king just opened his eyes. Han Ju controlled the long sword and pierced the head of the zombie tiger king directly, and shouted, Demon, die! Everyone. Actually, you are still very handsome when you don't speak. In front of everyone. Shen Xiai put all 10 trucks into the space, and Gu Qingzhou followed behind him. Jiang Juanji noticed that something was wrong with the two of them, and suddenly saw the ring that was originally worn on Gu Qingzhou's neck, appearing on his finger. Silently looking at a little wolf, who was picking up the crystal core with great interest, he held his forehead in distress. Will be angry. And others who don't know about Shen Xiai ability. So many such long trucks, you took them all? Killed a level 4 monster with 1 punch. And has a super strong space system. Perverted. Back to the base. Put all the supply trucks on the open space next to the warehouse. Zhao Ju sighed as he looked at the supplies, said heavily, Mr. Shen, thank you for arriving in time this time. Otherwise, those people would have died. Shen Xiai shrugged. I just took the supplies, don't blame me for everything. Zhao Ju nodded repeatedly, yes. Yes. Yes, don't worry, I will let them keep this to themselves. Shen Xiai looked at Zhao Ju with amusement. Gu Qingzhou was responsible for communicating with Zhao Ju about the temperature drop this time, and changed the situation Shen Xiai had said before. Shen Xiai felt it was too cold outside, and was going to go back to the car and wait. As soon as he walked to the parking lot, he saw a man limping, his body was mixed with mud, and he looked listless as if he had been squeezed dry, and he was holding 2 steamed buns in his hand. Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows, but didn't want to pay attention. Then the bad luck came to the door. Xiai, I heard you went out today, are you hurt? It's so cold, how can I let you? When Shen Feng saw Shen Xiai, his eyes lit up, he walked over anxiously. Unexpectedly, he slapped him. Pa! It was crisp and loud. Shen Feng was stunned for a moment, and trembling, Xiai. Shen Xiai raised his hand again. Shen Xiai. Shen Feng changed his words, with a little reluctance. Shen Xiai rolled his eyes, opened the car door, and got in. Just as he was about to close the door, Shen Feng held the door. Are you hurt? I just want to care about you. Your parents are dead. You and I should be the closest people in the world. Why would you? Did Gu Qingzhou bewitch you? Shen Feng talked to himself, with a little humble desire. Shen Xiai was impatient, and shouted, Little San. Shen Feng suddenly felt something was wrong. The next moment, a long sword stabbed into his butt. Han Ju stepped on a piece of iron, it really seemed to be flying down. Those who disturb my big brother, poke my butt. Shen Feng. Chapter 114 They won't hear. Looking at the person lying on the ground. Because it is an ice element, he is not that afraid of the cold, he just symbolically wears thicker clothes. So the sword really pierced in, and the blood soaked the muddy outer pants, and slowly spread outwards. Han Ju took back the sword with some disgust, and waved his hand, and the blood fell on the snow, like red plum blossoms. Shen Feng couldn't bear it anymore, but he didn't dare to use his superpowers again, so he could only shout helplessly and furiously, "Are you sick?" Hanju asked sincerely, "How do you know?" Shinfeng. Hanju's eyes suddenly became sharp, pointing his sword at the person on the ground. "You investigated me, want to murder me? Those who kill me will be killed, so die. You villain." Giving no chance to argue, he controlled the long sword and was about to stab Shinfeng's head. Shinfeng could only raise his hand to defend himself. "Hey hey hey hey." Zhao Ju's voice came from a long distance. "Instructor Xiao San. Spare his life." He hurriedly ran over here, and Gu Qingzhou followed behind him slowly. Hanju was obedient and prepared to stop. But how could Shinfeng bear this? Especially since he had lost face in front of Shinxiai. He took advantage of his unpreparedness and threw an ice cone. Hanju was well dressed, so he was not hurt. But this behavior really angered Hanju. His face, which was originally expressionless, became even more gloomy, and the long sword in his hand was controlled and broke into pieces. It turned into countless fragments and stabbed Shinfeng. Shinfeng failed to resist in time, and was instantly stabbed into a hedgehog. Shinxiai just glanced at them lightly. They were just superficial injuries, and no injuries to the bones or muscles. At most, they would bleed a little, but they would not kill anyone. Hanju landed by the car door. His cold face did not change at all, and said coldly, "Those who hurt me will pay you back 100-fold. After speaking, he looked at the food in Shinxiai's hand, sniffed it with his nose, and asked curiously, "Brother, what are you eating?" Shinxiai said incoherently, "Lollipop. Do you want to eat it?" Although he said that, he had already taken out a lollipop and handed it to Hanju. This guy likes to eat lollipops very much, especially strawberry-flavored ones. He only knew this when Hanju was injured in his previous life. Hanju unwrapped the paper and put it in his mouth. He was stunned for a moment and said, "It's sweet in my mouth. And my heart is not bitter. And my body is not painful anymore." Shinxiai sneered, "You think this is a painkiller?" Hanju clasped his hands together. "Thank you, brother, for the medicine. You're too polite." "Second brother." Shinxiai returned the greeting. Shinfeng, bleeding on the ground. Is he really still alive? Why is no one looking at him? Zhao Ju hurried over, looking at Shinfeng's injuries, squatted down to check his body, pulled out a piece of sword fragment, and got a blood stain on his face. Subconsciously, he inserted the iron piece back in. Shinfeng looked at Zhao Ju in disbelief. I'm sorry, I asked the doctor to treat you." Turning around, he said, "You? Instructor Xiao San. I told you that you are not allowed to use superpowers in the base. How did you do it again?" Hanju was also very understanding. "I will go and be punished now, and train another 100 people." Zhao Ju had a teachable face. "In that case, then you should go quickly." Snowflakes fell one after another. Hanju was wearing a white dress, and controlled the iron pieces together with one hand, and condensed into a sword in the air again, and then returned to his hand. Hanju clasped his fist to Shinxiai again. "Brother, I'm going." Shinxiai also clasped his fists. "Goodbye, second brother." After the people left, Gu Qingzhou didn't even look at the person on the ground, and walked over. "Wife, let's go home." "Okay. I'm hungry too. I want to eat mutton soup." "Okay." Both of them got in the car, and Shinfeng on the ground couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. What did Gu Qingzhou call Shinxiai just now? "Wife. How could you?" Hatred flashed in his eyes, and regardless of the injury on his hand, his hand slowly clenched into a fist. In the car, Gu Qingzhou turned on the heater to the maximum, rubbed Shinxiai's hand, and said, "Wife, I don't like Shinfeng." As a man, he understood the possessiveness in Shinfeng's eyes. His wife was his, and he didn't like others looking at his wife like that, nor his half-brother. Shinxiai bit the lollipop in his mouth, chewing and saying, "What a coincidence. I don't like him either. What does this count as?" He smiled and said, "Does it count as a couple with the same mind?" "Brother Qingzhou, what do you think?" In the 3 questions, Gu Qingzhou's ears turned red, but he felt sweet in his heart, and even his face began to hide his little thoughts, and the curve of his mouth became more and more obvious. Nodding, "Okay." A glimmer of light flashed across Shinxiai's peach blossom eyes, and he leaned to the left, with his upper body propped up on the armrest. He stretched out a hand, and gently touched Gu Qingzhou's right ear, and said tenderly, "Should we do something that husbands should do?" "Husband," deliberately dragging out the tone, and moving his fingers downwards, like a child finding a favorite toy. He stroked his Adam apple back and forth with his index finger, and the fingertips of his cold and warm fingers would be smoother, and the ambiguous atmosphere in the car was intentionally controlled. Gu Qingzhou couldn't bear it at all. He held the rebellious hand with his right hand, and pushed Shen Xiai back to the co-pilot with one hand, but he still couldn't bear to let go. As if nothing had happened, he held Shen Xiai's left hand, and rubbed his thumb back and forth on the ring, feeling the texture on the ring. "Wife, I stuffed more soundproofing cotton into our room," Gu Qingzhou said gently. "When I feed you, you can breathe freely." The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. He also swore, "They won't hear it." Shen Xiai pursed his lips, feeling that the big hand was getting hotter and hotter, tilted his head. "Besides doing this, do you want to do anything else?" Gu Qingzhou's ears turned red in an instant, and the blush spread directly to his neck. "Sit down, I'm driving." Answering the question irrelevantly, the voice was very low, but the eyes revealed desire, as if she was just ashamed to admit it. It like some awkward little girls in puberty, who clearly want it, but insist on others saying it out loud, and even occasionally feel awkward. Very clumsy. And very obvious. Not annoying. Just cute. The car stopped at the door of the villa. Because the temperature dropped suddenly, it would only get lower and lower in the future, so Shen Xiai put the car directly into the space. Shen Xiai was ready to push the door open as if nothing had happened just now. At this time, Gu Qingzhou could not stand. He held Shen Xiai's finger. "Wife, under the cliff you said so." The blush on Gu Qingzhou's neck did not dissipate, and it seemed to be getting worse. Shen Xiai blinked, pretending to be confused. "What did I say?" "See." The little girl lost her temper. Gu Qingzhou's lips moved, as if he had mustered up his courage, his eyes full of desire. "You said, I can do anything I want to you. I want to be with you. With you. Consummate the marriage." Chapter 115, I will always agree to your request. Shen Xiai looked at Gu Qingzhou's anxious look with amusement, and reached out to hold the cheek of the person in front of him and rubbed it. "I will always agree to your request." How careful is this person to him? Although he has never been in love, nor has he done anything else. He has watched many couples in TV dramas. He has never heard of anyone who wants to sleep with his wife and has to beg carefully, as if he has put himself in the dust. Even if this guy had been secretly in love with him for a few years, he had already lowered his attitude. But wasn't what he did obvious enough? Endless preference, all requests granted, even if his third leg was broken, the marks on his thigh never went away. Did he say anything? He felt sorry for this person. But he always felt that this person was taking advantage of his pity, and doing whatever he wanted. Gu Qingzhou had a happy smile on his face, pulled Shen Xi's hand, and opened the door of the villa. A pillow attacked Gu Qingzhou's face directly, raised his hand, and easily pinched the pillow. "Ah! Jiang Juanji. I'm going to eat you." Sula didn't know what was going on. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. After shouting, he turned into a tiger and pounced on Jiang Juanji. "Awah!" With a roar, he pressed Jiang Juanji on the sofa and held Jiang Juanji's head in his mouth. Jiang Yao screamed, "Ah! Lei. Let go. Don't bite." He hurriedly grabbed the tiger ears, trying to pull the tiger head apart and rescue Jiang Juanji, who had not resisted. The wind was cold and biting. It was getting darker, and the temperature dropped several degrees. As soon as the door of the villa was opened, there were huge gusts of cold wind. Walked into the room and closed the door. Shen Xiai poked his head out from behind Gu Qingzhou. "What going on?" "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Gu Qingzhou changed his shoes, and bent down to find slippers for Shen Xiai. Then they took off their cold-proof clothes. The room was still warm. The floor heating and the fan heater were all on. The girls also had hot water bottles. One had no desires, and was lying on the sofa waiting to die. One was furious, holding her head but unable to kill. One tried to stop the fight, but couldn't stop it, and wouldn't listen. Shen Xiai watched Su Lo holding her head for a long time, but there was no movement. So he asked Yao Yao, "How is Sister Chuyu?" Jiang Yao tried to let go, and Tiger didn't continue to eat, and only held her head. So he got off Tiger and said, "Sister Chuyu is still resting. She has lost too much blood." Shen Xiai said with relief, "Yes. Yao Yao is now a young lady who can stand on her own feet." The soldiers passing by praised Yao Yao to the utmost. She looked delicate and weak, but in fact, she was stronger than anyone else. Many men could not do this. Jiang Yao was a little embarrassed by the praise. It all because of Sister Chuyu, and you who taught her well. She was also powerless before. But it was these brothers and sisters who patiently taught her and improved her mind. Shenxiai smiled and pointed to the scene on the sofa that seemed to be frozen. Do you know the reason? Jiang Yao shook her head. I'm not sure. It seems that Brother Jiang touched Lei, but isn't it said that you can't touch a tiger, but it's normal for Lei to be angry? After saying that, she thought about it seriously. Whether it is possible to touch a tiger, but Shenxiai nodded, knowing that it must be Jiang Juanji, who couldn't help but want to take advantage. Su Le's heart is slowly bending now. But his body is straight. He must feel disgusted instinctively. All I can say is that there is a long way to go. Gu Qingzhou glanced at the sofa and shook his head slowly. Wife, do you have pig blood? I make some pig blood soup for Chuyu to nourish her. Shenxiai's eyes twitched. Whatever you eat will nourish you. He said this, but he still found a basin of pig blood and put it directly on the table. Gu Qingzhou weighed the amount in the basin, which was enough for Lu Chuyu to eat for 2 meals. He said sincerely, that a good sentence. Gu Qingzhou turned around and went to cook, while Jiang Yao went upstairs to see how Lu Chuyu was doing. Shenxiai looked at the man and the tiger on the sofa with great interest. The Tiger King shook his tail, and his eyes slightly tilted, seeing that only Shenxiai was there, and he had no intention of coming up to persuade him. For a moment, he froze in place, and it was not right to bite, and it had already said harsh words just now. Shenxiai has always been a person who likes to watch the fun and not mind the big things, so how could he persuade the Tiger King to spare his mouth? He could only say, Lulu, bite it, so that you can eat after biting it. Then he sat on the single sofa next to him, took out a plate of fruit, and ate while watching. The Tiger King opened his mouth. He looked at Shenxiai pitifully with his cold eyes. As big as a tiger that was more than 2 meters tall, he also felt wronged. He shrunk his body to the size of a kitten and ran directly into Shenxiai's arms, still facing the person on the sofa with his butt. Shenxiai also hugged the little tiger in his arms, took out a bag of dried fish, and fed it intermittently. Tell me, what's going on? There was a gossipy light in his eyes. Jiang Juanji sat up and wiped the saliva off his face with the paper on the coffee table. He had done it, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. He was changing clothes on my bed, and I came out of the bathroom and touched him. The person you love was in your own room. In your own bed, naked, so which man could resist? Shenxiai's eyes lit up even brighter. He touched your butt? The tiger cub froze in his mouth, and his tail swayed, as if threatening someone. Jiang Juanji saw it, and pushed the frame. Does your throat hurt? Shenxiai's fist hardened. This guy really knows everything. No wonder Gu Qingzhou added more soundproofing cotton in his room. He picked up the little tiger and said with a smile, Lulu, sleep with me tonight. I have delicious food here. Ayo. Good. The little tiger nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He gave Jiang Juanji a provocative look, and turned around and went upstairs to change clothes while holding the little tiger. Jiang Juanji. This couple, their mouths are full of poison, and they know how to hurt others. How come they didn't die of poison when they kissed? Gu Qingzhou stood at the kitchen door, wearing a pink lace apron around his waist, looking at the person on the sofa with a bad face. He just cleaned up the kitchen, and the wedding night was gone. Jiang Juanji turned his head and looked at the man. Can't you control your wife? Gu Qingzhou said expressionlessly, You deserve it. He turned around and went into the kitchen to continue working. After dinner, Gu Qingzhou looked at Shenxiai with a pitiful look, and saw that he really took him to the 3rd floor. His heart suddenly turned cold. But after a while, the little tiger turned around and went to the 2nd floor with a big bag of chicken breast, and returned to Jiang Juanji's room. Gu Qingzhou's eyes lit up, and he went upstairs directly. The door was not locked. Shenxiai was half undressed, turned around, and said with a charming look, Brother Qingzhou, do you want to take a bath with me? Gu Qingzhou locked the door. Take a bath. His voice was low and hoarse, and he saluted almost instantly. Chapter 116 Everyone has a first time. In the bathroom, Shenxiai patiently taught him how to wash him. Originally, he wanted to let this guy watch a video to learn, but this guy was so loyal that he refused to watch other people's pictures. Not only that, he also morally condemned him for his mental infidelity. Helpless, he could only teach in person, even if it was uncomfortable. Who made this his lover? But he also stumbled, and after washing and returning to the room, Shenxiai was already sweating profusely. On the black bed sheet, there lay a white person. There was a red bloodstain under Gu Qingzhou's nose. He couldn't hold it back just now, and his nosebleed all over Shinseai. Red plum blossoms bloomed on the white skin. And the scene in front of him now. Gu Qingzhou couldn't control himself anymore. Blood from his nose dripped onto the floor tiles. And he took a tissue from the bedside and wiped the floor clean. He cleaned himself up again and stood motionless by the bed, at a loss, as if waiting for the person on the bed to give orders. Shinseai was still not feeling well, and he began to worry. It happened in the bathroom. If it was Gu Qingzhou, he thought he might as well just let it go tonight. But when he saw the person standing by the bed in a proper manner, with a face full of excitement and caution, he gritted his teeth. He lay on his side on the bed, smiling charmingly. "Brother Qingzhou, I'm so cold. Can you come and hug me?" He was not covered with a blanket, and there was still heat from the hot bath, and his whole body was pale. Just like a fox spirit who has cultivated for thousands of years, she is gentle and charming, and her every frown and smile is fascinating. It is the time to seduce people and absorb people's essence to improve their cultivation. Gu Qingzhou's heart trembled again and again. He got on the bed as ordered, hugging her, burying his head in Shinseai's neck, and the hot breath he exhaled was very scorching. "Wife, teach me again. I don't want to make you uncomfortable." Hands slid on the silk. Shinseai pulled an arc at the corner of his mouth, took out a bottle of essential oil from the space, and stuffed it into Gu Qingzhou's hand, whispering in the ear like an alluring fairy. "I taught you massage me. You put it on too." The voice was as clear as the drops of spring water hanging in the air above the mountain spring, the sound of the drops colliding with the water surface. Every word was slow and seductive. Gu Qingzhou's ears were almost red, the blush even spread to his chest more than ever before, even his face was stained with pink. Swallowing saliva. Be patient. According to the steps taught by Shinseai, he executed them step by step, not daring to slack off in the slightest. I was even more afraid that it would hurt. And hurt the one I loved. Shinseai's body seemed to be held by a pair of invisible big hands, and at that moment it seemed to be torn in half. Gu Qingzhou was at a loss, and kept coaxing. Wife, what should I do to stop you from feeling pain?" Shinseai gave me a sip of water, and cold sweat dripped down my back. He turned around and smiled and said, "It okay." When the fireworks bloomed in my mind, it was as if I was bathing in a hot spring, and it was more comfortable than ever before. Shinseai sensed something was wrong, and was stunned for a moment. His mouth twitched slightly, and he buried his head in the pillow. He resisted the urge to laugh in front of Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou hugged Shinseai aggressively, kissing him on the back, bringing him a tingling sensation. "Wife, I can do it. You know, I can do it." He couldn't control himself. Shinseai gave himself another sip of water, and his heart was sweet. But the sound coming from the pillow was muffled. "It okay, everyone has a first time. He won't do it again. That all I know." Gu Qingzhou felt disappointed, and couldn't help wanting to prove himself. But he still asked, "Wife, is it okay?" Shinseai knew what it meant. Nodded. Silently acquiesced, waiting for the drums of war that sounded like the horn before the war began. The light of righteousness. Outside the window. The night was filled with snow, and the snow was drifting, and the snow piled up layer by layer, until it was more than 1 meter high. The orange bedside warm lamp in the room was on all the time. The figure swayed. The air was filled with a strong love. Shinseai was half asleep and half awake, his voice was hoarse, and he unconsciously fed himself another mouthful of life-saving water. "But, it okay. Are you crazy?" He pushed Gu Qingzhou away without any strength, and wanted to run, but was pulled back. Gu Qingzhou's deep eyes were filled with confusion, as if he had released the demon that he had suppressed deep in his heart. Bending down and gently shaking the back of Shinseai's neck, the hot air from his nose sprayed on the place where the hairline gradually disappeared. Shinseai felt numb at the same time. His whole body shuddered. Gu Qingzhou's voice was very lingering. "Wife, sleep when you are tired. Don't wait for me." Shinseai sobbed. "Asshole. Bastard. The light of righteousness. It hurts. Throat. Legs. Arms. Body. Everything hurts. Especially the untouchable places. At this moment, it feels like something is missing in the body." The room was not cold. The floor heating and electric blanket were always on. But Gu Qingzhou still turned on the heater, and put it in the corner. The heavy sunshade was never opened. Half asleep and half awake, he ate and drank water. He didn't know what day it was. Shinseai thought about it, but found that he was forcing himself. As he moved, the quilt slipped off, and he saw the mess on his body, and covered himself with shame and anger. He gave himself a big sip of water. Now he is really a salted fish, and a salted fish that can't even turn over. The door was opened, and then closed. Shinseai closed his eyes, and rested on the bed, not caring at all. The only one who can enter and leave this room now is a beast. Gu Qingzhou saw that Shinseai finally woke up. His eyes lit up. He hurried to the bedside, and put the millet porridge in his hand on the bedside. Wife, I help you up. During the process of helping people, Shinseai was still very obedient, with no reaction. But when his back was against the bedside, he gritted his teeth and slapped Gu Qingzhou. He didn't use his superpowers, and his arms were sore, so he didn't have much strength. There wasn't even a red mark on his face this time. Gu Qingzhou immediately knelt beside the bed. Wife, I was wrong. You bastard. After drinking the superpower water, his throat felt better, and he could make the other person hear what he was saying. Gu Qingzhou didn't deny it, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, my wife is right. The porridge is warm now. Just right for you to drink. Can you continue to fight after you drink it? He should have been fed when he was unconscious. So Shinseai is not very hungry now. He felt like punching cotton with this sentence. He gritted his teeth and ignored it. He asked back, you usually pretend to be good, but yesterday I asked you to go down. You even got worse. Shinseai was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Gu Qingzhou touched his nose and corrected, Wife, that was 3 days ago. Today is the 4th day. Chapter 117 3 Rules. Shinseai was speechless, and looked at Gu Qingzhou with an incomprehensible and shocked look. 3 days? 3 whole days. Cook and eat and cook, feed him porridge on time. This guy watched him unconscious all the time. Doesn't his conscience hurt? Gu Qingzhou carefully raised his eyes to look at his wife, with a flattering smile on his face. He picked up the porridge on the bedside table, sat sideways on the bed, stirred it with a spoon, scooped a spoonful, and fed it to Shinseai's mouth. Wife, open your mouth. Shinseai. This sentence sounded familiar. He blushed, snatched the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp. Why would he need a spoon to feed her bit by bit? When he threw the bowl to Gu Qingzhou, he glared at her angrily, wanting to warn her not to mess around. This look could be Shinseai's most ferocious look at this moment. But for a man who had just started having sex, it was a double-edged sword. She was full of charm, like a little fox with its fur blown up. She was showing her dependence on the person closest to her. I'm very angry now. You have to coax me. Cute. Seductive. Charming. Gu Qingzhou just pursed his lips at this, and placed the bowl steadily on the bedside. Wife, you have drunk water. Right? The water here naturally refers to the water-based supernatural power. Shinseai has been weak for the past 3 days, and he doesn't even have the strength to gather supernatural power. In the early stage, he could still scold him, but later he could only hum and moan, with a pair of peach blossom tears and infinite charm. Just one look, he couldn't control himself. In the early morning, he also spent a lot of effort to force himself to stop, which gave Shinseai a few hours to recover. Now Shinseai's movements were smooth, and he seemed to have recovered some energy. Shinseai gave Gu Qingzhou a glare. Do you really have to lie down? Before he finished speaking, a black shadow pounced on him. Shinseai. Gu Qingzhou was breathing heavily, with an expression of unbearable love, and took off his clothes during the kiss. Shinseai was not wearing any clothes at all. Shinseai wanted to resist, but was bitten by Gu Qingzhou. Taking advantage of Shinseai's distraction, he went straight to the point and expressed his feelings. Shinseai lay on the bed, his pupils dilated, and a hum sound came out of his nose. Shinseai shed natural tears. A slender hand with thin calluses gently, slowly wiped away the tears from the corners of Shinseai's eyes, put it to his lips, licked it with his tongue, and his eyes inspected his territory inch by inch. This situation, this look, it was more mysterious than a straightforward kiss. Shinseai was like a small boat on the sea, floating and sinking in the rough waves, going with the flow. Gu Qingzhou hugged Shinseai and sat up, letting Shinseai's head rest on his shoulder. He said in a hoarse and sexy voice, Wife, call me husband, I will agree to anything you say. He imitated Shinseai's way of coaxing him. Slowly, in a low voice, drawing out the tail tone, like coaxing a child who was making trouble for no reason. Shinseai couldn't stand it anymore. Sobbing, Husband, I want to rest. I beat you to death after you rest. Gu Qingzhou chuckled with satisfaction. Good boy, I make you comfortable. Falling back on the bed. The light of righteousness. For a few days, Shinsiai did not get out of bed. Someone was so greedy that he wanted to handcuff him to the bed, but he had to respond. Tricked him into drinking water. Then continued playing. This time, he was soft-hearted, and it was painful, which was definitely the biggest failure of his life. Shinsiai came out of the bathroom, and changed into new home clothes. Holding on the wall, his legs were as soft as noodles, his neck was bruised, and there was not a single piece of good meat on his body. I can only wear a turtleneck shirt in a room with sufficient heating. And wrap myself up tightly. I looked at the person kneeling beside the bed. I was a little angry again. And I gave myself another sip of water. Gu Qingzhou heard the sound. And wanted to go over to help. But was stopped by a warning look. The slap mark on his face was revealed. And he looked like a poor abandoned dog. Shinsiai's body had not fully recovered yet. And he wanted to slap him again. But the distance was a bit far. He took out a pillow from the space, and smashed it on Gu Qingzhou's head. It was not painful. But it made Gu Qingzhou feel more wronged. Shinsiai gritted his teeth. What does your expression mean? Did I treat you unfairly? This was the first time in a few days that his feet touched the ground. He felt wronged after just 2 slaps. Gu Qingzhou touched his nose guiltily and answered truthfully. You didn't let me help you bathe. I was worried that you would fall. After he filled the bathtub with water, he was kicked out. He didn't see any romance at all. And even got slapped twice. Somewhat at a loss. Shinsiai now just wanted to stay away from the bed, so he sat on the chair, and his anger grew again. He threw another pillow. Gu Qingzhou let the pillow hit his face, and then knelt in front of Shinsiai, and gently rubbed Shinsiai's legs as if to make up for the loss. Shinsiai avoided the hand. It was obvious that Gu Qingzhou's eyes dimmed a little. Shinsiai gritted his teeth. This guy only knows how to pretend. Aren't you afraid of the essence? Exhaustion. People. Death. He gritted his teeth and spoke every word. It looked like he wanted to bite Gu Qingzhou again. Gu Qingzhou whispered, You didn't deny that I couldn't do it that time, I just wanted to prove it to you. Then he couldn't control himself. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Gu Qingzhou got even more excited after he said it, and hugged Shinsiai's waist. He whispered, Wife, are you still satisfied with me? Shinsiai's face turned pink again. Turn away. Shinsiai's eyes froze, he looked back. His smile was as beautiful as a flower. His peach blossom eyes were weak at the end, and he lazily leaned in Gu Qingzhou's arms. This glance made Gu Qingzhou fascinated. Swallowing his saliva, he lowered his head to rub off the high collar that was in the way, and further emphasized the marks on his neck. Shinsiai raised his lips. Husband? Will you listen to me? Gu Qingzhou swallowed his saliva and nodded. Yes. Shinsiai hugged his arms, and thought of the madness of the past few days. He was still frightened and said, 3 rules. If you agree, you will share a room with me. If you don't agree, you will move out now. How could Gu Qingzhou not agree? He had just started eating meat. How could he be willing to eat vegetarian food? He nodded again. Shinsiai raised his eyebrows. I haven't said anything yet, and you agreed? Gu Qingzhou said sweetly. I agree to whatever my wife says. Shinsiai leaned back in the recliner with his arms folded, turned his head, and looked directly into Gu Qingzhou's eyes. Their eyes met. First, no more than 3 times a week. Second, if I say stop, you must stop. Third, each time must not exceed 3 hours. If you can't do it, go back to your room. Shinsiai felt that his rules were very humane. If it was like these few days, he would definitely die in the end. It's so embarrassing. Gu Qingzhou looked embarrassed, and could only nod reluctantly. Mainly, he didn't have any choice. Gu Qingzhou's eyes drooped in disappointment. But a gleam of light flashed. If his wife took the initiative to ask for it, he couldn't be blamed for breaking the agreement. Chapter 118. Something went wrong at the base. For people were playing mahjong downstairs, sitting around a small table, with some melon seeds, snacks and drinks placed next to them. When they heard the noise on the stairs, everyone's eyes fell on Shinsiai. Sulu was the first to say heartlessly, Sister-in-law, although it is winter, you don't have to be so lazy, like a hibernating snake, not even leaving the house. The source of this sentence can be traced back to Gu Qingzhou. In order to save some face for Shinsiai, and to prevent these 4 people from disturbing him, the excuse he made was, Shinsiai was too lazy to go out, so he was not allowed to disturb him. In addition, Gu Qingzhou always went downstairs on time to cook for them, so Sulu didn't realize anything at all. Lu Qiyu glanced at Jiang Juanji and winked. How did you teach him? Why is he still like a blank sheet of paper? He just believed whatever others said. Jiang Juanji. He didn't want to think about it either. This guy mind couldn't be straighter. Jiang Yao eyes curved, and her gaze fell on Shen Xiai high-collared bottoming shirt, with an anti-smile on her face. She quickly gave up her seat. Brother Shen Xiai. You come and play. I always lose. Shen Xiai did not feel awkward, and sat on the chair directly. Jiang Yao moved a chair and sat next to her, stretched out her hand, and released her supernatural power. Shen Xiai had drunk her supernatural water, and he basically had no discomfort. But the healing supernatural power was different after all, and the fatigue on his body disappeared in a very short time. Because this action was under the table. Shen Xiai smiled and nodded at Jiang Yao. Then he looked at the cards Jiang Yao had drawn. There was no 3 and 1, 2, and 3, there was no 5 and 4, 5, and 6, and there were very few pairs. He asked in surprise, how long have you been sitting here? Jiang Yao blinked, always losing. From the way the cards were arranged, Su Lo was also a bad loser, but his luck was better than Jiang Yao. At least, he had a few hits. It was also close to noon. Gu Qingzhou went to the kitchen to cook. Jiang Yao still didn't know how to play cards, so she went to the kitchen to help. The living room was well heated, and the heavy snow outside the window did not affect the atmosphere in the room at all. It was cold during the day, and even colder at night. They just ate, drank and had fun in the villa, and occasionally took out fitness equipment to exercise. They played with their superpowers, and used crystal cores to restore them after they were consumed. After a period of time, everyone's superpowers improved. Shen Xiai was not idle either. The heavy snow continued, and the snow had already reached the window on the second floor. He often took a basin of snow and brought it into the room to melt it. Day after day, a lot of water was collected in the space. One day, when Gu Qingzhou was cooking, the tap suddenly stopped running. After a moment of silence, he started cooking with mineral water. Shen Xiai found out and asked, is there something wrong with the underground water reservoir? This base was built very cleverly. There is a large amount of underground water in the mountain next to it. At the beginning of the end of the world, the source was cut off, and the flow channel of the external water was changed. It was to prevent someone from poisoning. The underground water storage is large, with a daily limit and time limit. This base can be used for 5 years without any problem. Not to mention that there is a water system ability to add water in it at ordinary times. Gu Qingzhou continued to steam rice without changing his expression. It shouldn't be frozen. The probability of groundwater freezing is very small. Not to mention that Xiao Ju has to check the operation of the base every once in a while. After a while, the broadcast notification, dear residents, please pay attention, there is a problem with the reservoir. Please melt the snow in the next few days. It was played 3 times in a row, and no specific reason was given. After dinner, a helicopter appeared above the villa, and Han Ju landed in front of the window on the second floor with his sword. Big brother. He roared like a lion, for fear that the people inside could not hear him. The 6 people had already gone upstairs when they heard the voice. Shen Xiai was walking slowly at the end. When he heard the voice, he could only step forward and clasp his fists. Second brother. Han Ju was wrapped up like a dumpling, with a helmet on his head, and a scarf wrapped tightly around his neck. Shen Xiai did not understand why he would take a helicopter in such a cold weather, but fly on a sword instead. Ask, what wrong? No one would believe him if he said nothing happened. Han Ju took another helmet from the back, threw it to Jiang Yao, and said, the general wants you to save people. You come with me first. The others can ride my Taoist friend mount. Jiang Yao did not hesitate, put on the helmet directly, and stood on the long sword. Han Ju clasped his fists. Brother, sister-in-law, I will go first. Shen Xiai clasped his fists solemnly. The next second, the long sword turned into a shadow and flew quickly towards the laboratory. Su Lu exclaimed, oh my god! This is too cool. Shen Xiai was also quite surprised. This flying speed is too fast. The ladder was hanging down from the roof. In the laboratory, Su Yi was sweating profusely, blood test, toxin experiment, reagent ratio. And the soldier, who was purple all over, and fainted on the operating table. When Shen Xiai and his friends arrived, Jiang Yao was doing her best to treat him, but the poison in that person was only slightly reduced. Others were discussing the reservoir with Zhao Ju. It was probably that there were unidentified objects entrenched, attacked the patrol personnel, saw that the patrol personnel were poisoned, and worried that it was a poisonous zombie or some monster. The reservoir gate was closed to prevent problems after residents drank the water. After hearing this, Shen Xiai walked towards Xiaoju Independent Laboratory. The door was not closed, and Jiang Yao was sweating profusely. After all, Jiang Yao ability could only heal injuries, not detoxify. Seeing this, Shen Xiai walked into the laboratory and closed the door. Sui saw the person coming in and breathed a sigh of relief. Are you willing, Mr. Shen? Shen Xiai shrugged indifferently. I'm already in. Okay. Wait a moment. Sui turned off the surveillance in the laboratory vigilantly and grabbed Su Xingqi and threw him out. Sui comforted. Xingxing, don't let anyone in. Su Xingqi. It always bad to meet Shen Xiai. In the laboratory, Shen Xiai condensed a drop of water and saw that the man was poisoned and felt that one drop was not enough, so he turned it into a ball. Sui helped to pry open the soldier mouth. The water entered his throat, and he didn't need to swallow it voluntarily. It was all controlled by Shen Xiai, and it stopped only when it reached his stomach. Jiang Yao collapsed to the ground, and was also very scared, brother. He only had one breath left, and he almost died. Fortunately, Han Ju was fast enough. When she arrived, he only had one breath left. He was hanging on by her special ability. It was a life. She could clearly feel the passing of life, and the feeling of helplessness was as if a giant beast was dragging her into the abyss. Shen Xiai helped Jiang Yao up and put her on a stool to rest. It okay. His poison will slowly dissolve. You are already very powerful. Seeing a dead person and being unable to do anything when someone dies at your hands. These are two completely different feelings. He turned his head and asked, Dr. Su, have you found anything about the toxin in his blood? Sui wiped the sweat from his head. This is a neurotoxin that can make people faint and paralyzed in a short period of time. In other words, if he is not a superpower, he will die the moment he is poisoned. Sui forced himself to remain calm and kept experimenting. I need to develop an antidote. Chapter 119. Is it a snake? At present, we don't know what kind of creature attacked, nor do we know the spread of the toxin. Actions without authorization will only increase casualties. Only after this person wakes up can we ask for relevant information to make the next decision. Sui said with a test tube of clean water. This is a sample from the reservoir. The test results show that the water source has been polluted. Jiang Yao drank warm water and asked nervously, then the residents in the past few days. Shen Xiai glanced at the test tube and thought for a while. The reservoir is very large. The pollution should not be serious, but even the rarest toxins will have an impact if they stay in the human body for a long time. Sui nodded. Yes, people with special abilities can excrete it themselves, but for ordinary people, they will experience dizziness and numbness in their hands and feet within 2 days. Sui was relatively calm about this. Obviously he had not taken this poison seriously, and everything was still under control. Xiao Ju's voice sounded outside the door. Hey! Why are you not allowed in? Sui turned on the surveillance, and then said, Xingxing, come in. A group of people came in. Gu Qingzhou saw the person on the operating table at a glance, and the dark purple on his body was slowly fading. It was obvious who had done it. He walked to Shen Xiai, held a slightly cold hand, and squeezed it. Shen Xiai let him squeeze it, and did not pull it out, and asked, What do you think happened? When the person was brought back, he had checked. There was a wound on his abdomen caused by a sharp blade, and the poison also entered the body through the wound. It was obvious. He could enter the reservoir silently, and he could hurt people with a sharp weapon, and it was also poisonous. The reservoir could only be entered from inside the base now, and zombies were ruled out at the first time. The surveillance in recent days has not found any suspicious persons, which shows that it is a mutant animal or a zombie animal. Gu Qingzhou enjoys his wife's indulgence in his intimacy. He said calmly, Don't you know what's going on? There was a gentle look in his eyes. He suddenly changed the subject, but we must attract it out. The reservoir cannot be polluted now. After all, it is not clear what kind of animal it is. Secondly, if they fight in the reservoir, their actions will be hindered. If it is an advanced mutant or a zombie animal, it is very likely that the speed of poisoning will increase. The two were talking, and the person on the operating table suddenly moved. Xiao Ju exclaimed, Jiang Yao. Come and have a look. He is awake. He is awake. Jiang Yao used his supernatural power again, and felt that the toxins in the other party body were disappearing at a considerable speed, and his vital signs had returned to normal. Then he said, he is fine now. He just needs to rest well. Okay. Okay. Zhao Ju nodded repeatedly. His heart finally settled down, and he patted the man's shoulder with tears in his eyes. You should have a good rest during this period. He asked again, what attacked you? Did you see it? The soldier lay motionless on the operating table, his eyes open as if he wanted to express something. Sui explained, the poison has invaded his whole body, and now his body is in the recovery stage, so it is normal for his limbs to be paralyzed and swollen, and his throat to be unable to speak. He will be fine in 2 days. Zhao Ju nodded in understanding, turned around and shouted, call Xia Shuang. The matter of the poison could not be delayed any longer. First, he was afraid of poisoning again. Second, he was worried that the guy would leave the reservoir and hurt people in the base. A moment later, Xia Shuang came. Go straight to the point. Zhao Ju asked. Xia Shuang used his supernatural power to probe his mind. He said, he didn't see it clearly, it was an animal with scales on its body. It came out of the gap in the dark and attacked him. Then a black shadow rushed into the reservoir. Xia Shuang's face was solemn. The tail is similar to that of a snake, but fatter than a snake. And the whole thing is black. Jiang Juanji said from behind, could it be a snake? It just mutated? Sulu was puzzled, it's so cold. Don't snakes hibernate? Jiang Juanji patted Sulu's head, mutated snakes and zombie snakes. They definitely can't be judged as normal snakes. Sui was also confused. Don't rule out this possibility. But there is another question. If it is a snake, it should attack with fangs, instead of cutting wounds on people and injecting toxins. And using the adjective fat to describe snakes is a bit unbelievable, unless they are mutants. About eating too much or eating enough. Because snakes that have just eaten will not actively attack creatures at a certain distance, unless the creatures step into their attack range. So it can also be ruled out. Gu Qingzhou thought about it. Can you describe the details of the attack? The soldier thought carefully. He was walking on the patrol road at that time. A black shadow rushed out from the pipe next to him, hit his waist. His body was cold, similar to scales. The body was very thick, especially thick, about the waist thickness of an adult man. But the length of the black shadow was only more than 1 meter. The wound was caused by the scales of that creature. Xia Shuang recounted it word for word, until he really couldn't remember anything. This is all the information. He took back his hand, and fed the man some water. The people in the lab fell into strange silence. So a 1 meter long snake, but as thick as a human, how could this mutation be so strange? Crack. Shen Xiai sat on the lab table, eating potato chips slowly. Zhao Ju only took a glance, and turned to Sui. Do you have any relevant information? Sui took off his glasses, and his narrow phoenix eyes were also very puzzled. Shaking his head, I don't have a deep understanding of snakes, but I can say that, in my understanding, there is such a powerful toxin, it can only be a king cobra. But this comrade description is obviously not. I even suspect that it might be a combination of 2 animal genes. After all, they have done experiments under control, turning people into zombies, and then combining them with zombie animals. Such associations are not surprising. Gu Qingzhou also understood this. Do you mean that someone or He Jun did a new type of experiment? Sugi rubbed his eyebrows and nodded silently. Crack. Shen Xiai continued to eat, but his eyes were already filled with smiles. Stop your conspiracy theories. Who is so bored that they would study snakes in the end times? Shen Xiai put the potato chip packaging bag into the trash can, clapped his hands, and said, since we know the general species, why not just leave them out directly? He walked out with ease. Everyone. It seems that what he said makes sense. Shen Xiai patted Su Xingqi's shoulder. Door God. Make way. Su Xingqi. He stepped aside and let Shen Xiai go out. Gu Qingzhou took a piece of paper from Jiang Juanji's pocket and followed him. At the door of the laboratory, Shen Xiai looked at the snow-covered base and fell into deep thought. Gu Qingzhou chased after him and wiped the corner of Shen Xiai's mouth with paper. You know what it is, right? He asked in a low voice. This is a kind of intuition. Shen Xiai never fights an unprepared battle. He always looks calm and confident. Shen Xiai smiled. If you say it is, it is. But I have a very serious problem now. I don't know where the reservoir is. Zhao Ju, who just came out. So what have you been doing in the base for so long? Chapter 120 Big Brother. Righteousness. In front of the reservoir, Shen Xiai sat behind Hanju's sword, looking at the cleared space below. The snow had been transported away, probably to be melted into water. The ground that had just been cleared was covered with a layer of white snow. Shen Xiai opened his mouth and cracked a melon seed, and drank a mouthful of cold wind, choked twice, and put the melon seed away. Xiao San, go up a little further. The sword body followed Shenxiai's words and moved up a few meters, ensuring that it was higher than the entrance of the cave, and stopped at Shenxiai's instruction. Shenxiai was searching in the space, and suddenly took out a piece of fresh pork, and threw it directly from the sky to the ground, which was particularly dazzling in the snow. Hanju didn't understand. How long has it been since the end of the world? How can this person still have fresh pork? Could it be that this is mutated pork? Shenxiai smiled and waved to Hanju. Hanju bent down, and his half-covered long hair fell down his shoulders and fell on his chest. What do you want? Brother? Shenxiai tilted his head and looked ashamed and wronged. Now we need the blood of a high-level psychic to attract it. I am just a powerless space system. He lowered his eyes dejectedly. If I were a high-level psychic, I would be crushed to pieces, and I would also be willing to make a contribution to the base. Unfortunately, the blood of a low-level psychic like me may not be enough to draw it out. He looked like a weak willow leaning against the wind. Hanju's eyes shone with determination, and he clasped his fists tightly. Brother, you are righteous. To be honest, the general gave me the inner elixir some time ago, and now I have reached the 4th level. If you don't abandon me... Hey! Hey! Before he could finish, Shenxiai had already pulled Hanju's hand and slid it over the blade. This sword was made of a unique material. It was originally made of 18 pieces of iron, but it was made of a blade made of supernatural power. Every inch of the blade could cut iron like mud. Just a light touch, and a long bloody wound appeared on his palm. Hanju did not resist. Brother, why don't you listen to me finish my words? Second brother, you are so sincere, and I know what you mean. I admire you. Shenxiai was concentrating on dripping blood, and he did not forget to cooperate with him. Hanju wanted to clasp his hands, as if he had just met a friend. However, one of his hands was firmly held by Shenxiai, so he gave up and shouted sincerely, Big brother. Second brother. Blood dripped from a height onto the pork. After a certain amount of blood had been collected, Shenxiai took out a reagent bottle and placed it next to Hanju's mouth. Drink it. Hanju did not resist. As soon as he drank it, he realized that the wound on his palm was healing rapidly. He looked at the reagent bottle and then at his palm in shock, and said with tears in his eyes, Thank you, big brother, for the medicine. Shenxiai threw the bloody reagent bottle down. You're welcome, this is from Dr. Su. No way. The next time is to wait. The person who ambushed in the distance. Jiang Juanji took out a hand warmer from his pocket and placed it in front of Su Le. Hold this in your hand. Su Le took it in his hand and squeezed it. It was very warm. A pair of dog eyes looked at Jiang Juanji puzzledly and said, I'm not cold, but your hands are frozen red. Jiang Juanji looked at the red hands and rubbed them in his palms with heartache, just wanted to blow on them to warm their hands. But the hand wrapped in the palm slowly turned into a dog. Wolf claw. Jiang Juanji. There was a bad feeling. In an instant, his sky was dark again. The hand warmer fell to the ground. The Wolf King held Jiang Juanji's head in his mouth and wagged his tail comfortably. Ah! You little brat, you dare to say I can't do it. Lu Chu picked up the hand warmer and threw it at Jiang Juanji. When we were digging the canal, he was playing snowballs with Xiao San in the back. His hands must have been frozen red. Jiang Juanji. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Ju felt tired looking at the few people. How did the instructor of Wuchen's special team control these monkeys? Suddenly I felt that it had to be Captain Gu and Jiang Yao. They were capable and worry-free. Turning around, I saw Gu Qingzhou peeling roasted sweet potatoes, and he even gave Jiang Yao half of him. Zhao Ju coughed twice. Captain Gu, we have something to do now. Will this be a bad idea? Gu Qingzhou said calmly. Haven't they been attracted yet? It's still in time. Zhao Ju. I know you have the ability, but haven't you learned about the loss of Jingzhou due to carelessness? That fine. You still eat alone. There are so many people lying here. Who are you trying to seduce with a roasted sweet potato? Gu Qingzhou glanced at them. My wife gave it to me. My wife is very good. Knowing that they would lie in the snow, she specially roasted sweet potatoes for him. Putting them in your pocket can keep you warm, and taking them out is still food. Thoughtful. Zhao Ju said numbly. Oh yes, Mr. Shen is very foresight. As it was getting dark, there was still no sound at the cave entrance. It was snowing all the time, and the piece of pork was half buried in the snow, and the blood dripping on it was completely frozen. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Shinseai rubbed his hands. And suddenly, there was an extra piece of clothing on his body. He looked up in surprise at Hanju, who was standing upright like a pine tree. Hanju said righteously, I am a martial artist, and it is my job to take care of the weak. Shinseai raised his eyebrows, calmly took out an electric blanket, a small battery, and put them on himself. Handing over a tissue as if nothing had happened, said, Before you say that, can you wipe your nose? Hanju looked at the well-prepared man, and silently took back his down jacket. Then he looked at Shinseai again. Shinseai did not respond. Hanju squatted down proudly. Brother, can you lend me something to keep warm? Shinseai slightly curled his lips, and took out an electric blanket. The two sat side by side on the long sword. Shinseai took out a roasted sweet potato again, and this time, he did not let Hanju take the initiative to ask, and directly handed over a whole one. But before Hanju took it in his hand, the snow at the entrance of the cave came with a rustling sound. He put the roasted sweet potato directly into the space. Hanju swallowed his saliva, wanting to eat. Shinseai looked at the sky. It was probably past 8 o'clock, and he had been waiting for 6 or 7 hours. This guy is quite vigilant. He put away all the equipment on his body. To facilitate the next action, Hanju took out a piece of iron from his pocket, ready to make a fatal blow in a while. In the dim light, a ball-like creature crawled like a caterpillar. It was covered with black scales, with a small head and a thin tail. Its middle part was just as the man described, as thick as the waist of an adult man. It was a very strange snake creature. Even Hanju, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown when he saw it, and whispered, What a fat snake monster! He raised his hand and pretended to kill it with a piece of iron. But Shinseai raised his hand to stop him, shook his head, and whispered, Wait a little longer. Now it is too close to the door. If it fails to hit it with one strike, it is very likely to flee back to the reservoir. After all, according to the injured man, it is very fast. So fast that only its afterimage can be seen. Now it is moving slowly, and it may also confuse the enemy. If there is any movement, it can flee back directly when the enemy is not on guard. What more? This guy is covered with scales, so its defense must be very high. Chapter 121 Is this guy so brave? Shinseai sat cross-legged on the sword, watching this creature that could barely be called a snake, slowly approaching the snow-covered pork. It circled around the pork twice, and stretched out its tongue to collect the smell of food. It confirmed that it was human blood, and the blood of a high-level supernatural being. Animals don't have the ability to distinguish between humans, because they are too fat, and can't wrap around food. It just opened its mouth wide, and its 5-centimeter-long fangs pierced directly into the frozen and hard pork, swallowing it into its stomach bit by bit. When the mutant snake finished eating the whole piece of meat, it slowly crawled back in. Hanju had not received the attack signal yet, so he was not in a hurry and just watched it go back. Zhao Ju, who was far away, was holding a telescope and was very anxious when he saw this scene. What wrong with Mr. Shen? Why didn't he let Xiao San take action when there was such a good opportunity? Seeing that the fat snake was about to go back again, Zhao Ju couldn't bear it anymore, and he was about to rush out. Quick! The superpowers blocked it. Gu Qingzhou pressed Zhao Ju's head and pulled the people back. He said, Everyone, don't move. Wait for orders. Zhao Ju struggled to get up, his face and mouth full of snow. Pooh. He spit out the snow in his mouth. He said anxiously, after waiting for 8 hours. Are we just going to watch it go back? He knows what he is doing, and it will definitely not cost a single soldier. He has absolute confidence in Shinseai, and Shinseai definitely has his own plan. Zhao Ju couldn't disobey Gu Qingzhou's words no matter how anxious he was, so he could only pick up the telescope and continue observing. The fat snake had already dragged its heavy body to the cave entrance. It was unknown what had happened, but the fat snake movements were getting slower and slower. Even from such a distance, it was obvious that the fat snake movements were getting slower and slower. Even clumsy, the mutant snake naturally sensed something was wrong with its body, and immediately tried to escape back to the bottom of the reservoir. But it was powerless, and its body gradually lost control. Shinseai took out the intercom. Come here. Gu Qingzhou heard Shinseai's voice from the intercom on his waist, so he put away all the sweet potato chips. He walked over with a swagger. Zhao Ju was anxious and angry. Oh my god. My ancestors? Aren't you guys messing around? But Zhao Ju soon discovered that the fat snake didn't move. Even Shinseai and Hanju came down from the air and landed beside him, but they didn't react at all. Zhaoju. Does this guy know how to judge people? Shinseai landed, and stood 2 meters away, pulled out a clothesline, and poked the mutant snake belly from a distance. He said, "Aren't you very confused as to why I didn't let you do it? Now you can try to kill it with your own method." Hanju nodded, and poked the snake fat waist with his sword. When they collided, a few sparks flew, and the long sword was bounced far away, and inserted into the snow. Hanju was surprised. What kind of armor is this? It's so hard. Shinseai put on fire gloves and grabbed the mutant snake neck. The snake was not completely unconscious yet, and opened its mouth, wanting to spray venom at Shinseai. But Shinseai didn't face the snake head directly, but the muscles on the snake body moved, and black mucus seeped out from the gaps between the scales. Seeing this, Shinseai immediately used his supernatural power to wrap the hand. To the people around him, Shinseai was just wearing gloves. Venom was secreted all over his body, and he seemed to be ready to give it a try. The venom dripped onto the snow along the snake body, and the accumulated snow was burned into green smoke, which slowly floated upwards. Shinseai immediately dodged and took out a measuring cup, handed it to Hanju, and said, "Put it under the snake tail and collect a cup of venom." Hanju did as he was told. Soon Gu Qingzhou came over and happened to see the scene. He knew that Shinseai had water-based abilities, and even if the scales scratched the gloves, the venom would not hurt Shinseai. Although this snake was not long, it was fat. It was estimated to be more than 50 kilograms. "Is it heavy?" Gu Qingzhou didn't know what Shinseai wanted to do, and said bluntly, "I hold it for you." Shinseai tilted his head. "I give it to you when it no longer useful." It was like coaxing a child. Zhaoju hurried over, surprised. "Oh my god, what is this? It black. Who can tell the difference between it and carbon?" Shinseai saw that the snake had stopped secreting venom, and was a little dissatisfied with only half a cup, so he shook it. He said, "Gaboon viper, a species with more powerful toxins than the king cobra. It's just that this guy has mutated, become fatter, and his body has been corroded by venom and turned black." Lu Chuyi was puzzled. This species does not exist in our country. How could it be in our base? Zhaoju's legs were weak. The poison was more powerful than that of the king cobra. It was a good thing that it was discovered early. The base has strict inspections in and out. It's impossible for anyone to bring this thing in. What more? Who could bring such a poisonous thing in? Who knows? Shinseai moved his wrist, seeing that the cup was not full yet, and the snake could no longer hold on. So, "Paw!" A slap on the snake head. The snake felt pain, and became more sober, and continued to produce venom angrily, trying to poison Shinseai to death directly. Zhaoju. Is this guy so brave? When the snake couldn't stand the effect of the drug at all, and tilted its head, Shinseai was a little disgusted. "It's useless, it's so big, it can't even fill a cup of poison." He grabbed the snake neck with one hand, and wrapped the snake head with the other. Twisting. Pulling. Just heard. Crack. With a sound, the snake head and the fat snake body separated. He found a snake skin bag in the space, threw all the snake limbs into it, and handed it to Gu Qingzhou. "Yes, I give it to you if you want it." After saying that, he took the cup of venom from Hanju and threw it directly into the space. He took off his gloves and stretched. "Ah, I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. Let's go home and cook." Zhaoju looked at this brutal scene and shuddered inexplicably. He touched his neck as if he felt the same way, and asked it, "Why did it lose consciousness?" Shinseai smiled slightly, took out 4 empty syringes, and threw them into Zhaoju's arms. He said, "Ask Dr. Su to fill me with a few more sedatives. They are quite useful. 2 syringes can completely knock down a level 3 zombie." And this guy directly injected 4 syringes into that piece of meat. That mutant snake. It was also quite helpless. Zhaoju didn't dare to act rashly. Okay. The deputy general was also stunned. Then why dig a tunnel? They worked for more than an hour. But the snow battle tunnel was of no use at all. Shinseai blinked, shrugged, asked Captain Zhao. "I don't really understand why you guys are dragging my brother Gu to starve." Mainly because this group of people didn't inform him. He couldn't control what Zhaoju would do. Zhaoju. He was ready for a big fight. But what happened? Was it just solved so peacefully? Zhaoju turned his eyes to Gu Qingzhou and asked, "Captain Gu, why are you digging?" Gu Qingzhou weighed the bag in his hand, threw it to Zhaoju. and said lightly, "I want to protect my wife at close range." The implication was that he didn't know why Zhao Ju followed him to dig. Zhao Ju held the bag, held the syringe, and stood in the cold wind. "Are you playing?" Chapter 122 Wife. How do we get out? Now the snow is still falling, it is almost impossible to clear the snow, and the snow is too thick, it is even more impossible to go out. The helicopter in the base flies every 3 days, and every household can get the required food, to ensure that the people can live a normal life. Just as Sui thought, some ordinary people have health problems, but with the research on the venomous snake corpse, Sui developed an antidote in 1 day and 1 night. At the same time, the water in the reservoir was refiltered, and after ensuring that the purity of the water meets the needs of the human body, the water source was officially opened. After breakfast in the morning, Shenxiai began to wrap himself up. The temperature has been even lower recently, and at night, it can drop to more than -60 degrees. Their home is better, with all kinds of heating equipment, although the base provides heating. Some people who are weak and afraid of the cold still can't stand it. It better during the day, only more than -30 degrees. Gu Qingzhou opened the other half wardrobe and began to put on clothes for himself. "Wife, where are you going?" The snow is now higher than the second floor windows. If someone steps on the snow, they can be buried alive in minutes. Although he didn't know, it didn't stop him from staying with his wife. Shenxiai zipped up the outermost layer, and turned around to see Gu Qingzhou, who was almost dressed. It was so cold outside. Shenxiai couldn't help but say, "I go find someone, and I be back soon. So you don't have to go with me." And he didn't know if 2 people could carry him. Gu Qingzhou put on his snow boots, and after putting them on, he took out a scarf, earmuffs, a hat, gloves, and a mask, and put them all on Shenxiai. Finally, he took a few hand warmers from the bedside, and put them in Shenxiai's pocket. "I'm free anyway, I'm happy to be with you." Now they just stay in the room, exercise, release superpowers, absorb crystal cores, play games, basically there's nothing to do. Going out for a walk is also a good choice. The room is hot enough, the 2 of them only stayed there for less than a minute, and they started sweating. Especially Shenxiai, the scarf, hat, and so on are all the thickest. Knowing that this person had made up his mind, he did not refuse, and dragged him to wait on the balcony. If he stayed in the room any longer, he would probably get heat stroke. "Wife, how do we leave?" Seeing that Shenxiai did not move, and did not take out any strange things, Gu Qingzhou was also a little puzzled. Shenxiai pointed to the sky not far away, of course. "Fly over." A black shadow was getting closer and closer. It was Han Ju who flew over on a sword in the wind and snow. The first thing he did when they met was to clasp his fists. "Brother." "Hello." "Sister-in-law." Wearing a mask. The voice sounded muffled, but it was not difficult to hear the sonorous and vigorous voice. Shenxiai also clasped his fists. "Second brother. Your sister-in-law is going too. Can you carry 2 people?" Han Ju looked at Gu Qingzhou's physique, and his face under the mask was expressionless. "Brother, I am also a person, but I can try." When the 2 stood behind, it was obvious that the sword body sank a bit. Han Ju gritted his teeth and insisted, "Sister-in-law, you are so strong." Gu Qingzhou saw that Han Ju was struggling, and kindly said, "Why don't you come back to pick me up?" Han Ju reached out to stop him from saying, "This is a training. The road ahead for the strong is always full of ups and downs. And his sister-in-law was his first hurdle today, and he had to step over it. If he stepped over it, he could move to the next level." He flew relatively low. It was only 1 meter above the snow's surface. When he came, he flew over from a tall building, his clothes fluttering, and he looked heroic. Even if he was wearing thick clothes, he could still see his immortal style. But now it floats here and there, stumbling there and walking unsteadily. However, Han Ju is very strong. After a while, he got used to the weight and began to move forward steadily, and then tried to fly higher and higher. Shenxiai stood between the 2 of them, and was very surprised to see Han Ju control over his supernatural power. It seems to have always been like this. Whenever this person encounters any difficulties, he will grit his teeth and persevere, and then break through the limit and become stronger. Just like the hero in the novel, he is determined in his thoughts, and the ups and downs make people progress. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the rooftop of the research room. From the rooftop, we entered the laboratory on the 2nd floor underground. The corridors and equipment rooms were filled with simple beds. In the laboratory, the group of scientists were still working day and night to study viruses and the various functions of the base. Shenseai looked at this scene and suddenly curled his lips. He raised his hand and touched the door that made Zhao determined painful. He paused and turned his head and said, "Xiao-san, you guard the door and don't let anyone in." "Yes, big brother." He clasped his fists vigorously and shouted loudly, scaring the experimenters outside. Shenseai nodded and walked inside with Gu Qingzhou. He took off all his cold-proof clothes. Sui's hair was messy, and his beard was not trimmed, and he looked like he hadn't rested for several days. He was having breakfast with Su Xingqi. But most of the time, Su Xingqi picked up food for Sui with concern, and took care of him attentively. "Dr. Su didn't sleep last night?" Shenseai put all the clothes he took off into the space, and sat directly on the operating table. Sui had almost finished eating, wiped his mouth with paper, and did not deny, after the reservoir problem was solved. New problems were found in the soil. And I was busy. But fortunately they were all solved. Gu Qingzhou felt sincere admiration for Dr. Su. He had also heard Zhao Ju mention those doctors in other bases, academicians and the like, who were arrogant and rude, relying on what they had in their heads, and wanted to replace the base director. Of course, people who work for the people are not excluded. But it is rare to see someone like Sui working day and night. Shenseai raised his eyebrows, and took out a test tube from the space, which contained blood. Because time is still in the space, the blood is still warm, as if it just flowed out of a person's body. Sui was puzzled. "What is this?" "This is Xiao-san blood." Shenseai threw it into Sui's arms. "Please help me. Dr. Su, I want to know if there is anything wrong with this blood." Sui picked up the glasses beside him, and put them on. "I have seen the head examination of Instructor Xiao-san. It seems that he was hit in the head." He understood that Shenseai wanted to help Xiao-san find the cause of the disease. Shenseai smiled without saying anything, and took out another piece of iron from the space, and played with it on his fingertips. "You may not have research on iron. You can ask researchers to take another look at the iron he used." This piece of iron was the one that Hanju wanted to attack the mutant snake that day. He took it while Hanju was using the measuring cup to collect the poison. "Put the iron sheet on the operating table," said Lonsdale Stone. "Purification reaches 80%, the remaining impurities are all precisely controlled to be iron." What? Although Sui is a doctor in biology, he still understands basic scientific research. So when he heard the news, he stood up from his chair in shock. This is impossible. Chapter 123, You Don't Understand. Before the meteor hit the Earth, the huge pressure and heat caused the graphite in the meteorite to be continuously and strongly compressed to form diamond, which is called Lonsdale Stone. These Lonsdale Stones often contain a lot of impurities, and no one has ever heard of anyone being able to purify them. According to predictions, if this Lonsdale Stone is purified to 20%, it will be dozens of times harder than diamond. Shenseai's eyes moved slightly. This is the fact. Believe it or not, the facts are here. In the previous life, after Hanju committed suicide, the sword was accidentally discovered by the Research Institute, and the data was published, looking for people who could master this technology. But later, the western base was destroyed, and the sword disappeared. This is intriguing. Gu Qingzhou picked up the iron sheet and observed it for a while. The surface was just a layer of iron, and it looked the same. But after a careful feeling, the weight of this iron sheet was problematic. "You mean? There is a very large and advanced research institute behind him, which was established before the end of the world. What more? Xiao-san is a tester, commonly known as a guinea pig." Shenseai blinked innocently and tilted his head. "I didn't say that." Sui also hurriedly picked up the piece of iron to check. The outer packaging was very delicate, and there was no sign of fraud at all. Just as Gu Qingzhou felt, this was definitely not the weight that this piece of iron should have. "I need to keep this piece of iron." Sui was very excited. Shenseai raised his eyebrows. "Of course, but Xiao-san is outside the door." Sui put the iron piece into his pocket and said, "I know what you really mean. Don't worry, I will study his blood carefully and give you an accurate answer when the results come out." Paused. "I will test it myself, and will never let the fifth person know except the four of us." Taking advantage of the heavy snow to come here without outsiders knowing, he also asked Xiao-san to guard the door to prevent outsiders from coming in. It was obvious that he wanted to keep this as their secret, and it was more likely to protect the instructor Xiao-san. The lens reflected the light of the incandescent lamp above his head, covering up the admiration in his eyes. This person seemed to be indifferent to everything. But he was loyal to the people around him, and had great righteousness. This person could be a close friend. Shinsiai stood up, and seemed to be very satisfied with Sui's words. There was a smile between his eyebrows. There is no rush for this matter. You can do it as you see fit. The overall situation is still the priority. Developing a virus vaccine is the top priority. Sui nodded. Don't worry, but... Can I ask, how did you see it? The camouflage of these iron pieces can be said to be flawless, and Shinsiai not only found it, but also accurately said the academic name. Shinsiai turned around and waved. I studied astronomy in college. His back was unrestrained and unrestrained. Gu Qingzhou followed beside him with a gentle look. Sui smiled and shook his head. Xingxing, what do you think is his origin? Su Xingqi took out a piece of paper and wrote, he is a monkey from Huagua Mountain. And he likes to bully me. Sui gently rubbed Su Xingqi's hair. You don't understand. You were so miserable at that time. How could someone with such a soft heart look at you in such a sad state, and not feel sympathy? Are you full? It's time to start working. Su Xingqi nodded, a little unhappy, and packed up the lunchbox. Sui suddenly kissed Su Xingqi on the face. Xingxing, when the end of the world ends, I want to wear a suit for you. This is what Su Xingqi has always wished for. Both of them wore white suits, and received blessings from everyone in the institute. Unfortunately, the end of the world came, and the suits that had just been customized were destroyed in the chaos. And they were controlled by He Jun, and separated by 2 places. Su Xingqi smiled sweetly, nodding firmly. Write on the white paper, let Shinsiai envy. Sui rubbed Su Xingqi's hair lovingly. Okay, let work hard together, and make him envious. Walked outside. Hanju held a long sword, his face was cold, his temperament was extraordinary, and he looked like a beauty. It must be said that there is always a similar charm between beauties. Standing there is a kind of sacred feeling that can only be admired from a distance, but not approached. With black hair down to the waist, the whole person looks like an ice sculpture. Hanju's cold eyes turned, holding a long sword, clasping his fists. Brother. Sister-in-law. Still so lively. The temperament on his body was instantly crumpled into a ball. The researchers outside were frightened again, and some of them couldn't help but look back and glare. Okay, let go. Shinsiai walked out with the 2 people. Hanju asked, Brother, are you going home? No. Let go to another place. Shinsiai suddenly stopped at the stairs, turned his head and asked, with such heavy snow, how do you solve the problem of new greenhouse planting? I remember that the height of the greenhouse should be buried by snow now. Wouldn't the plants inside be dead? But Sui just said that he had solved a new problem. So he should have found a proper solution. Gu Qingzhou pinched Shinsiai's earlobe that had just turned red from the cold. Just moved to a tall building. It not far away. It not far indeed. It in the building next to the institute. There a metal frame on the roof of the 2 buildings, as a bridge to connect them. The 7 floors are all planted with various vegetables, especially potatoes, cabbage, lettuce and bean sprouts. The planting area accounts for 80% of the building. Shinfeng had just finished spraying the nutrient, and put down the equipment when he saw someone coming down the stairs. When he saw Shinsiai, his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurried over. Siai. Seeing Shinsiai's raised hand, he changed his words sadly. Shinsiai, why are you here today? Are you here to see me? It's so cold, you don't have to worry about me, you miss me. Pa! A big slap mark fell on Shinfeng's right cheek. Shinsiai didn't want to slap him, but he couldn't stand the man's outrageous talk. If you can't speak, you can cut off your tongue and feed it to the dog. Shinsiai moved his wrist. But you said something right? I came here to see you. Shinfeng no longer cared about the slap mark on his face. Really? He was still covered in dirt, quickly brushed off the dirt on his body, and found a chair for Shinsiai. Shinsiai said coldly, no need. Shinfeng felt Shinsiai's unfamiliarity with him, and stopped stiffly. He showed a forced smile. What do you want to talk to me about? Do you need my help? You should know about the mutant snake in the reservoir a month ago. Shinsiai's eyes were fixed on Shinfeng sharply. A strange pain flashed in Shinfeng's eyes. Are you doubting me? I am from the eastern base. I also hope that mankind will unite and overcome this catastrophe. How can you doubt me? A tang sword suddenly appeared out of thin air, and was directly placed across Shinfeng's neck. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Shinsiai's mouth. So, you have a way to bring the snake in. Chapter 124. Don't you know? I'm retired. The loophole in the words was caught very accurately. Crack. The long sword in Han Ju's hand broke into 18 pieces, all suspended in the air, surrounding Shen Feng. As long as Shen Xiai gave an order, that man would definitely be poked into a hornet nest. Even worse, cut into pieces. Gu Qingzhou on the right seemed much calmer, took the Tang sword from Shen Xiai's hand, and smashed it hard on Shen Feng's shoulder. The blade pressed against Shen Feng's neck, embedded in the flesh, and in an instant, a trace of blood flowed from the blade. It is said that you just visited the base, and you have been to the reservoir the most. Don't you want to explain? The ending tone was lowered, and the sharp blade was used more forcefully, which was very oppressive. Shen Feng looked at Shen Xiai frankly and said self-deprecatingly, "Am I this kind of person in your eyes? First, I have no reason to do this. Second, the Gaboon Viper is not owned by our country. I don't have the ability to import it from abroad and keep it until now. Third, the reservoir is an important place. There are layers of inspections for entry and exit. How could I bring a snake in? There is no evidence. No reason. You come in and let them do this to me. Cece, you and I are blood relatives. I am your brother." Counting 3 points carefully, he cleared himself completely. His eyes showed a sad expression, accompanied by a slight shake of his head, as if he was a person who was betrayed. Disgust flashed in Shen Xiai's eyes, and he took out the scales sealed in the evidence bag from the space. He shook it in front of Shen Feng. "In fact, it is very simple to prove that it is not you. If you can use your supernatural power to freeze this scale into pieces, it will prove that it is not you," Shen Xiai said calmly, and threw the evidence bag into Shen Feng's hand. He pressed Gu Qingzhou's hand with one hand, and put the Tang sword back into the space. Shen Feng looked at the transparent bag in his hand, and the extremely hard scale, and did not move. "What do you mean? I'm only level 3. And this snake is obviously level 4. How could I be frozen to pieces? Ci, you can always find a pretext to accuse me of a crime. And the method you asked me to prove is totally unreasonable." It seems that he is really angry. The evidence bag was thrown directly on the ground. The hard scales hit the ground with a bang. Shen Feng was also awakened a little. His lips moved and he picked up the scales again. Ci. "I didn't mean to lose my temper. But what you did really disappointed me." In those light amber eyes, the sadness was so obvious. Shen Xiai seemed to be oblivious and applauded. "Then may I ask, how do you know that the Gaboon Viper is level 4? He said with interest. "First, you were not there. Second, none of us did anything. And no one present knew it was level 4. So can you ask the eldest son of the Shen family to explain it?" This sentence was full of sarcasm. The illegitimate child who was not legitimate, and did not speak in a proper way, was older than Shen Xiai. Shen Feng, and the mother of the mistress had been carrying these insults for more than 20 years. If others said it, it would at most be ridicule and disdain. But the feeling when it came out of Shen Xiai's mouth was completely different. It was contempt, disgust, and spitting. Shen Feng's face turned pale instantly, and his straight back relaxed as if the force was released. "Ci, you have never said these words to me. What wrong with you? How did you become like this?" He shook his head in disbelief, and retreated in a trance. He bumped into the fragments of the long sword behind him, and felt pain, so he stopped retreating. Gu Qingzhou was disgusted. He stood up and blocked Shen Feng's sight. "You are avoiding the point. If you don't explain clearly, you can't leave alive." Lightning surged on his body, and the lights in the room flickered. It was like a storm was coming. Shen Feng's eyes were wet, and the expression in his eyes was completely extinguished. He sneered. "Is it difficult to guess?" "Guess?" Gu Qingzhou said in a grim tone. "Guessing also requires a basis. Or have you seen a level 4 mutant animal before entering the southern base? Based on what most people have seen and heard, they would think it was level 2 or 3. And Shen Feng had never been out in the 2 months since he entered the base. How could he know that the mutant animal had reached the critical point of almost level 4? Shen Feng raised his eyes again, with cruelty in his eyes. He said in a bad tone, "Captain Gu, you have no evidence to accuse me, so put away your tricks. I am from the eastern base. I came here to seek living space for human development. You framed me without any evidence, and even threatened me with force. I can report you to my superiors." He said it with great momentum. But Gu Qingzhou didn't care at all. "Don't you know? I retired the day before the end of the world. You? Shen Feng didn't know, and his eyes widened with anger. Shen Xiai pulled Gu Qingzhou back, took the phone, and showed the page to Shen Feng. Name, Shen Feng. Height, 181 centimeters. Identity, dispatch personnel of the Eastern Base, verified. Abilities, Eyes, Level 3 Speed, Level 2. Physical condition, good, no wounds, no genetic mutation, normal energy factor. Vehicle inspection, there was a thermal energy reaction in the car, and it was found to be skewers. Conclusion, passable. Shen Feng looked at the information, and sweat beads on his forehead. The security door was not installed on the day I came in, this information. Who told you that those two doors are security doors? Gu Qingzhou was disdainful. Putting the door so obviously, aren't you just waiting for people to destroy it? The real security door is embedded in the city wall, the two doors outside, at most, are just a trick. Hanju took 2 steps forward, tilted his head to look at the information, confused. You are also a speed psychic, I poke you. Why don't you run away? Or has my martial arts reached the level where only speed can't break it? He fell into deep thought. Shen Feng looked at Hanju with disdain, and said unhappily, Can't you hide your strength? He cast his eyes on Shen Xiai again, and said firmly, So what if I am a dual system psychic? Are you going to convict me based on this? Shen Xiai said with a smile, Are you showing off your dual system to me? Can you open your green bean eyes, and look at the vehicle information? After more than 200 kilometers, the already cold skewers can still reach 20 degrees on the thermal imager? Don't say it, the air conditioner in the car that blowing. Does your air conditioner heat from the inside out? This sentence completely blocked Shen Feng's next words. Shen Feng's face turned pale, and suddenly he said with a smile, CI, you have no evidence, and at a level 4 mutant snake, how can I? A level 3 one. Freeze it? He walked forward, and pushed away Hanju, who was looking around. He handed the evidence bag in his hand to Shen Xiai, and said with a smile, CI, I don't blame you for wrongly accusing me, after all. There are bad people around me, it will be better in the future. Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows. No, what you mean is, I came here specially to talk back to you. Is he the kind of person who takes action without absolute certainty? Chapter 125, I can't pick it up for you. When Shen Xiai finished speaking, Zhao Ju came in from the door, followed by Xia Shuang and a man wearing a half mask. Mr. Shen Feng, the signal tower of the Eastern Base has been broken for a month, and we have only been able to contact them recently. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The Deputy General came in with a group of people, and surrounded the 18 fragments. It was so tight that even a speedster couldn't escape. Shen Feng's voice was cold, Captain of the base. What do you mean? Zhao Ju threw out a stack of data tests. You took advantage of the snake hibernation, froze the mutant snake, and brought it into the base. So I have to ask you what you mean? Captain Zhao. These can all be forged. You don't have substantial evidence, so you can't wrongly accuse me. Shen Feng's face was gloomy, and he was alert to everyone around him. Zhao Ju gave up his position. Xia Shuang stepped forward, and smiled and stretched out his hand. Mr. Shen Feng. At our first meeting, can we shake hands? Although it was the first time for the two to meet, they had heard of each other. This Xia Shuang was a mind reader. Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, put his hand on him, and let his mind go. Xia Shuang felt that this person's mind was blank. So he asked, Mr. Shen Feng, did you bring the mutant snake into the base? Shen Feng said calmly, No. You are wronging me. Xia Shuang's face did not move, and he retreated to Zhao Ju and said firmly, He is lying. Shen Feng was shocked. Impossible. Xia Shuang was not at all disappointed. In fact, I reached the second level a month ago, and I can already judge the truth very accurately. This is also thanks to Zhao Ju, who accidentally got a corresponding crystal core and gave it to him at the first time. His ability is too rare, and he thought he had no chance of promotion. Shen Feng sneered. You are all in the same group. Who knows if you are lying? And you have no ability to prove that what you say is the truth. At this point, Shen Feng straightened his back again and looked at Shen Xiai. He said softly, Ci, don't be bewitched by these people. Come to me quickly, I can take you away. Shen Xiai's eyes changed. Suddenly his expression changed drastically, and he slowly approached. Brother Feng, do you really have a way to leave? Tears welled up in an instant, weak and helpless, as if he had suffered so much injustice, and finally found a backer. Tearful eyes, those peach blossom eyes had too many unstoppable emotions. Shen Feng condensed ice crystals, opened a path for Shen Xiai, to prevent those people from hurting Shinseai, or worrying that Shinseai would be snatched back. He stretched out his hand, anxiously saying, "Yes. I have a way. Come here quickly. I will take you with me." Shinseai raised his hand and held that hand, and felt that he was being held tightly by the other party. So he obediently came to Shinfeng's side, like a white lotus that was blown by the wind and hit by the rain. He pursed his lips and smiled softly. "How are you going to leave?" "See, don't be afraid. Everyone here is dead. We can leave naturally," Shinfeng said, and took out a necklace from his neck. Suddenly, a dagger was fiercely stabbed into Shinfeng's heart, as if afraid that this man would not die completely. He took a gun and fired several shots at Shinfeng's head. Shinfeng looked at Shinseai in disbelief. Without even a last word, he just fell straight down. Shinseai quickly grabbed the necklace and looked coldly at the body on the ground. It better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. What more? You have been exposed. You still want to talk about evidence? Go and talk to the King of Hell. He kicked his foot as if he was not satisfied. Looking at the pendant in his hand, a silver ball, very light, seemingly empty inside. But looking at Shinfeng's absolute expression, the thing inside must be able to really kill a whole room of people. It is definitely not convenient to open it now, so just throw it into the space. Clap your hands. Call it a day. Gu Qingzhou looked at Zhao Ju in confusion, said in a bad tone, "What is going on?" Zhao Ju was stunned by the question, looked at Shinseai, asked, "Didn't you tell him?" Shinseai shrugged, "I thought you told him." On the night he finished cleaning up the mutant snake, he sent a message to Zhao Ju, suspecting that Shinfeng had brought it in. Snakes hibernate in winter, so just freeze the snake while it is asleep and bring it into the base without any damage or contact. As for how the snake was brought into the reservoir, that was even simpler. There was a mountain outside the reservoir, and it hadn't snowed in those 2 days, let alone extremely cold weather. So just find a place to put the frozen snake. As time went by, the ice melted naturally. The weather gradually became colder, and the snakes followed their nature and needed to find a safe and warm nest. The reservoir naturally became the only choice. In order not to alert the snakes, they pretended that they had not discovered anything and waited for Zhao Ju to contact the eastern base. However, the signal station of the eastern base was affected by the extreme cold weather, and the line was damaged. It was a week ago that they reconnected. Shinseai gave a brief account. The more he talked, the worse Gu Qingzhou's face looked. He turned to Zhao Ju and said, "So it was your idea to let my wife confront him today?" Zhao Ju's mouth twitched. "Do you think I can command him? Wasn't it clear what Shinseai said just now? All this was Shinseai's idea. He was just an errand boy at best. Can this be blamed on him?" The man with a half mask on his face stood up and said, "Captain Zhao, I have almost grasped the facts and evidence. I also recorded the conversation just now. I need to take the body back to the eastern base." Shinseai narrowed his eyes. "Are you from the eastern base?" Zhao Ju introduced, "Yes. This is the instructor of the Special Forces Battalion of the Eastern Base. A third-level fire-type supernaturalist, who came here to deal with the traitor." The other party also received the news, and flew a plane to Rush. And it took a week to arrive. This is why this matter has been dragged on for a month. Shinseai crossed his arms and refused to give in. At the end of the world, do you still care about returning to your roots? If someone dies here, you can just drag him out and feed him to the zombies. Why do you need to bring a corpse back from thousands of miles away? The masked man was choked, and said, "I am also following the orders of my superiors. Get out of the way." Zhao Ju pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Shin, get out of the way." Shinseai slightly curled his lips, and took out a very familiar snakeskin bag from the space. "Okay, you can put it back." As soon as the voice fell, the 18 pieces of iron behind him quickly cut toward Shinfeng's body, and it was cut into pieces in an instant. Gu Qingzhou also threw out a thunder, which hit the body pieces fiercely. Shinseai smiled and handed over the snakeskin bag. "Sir, if you want to take it away, I can't pick it up for you." He looked innocent, but the smile on his face never reached his eyes. The masked man looked at the corpse on the ground, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out 2 words, "No need." The masked man glanced at Zhao Ju. Zhao Ju lowered his head and picked his fingers. The masked man was angry, took the snakeskin bag, took out white gloves, and picked up the pieces one by one. Shinseai turned around. He looked at him with deep eyes. he said slowly. There is a second-level crystal core in the bag. Chapter 126. There is a premise. You are not allowed to be angry. On the rooftop platform, Shinseai weighed the second-level crystal core in his hand and watched the masked man climb onto the helicopter with the snakeskin bag on his back. After putting the things away, he sat in the driver's seat again and drove the plane away. Zhao Ju sighed. Hey, this matter is finally over. Shinseai chuckled. Really? Zhao Ju. Can you stop laughing when you say this? So creepy. Zhao Ju asked. What do you mean? Shinseai looked at Zhao Ju with pity. Smacked his lips. It's not easy for you to manage the base. Zhao Ju was annoyed. You are insulting my IQ. Of course I know what other questions there are. It's nothing more than where the snake came from. He was heroic and full of vigor. And he brought out that majestic aura again. Xia Shuang raised his hand and asked, Squad leader. Why didn't you ask before you killed him just now? Gu Qingzhou put his arm around Shinseai's shoulders, blocked Xia Shuang's sight, and said loudly, he refused to let go, and he still had a trick up his sleeve. Do you think your mind-reading skills can really tell you? When a person's mind and heart are empty and have no thoughts, mind-reading is just a decoration. Xia Shuang certainly knows this. Shen Feng just used this point. If his ability was not at level 2, he might have been fooled. Gu Qingzhou asked again, Captain, is it the Oriental base intention for him to take the body away? Zhao Ju nodded. Originally, they wanted to collect evidence from us and bring it back to the Oriental base for further interrogation. But the person is already dead, so we can only let the instructor take the body back to report. At this point, he scratched his head in annoyance. No more talking. I have to go and tell the Eastern base what happened. Now at the apocalyptic crisis, the relationship is tense, don't let any rifts arise. After saying that, he quickly boarded the helicopter, taking Xia Shuang, the deputy general and the soldiers back. But Shinseai and Gu Qingzhou still let Han Ju take them back. After landing on the balcony on the 3rd floor, Han Ju clasped his fists. Take care, big brother. Seeing that he was about to leave, Shinseai stopped him and took out 2 lollipops from the space. He said with a smile, Reward? Han Ju's eyes lit up. Thank you, big brother. He flew away directly on the sword. From a distance, he could see Han Ju carefully put a lollipop into his pocket, tear off the wrapper of another lollipop, and couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. Shinseai turned and went into the room, took off all the heavy clothes on his body, and was about to put on the silk pajamas. He was hugged from behind. The blackout curtain was drawn tightly, and there was only one bedside lamp in the room, so the light was dim. Shinseai patted Gu Qingzhou's arm. Let go. I'm not dressed yet. Gu Qingzhou kissed Shinseai on the ear. Next time if something like this happens, you must tell me. Otherwise, Shinseai became interested. Otherwise what? This guy has become bolder recently, and he can even threaten him. Gu Qingzhou bit his ear. Hack you. I won't listen to you. I will listen to me. You? Shinseai never expected that this guy would dare to say such a thing, and his hands started to be dishonest again. Okay, I was wrong this time. A man can bend and stretch. There is no need to listen to this guy tossing. He doesn't want to stay out of bed for another week. Gu Qingzhou thinks such a wife is so obedient, so soft, helping to put clothes on people with her hands. She took advantage of them in the middle. Wife, can you tell me about Shen Feng? After putting on clothes, she took people to bed. She thoughtfully brought hot water for people to soak their feet and sat next to them to soak together. His wife is soft-hearted. If Shen Feng really wanted to do good for his wife would not have said a word to Shen Feng before, and pretended not to know him. She would not have slapped him at every turn. And when he killed Shen Feng just now, his wife did not even blink. Although his wife has always killed people without blinking, it is different. The wife will be especially soft-hearted to those who are good to their wives. Shinseai's eyes flickered slightly, and laughed. What can he say? He is dead. Why do you still want to say it to disgust people? So did he do anything to you? Gu Qingzhou keenly perceived the meaning of the words, which was that Shen Feng had done something very disgusting to his wife. Shinseai saw that Gu Qingzhou was determined to get to the bottom of it, and sighed helplessly. Okay, I say it, but there is a premise. You are not allowed to get angry. Okay, I'm not angry. Gu Qingzhou sat up straight, and waited obediently to listen. Shinseai turned his face away awkwardly, and then confirmed. You really won't get angry? Gu Qingzhou vaguely sensed something was wrong. This time he didn't say anything, but just stared at Shinseai without blinking. Shinseai had no choice but to say, Wasn't I sold to the village when I was 14? After being rescued, I stayed at their house for 2 days. Shinsiai seemed to recall something disgusting. He stole my square fabric and masturbated to my photo. I happened to be thirsty that night, passed by his door, and saw him through the crack in the door, calling CI while he was too disgusted to continue. But the general meaning had been conveyed. How could he look at Shinfeng straight again? He just wanted to kill him. Gu Qingzhou clenched his teeth tightly. Then what? What did you do? Of course I left at night. Or I went in and beat him up. Then I might not see the sun the next day. Shinsiai said this, as if to ease the atmosphere, and said with a smile, but I have money. I found a gangster and put him in a sack for half a year. Gu Qingzhou's eyes were slightly red, and he looked at the people around him with heartache. What kind of father would make this person say that he would not see the sun the next day? That picture lingered in his mind, and Gu Qingzhou's fists were clenched. He stood up angrily, opened the closet, and prepared to put on clothes. Shinsiai was dumbfounded. Where are you going? Whip the corpse. Gu Qingzhou gritted his teeth, regretting that he had let that guy die so easily just now. Since meeting that guy, his wife must be very upset. Tender eyes, sweet words, and harmonious and flattering words. That was not caring. It was satisfying the animal desire in his heart. How could he die so easily? He must die in uneasiness. Shinsiai stepped on the ground barefoot. It was not cold because of the floor heating. He pulled the man back. Okay. You promised me that you would not be angry. I have already taken revenge. You have electrocuted him into charcoal. The masked man might have flown far away. Gu Qingzhou felt a pain in his heart. He stood there for a long time to relax. He saw Shinsiai's feet were all wet, but he was still standing on the ground. He held him horizontally in his arms. It okay. I'm here. No one will bully you anymore. Shinsiai lost weight and hugged Gu Qingzhou's neck subconsciously. His peach blossom eyes were full of smiles. Okay, husband. He kissed Gu Qingzhou on the mouth. Gu Qingzhou's eyes darkened instantly. Wife. You provoked me first. They both fell on the bed. Chapter 127. Wife. You are seducing me. The temperature at night is getting lower and lower. Shinsiai once took a thermometer to test it in the middle of the night, and found that it had dropped to minus 60 degrees. Even though the base has taken good care of the people, some people still freeze to death. Ordinary people are catching colds everywhere. Now the depth of snow is maintained at about 6 meters. And it is impossible to go out. Fortunately, there are enough crystal cores collected before the extreme cold, and the strength of everyone in the villa is improving at a uniform rate. Wife. You said that with such heavy snow, how can the zombies survive? On the bed, Gu Qingzhou hugged Shinsiai from behind, holding him tightly in his arms, whispering in his ear. Those who didn't know would think he was saying some love words. The temperature in the room was kept at around 20 degrees. Both of them were covered with quilts. A mottled arm stretched out, condensing a water ball for him to eat. After just doing this action, Gu Qingzhou took his arm back into the quilt and continued to hold him. Shinsiai said weakly, anyway, I won't spend it like this. No one knows where the zombies went in this heavy snow. Anyway, after the extreme cold passed, the zombies generally strengthened. Level 1 and Level 2 zombies were everywhere. Level 3 and Level 4 zombies emerged. And the king appeared. The zombie king. There is still some time before the extreme cold ends. With their current strength, it is not a problem to fight against the zombie king. You can't be so unlucky that you run into him when you go out. Before that, there is a more serious problem facing Shinsiai. His arms were held by the person behind him, and the discomfort in his legs had not yet subsided. He was so sore that he could not move. Get out of here. He was almost gritting his teeth. There was no doubt that if Shinsiai had the strength now, he would definitely slap him. Gu Qingzhou rubbed Shinsiai's neck and moved his legs. Wife. Don't move. I can't help it. So, don't tease him. Shinsiai stared blankly at the simple stripes on the bed sheet and didn't dare to move for a moment. He said in shame and anger, asshole. Gu Qingzhou bit Shinsiai's ear and chuckled from his nose. He whispered, wife. You asked me to help you. You should pay me. I will help you next time. Shinsiai thought of the scene last night and blushed instantly. It was true that he was teased and took the initiative to ask. But he didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. Actually living in it. Gu Qingzhou saw the red. His eyes were like torches. His throat rolled, and his body leaned forward slightly. He started to mess around Shinsiai's neck. Shinsiai was really scared this time. Stop! Don't come, I'm hungry. He knew he couldn't move now. Once he moved, it would give the people behind him a chance. And he had just drunk the supernatural water, his body had not recovered yet, he couldn't get rid of the other party control at all. But how could Gu Qingzhou listen to him? Wife, you are seducing me. You have to take responsibility. The light of righteousness. Shinsiai went downstairs slowly. Gu Qingzhou was already in the kitchen cooking for everyone. Su Lu and Jiang Ye were playing flying chess. And Lu Qi was reading a medical book. She couldn't help but ask, why didn't Brother Jiang come down today? This question was for Su Lu. After all, they lived in the same room. And he would be the first to know anything. Su Lu threw the dice. And it was a 6. He picked up the figurine and walked forward excitedly. He said he felt that he had reached the threshold of level 4. And he wanted to see if he could use the crystal core to break through in one fell swoop. So he is still cultivating in the room now. Su Lu said it as if he didn't care at all. Seeing the little man, he controlled land on the 3 squares forward. He laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Yao Yao, I'm going to win. You're quick, it's your turn. Shinsiai saw that Jiang Ye was still far behind, and her pink little face was already covered with paper strips, while Su Lu only had one on his nose. He couldn't help but look at the person who was sitting on the single sofa, who was indifferent to this. The other party also noticed his sight. Shinsiai raised his eyebrows. Why don't you do something? Lu Qiyu calmly turned a page of the book. What can I do? Shinsiai looked at Su Lu's smug look, and then looked at the situation of the aircraft. As long as he moved forward 4 squares, he could make the opponent retreat 2 squares. He moved his fingers slightly. The water vapor in the dice cup surged. When Jiang Yao opened it, she was surprised to find that he could make Su Lu retreat by moving forward 4 squares. He immediately became proud. Humph, I told you, I will be lucky too. Su Lu scratched his head. Ah. How come you are so lucky this time? Jiang Yao started to play chess proudly. The two of them started to be unconvinced, but Jiang Yao's luck was really terrible, either 1 or 2, the last time she played mahjong, all the cards were skipped. Lu Qiyu slowly moved her eyes and blinked at Shinsiai. Shinsiai nodded in understanding. It's okay to help occasionally, but you can't help every time. With the help of Shinsiai, Jiang Yao still lost this round, but it was much better than before, just 1 step away. Shinsiai shook his head helplessly. Walking past the living room and towards the kitchen, Gu Qingzhou just turned off the stove, heard the kitchen door open, turned his head and looked. His eyes lit up. Wife, won't you sleep a little longer? Shinsiai walked into the kitchen, closed the door, and looked at the food for breakfast. If you hadn't messed around last night, I could have gotten up earlier. He had gone crazy during this period. What 3 rules? They were nothing in Gu Qingzhou's actions. He also understood what it meant to shoot himself in the foot. The methods he used to hook Gu Qingzhou in the past, now all were used on himself. If he had any reaction, he would have stayed awake all night. Gu Qingzhou would never let him go. If he didn't have special abilities, Gu Qingzhou would sometimes let him go. Otherwise he would really die in bed. Gu Qingzhou used his free hand, and took advantage of the frosted bottom of the kitchen glass to cover Shinsiai's waist, and hug him to his side. He whispered, Didn't my wife hook me and not let me go? This is all my fault. Isn't it a bit unfair to me? Shinsiai glanced at the living room. And the 3 people didn't look at this side. Reaching out and twisting Gu Qingzhou's waist. You'd better behave yourself. If you touch me again, I castrate you. She glared at Gu Qingzhou angrily. Gu Qingzhou smiled softly, and did not take these threats seriously. He understood his wife. She would never do anything to hurt him. If she scratched or bit him in bed, she would look at him with heartache. She kissed Shinsiai's mouth. What else does my wife want to eat? I make it for you. Shinsiai crossed his arms and raised his head proudly. I want crystal shrimp dumplings tomorrow morning. Now that you're almost done. You're asking, what were you doing earlier? Gu Qingzhou took a bun, blew it, and handed it to the rosy thin lips. Okay, I eat a bun first, with pork and green onion filling. Chapter 128. You are pretty. During breakfast, everyone noticed the noise on the 2nd floor. Thorns spread downward from the 2nd floor, and some golden lines appeared on the vines. Su Lu put down his chopsticks, and touched them curiously. The thorns retracted their thorns, and softly wrapped around Su Lu's fingertips, and other vines extended to the dining table. Gu Qingzhou also touched it, and the thorns retracted their thorns, and he slapped the back of his hand. Double standard dog. Shinsiai took another bite of the meat bun. This is the 4th level. There are 3 types of wood-related abilities. The first is the aggressive and controlling one like Jiang Juanji, the second is the simple vine control, and the third is the ability to promote plant growth. The thorns will become harder and harder as the level increases, and the thorns will become easier and easier to control. Jiang Yao's face showed joy. Great. Lu Chuyu looked at the stairs, only saw thorns, but no one, and couldn't help saying, why doesn't he come down? After saying this, all the thorns began to shrink back, and each thorn was wrapped with some food. Looking back again, the table seemed to have been cleaned. Every plate was empty. Shenxiai took the last bun and was about to take a bite, when the thorn suddenly appeared in front of him. Shenxiai smiled, and condensed water thorns in his hand, and took a bite without distraction. The thorn was scared. He fled in disgrace. When the thorns on Su Le's hand faded, he saw the table. A sharp explosion sounded. Ah! My potato pancakes. Where are the potato pancakes my brother made for me? I will bite you to death. Then he turned into a wolf king and jumped to the stairs. Awoo! Jiang Juanji, give me your life. Tear the thorns blocking the door, and try to squeeze in. The thorns put away all their sharp thorns for Su Le, and casually blocked it, and let the wolf king in. Lu Chuyu stood up and prepared to watch the fun. Shenxiai took out the food he had prepared before from the space. Don't go, let eat first. As he said this, he finished eating the bun in his hand. This state obviously means that some of his superpowers are out of control, and he cannot fully control his superpowers. To put it bluntly, he is too eager for success. He has absorbed too many crystal cores, and he cannot digest them all at once. He will be fine after releasing all the excess energy. Jiang Yao pointed upstairs, but Lei Lei has gone upstairs. Shenxiai took a sip of porridge. It okay. He won't die. Gu Qingzhou heard this, and trusted Shenxiai 100%. Because when he was upgrading to level 4, he also kept absorbing crystal cores to break through. But he was in a combat state at the time, and his superpowers were consumed quickly. So it was not a big deal. Wife, let have some steamed buns. Shenxiai usually doesn't like frozen food, so whatever he wants to eat, he makes it fresh. These hot meals are made when he has nothing to do. He puts them in the space when they are ready, so that even if there is no fire outside, he can still have hot meals, so that his wife won't have to wait hungry. Shenxiai had meat in his first bite, which made him feel very satisfied. Jiang Yao pretended not to see the interaction between the two, but her shining eyes always looked over intentionally or unintentionally. The corners of her mouth were covered with an anti-smile. Lu Chuyu looked over and felt that it was too much to watch. She just helped to pick up the dishes. She didn't even know how to restrain the smile on her face. Gu Qingzhou said calmly, "You two don't eat and go to exercise. You two are the only ones who haven't reached level 4. Jiang Yao is no longer afraid of Gu Qingzhou's serious look. She stuffed a shrimp into her mouth and said, I have a mutant ability. Brother Shenxiai said that my level 2 is comparable to level 5. Gu Qingzhou took a piece of paper and wiped the oil stains from the corners of Shenxiai's mouth. He said slowly, this is not the reason why you are only at level 2. Jiang Yao angrily drank the porridge fiercely. There is no argument. Lu Chuyu saw this and explained, mutation abilities upgrade slowly. Mutation means being stronger. And being stronger requires more crystal cores and training, as well as more use of abilities. Gu Qingzhou knew this. He glanced and said, that's why we need to intensify our training. Lu Chuyu. For a moment, it seemed like I was back in the training camp. Upstairs, Jiang Juanji leaned against the head of the bed with his whole body red. And vines continued to grow from the surrounding walls, the bed, and the floor. The Wolf King was tied to the end of the bed by the thorns, and only his tail was free. He saw Jiang Juanji naked, with a pair of fiery eyes, and was now eating the food brought by the thorns. The Wolf King shrank his body, trying to escape the restraints before the thorns reacted in time. But the smaller it got, the tighter the thorns became. Finally, it turned into a wolf cub, covering its eyes with its furry tail, and its ears were steaming. What can you wear a pair of shorts? Don't point that thing at me. It's so weird. Jiang Juanji was eating, but his eyes were fixed on the wolf cub, watching the wolf cub's series of actions, and he didn't react. It was as if he was not eating food. It was wolf meat. Lei Lei, come here. Jiang Juanji was full, but still weak. He watched the wolf cub struggling in the thorns, and his heart was moved. Awoo! You tied me up with thorns, and you let me pass. You can't bully wolves like this. It wanted to move, but do you think it could? All four paws were tightly bound, only the tail could move. Jiang Juanji's eyes showed guilt. I'm sorry, I'm out of control of my superpowers now, and I can't control the thorns. The little wolf covered his eyes fiercely with his tail. I didn't want to pay attention to the hooligan on the bed, but I couldn't turn around, and I couldn't cover my ears if I covered my eyes. Liar. Big liar. You can't control it, then why are you still pestering me? The young wolf tender roar was particularly comfortable in the quiet room. Jiang Juanji moved his fingers, using all his strength to control the thorns, moving the young wolf into his arms. He covered his lower body with a quilt, carefully hugging the young wolf. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Jiang Juanji's breath was hot, and it hit the young wolf's ears. The little wolf moved his ears and lowered his tail. Ah, old Jiang, you are really hot. Why don't you go out for a walk? The round eyes wanted to see, but didn't dare to see Jiang Juanji's chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and the red face. The eyes were affectionate and gentle, as if there was an indescribable love. Inexplicably, the little wolf forgot to run away, and forgot that he was peeking, just staring straight. The gray nose suddenly felt itchy. Without knowing it, a nosebleed slowly flowed down. Jiang Juanji was shocked. Lele, what wrong with you? Why is your nose bleeding for no reason? Is it too dry in the room? Ah, you are pretty. Chapter 129. Oh, it quite intense. After Sula finished barking, he immediately covered his mouth with his tail. The dog blinked his eyes, and began to struggle violently in Jiang Juanji's arms. Woof! Rogue! Let me go! The two claws scratched Jiang Juanji's arms. But he didn't dare to use real force, so he could only move his body back and forth. The furry little wolf seemed to feel something, and stopped moving instantly. It was as if he was going to brand it. As a man, it certainly knew what this meant. And it knew that Jiang Juanji liked it. Puff! A light laugh came from above. The little wolf looked up, and saw Jiang Juanji looking at him with joy. Ah? What are you laughing at? Jiang Juanji held the little wolf to his chest, and kissed the wolf head. He wiped the red on the little wolf's nose with a wet tissue, and then wiped its paws. Then he said, Why are you barking like a puppy again? The little wolf bared its teeth and threatened. Ah! 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 If you laugh again, I bite you. His body was covered with fur now. He relied on Jiang Juanji not to see that he was blushing. And he stiffened his neck and acted aggressively. Completely forgetting that he was still in someone else's arms, and still in his infancy, he had no momentum at all. Jiang Juanji said softly, Lulu, don't move, let me hold you for a while, it will be fine in a while. The little wolf didn't know what happened to Jiang Juanji, but he could see that Jiang Juanji was very uncomfortable and abnormal. Thinking about it, he lay on Jiang Juanji's chest muscles obediently, touching it with his paws furtively, and the shaking furry tail completely exposed the owner's happy mood. Awoo! Just for a while, I won't hold you any longer. He said so, but his claws didn't stop. The breath Jiang Juanji exhaled was still hot, and he didn't disturb the little wolf movements. He slowly closed his eyes, and rested. Towards the afternoon, the thorns in the room slowly retreated, and the temperature of Jiang Juanji's body gradually returned to normal. Sula had already turned back to human form, but seeing the tired look on Jiang Juanji's face, he didn't have the heart to disturb him, so he could only hold him obediently. Finally, she couldn't resist the sleepiness, and fell asleep on Jiang Juanji's chest. Jiang Juanji didn't sleep all the time, and slowly stroked Sula back, like stroking the fur of a small animal. Sulu enjoyed it very much. As time passed, Jiang Juanji's movements became bolder and bolder. He didn't know that the person in his arms slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of anger. Jiang! Jun! Ji! A low roar successfully froze Jiang Juanji in place. Lulu, listen to my excuse. Awoo! The 3-meter-tall wolf king suddenly appeared on the bed, and pressed down hard on Jiang Juanji. Awoo! Die! The bed frame clicked. One man and one wolf. Downstairs, Shenxi asked Gu Qingzhou to install the movie screen. Now he was watching a comedy movie. Snacks in his left hand, and drinks in his right hand. Gu Qingzhou sat on the other side to charge the battery, with a warm baby in his arms. He lived a very comfortable life. Bang! Bang! There was a loud noise in the room on the second floor, causing Lu Chuyu to stop doing sit-ups. Shinsiai looked back at the second floor and teased. Oh! It quite intense. The bed must have collapsed. Gu Qingzhou put a fully charged battery on the ground and picked up another one. It okay. There is a bed in Lele room. They can build one. He paused. The tip of his ear slowly turned pink. And his eyes fell on Shinsiai, who was concentrating on watching the movie. The heavy snow was still falling outside the villa. The sky was getting darker. A layer of ice crystals and cold mist formed on the glass. The solar street lights in the community were completely off. You could only see the snow near the villa through the reflections from the windows of several houses around. The lazier you are, the more tired you are. Now you don't do anything every day, but you feel more tired than before when you went out to look for crystal cores. After taking a hot bath, Shinsiai lay down on the bed tiredly. Take out a small bag from the space and count the number of crystal cores you have. Thanks to Gu Qingzhou, I used my supernatural powers to restore my body every day some time ago, plus the ones I usually use. Now I only have half a bag of crystal cores left. It was consumed faster than I expected. I took out a water crystal core and put it in my palm to absorb it slowly, and put all the others into the space. The blackout curtain was still drawn. I couldn't see the snow outside, but I could still hear the sound of wind and snow outside. It has been 4 months. At this time in his previous life, he was fighting for food in the Dawn base, and was trembling with fear for a heating facility. In order not to become a toy for the base leader to keep warm, he braved the heavy snow and froze half his life outside. Just to earn points. Now he has no worries about food and clothing, and is relaxed and comfortable every day. He has his lover by his side, and can sleep peacefully. It feels like a dream. Wife, what are you thinking about? So absorbed? Gu Qingzhou was wearing a thick bathrobe, and was standing by the bed waiting for Shinsiai to extract the water from his hair. During this period, whenever he came out of the bathroom, Shinsiai would set up a cordon. It was the first time that he was in a daze. Shinsiai casually raised his hand, helped Gu Qingzhou dry his hair. The water droplets swirled around the room, and then fell into the bathroom. Nothing, I'm just very satisfied with my current life. Shinsiai lay on his side on the bed, throwing the crystal core that had turned into slag in his palm into the trash can, turning his head, and smiling at Gu Qingzhou. What? Are you not satisfied? He raised his eyebrows slightly. Then what was Gu Qingzhou doing at this time in his previous life? Would he be anxiously looking for him in the base every day? Or, thinking of the second possibility, Shinsiai felt that he was sick. Gu Qingzhou was not stupid. Why would he go out to find him in the heavy snow? In such a cold day, wouldn't he freeze to death? Satisfied, of course satisfied. Gu Qingzhou rolled half a circle, hugging Shinsiai in his arms, said in his ear, Wife, I can be more satisfied, are you willing? Shinsiai's face turned pale, and he was about to run. Get out of here. Gu Qingzhou tightly wrapped his arms around Shinsiai's waist, turned over and pressed him down. He lowered his head and kissed her. Wife, are you very envious of Jiang Juanji for collapsing the bed? Said this. Gu Qingzhou didn't know what scene he thought of, and a smile appeared on his lips. Which eye did you see it with? Shinsiai refused. Husband, I can't come. God damn it, this guy has been making excuses every day since he started having sex. Gu Qingzhou bit the corner of Shinsiai's mouth, and whispered, Wife, you seduced me again, you are so bad. Shinsiai. He really doesn't have any conscience now. The bedside lamp was turned off. In the darkness, only indescribable sounds were heard. Chapter 130 Let Eat Hot Pot. The snow continued to fall heavily, and it was already higher than the balcony on the 3rd floor. As long as the balcony door was opened, a lot of snow would pour in. Under the cover of the snow, the villas looked like submerged islands, with only the roofs left to prove that they still existed. On the dining table on the 1st floor, there was an induction cooker, and a double-flavored hot pot, and a variety of dishes beside them. The bottom of the pot was boiling hot, and the spicy and mushroom soup flavors mixed together in the room. Sula couldn't wait to put the beef rolls in the beef oil spicy hot pot. Wow, sister-in-law, it smells so good, would you like to eat it? I make it for you too. It'd been so long since I last had hot pot. Sula was so greedy that he kept swallowing his saliva while waiting for the bottom of the pot to boil. Shinsiai silently picked up the beef roll and put it into the mushroom soup. No need. I like to eat light food. In fact, his eyes also fell on the red soup noodles opposite, which looked spicy. He dipped the beef in the mushroom soup for a few seconds in distress, and picked it up to eat. Did he not want to eat? He couldn't eat it. His eyes turned to Gu Qingzhou, who was still cutting vegetables in the kitchen. The beef in his mouth was like human flesh. Gu Qingzhou felt a chill on his back from being stared at by the fiery gaze. He turned around and met Shen Xiai's eyes, revealing a warm smile. You eat first. No need to wait for me. His wife is so nice. She is caring about him. Thinking of this, the smile on his face gradually became sweeter. And he put more ingredients in the beef balls for Shen Xiai, which made Shen Xiai beef balls bigger than those in other bowls. Shen Xiai pulled a far-fetched smile at the corner of his mouth, and no longer paid attention to the person who automatically imagined it. Jiang Juanji, who had been peeling potatoes beside him, showed a disgusted expression on his face, and even moved the potato bowl away. Even standing next to him, he could feel the anger in that look. The 10-level filter in this guy's eyes could actually be blocked. Gu Qingzhou saw Jiang Juanji's actions. Chuckling, you are jealous. The corner of his eyes fell on the huge wolf tooth mark on Jiang Juanji's neck, raising his eyebrows and saying, Lulu has grown up and actually marked you. Jiang Juanji took out tools to slice the washed potatoes and sneered at Gu Qingzhou's words. I am happy to do so. He didn't say anything, which was little love for him. After all, he had no sense of measure when he attacked. Gu Qingzhou nodded in understanding. I hope you won't push me too hard. It's not a case of boiling a frog in warm water. Now we need to let Sula get used to Jiang Juanji hooliganism and start from the habit. A spark can start a prairie fire. Jiang Juanji certainly knew that his tricks could not be hidden from Gu Qingzhou, so he did not intend to deny it. He only said, You should not push me too hard. My room does not take in refugees. This sentence was full of the attitude of watching a good show. This guy has a strong possessiveness. They live upstairs and downstairs. The house is originally very soundproof. Even so, he still decorated the room like a camp fortress. In addition, Shen Xiai did not go out for a few days, only Sulu. The little fool would think that Gu Qingzhou took good care of Shen Xiai, especially since he started eating meat. 1 week. For a whole week, he didn't care about their meals for the first 3 days, but he came out to cook on time for the last 4 days. But Shen Xiai food had to be brought upstairs, and Gu Qingzhou would bring it down after he finished eating. The rest of the time he stayed in the room. Even a fool would know what happened. It was because Shen Xiai had a good temper towards this guy. Otherwise, if it was someone else, he would have killed him immediately. The two were in love. Gu Qingzhou glanced at the potato chips in the basin, raised his eyebrows and said, Don't worry about it. After all, it's beef. My wife doesn't like vegetarian food. Jiang Juanji, you bastard. You're going to nourish your kidneys. Gu Qingzhou went out with a bowl of beef balls and special beef balls. He placed the obviously larger beef balls in front of Shen Xiai, and the bowl in front of Lu Chuyu. Lu Chuyu's eyes flashed. Thank you, brother. Remember to exercise after eating. Gu Qingzhou still urged Lu Chuyu. Lu Chuyu lowered her eyes, pursed her lips and nodded. Among the 6 people, she is indeed the weakest now. She can't even protect herself, so how can she protect the people around her? Shen Xiai ate beef in silence. It's not that Gu Qingzhou is too strict, but he was frightened by Lu Chuyu's wounds and blood. No one can protect anyone all the time. If you want to protect someone, you can only make that person stronger. Whether it's him, Lu Chuyu, or everyone in the team. As long as they can become stronger, Gu Qingzhou will spare no effort to help, supervise, and urge. Gu Qingzhou put the beef balls into the mushroom pot, and when they floated up, he took them out and put them in Shen Xiai's bowl. Some of them are filled with corn kernels. You can try them. If you don't like them, you can give them to me. Shen Xiai nodded, enjoying the service of eating. The first bite was the chewy texture of beef, and the subsequent soup had the sweetness of corn. It was indeed better than the usual beef balls. Good cooking skills. These beef balls were made by Gu Qingzhou since morning, and he personally performed every step. Sulu also took a bite of the beef balls, and said happily, Of course, my brother cooking skills are top-notch. Being praised, Gu Qingzhou secretly glanced at the people around him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Can't you shut up even when eating? Shen Xiai pretended not to see it. He dared not tease Gu Qingzhou anymore. Gu Qingzhou did not give up, and quietly moved closer, and put the kelp knot in the seasoning bowl in front of Shen Xiai. My wife can't be picky about food, she has to eat vegetables too. She put her left hand around Shen Xiai's waist, and rubbed it carefully. It seemed that he was trying to please her carefully, and it seemed that he was deliberately trying to evoke some memories. Shen Xiai lowered his eyelids, and his sight moved from that hand to Gu Qingzhou's face, and his palm was covered with water power. Brother Qingzhou, you have to eat well too. Children who don't listen will be beaten. He smiled. If that hand wasn't ready to move, anyone who saw it would have to say that it was gentle and lovely. Gu Qingzhou's palm froze, and then slowly loosened. Coincidentally, the phone on the sofa received a message at this time, making a dingling sound. He comforted the hand. Wife, I checked the message. It must be Zhao Ju looking for me. The other people at the table were all watching their noses and their hearts, concentrating on eating, and not paying attention to what was happening outside. Only Jiang Yuanji, who had just sat down, felt happy about the misfortune. Gu Qingzhou took his cell phone and sat back down. He said to Jiang Yuanji, come with me to the power station later. Jiang Yuanji put potato chips into the pot slowly, and did not ask why, and nodded in agreement. Shen Xiai was puzzled. What does Zhao Ju want to see you about? The wind and snow are too strong, and several hydroelectric power stations are out of service. They need to input electricity manually, otherwise the reserve electricity will be used up within a month. In the current weather conditions, if there is a power outage, a large number of people in the base will definitely freeze to death. Shen Xiai put the kelp knot into his mouth. He asked, all the Thunder-type psychics in the base need to go? Gu Qingzhou nodded. Chapter 131 Snowball Fight. When the two were taken away by Han Ju, Shen Xiai opened the window on the first floor a little. The snow outside was dense and heavy, and did not flow into the room because of the open window. Jiang Yao washed the dishes, wiped her hands, and came out of the kitchen just in time to see the scene. Brother Shen Xiai, what are you doing? The snow blocked the window tightly, and there was no cold wind coming in, and most some cold air from the ice and snow. Shen Xiai took out a pear from the space and placed it on the windowsill, and took out a small shovel. While shoveling snow, he said, let's do an experiment. A hole was dug in the snow. Shen Xiai put the pear in, and then sealed the hole again. Jiang Yao thought for a moment, and said, are you going to make frozen pears? Yes. Shen Xiai closed the window again, patted the remaining snow on his hands, and said confidently, I try one first, and if it's edible, I make it for you. Yes. Although she didn't believe Shen Xiai could do it, her tone was still firm. Lu Chuyu looked at the snow residue under the windowsill, and added, if it goes wrong, it can be squeezed into ice residue. Shen Xiai crossed his arms, and was somewhat doubtful about himself. Just freeze it like this. It was not known who he was asking this question to, but his tone was no longer so sure. Su Lu was sitting on the sofa with a game console, and interrupted, frozen pears. Frozen pears. Isn't it just freezing the pears? I think my sister-in-law theory is perfect. Thank you. But I was not comforted. Someone who was even more of a kitchen novice than him actually affirmed him. And at this moment Shen Xiai felt even more guilty. As it was getting dark, the two climbed in through the small window on the third floor. They were cold and took a hot shower. This situation lasted for 2 months. Every 10 days, all Thunder-type psychics were summoned to ensure that the base had sufficient electricity. The snow was still falling, but the temperature gradually began to rise. The daytime temperature gradually changed from more than 50 degrees below zero to more than 20 degrees below zero, and the shadow of the sun occasionally appeared in the sky. The base also began to clean the snow. The water tank was dragged and filled with clean snow, and the fire-type psychic followed behind to heat it, and it directly turned into water in the water tank. The dirty snow was swept directly to the roadside. People living in high-rise buildings also helped to sweep the snow in their own communities, and then went to the main roads to help. In the villa area, Su Lu and Jiang Yao were making snowmen in the yard, while Shen Xiai stood under the window and looked at the frozen pear in his hand and fell into deep thought. Why did he forget the pear? It was all Gu Qingzhou's fault. Gu Qingzhou was wearing a thin down jacket and holding a shovel in his hand. He came from behind and tilted his head to look. Where did this frozen pear come from? It better not to say anything. Shen Xiai threw the pear into Gu Qingzhou's arms and said casually, I put it there 2 months ago, and I forgot about it. It doesn't matter. Gu Qingzhou observed the surface of the frozen pear. There was no damage in the snow, but it was frozen hard. I can still save it. If you want to eat it, I make it for you. He put the frozen pear on the balcony and pinched Shen Xiai's cheek. Go inside, your face is red from the cold. Shen Xiai was wearing thick clothes, but he didn't wear a mask. There was no wind or snow today, it was just cold. I go in when I get cold. He turned and went to Su Lu. Suddenly, a snowball fell from the sky and hit Shenseai on the head. Snow splashed all over him. Shenseai was stunned. Looking up, he saw Jiang Juanji hanging on the roof with a snowball in his hand. Looking behind him, Su Lu was squatting on the ground concentrating on making a snowman. Raised an eyebrow. Looked up again. Jiang Juanji threw the snowball in his hand, put his hands together, begging for mercy. Shenseai's mouth curled slightly, and he rolled a big snowball with a diameter of 60 centimeters in the corner. Holding the snowball, he slowly approached Su Lu. At the top of his head, he turned around and smiled provocatively. Jiang Juanji. It over. As expected, the big snowball fell directly from the top of Su Lu's head. When it collided with his head, the snowball, which was not compact, broke into a ball, and some snow fell into Su Lu's clothes. A person who likes to play with snow was almost buried alive by the snow. Su Lu struggled to escape from the disaster area. Ah! Who plotted against me? Shenseai pointed to the roof without hesitation. It was him. I saw it with my own eyes. Jiang Yao witnessed everything on the opposite side, with a smile on her face, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I saw it too, I testify that. Brother Jiang attacked you first. Immediately united with Shenseai. Looking at the roof with a gloating look, Jiang Juanji seemed to have lost his will to live. Lulu, calm down, there is a mistake here. A snowball hit Jiang Juanji's mouth accurately. Old Jiang. You started the fight first. Su Lu saw that he had hit someone, and his mouth curled up happily. He continued to make snowballs with his hands, and said maliciously, Such a big snowball, I have to hit you 100 times. Jiang Juanji smiled, gradually spreading, even his eyes gradually became smiling. I can't just take a beating without fighting back, Lulu. Be careful. He made a snowball with thorns in his hand, and when Su Lu threw it upwards, Jiang Juanji also threw it downwards. Instantly, snowballs were flying everywhere. Even Lu Chuyu, who was cleaning the parking space at the gate of the yard, was caught in the act, holding a small snowman in her hand. Su Lu! The snowball hit the small snowman. Su Lu realized something was wrong. Sister. It wasn't me. It was old Jiang. He started it first. Lu Chuyu gritted her teeth and immediately grabbed 2 balls of snow. Her eyes were eager to try. Both of you will die. In one sentence, the 2 people united. Jiang Juanji jumped down from the roof and followed Su Lu to fight Lu Chuyu alone. Seeing this, Jiang Yao also joined the fight. Sister Chuyu, I help you. Although Jiang Yao looks weak, she exercises her arm strength by holding a gun every day, and has some thin muscles on her arms, so she is quite strong. Ha ha ha, Lele, I hit you. Jiang Yao hit the target with 1 blow. But before she could be happy for long, Jiang Juni had more than 10 snowballs wrapped around a thorn, and they smashed towards the 2 people with a crackling sound. Ah, brother Jiang. You have no martial ethics. Jiang Yao and Lu Chuyu were at a disadvantage, and they ran away in panic. Lu Chuyu gritted her teeth and said, Second brother? Then don't blame me. The 4 of them were having a great time playing, making a lot of noise in the front yard. Shenseai sat at the door of the villa, with snacks on the small table next to him. He just watched with a smile. Gu Qingzhou came from the backyard dragging a shovel, and saw this happy scene. And he had just shoveled the snow, and the clean front yard was messed up by snowballs again. Gu Qingzhou put the shovel aside and walked to Shenseai's side. Wife, don't you want to play? Shenseai shook his head. This doesn't suit my personality. Gu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows, crouched beside him, held Shenseai's right hand. So my wife likes to be the fuse, watching others play? This is because she saw Shenseai as the instigator. Shenseai smiled. Can you blame me for this? Of course I don't blame my wife. My wife is so kind. How could she? Bang! A snowball came straight at him. Su Lu shouted heartlessly, Brother, come and play with my sister-in-law. Before Gu Qingzhou could open his mouth, his hand was pulled away. He turned around and saw Shenseai taking out a cart of snowballs from the space. He said maliciously, Bullying my man? Then let play. Gu Qingzhou smiled silently. The people in the villa opposite. Is this really the end of the world? Chapter 132. Are you born not to smile? It has been snowing for several days, and the snow in the base has been almost cleared. Shenseai went to the laboratory alone. I saw Hanju training the superpowers in the playground from a distance, and he still carried the sword with him. His eyebrows were indifferent, his clothes were like flowing clouds, and he looked cool and gentle from a distance, like an elegant and noble immortal cultivator. He did not go up to say hello, but turned around to find Sui in the laboratory. Through the glass door, I saw Sui discussing something with the team members. So I didn't go in, but chose to wait at the door. After a while, Su Xingqi came out. Let go. Just one word. Like the lake water in winter. Clear and calm. As if there was nothing to stir up. Su Xingqi led the way. Shen Xiai followed beside him, looking up and down curiously, and asked, "Is your throat better? It has been several months since the last meeting. I guess Sui can also help Su Xingqi develop some medicine. He is recovering slowly during this period." Su Xingqi skillfully took out a piece of folded paper from his arms. "My throat is still recovering. I can only speak 1 or 2 words clearly at a time. Please forgive me. There are no strange expressions in this paragraph. It should be written deliberately to resolve unnecessary misunderstandings, or because he is too lazy to explain to some people. Just thinking about it." Su Xingqi will reveal a polite smile. Shen Xiai eyes twitched. "You really look like Xiao Ju when you smile. The kind of fake smile, but you have to smile. And it not a smile from the heart, it just like they were made from the same mold. Especially when you smile to him. It feels like I'm speechless to you, and I have to deal with your tiredness. This happens especially often." Su Xingqi. "This is not a compliment. Is this guy saying he looks like a rough guy? A rough guy without a brain?" Shen Xiai eyes flashed with cunning, tilted his head, and looked directly at Su Xingqi's face with innocent eyes. "You actually look better when you smile than he does. Can you continue to smile for me?" Su Xingqi. "Do I look like someone who sells smiles? Brother Xingxing, why don't you smile?" Shen Xiai blinked his eyes, and asked sincerely. He turned his eyes and said, "Are you born not to like to smile?" Su Xingqi felt that he couldn't win the argument, but he couldn't help it. "Are you stupid? You actually took the initiative to provoke this person." Pushing open the door of Sui's laboratory, pointing at the seat in the laboratory angrily. "Sit down. Sit down and you're not allowed to talk." Shen Xiai's eyes lit up, and he sat down obediently. He showed a smile that could charm everyone. "You are so polite." Su Xingqi gritted his teeth. He had used a lot of willpower to restrain himself from attacking Shen Xiai. He couldn't beat him. He couldn't beat Gu Qingzhou. He admired this guy very much. "I can't make ye embarrassed. I can't make ye unhappy. Take a deep breath to calm yourself down. Bring hot water to Shen Xiai, and put tea leaves in it." Shen Xiai took it with a smile. "You are so virtuous." Su Xingqi. "Who is virtuous to you? This is called politeness. Do you understand politeness?" After a while, Sui hurried back. When he pushed the door open, he saw a person sitting on a chair and eating happily. A person hid in the corner with no expression, as if he was hiding from a flood or a beast. Seeing Sui coming back, Su Xingqi hugged Sui with grievance, and hid behind Sui. "No. Don't want to be alone with him anymore. He doesn't like this monkey." Sui smiled slightly, patted Su Xingqi's hand. "Then you go out first, I talk to Mr. Shen alone." Su Xingqi nodded, and glanced at Shen Xiai before leaving. Shen Xiai showed a kind smile. Su Xingqi. He shouldn't have looked back. After the others left, Sui locked the door, and turned off the surveillance of the laboratory very skillfully. He whispered, "Mr. Shen, you seem to be in a good mood today." Shen Xiai is the first person who can bully Xingxing, who has such a good temper, and make her angry. Shen Xiai also put away his attitude towards Su Xingqi, leaning back in his chair, spreading his hands. "Who told your husband to be so dissatisfied with me? It makes me look like a bad guy." Sui pursed his lips and smiled softly. "You two are very cute." Turning around and taking out a stack of information from the safe, "After you bully him, I still have to coax him. But he still doesn't accept it, and will provoke you next time. So, I hope Mr. Shen will be more tolerant." Handed the information to Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai shrugged. "Don't worry, I like to tease him too." He took the data in his hand, flipped through the pages, all of which were professional terms and incomprehensible wavy lines. Getting to the point, Sui also put away his joking tone. Sitting opposite Shen Xiai, he said seriously, "His blood is very unusual, not only has supernatural energy factors, but also has some very complex cells. At first, I thought someone injected this synthetic cell into his body, but after my research I found that it was not the case." Sui held up the frame of his glasses, his tone heavier. Shen Xiai asked in surprise, "What going on? Will it affect memory?" Sui shook his head. "This new type of synthetic cell has strong stability. I guess something was implanted in his body that can naturally produce synthetic cells in his body. Just like a beating heart. He sighed. The trauma to his brain should also be caused by humans. Why? Shinsei raised his eyebrows and asked. Sui explained, because this synthetic cell has a strong repair effect. In simple terms, as long as his neck is not broken. Instructor Xiao Sen can complete self-healing through this synthetic cell. Shinsei suddenly froze. Thinking of his previous life, Hanju had also been injured, but every few days, he would continue to challenge him as if nothing had happened. In the end, he committed suicide. It is said that he also cut off his head. From this point of view, Sui's words are completely correct. Hanju should have recovered his consciousness and memory at that time, but why did he commit suicide? Are there any side effects of taking this kind of synthetic cells? Shinsei asked carefully. Sui said, his body has no rejection reaction to it. The degree of fusion between the synthetic cells and his blood has reached 100%. This is the most powerful point. 100% fusion and self-healing ability. Shinsei hesitated for a moment and asked, in your opinion, is there anyone who can do this? Sui thought about it. There is one person who can do it, but he has been dead for more than 20 years. Are you asking this to help Instructor Xiao Sen find the murderer? Sui made a bold guess. Shinsei turned his head and looked at the door. His eyes were heavy. It was because of what you said that. I suddenly had this idea. Sui waited quietly for the next words. Shinsei said slowly, since someone can develop this kind of cell, is it possible? Develop a zombie virus. Sui stood up in shock. Chapter 133 Hankir. This guess is really bold. But it is very reasonable. Sui looked flustered. He slowly sat down on the table and shook his head. The only person in the academic world who has this ability is Professor Han, but we witnessed him being buried 25 years ago. After much thought, there is still no second choice. Shinsei tapped the wall of the glass with his index finger. His eyes were deep. Professor Han? Hanju's last name is also Han. Is it a coincidence? Sui explained. Professor Han is a leader in the field of biology. He has conquered many genetic diseases and many. Stop! Shinsei interrupted. I want to know if Professor Han has any relatives or apprentices in the academic world. Sui frowned and thought for a while. And said, I don't know much. But I have seen a photo on Professor Han's desk. It shows Professor Han holding a little girl. Who should be Professor Han's daughter? As for apprentices, he doesn't have any. He only has 2 outer students. And those 2 students didn't make much of a splash after graduation. Shinsei took out a bag of potato chips and ate them thoughtfully. How old was Professor Han when he died? He asked casually, but his eyes were calculating something deep and obscure. Sui was very clear about this. 46 years old. Shinsei picked up the potato chips and put them in his mouth. Crack. Sounded in the laboratory. He continued to ask, what about Professor Han's daughter? What about the girl mother? Sui said regretfully, Professor Han's wife died while giving birth to a daughter, and he has been a widow. Daughter, I have heard Professor Han mention her. I think her name is something. Time has passed too long. Sui's mind has become very vague about these unimportant things. After thinking for a long time, he vaguely remembered. Kur Han Kur. Sui didn't quite understand why Shinsei asked this. When Professor Han passed away, the little girl was not even 10 years old. Shinsei's hand stopped eating potato chips, and his pupils trembled. Just a moment later, he returned to normal, chuckled. This name is not bad. Sui accurately captured Shinsei's abnormality just now. You. Shinsei suddenly stood up and put the bag of potato chips in Sui's hand. He smiled and said, This is for you. I've asked all the questions I should ask. I leave now. He stood up and walked out the door. Sui asked anxiously, Mr. Shin, you can come to me if you have any questions. I wanted to ask if Shinsei knew Hankur. I wanted to ask if Shinsei realized something. I wanted to ask. There were many things I wanted to ask. But Shinsei's mood was very abnormal now. Why? Shinsei waved his hand with his back to Sui. Open the door. The researchers in the laboratory outside had not returned yet. Only Su Xingqi was sitting on a chair, flipping through a book board. Seeing Shinsei coming out, he frowned slightly. Messy. He said this and walked inside. He really didn't want to be alone with Shinsei. If he couldn't argue, he would be bullied. Shinsei glanced at the door that was closed again, and glanced at the ultrasonic gene interrupter in the corner, and glanced at it casually, and put the thing into the space. Outside the laboratory. Gu Qingzhou just stopped the car and walked over. Did you reach an agreement so quickly? Seeing Shen Xiai bare neck, Gu Qingzhou took off his scarf and wrapped it around Shen Xiai's neck. It's still very cold outside. Why didn't you wear a scarf when you came out? Aren't you cold? After making sure that the cold wind wouldn't get into the clothes, he pinched Shen Xiai's face. But he found something wrong. Wife, what wrong with you? Did Su Xingqi bully you? Shen Xiai was stunned for a moment and smiled faintly. What are you thinking about? Can he still bully me? I'm just thinking about something. He rubbed the place where he was pinched. Pushing Gu Qingzhou to the car, he glanced at the school field and saw only a few people scattered around. It was lunchtime, and they should all go to the cafeteria. Gu Qingzhou looked back at Shen Xiai, but got in the car obediently and fastened his seat belt. What are you thinking about? You said we should be honest with each other. He knows this person too well. Although he is smiling now, he looks calm and as if nothing has happened. There are too few things that may make Shen Xiai distracted, and it is very likely that it is a very serious matter. He pretends to be calm on the surface, trying to cover up the fact that things are not going well. Shen Xiai was silent for a moment. Knowing that he can't hide it from this person, he sighed. My thoughts are very confused now. I will tell you when the time comes. Turning his head to see Gu Qingzhou's brows, which are so furrowed that they can pinch a fly to death, he smiled and reached out to smooth them. Okay. It nothing serious. It just a common thing. He tapped his finger at his forehead. Don't be unhappy. The car that had just started suddenly stopped again. Gu Qingzhou stroked Shen Xiai's face with his right hand. Sighed. Wife. This is the first time you coaxed me. Should I pretend to be comforted by you? Shen Xiai was stunned. Didn't he coax Gu Qingzhou before? Thinking back to the past scenes, he slowly began to grind his teeth. Pa! A hand slapped Gu Qingzhou in the face. Do you still need me to coax you? Did he have a chance to coax you before? When he came to his senses, didn't he coax himself every time? What more? Before wearing the ring, was I always bitten by a dog? And after wearing the ring, he ceded land and paid compensation on the bed. And his pockets were emptied. When did you abide by the 3 rules I made with you? No. Not even once. Every time. She either seduced him to the point of neither going in nor out, or she really stopped and did not leave. She stayed all night. He seriously doubted that if there were not 4 people at home, he would have been able to keep. Thinking of that possibility, Shen Xiai's face gradually turned pink, and he cursed in a low voice, You bastard. Gu Qingzhou saw that Shen Xiai's expression had returned to normal, and he was no longer immersed in the matter he did not know. He secretly curled his lips. He breathed a sigh of relief, and restlessly approached. Wife, you are seducing me again, aren't you? Shen Xiai was surprised. Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou smiled. I'm here. Restarted the car, drove home quickly, and Shen Xiai kept trying to pull his hand back. Unable to pull it back, glared at the person in the driver's seat. Looked out the window. Pedestrians came one after another, and a few children were making snowmen on the roadside. Noticing that the big hand wanted to hold his fingers tightly, Shen Xiai did not resist, pretending not to care. Shen Xiai also slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Back to the villa. Jiang Junji was already in the kitchen preparing to stir-fry shredded potatoes, while Su Lu was on the sofa with a pale face. Seeing the two of them coming back, it was like seeing a savior. Brother, old Jiang wants to harm us. Go and stop him. He hugged Gu Qingzhou's arm, his eyes full of fear. If you didn't know, you would think Jiang Junji was developing poison in the kitchen. Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows. Lulu. It seems that it's too late. Pointing to the crackling kitchen, Jiang Junji was serving dishes outside. Chapter 134. You feel sorry for me. In the evening, Gu Qingzhou was still cooking downstairs. Shen Xiai was alone in the room. After making sure the door was locked, he took out the instrument that he had stolen. He took out a volumetric bottle from the space, which contained bright red blood, and pierced his hand again, and dripped 2 drops of blood from different human bodies into the instrument. Time was beating slowly. Shen Xiai sat on the chair, quietly watching the instrument operate. His fingers tapped on his legs at a constant speed. After a long time, there was only a beep sound from the instrument. On the small green display, it was clearly displayed, 99.99%. Shen Xiai breathing stagnated. His heartbeat slowed down, and his hands clenched into fists due to nervousness. For a moment, the room became even quieter, until Gu Qingzhou knocked on the door. Wife, come downstairs for dinner. I made braised pork ribs for you. Shinsiai put the instrument back into the space and adjusted his facial expression. I'm here. The extreme cold is over. The temperature is getting higher day by day. It snows every few days. And the snow outside the city wall is gradually melting. For nearly a month, the depth of the snow is only as high as a person calf. Even though the temperature is still below zero, some people have gradually gone out to do tasks. And some have gone out to look for supplies. The room is dim, only the small bedside lamp at the head of the bed is on. Gu Qingzhou hugged Shinsiai tightly from behind. One pillow was held in Shinsiai's arms, and the other pillow bore the weight of both people. Gu Qingzhou's biological clock gradually made him more conscious. Seeing the person sleeping in his arms, he curled his lips and stretched his body a little. He kissed Shinsiai on the face. He still felt that the kiss was not enough. So he hugged and kissed him several more times. He didn't stop until he woke the person up with a slap in the face. There was no good part on that arm. And there was an obvious tooth mark on the soft flesh under the arm. Gu Qingzhou still had a smile on his face. And his chest pressed against the tight and relaxed back, rubbing against it like a dog, and found a comfortable position. Wife, it's time to get up. The voice was a little hoarse in the morning, and it echoed in Shinsiai's ears. Shinsiai opened his eyes tiredly, and the first sentence was, "Get out," he shouted weakly, and threw the pillow in his arms directly at Gu Qingzhou's face. He looked like he wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Gu Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed him lightly, his voice gradually becoming hoarse. "Wife, don't move. Otherwise I can't guarantee that I will listen to you. Be good. Just stay for a while." Shinsiai's face was a little hot because of the shameless behavior of the person behind him. He snorted softly. He held the pillow with forbearance. Feeling the change, tears appeared in his eyes. "Asshole. Liar." Gu Qingzhou panted, turned Shinsiai over, and said flatteringly, "Wife, you know, I can't control myself when I see you in the morning. Just once. I go downstairs to cook after you're done. Be good. It will be quick." Zhengdao Guang at noon. He took the person out of the bathroom and coaxed him for a long time. Shinsiai kept gathering his water power and kept eating. He filled his empty stomach in the morning, and felt full after drinking water. Gu Qingzhou had a big slap mark on his face, and he put on Shinsiai's pajamas submissively, and even enjoyed it. Shinsiai cleared his throat. "Have you thought about where to collect crystal cores tomorrow?" During this time, the army searched the nearby towns, and there were only some scattered zombies, and it was obvious that there were more level 1 and level 2 zombies. But it does not pose a threat to the base, and it can also collect crystal cores for low-level psychics. Gu Qingzhou did not stop his movements, and said slowly, "The nearby area must be targeted by the base and the team, so let go to a place farther away. Besides, there are not many zombies, and with the looting of others, it will be difficult for them to find them. It is better to find a place with more zombies, and get a lot of them directly. Then you can return to the base earlier. Sleeping outside in the open air is definitely not as comfortable as in the villa. Besides, it's not convenient to do things outside." Shinsiai nodded. This is exactly what he thought. He tilted his head and said, "Take Xiao San with you, let go together." Gu Qingzhou was slightly stunned. The base is responsible for his crystal core. Do you have any plans? During this period, there has been no excessive negotiation between the two of them. How can his wife take the initiative to think about others? Shinsiai's eyes flickered. It's not a plan. It's just that some things have been delayed for too long. I want to figure it out quickly. Slightly curling his lips, pinch Gu Qingzhou's chin, and kiss him on the mouth. "When I sort out my thoughts, I will tell you about this." The peach blossom eyes smiled. Gu Qingzhou's appearance was reflected in the bottom of his eyes. It seemed that there was endless friendship to tell, the soft and lingering love, as if to melt away who was entangled. Gu Qingzhou swallowed his saliva. A faint light flashed in his eyes. "Okay, listen to my wife, you said to bring it. I will bring it. I will talk to Zhao Ju in the afternoon." But Gu Qingzhou's hands did the opposite, slowly unbuttoning the button again. "Wife, you are seducing me like this. It's too much." Supporting one leg. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Shinsiai was shocked. "Gu Qingzhou, that enough? I haven't had breakfast yet. And now you won't give me lunch?" His wrist struggled. His waist was still sore. Seeing that he was really determined, he slapped the other side of his face with one hand. Miraculously, his face was symmetrical again. Gu Qingzhou said aggrievedly, "Wife, you have to feel sorry for me. This time I will be out for a long time. I will suffocate to death. The slap did not affect Gu Qingzhou's movements at all. The bed sank, and his limbs were tangled. Wife, you have to learn to feel sorry for me. Just today, you have to indulge me. The voice was so pitiful, but the behavior was completely the opposite, getting more and more aggressive. Shen Xi was entangled and had no choice. You bastard. This guy Ren and Du meridians were completely opened. Ahem, the light of the righteous path. In the evening, Gu Qingzhou came down from upstairs, and saw two people sitting at the table eating vegetables with sauce. Jiang Juanji was in the kitchen, studying cooking. Su Le's eyes were filled with tears. Brother, we are starving to death. Jiang Juanji was not a human being. He insisted on cooking, and had to let them taste and give suggestions. Jiang Yao continued to eat lettuce with no desire. She accepted her fate. Lu Qiu came out of the bathroom, weakly holding the door, her face a little pale. Su Le cried, brother. Look, my sister only ate 2 bites at noon, and she was about to collapse in the afternoon. It more than just diarrhea. It like living in the toilet. Gu Qingzhou's mouth twitched slightly. His eyes revealed a guilty conscience. And he walked to the kitchen, make dinner right away. The children were going crazy. Jiang Juanji just opened the glass door of the kitchen, holding a plate of unknown dishes in his hand, and glanced at Gu Qingzhou up and down. Hey, when did you like to put on makeup? The 2 slap marks should have been there for a while. And now there are only red marks, which have gradually faded. It is still very obvious when you look at it from a close distance. Gu Qingzhou ignored this sentence, and only said, you should eat what you cook. If you waste food, I will beat you. Jiang Juanji looked at the food on his plate, and was unwilling to give up. Brother, why don't you try it? Bang! He was mercilessly locked out of the kitchen. Jiang Juanji. This is already the best dish he has made. Chapter 135 Worthy of being the eldest brother. Awesome. The next day, 7 people set out early in the morning, heading north. There was still a layer of snow covering the road on the highway, and occasionally you would see cars frozen on the road. The car body was covered with snow, and you could vaguely see the people in the car closing their eyes peacefully, with a smile on their faces, falling into a deep sleep forever. Hanju and Su Lu were playing a single-player game in the trunk. Brother Lulu, your magic weapon is really interesting. Hanju clasped his fists to the person who lost the game again, admiring him. Su Lu watched the little man controlled by Hanju show the scene of throwing flowers to celebrate. Deep in his heart, he suffered a devastating blow. Losing to his sister-in-law is fine. He can't even beat a fool? Ah! No. No, play another game with me. I don't believe it. How can you be better than me? This realization was hard for Su Lu to accept, and he just wanted to prove his ability as soon as possible. But the second game, the third game, the more times, the faster he loses. Su Lu suddenly cried and fell on Shen Xi. Save me. I'm being crushed. Shen Xi leaned on the cushion, and a TV series was on the small table in front of him. Because of Su Lu's suppression, his hand stopped moving to put snacks in his mouth. He knew that Su Lu was a novice at playing games. But Hanju, a middle school boy, could play electronic products so well. Shen Xi was really impressed. When Hanju heard that he might play games with Shen Xi, his eyes lit up, and he offered the game console with both hands. Brother, please teach me. His eyes were sincere and eager, hoping that Shen Xi would agree. Shen Xi was silent for a while, patted Su Lu on the shoulder. Come on. I try. He took the game console in his hand, and it was just 2 Mario characters competing to see who could pass the difficult level and reach the finish line first. It was a very simple little game. After the game started, Shen Xi could clearly feel that Hanju's control of the game had improved rapidly, and he was even at ease. No wonder Su Lu lost so badly. He just relied on his talent to crush him. A few minutes later, Hanju put down the game console. He saluted like a gentleman and said proudly, Thank you for your teaching, big brother. I have learned a lot. His eyes were firm and bright, and his admiration for Shen Xi went up a level. Shen Xi's mouth curved slightly, even though he didn't know what the other party had learned, but since the other party was willing to give, he was willing to accept. After all, playing games wastes brain cells. It is hard work fee. Thank you. Thank you. He waved his hand casually. But in Hanju's eyes, he was covered with a layer of blurred filter of a hermit. Although he was a low-level space mage, his wisdom and strategy were worth learning for his whole life. This must be a tip for him. He couldn't help but shouted majestically, "Brother, please accept my respect." "Shouldn't see I, he. Get up. Sometimes I really want to escape." I don't know why he was so excited all of a sudden. Woohoo! Of course. Sulu was the happiest. You lost. Right? Let me tell you. When it comes to eating, drinking and having fun, my sister-in-law is second. No one dares to claim first place. He looked so proud that I thought he had defeated Hanju. Hanju nodded in approval and admired Shinseai even more. "You are worthy of being the eldest brother. So awesome." With sincere admiration, he looked at Shinseai as if he wanted to skin him alive. Hee. My sister-in-law has so many amazing skills. You only saw the tip of the iceberg. Sula patted his chest, and his back straightened. Shinseai looked at the roof of the car, stopped talking. Just continue playing games. He was punished one day. What is there to be proud of? The two people in the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat looked at each other, and then silently looked away. With Hanju, they were all separated from their wives. Jiang Juanji looked at Gu Qingzhou through the reflection on the glass, and felt very uncomfortable. It not your wife. But now it him, and Lei in the trunk. Gu Qingzhou also gritted his teeth. Originally, the passenger seat should have belonged to my wife. How did it become Lao Jiang? It was getting dark. We finally found a small town suitable for staying. The snow on the ground was flat and smooth, and there were no signs of animals or zombies. The doors of the hotel were closed. Gu Qingzhou and Jiang Juanji checked each room one by one. In the rooms on the top floor, some people were found frozen into ice. They were wearing thick clothes, and almost all the quilts on this floor were looted into the room. Several people were squeezed together in each room, and then wrapped in quilts. But they still couldn't escape the cold weather, and no one survived. Gu Qingzhou chose to close the door, and went to the floor below to find a suitable room, and didn't touch the bodies at all. Shinseai saw Gu Qingzhou coming down so quickly. He asked, "Have you finished checking everything?" Gu Qingzhou whispered, and said, "Let live on the 6th floor. Don't disturb the people upstairs." He took Shinseai's hand and went to the innermost room on the 6th floor. Shinseai probably knew the scene upstairs. This is considered good. Some small bases were not well prepared, and the entire base was frozen. Often these small bases, after a long period of snowstorm, became the habitat of zombies, and the probability of the birth of zombie kings was extremely high. Throw all the beds in the hotel downstairs through space, and replace them with your own prepared beds in the room. Gu Qingzhou was preparing to cook in an empty room. Hanju saw it and took the initiative to help, imitating Gu Qingzhou movements, and slowly shredded the carrots. From being unskilled at the beginning, to being able to do it easily later, his technique was so skillful that it didn't seem like he had just learned it. Gu Qingzhou was also surprised. After all, this person didn't look normal. He didn't stop him just now because he was looking at Shinseai's face. And it didn't matter if he let him play around. "Is this your first time cooking?" Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still didn't quite believe it. Hanju shook his head. "I can grill meat. Does that count as cooking?" He used to catch mutant animals when he was hungry, and they tasted terrible when they were raw at first. When he saw a group of people making a fire and cooking, he realized that they needed to be cooked. But it was not delicious at all, no taste at all, and some bitterness. Since following my elder brother, I learned to put seasoning on the meat. He didn't have seasoning before. Gu Qingzhou thought of the night when he first met Hanju. This guy didn't want to trouble them, and caught a wild rabbit and grilled it himself. It was bloody. He just peeled the skin and grilled it directly. They didn't know how this guy ate it. There was a silence. Not really. Hanju nodded, as if he suddenly realized something. Then this is my first time cutting vegetables, and my first time cooking. Gu Qingzhou's eyes flashed darkly, and he asked casually, "What about your family? Have you always grilled meat?" Hanju's hand movements paused. He looked blank and said, "I don't remember." Chapter 136, I can't stand it anymore. He doesn't know how he came into this world, nor does he remember how he grew up. He seems to know nothing. He only has a sword. This sword is the key to his identity. With Hanju's help, Gu Qingzhou saved a lot of effort in cutting vegetables, and now he started cooking directly. He saw Hanju still at a loss. He asked lightly, "What do you remember?" Hanju's hand movements completely stopped, and shook his head. I don't know. Gu Qingzhou thought. It seems that Feng has a brain injury and has lost his memory. Unexpectedly, Hanju suddenly said, I want to defeat everyone. I want to protect him. He is very important. Very important. Hanju's tone became very excited. The kitchen knife was placed on the chopping board, and he controlled the long sword in his hand with his mind. Confusedly, he said, I will kill all the strong men. Kill them all. That person is safe. He can't be hurt. I want to find him and hide with him. He muttered to himself, holding the sword, and walked out. Gu Qingzhou realized something was wrong. This guy seemed to be even more confused now. Xiao San. He grabbed Hanju's arm, trying to wake him up. But Hanju still shook his head. Tears welled up in his eyes. I want to find him and protect him. Gu Qingzhou took the sword from Hanju's hand, put it aside again, and said, Who is that person? This guy still remembered to find that person even though he had lost his memory. I think the relationship between the two should be unusual. Hanju sat on the chair. His eyes were blank. Hey! Shenxiai changed his clothes. What are you two doing? Didn't you say you were going to cook? Hanju sat on the chair with a pitiful look as if he had been bullied by a bully, with tears in his eyes, looking aggrieved. And Gu Qingzhou pressed him on the chair with both hands. He looked just like the bully son of the landlord, who bullied men and women. Brother. Hanju tilted his head, and immediately clasped his fists. Gu Qingzhou glanced at Hanju's state, and he was back to normal. It seems that Shenxiai's appearance has exerted an inexplicable control on this guy. Hanju was still present, so it was not convenient to talk about the problem he had just discovered, in case he irritated people again. So he turned around and said, We have dinner soon. Are you hungry? He took Shenxiai's hand, asked someone to wait at the table, and brought some fruit to Shenxiai. He said, Eat some fruit first. Don't eat too much. And we have dinner later. Shenxiai looked at Gu Qingzhou strangely, as if he had tasted something, and acquiesced. He turned his head to look at Hanju, and Hanju happened to be looking at him. Their eyes met. Shenxiai looked away first. What are you looking at? Go help. Yes. Big brother. At night, Shenxiai was leaning against the bed and playing games. Gu Qingzhou pushed the door open and came in, then locked the door. He checked the temperature of the air heater, adjusted it to the right position, and then climbed onto the bed. He hugged Shenxiai directly in his arms. Wife, is the game fun? I've come in, and you didn't even look at me. Shenxiai turned sideways, still without looking up. Don't touch me, I'm about to break the record, if you have anything to say. Talk to me later. He had just found this game in his space. He had never played it before. Although it was a single-player game, it was still a great feeling to break his own record. Gu Qingzhou sighed, and tucked the quilt in for the man. Then he turned off the camping light, and replaced it with a small lighting lamp. The light was not very bright, and at most, he could roughly see the surrounding objects. By the time Shenxiai threw the game console into the space, more than 20 minutes had passed. During this time, Gu Qingzhou looked at Shenxiai with an increasingly resentful expression, and his eyes seemed to want to burn a hole through the game console. What time is it now? You just finished playing? After Gu Qingzhou was sure that Shenxiai had stopped playing, he dared to move closer and hold him in his arms. He let him sit on his lap. Shenxiai followed suit and kissed Gu Qingzhou on the face, turned around and sat back on the bed. Brother Qingzhou is angry with me. He tilted his head, with gentle and affectionate eyes, staring at Gu Qingzhou's face without blinking. It seemed like he was tempting something. Seeing that Gu Qingzhou didn't react, the hand slowly reached under the hem of Gu Qingzhou's clothes. No way. Is my husband really angry? She walked up with evil intentions. She still blinked innocently at Gu Qingzhou, like an innocent little white rabbit. Gu Qingzhou's breathing became heavier, and he grabbed the hand through the clothes. Wife, the sound insulation here is not good, so don't provoke him. Shenxiai raised his eyebrows, and became more aggressive. His eyes wandered on Gu Qingzhou's Adam apple, and his bright red tongue licked the corner of his mouth in an ambiguous way. I know. Doesn't my husband let me play? Gu Qingzhou successfully caught that coming, and he had no choice but to let go. Since the wedding, Shenxiai has never hooked or seduced him again, and he has become more and more honest. Just 2 days after leaving the base, he showed his true colors, and he was sure that he would not do anything wrong in front of others. When he felt that his body was gradually out of control, and Shenxiai's actions were becoming more and more dangerous, Gu Qingzhou finally begged for mercy. Wife, stop playing. I can't stand it anymore. No. If he keeps holding it in all the way, He will be ruined sooner or later. He has to find a better 5-star hotel next time. Shen Xiai looked at Gu Qingzhou smugly, blinked, and said, Brother Qingzhou, call me husband, and I will let you go if you do. Gu Qingzhou hardly hesitated, and said in a hoarse voice, Husband, forgive me. There is no difference between husband and wife. And the husband is his wife. He doesn't mind Shen Xiai verbal play with him, which shows that Shen Xiai cares about him. But, no need to use your hands, it's too tiring. How can a wolf that has eaten meat accept a vegetarian diet? As long as it's not starving, it can endure it. But like Shen Xiai, waving the meat in front of you, and not allowing you to eat it, it's really too torturous. Oh! Begging for mercy? Shen Xiai's eyes flashed with an evil light. But Brother Qingzhou, you didn't listen to me before. This is the pleasure of revenge. Gu Qingzhou was speechless for a moment. Then he changed his mind and said, This is not in the 3 rules. I really listened to you. He rubbed Shen Xiai's lips with his fingertips, forgetting the serious matter he was about to say. Wife, I will help you first. Then you can help me. Keep your voice down. It okay. He was about to get into the quilt. Shen Xiai would never let Gu Qingzhou succeed. So he covered himself with the quilt. Okay. No more trouble. Shen Xiai looked serious, as if he was not the one who had just done the bad thing. With a light cough, he said, Tell me, what did you find about the mistress? When cooking, why did he look so absent-minded? Gu Qingzhou gritted his teeth. Is it time to talk about him now? With a wronged voice, he rubbed against Shen Xiai like a dog. Wife, please help me. Please. Chapter 137 Brother. You are a little angry. The moon is bright, and the stars are dim. The wind is cold, and the night passes quickly. Heading north, searching cities one by one on the road. There are very few zombies in them. A cold winter seems to have readjusted the whole world. In some open areas, you will suddenly feel that the end of the world has passed. On the grass beside the road, Jiang Juanji used his supernatural power to build a simple shed that can shelter from the wind and rain. The stove was burning, and the heat was swirling in the shed without a door. There were still a few sweet potatoes in the oven, sizzling and emitting sugary water. Hanju squatted beside the oven, almost crying with greed. Jiang Yao poked the surface of the sweet potato with tongs, and estimated the time. Xiao San, it ready to eat. It had been here since before dinner, and it was estimated to be more than an hour, so it should be cooked. She found a plate, took out all the roasted sweet potatoes, and picked a big one to put beside the oven. She brought the rest in and gave them to Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai was distributing crystal cores. Most of the zombies he encountered were level 1 or level 2. But there were too few of them. After such a long time, there were only more than 200 cores. Each person only had more than 30 cores. There were not enough for 7 people. Brother Shen Xiai, the sweet potatoes are ready. Yes. Okay. Shen Xiai asked Jiang Yao to distribute them, and put the extra ones directly into the space. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of a car honking outside. And Hanju, who was squatting at the door and eating a roasted sweet potato, raised his eyes and glanced. Then he continued to eat the roasted sweet potatoes, but at a faster pace. Gu Qingzhou was outside cleaning up the kitchen utensils, and when he looked up, he saw 3 cars speeding over. A large group of zombies followed behind, and it was estimated that 30% of them were level 2. The people in the car shouted, Run! What are you still standing there for? After shouting, they sped past without wasting a second. Gu Qingzhou looked down and found a piece of cloth to cover the pots and pans, to prevent dust from splashing on them. This is freshly washed. Xiao San, it's time to work. Gu Qingzhou walked forward, and the 3 people around him also stood up. Sula turned into a kitten, jumped on Jiang Juanji's shoulder, licked his paws, and was eager to try. Hanju looked up, and his eyes wandered among the zombies for a moment, and then he continued to eat the roasted sweet potatoes. Too weak, not worthy of my attack. There were only more than 300 zombies, and this group of people could handle it by themselves. It was just a matter of time. Shen Xiai distributed the crystal cores, felt the vibration of the ground, looked outside, his eyes lit up. It was time to work. These were all crystal cores. Walking to the door, he kicked the person squatting on the ground. Xiao San, go! Of course, he had to fight quickly. If those people reacted and turned back to kill the zombies together, wouldn't he have fewer crystal cores? Hanju threw the sweet potato peels on the ground. Yes. Big brother. The long sword in the shed was unsheathed and broke into 18 pieces in the air. It was so fast that only the afterimage could be seen. He used it flexibly and controlled it like a kitten, quickly shuttling through the zombies. Almost all of them died when they touched them, and their heads were chopped off and brains were splattered. Gu Qingzhou was covered in lightning, with a faint purple glow. After dealing with the zombies on the left, a piece of iron suddenly flashed by his head. He directly chopped open the zombie 10 meters in front of him, and it fell on the ground, and the crystal core and brain matter in its brain flowed out. Looking back, Han Ju stepped on the metal, suspended in the air, dressed in an ancient black outfit. All his hair was tied into a high ponytail, and his long hair fluttered in the cold wind. One hand was behind his back, and the other hand was pointing a sword in front of his chest. His cold temperament showed his nobility, and the coldness in his eyes was like substance. From this angle, Han Ju and Shen Xiai are really similar. Looking at Shen Xiai, who was carrying a bench and eating melon seeds, a smile appeared on his lips. My wife is so good, so cute. Not as cruel as a mistress at all. Lu Chuyu threw out a row of flames, and the zombies were burned to ashes. When he turned around, he saw Gu Qingzhou staring at the shed in a daze, helplessly holding his forehead. The zombies really don't eat him. Gu Qingzhou didn't move either, and the zombies around him didn't approach him actively, because the zombies who approached had their heads cut off by the iron sheet. Jiang Juanji could no longer bear it. He used thorns to wrap around Gu Qingzhou's waist, and threw him directly into the zombie group. You are fighting. What are you looking at your wife for? His wife was charging in front, and this guy was in love in the back. Smelling sour. A huge current erupted in the zombie group, and a large number of zombies were directly electrocuted into slag. Gu Qingzhou half knelt and slowly stood up. You little bastard. You are itching for trouble. Right? Now there are only a dozen zombies left. Gu Qingzhou waved his hand casually, and the current surged out, and with the iron sheet cutting iron like mud. It was solved in a breath. Jiang Juanji was not afraid at all. He held the kitten in his arms, controlled the thorns to pick up all the crystal cores on the ground, and put them in a bucket. The kitten lowered its tail and swayed gently. It stretched out 2 paws. Meow, old Jiang. Your paws are dirty. Jiang Juanji held the bucket and rubbed the kitten belly. I clean it up for you right away. When he turned around, he saw a zombie covered in fire suddenly appear behind Shen Xiai outside the shed. The sharp claws emitted flames, and were ready to cut Shen Xiai's neck directly. Meow. Sister-in-law. Be careful. The kitten turned into a very fast one and rushed towards the 3rd-level zombie. Gu Qingzhou's movements were even faster. He threw his superpowers one after another. You could clearly feel that his nerves were tense. Shen Xiai looked up and looked at the zombie. He saw the desire in the white eyes. He chuckled. He covered his hand with water superpowers and grabbed the claw full of flames. Brother, you are a little angry. He stood up. He punched the zombie temple. With a crack, a hole appeared in the zombie head. He continued to use his fist to smash the head. He grabbed the crystal core and used his power to clean it. He shook it and threw the zombie to the ground. Looking at the red crystal core, he smiled and said, It like a pillow is said when you are sleepy. Lu Chuyu is now at the bottleneck of level 3. Although he doesn't have a level 4 fire crystal core. As long as there are enough level 3 fire crystal cores, he can only break through to level 4. He kicked the zombie body. Thanks. A cat shadow flashed by, and the head, which had already been shattered into pieces, was directly split from the neck. Following closely were 4 or 5 lightning bolts, which directly split into pieces, and then split into pieces, and then split into pieces again. In the end, it was broken into pieces, and could not be broken anymore, and it floated away with the wind. Gu Qingzhou came in front of him, looking at Shen Xiai nervously, and said, Are you hurt anywhere? Shen Xiai smiled. Do I look weak? The zombie had a very high temperature. He could feel it from a distance, but he was too lazy to look for it. He just waited for the prey to come to him. Gu Qingzhou didn't dare to nod, or he would be beaten. He sighed. Don't do that. You scared me just now. Han Ju came down from the sky. He looked at Shen Xiai with admiration. Chapter 138. Are you going to mutate? Originally, they planned to continue their journey after dinner. Now, the crystal cores that Lu Chuyu needed were all ready. So they settled down here. They took a tent from the space and gave it to Lu Chuyu, so that she could absorb the crystal cores in the tent with peace of mind. Jiang Juanji looked at the big tent in front of him, and was silent for a moment. There is a tent in the space. Why do you need to build a shed with thorns? And it is predicted that the tents are all built and can be used directly. Hanju learned to answer quickly. Brother Jiang, this is all the experience that Big Brother gave you. You must learn to sum up experience in the experience, give full play to your strength, and improve your quality. Jiang Juanji looked at Hanju expressionlessly. Do you think I would believe it? Shenxiai looked at Hanju's serious face. A smile flashed in his eyes, and shrugged. He said to Jiang Juanji, now the ground is all melted snow. The tent will be dirty if you step in. Your big brother will have a hard time cleaning it up. It's so nice to build a shed. It can provide shelter from the wind and rain, and you don't have to clean it. Build a shed when you have nothing to do, and use it as firewood when you have something to do. Jiang Juanji's eyes twitched, and he chose to pretend he didn't hear anything, and turned around to help pack up. And the person who heard his name from afar, he listened attentively. Just when he heard Shenxiai's words of consideration for him, the corners of his mouth almost curled up to his ears in an instant. Jiang Juanji rolled his eyes. Are you going to mutate? My wife cares about me, and understands me. Gu Qingzhou's speech was irrelevant and immersive. Jiang Juanji. He turned his head and looked at a cat that was standing between Lu Chuyu and Jiang Yao, and was waiting to be fed. Its body was wiped clean, and even its extremely aggressive claws were carefully groomed. Its paw pads were pink, and it was happily stepping on Lu Chuyu's legs. The person he liked didn't care about him, didn't understand him, and didn't even pester him. Gu Qingzhou also took a look, and patted Jiang Juanji's shoulder. It almost there. Sula no longer ran to Jiang Yao. Under the temptation of food, he still chose to be closer to Lu Chuyu. This said it all. Jiang Juanji was surprised that his brother, who was always hurt, would comfort them. Then he heard Gu Qingzhou continue to say, my wife called me. You should continue to be the wife-waiting stone here. With a happy smile on his face, he turned around and left. Jiang Juanji. I knew it. On the side of the road, Shenxiai took a stick and lifted up the clothes of a zombie. There was a special mark on it, which seemed to be the identity symbol of a certain base. I looked in other places and found that there were quite a few zombies with the mark, not even counting those that were electrocuted and burned to ashes. While thinking about things, I heard the sound of cars in the distance behind me. Looking back, the cars that had just gone by came back and were slowly approaching, as if they were watching. Shenxiai waved to the man who was stabbing Jiang Juanji in the heart, and Gu Qingzhou came over immediately. Asked, what happened? Shenxiai pointed at the 3 cars that were coming. They are back again. As expected, the supplies outside were almost looted before the extreme cold weather came. Even if there were surplus supplies in some corners, the extreme cold weather lasted for more than half a year, and they would probably have been ruined long ago. The teams wandering outside now are basically collecting crystal cores. All the zombies just now were crystal cores. This group of people just ran away because they were unable to resist for a while. After walking a distance, if they found that the zombies did not catch up, they would definitely notice something was wrong and look back. That why Shenxiai asked Hanju to move faster. The group of people confirmed that Shenxiai and Gu Qingzhou were fine. And then, they parked the car not far away, still keeping a certain distance. Some of the group got off the car. There were 9 men and women in total. They all had ID cards on their chests, military logos, and the background map was a snowy mountain and grassland. Blade Team. The logo is particularly eye-catching. Shenxiai's eyes converged. He actually met someone from the western base. The team. They are just like them. They are strong. They are specially recruited by the military and enjoy the treatment of soldiers. Then this group of people were chased by a group of low-level zombies and fled? This you killed them all? A man with a beard looked at the pile of corpses in front of him in astonishment. Gu Qingzhou also saw the ID cards on these people, and stood up and said, where did you attract so many zombies? This is the tacit answer to this question. It is a zombie in a base. The whole base is full of zombies. The bearded man recalled the scene he saw, and now he still showed a look of fear. That was the whole base. It was densely packed, and there were bones on the ground. In the mud that the snow turned into, half of them were exposed, and there were meat shreds and minced meat on them. The teeth marks of the zombies were clearly visible on them. That kind of scene was really chilling. Gu Qingzhou turned around and looked at Shenxiai. But Shenxiai's eyes fell on a woman. The woman had a hot body. And even though she was wearing thick clothes, her body curves could be clearly seen. The woman was looking at Gu Qingzhou with a sharp gaze, as if she was looking at some prey. Shenxiai lowered his eyes and a cunning flashed in his eyes. He looked up at Gu Qingzhou with admiration, and hugged Gu Qingzhou's arm in a fragile and fearful manner, as if he was frightened by the scene described. Just when she was cowering and trying to seek shelter, Brother Qingzhou. It's so scary. Gu Qingzhou's mouth curled up slightly, and he hugged Shenxiai's waist. He comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The group of people on the opposite side. No. You were expressionless just now. How come you become like this when this man looks at you? I couldn't help but look at Gu Qingzhou with regret. It a pity. He is handsome. Strong. But he was blinded by a white lotus. Shenxiai paid attention to the woman's expression. From interest to disgust, and then to pity. In short, he no longer paid attention to Gu Qingzhou. Han Ju was stunned watching from behind. Big brother, what a strength. In one sentence, he controlled 9 people. No, there was also Gu Qingzhou. It was 10 people. Ahem. The bearded man glanced at them indifferently, and did not feel disgusted with the two. In the end times, women are originally a vulnerable group, and the chances of survival are slim, resulting in more wolves than meat. It is inevitable that you will have some interest in the good-looking people of the same sex around you, not to mention that the white lotus is so beautiful. It looks like a little fairy. Who wouldn't be tempted when seeing it? Let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the Blade team in the Western Base, Song Qian, Level 3 Explosives Department. Song Qian stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to make friends. After all, having a strong friend in the end times will definitely not be a losing business. Shenxiai's eyes were stern. Explosives Department? Control the molecules in the air, produce explosions in a very short time, similar to making bombs in a void environment. Still level 3. Blinking innocent, watery eyes, she tilted her head and asked, send money? Your name is really philanthropic. Chapter 139 Yao Yao, 6 Wounded. Everyone on the other side felt like beating up Shenxiai. Song Qian gritted his teeth, and still said gracefully, Song in Tongzong Songzu, Qian in modest gentleman, Song Qian. Oh! Shenxiai smiled shyly. I'm so sorry, I'm not well educated. A bearded man said his name was modest gentleman? Gu Qingzhou pinched Shenxiai's waist, and whispered, naughty. He stretched out his hand, and held it together. Southern Base, Gu Qingzhou. The captain of the Suabian team, has the ability of thunder. He took Shenxiai's hand again, and introduced him gently. This is my lover, Shenxiai, who has the ability of space. When he introduced her like this, Gu Qingzhou's voice trembled with excitement. His lover. He could admit his identity in front of everyone, that he and Shenxiai were lovers, the kind with a ring. Song Qian looked at the two people in front of him, and the people in the thorn shed in surprise. Lazy and undisciplined, without any organization or discipline, they are actually a team recognized by the military. Then his eyes fell on the large area of zombie wreckage, broken into several sections, burned into ashes, electrified into slag, with heads cut off. The methods can be said to be rich and colorful. Swallowing his saliva, showing a smile, since we are all military personnel, some things will be much easier to talk about. Why don't we talk? Gu Qingzhou glanced at Shenxiai from the corner of his eye. He saw that Shenxiai was looking at the 3 cars, and he didn't mean to object. So he said, please go in. After walking 2 steps forward with his men, Shenxiai saw that the people in the car did not move. He asked, Captain Song, are you afraid that the car will be stolen? Huh? Song Qian turned around, understood what Shenxiai meant, and said helplessly, the 6 of them were injured, and are now running a high fever, with their hands and feet tied, and are watching the situation. It not that they don't have the strength to fight, but everyone has been injured to varying degrees, and lacks crystal cores, and can't recover their abilities in time. And those 6 people are the backbone of the team. He can't gamble with the lives of a team. That's why he keeps running. Shenxiai nodded unexpectedly, walked to the car window, and took a look at the wound of one of them. There were some black marks on the zombie teeth marks, indicating that the superpower factor in this person's body is fighting against the virus. But it's not certain who will win or lose. He has seen too many teammates being ruthlessly abandoned or killed in cold blood because they were bitten. But Song Qian was willing to tie people up and escape together. Gu Qingzhou asked, Captain Song, how do you plan to arrange them? Song Qian sighed, if they can survive? It would be great. If not. His tone was full of sadness at the end. There are 2 healing systems in their base, but neither of them can eliminate the zombie virus. And if you want to ask those 2 ancestors to treat people, that is harder than climbing to the sky. Not only do you have to pay for the loss of superpowers during treatment, you also have to pay for the remuneration. It was originally a very normal transaction. What made me angry was that the two things were asking for an exorbitant price. A small injury required more than 10 crystal cores. Who would be so generous as to hire someone to heal his injuries every day? A gleam of light flashed in Shensiai's eyes, and he raised his mouth. He raised 3 fingers, 3 level 2 crystal cores to save 1 person. This group of people encountered so many zombies, they must have been able to come up with 18 crystal cores. Song Qian thought this Bai Lianhua was a fool, but he still explained it for Gu Qingzhou's sake. They are not just ordinary wounds, but they were bitten by zombies, and they are likely to become zombies. The healing system can only heal wounds, and cannot. As he spoke, he realized something was wrong. Because Shensiai's eyes were very firm. Or maybe Gu Qingzhou, as the captain, did not refute. Does this mean that such a person really exists in this casual team? Save. Save all. I will give you 20 crystal cores directly, and the extra 2 will be used as compensation for your energy consumption. Song Qian took out the crystal core without hesitation. Shensiai took out a small bag from the space and roughly counted them. He said loudly, "Yao Yao, there are 6 wounded." When Jiang Yao heard her being called, she ran over immediately and said with a smile, "Captain Song, the crystal cores are in place. Just leave them to me without worry." He opened the car door. He looked at the wounds of these people and looked back at Shensiai. Shensiai nodded. Then he began to treat the wounds. Shensiai, who was counting the crystal cores, moved his finger slightly, and Jiang Yao saw water droplets condensing on his hands and seeping into the wounds of these people without anyone noticing. Song Qian watched his teammate wound heal in the blink of an eye, and even the black veins that had grown completely disappeared. He stared at Jiang Yao with wide eyes. He thought that he should not disturb the little girl from using her superpowers, and stepped aside. Looking at Gu Qingzhou, he pointed at Jiang Yao with trembling lips and said, This girl." Shensiai tilted his head and said with a smile, "Second-level mutation healing system." At this time, everyone in the Blade team took a breath of cold air. A superpower who can cure the zombie virus. Song Qian suddenly laughed, and he started to cry while laughing. Great, great. There is a nemesis for the zombie virus. There is still hope for humanity. There is really still hope. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. Laughed excitedly. A cold wind blew, and he drank a mouthful of cold wind, choked and bent over to cough violently, and his face turned red from coughing. Still laughing, "God will not kill me, there is still hope, there is still hope for this world." Others were also very excited, and everyone had a hopeful smile on their faces. Shensiai clenched the bag in his hand and threw it directly into space, as if he was afraid that Song Qian would go crazy and snatch it back. He hid behind Gu Qingzhou. Brother Qingzhou, is he stupid? It smelled like white lotus. But Song Qian didn't care now, but patted his chest and said, "Captain Gu, please protect Miss Yao Yao. If you need anything, just tell our Blade team." The teammates behind Song Qian also nodded in agreement. Gu Qingzhou looked helplessly at the person behind him, pretending to know nothing. He curved his lips and said, "Okay, I will protect him and never let him get hurt again." Meow wow. I was so excited. Jiang Juanji rubbed the kitten head and said, "Only if humans unite can we overcome this crisis." Song Qian thought level is very high. When Song Qian heard Jiang Juanji say this, he nodded in agreement. Yes, if we unite together, there will always be hope. But in the face of disaster, people are panicking. And there are many people with malicious intentions. The conversation between the two people in the air made Han Ju blood boil. He ran to Shensiai and said, "Brother." He suddenly spoke, startling Shensiai, who was concentrating on playing the role of Bai Lianhua. He smiled and said, "You'd better have something important." Han Ju said righteously, "I think what Brother Song said makes sense. Why don't you and I go into the world with a sword and a fist and kill those monsters without leaving a single piece of armor?" Shensiai said with a wry smile, "It's good to have ambitions. But can you stop sleepwalking? And get your hoof off my foot." Chapter 140. Except for the White Lotus. Still in that simple shed, Song Qian explained everything they knew. Before the extreme cold came, that base also had some negotiations with the western base. Due to the large number of people, the operating facilities of the western base were overloaded, so it was decided to cooperate with other bases. The western base provided supplies, and this base helped to receive the people. On the night of the extreme cold, the signal of this base suddenly disappeared, and then there was no news from the entire base. Now that the extreme cold has passed, the Blade team, are also tasked with finding out if there is any problem inside the base. As a result, they saw that the entire base was occupied by zombies, and no one survived. Shinseai couldn't help but frown when he heard this. How can you be sure that no one survived? What if someone escaped? If everyone froze to death, that would basically be unrealistic. A base with complete infrastructure, which also stockpiled supplies before the temperature dropped, and also had the support of the western base. Besides, it is impossible that such a large base does not have fire-type superpowers. Song Qian took out a USB flash drive from the pocket of his leather jacket. This is the entry and exit records of the base. Since the extremely cold night, people can only enter but not leave. Gu Qingzhou took the USB flash drive in his hand. Shinseai took out a computer from the space, plugged it in and read it directly. It really showed that since that day, there was no data behind it. Only a series of cold dates, recording the number of extremely cold days. This instrument was developed by Su Yi and the Doctor of Mechanical Engineering. After the experiment in the southern base, it was immediately transported to other bases. I think the western base allocated a set of machines to this base. Su Yi product. Shinseai still trusts it. Lu Chu said from behind, that too strange. If they all froze to death in one day, who opened the gate of the base? If the gate of the base is not opened, the zombies will never be able to enter. Unless there is a zombie outbreak. Song Qian shook his head. The surveillance system in the base was damaged. We were discovered by the zombies before we had time to search further. The woman in the Blade team said, someone must have done it on purpose. A traitor appeared. Jiang Yao felt dizzy listening to this. He murmured, if there were bad guys, how did they escape? This question made Gu Qingzhou narrow his eyes. Is there a military garrison at that base? Song Qian nodded. There is a cargo plane. But the plane is still parked on the wall. He understood what Gu Qingzhou meant. It was so cold, it was obviously unrealistic to drive away, so the only way to get back to a safe place as soon as possible was to take a helicopter. But the plane was still there. Shinseai put the USB on the table, closed the computer, and put it into the space. He stood up, and said with a smirk, why do you have to escape? Gu Qingzhou looked up, and asked softly, do you mean the person who opened the door is also dead? There are supplies, and heating in the base. He just needs to hide, and wait for the zombies above to leave. Right? Shinseai said casually. Gu Qingzhou asked again, how come everyone in the base died? Shinseai shrugged easily. It's very simple. The extreme cold can't freeze everyone to death. Since everyone is dead, that means someone killed everyone during the extreme cold period. Doesn't that explain it? With a smile on his face, have you forgotten Shinfeng? That mutant snake. If there were no patrols in the base, the Gaboon Viper would not attack people. The entire extreme cold would stay in the reservoir without anyone noticing, the toxins would slowly erode, and people who use the water in the reservoir would be 100% poisoned to death. Someone wants to destroy the southern base. Gu Qingzhou was silent. This problem has not been solved yet. Even the news from the eastern base was no abnormality. The eastern base was also thoroughly investigated. There was no trace of poison. There was only one possibility. After the people sent by the eastern base to protect Shinfeng died, Shinfeng encountered something. Who is Shinfeng? Song Qian asked doubtfully. Jiang Yao patiently told the story of Shinfeng poisoning. Song Qian slammed the table in anger. What? What a bastard. But why would someone want to harm the southern base and this base? Gu Qingzhou shook his head, not sure if it's the same person, but there is only one reason to harm the southern base. Su Yi from the southern base is the most likely person to develop a virus vaccine. That why Zhao Ju let Su Xingqi do nothing, just need to protect him closely. Su Yi food, clothing, and transportation have all been checked by the base. Even the entire laboratory was built in the military camp, with layers of protection. Song Qian sat on the stool in anger, and pounded the table again. Damn! Is the person behind this sick? It's the end of the world, and he still wants humans to harm humans. Su Le turned back into a human in front of everyone, and kicked the shed in anger. Fortunately, this shed was built by supernatural powers, and was strong enough. Otherwise, a group of them would be buried now. Song Qian was so scared by Su Le's transformation that he fell off the stool. Monster! Monster? Has this world become so crazy? Has the cat turned into a spirit? Gu Qingzhou lent a hand, helped the man up, explained. This is a member of our team, Su Le, a shapeshifter. Shapeshifter? Song Qian felt that he had really learned a lot today. A healing type that can cure the zombie virus. A shapeshifter that can turn into a cat. And another one. Heads to the person who is standing behind Shenseai with a cold face, holding a sword, like a killer, wearing ancient costume, and a high ponytail. Looks very strong. Not to mention the captain, the cold-looking beauty, and the gentle, aggressive wood type, who is smiling but hiding a knife. This team, except for the White Lotus, are basically all terribly strong. Wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat tight, to prevent himself from falling again. Your team is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Gu Qingshou also understood the sudden flattery. Pushed a glass of warm water to Song Qian. If you have any ideas, just say it directly. Song Qian hadn't even started to exert his strength yet. But he was seen through, which made him feel a little embarrassed. He said in a tangled way, I want to ask you to help me eliminate the zombies in the base. Don't worry. I have already notified the western base, and the reinforcements will arrive in a day at most. Gu Qingzhou was silent for a moment. He whispered, you stay in the back at that time, and don't run around. Understand? Shenseai nodded, and acted very obediently. This was an agreement. Song Qian seemed to have taken a reassurance pill. That great. Your joining will be even more powerful. And then it depends on how the base investigates. Shenseai leaned back in the chair, folded his arms, took out some potato chips, and ate slowly. He smiled, Captain Song. You won't let my brother Qizhou work for nothing, will you? Song Qian patted his chest, don't worry. I still have the right to speak. I will distribute it in proportion when the time comes. I will never let you suffer a loss. Shenseai smiled even more, yeah. I believe in Captain Song. You are such a good person. Gu Qingzhou just looked at him with a smile. His wife said. His brother Qingzhou. Jiang Juanji. This familiar smile came again. Song Qian was definitely going to be calculated by this guy. And he just hoped to keep his pants. Chapter 141 Protect Your Innocence. The next day. This base is a county town, with farmland on the left and a river on the right. The county town is surrounded by high earth walls. After observing the whole area, except for the gate, it is basically airtight. In a tent built temporarily 10 miles away, Shenseai watched 4 helicopters take off on the display screen, and when they flew over the base, they began to drop bombs below. In 4 directions, they bombed from the outside to the inside. When the houses and buildings inside the base collapsed and shattered, some energy balls were also attacking in the air. There was a huge group of zombies inside, and the only entrance was tightly blocked by wood, earth, and gold powers. The zombies outside couldn't get in, and the zombies inside couldn't get out. It was like catching turtles in a jar. Shenseai leaned lazily on the recliner, and heard the movement on the left. It was the wandering zombies outside who smelled the human scent and came over, looking at the flying heads and brains. He picked a grape and put it in his mouth. Brother Shenseai, isn't this too slow? The superpowers on the screen have already started to climb the wall, preparing to clean them up one by one. Shenseai looked back, glanced at the screen, and asked, what do you think? Yao Yao? Why not just set it all on fire? Sister Chuyu fire usually has to burn out completely before it goes out. Fill it with flammable materials or gasoline. And it just a fire. Now it a waste of materials and manpower. And it too hard. Shenseai curled his lips. Won't the things in it be gone? Kill zombies? There are many ways to do that. Now, the goal is to kill the most zombies with the least casualties, and to keep the important buildings intact. This time, they may find some secrets that they never imagined. Shenseai chewed the grape slowly, but his thoughts kept surging. For example, is there any connection between the annihilation of this base and the poisoning incident of Shenfeng? While thinking, he was aware of someone approaching from behind. As soon as Shenseai turned around, a girl fell into his arms in such a charming manner, raised his hands. Are you trying to scam me? The cute woman said in a pinched voice, brother, I fell accidentally. Fortunately, you caught me. Otherwise, I would have fallen to the ground. Jian Yao's eyes widened, and he reached out to pull out the gun from his waist. Shenseai felt a chill. He grabbed the woman close and threw her out, and fell headfirst into the brain matter on the ground. Shenseai sat up, smelling the pungent perfume on his body. He took off his coat in disgust, threw it on the ground, and changed into another one. He turned his head and said, don't tell him. If that jealous guy knew about it, He would definitely be doomed and would be beaten to death. Jiang Yao protected Shenxiai and assured him, "Don't worry. I will protect you." The woman struggled to get up in the muddy brain and screamed sharply, "Ah! How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me?" A group of people rushed over. "Hey! Hey! Miss Ellie." Some handed water. Some handed towels. They treated her like an ancestor. There was also the classic lackey questioning, "You pretty boy? Your chair tripped Miss Ellie, and instead of apologizing, you beat her up. Where are you from? When the boss comes back, you die without even knowing how." That heroic and arrogant face, if you don't know. You might think that what he said is true. Jiang Yao was so angry that she put her hands on her hips and said, "It was clearly her who took the initiative to fall into my brother's arms, and she smelled a body odor, and she didn't want the clothes that my brother had fumigated, but you are the ones who want to pay for the clothes. And mental damages. You? You bitch, you are so unreasonable." The lackey didn't expect that a girl who looked delicate could be so tough. For a moment, he almost couldn't do it. The woman named Ellie wiped her face clean and washed her body with water. She pushed the lackey away, pointed at Shenxiai's nose and said, "I am a healing psychic. You dare to do this to me? Wait. I will let Brother Qin deal with you. It has been 2 or 3 years in this life. After being with Gu Qinzhou for so long, it was the first time that someone dared to point at his nose and talk to him." It was actually a bit novel. Raised an eyebrow and asked, "Love brother? The man in the bed? How do you plan to let your love brother deal with me?" Ellie crossed her arms, raised her proud swan neck, and said arrogantly, "Are you scared? Humph, if you want me to forgive you. It's not impossible. You sleep with me for a few days, and I see how you perform in bed, and I can consider forgiving you." She still had that condescending attitude, as if this was a charity to Shenxiai. Shenxiai was speechless for a while. Is she whoring him? Or is she whoring him for free? If soft tactics don't work, then use coercion, inducement, and hard tactics? Jiang Yao. She immediately protected Shenxiai behind her like a hen protecting her chicks. She said loudly, "We are from the southern base. We don't care if you are a lover brother or Brother Qin. If you touch us, you should think about the consequences first. If they are from the same base, they can still solve the problem by themselves. If they are from different bases, it will be more difficult. But it is certain that, given Shenxiai's identity, this woman will definitely pay the price." Shenxiai poked Jiang Yao's shoulder. "Yao Yao, you don't have to protect me like this. He is a grown man, standing behind a little girl. It is not very nice." Jiang Yao shook her head firmly. "No. She wants to defile you. Brother Gu is not here. I want to protect your innocence. This is not a matter of fighting. If there is a fight, she will not stand in front." Shenxiai. He? Innocence? Where is that starry-eyed, innocent girl? A smile flashed in her eyes. "Well, Yao Yao, you must protect me." Ali looked at Shenxiai's posture, and he didn't look like a gigolo played by a man. So she thought that Brother Gu was a relative of Shenxiai. She ordered people, "Pull this woman away, and throw her aside." Seeing that Ali was really going to attack Jiang Yao, the people around her also began to stop her. "Miss Ali, this person cannot be touched. They are from the southern base." "Yes, yes. And this person was invited by Captain Song. And the seat where this man sat was designated by Captain Song himself." All the soldiers went to the front. The people around here are basically the squads or teams from the western base. They still have good eyesight. Ali glared at the people around her, and pushed Jiang Yao away. Wearing high heels, she stood directly in front of Shenxiai. "Name your price. Is 100 crystal cores a month enough?" Her nails were dyed bright red, and she gently lifted Shenxiai's chin. She said temptingly, "If you switch jobs and come to me, I promise you will be my most beloved man." Chapter 142. I am Xiao San. Please teach me. Shenxiai suddenly raised his lips. His peach blossom eyes flashed with sparkling water waves, bent down, and slowly approached Ellie's face. Their eyes met, and he said seductively, "Ms. Ellie, you have many confidants? Then how can you guarantee that I am the most favored?" She was born extremely beautiful, under the deliberate temptation of the scheming person. Almost no one can withstand this impact. Ellie pursed her lips, and her eyes flashed with obsession. "As long as you are obedient, you can set the conditions." Too beautiful. She had never seen such a good-looking man. She had a few good-looking stars before the end of the world, but this man looked better than the stars. More elegant, more charming, and more stunning. He was like a charming king, although he had a cynical attitude, but he was arrogant in his bones. Often, such people, after being conquered, were the most fun to play with. He thought he was good-looking at first sight, and he could not look away, and the second and third sights, he would only think he was better looking. Shenxiai tilted his head, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc. Charming everyone. In this case, why not sign a document? This will also make me feel at ease. No matter how well he disguised his face, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Jiang Yao, who was standing aside, understood. Shenxiai was angry. Aili had been fascinated by Shenxiai's behavior, and she had no appetite, and just wanted to get the person as soon as possible. Without saying anything, she nodded. Shenxiai was waiting for this response, and took out paper and pen from the space. Write it down. 1. Miss Ellie will pay 200 secondary crystal cores per month. 2. Miss Ellie needs to pay half a year worth of crystal cores in advance. 3. Miss Ellie must not be harassed at will. Finally, he handed the pen and paper to Ellie, said with a smile, "You can take a look. If you agree, you can sign your name." The contract was simple. Ellie saw the contract clearly at a glance. These things were completely easy for her. Without thinking, she signed her name. Although it hurts a bit, this person's face is worth the money, and she may even make a profit. Shenxiai took the contract and looked at it carefully. He dodged the hand that Ellie stretched out, and took out a bag from the space. He said innocently, "You know, I don't feel safe. So you have to pay first." "Okay. 1,200 second level crystal cores." Ellie waved her hand, and a man came out from behind, and took out a leather box from the space. After entering the password, he pushed the box directly in front of Shenxiai. "There are 1,000 crystals in here. If you are missing, I will give you a third-level crystal core." He reached out again, and the man took out 4 third-level crystal cores from the space. He put 2 water-type, 1 fire-type, and 1 lightning-type crystal core on top of all the crystal cores, under the light of the fire basin next to him. They flickered. Shenxiai put all the crystal cores into the space. Did he ask for too little? He took it out so easily. I should have asked for more. He is still too poor. His vision is too low. Ellie said proudly, "Now I can touch you." Right? She almost emptied the family assets. She must sleep back. When she raised her hand to hug Shenxiai's waist, there was an explosion in the distance. Everyone subconsciously looked a few miles away, where black smoke was billowing, and only one of the 4 helicopters in the sky remained. Then look at the display screen. The helicopter monitoring screen has gone black, and all the superpowers closer to the inner circle have died. The recorder on his body recorded several zombies moving slowly forward. Shenxiai suddenly moved closer to the display screen and zoomed in on one of the images. A zombie was gnawing on the corpse of a mutant. And this zombie white eyes actually had pupils. A level 5 zombie. The zombies following him were obviously not of low level either. Shenxiai flexed his wrists, his eyes gleaming, and waved a small helicopter out. "Yao Yao, get on the plane. Let go have some fun." He strode onto the plane. Jiang Yao followed closely behind. And before leaving, he said to Ellie, "Humph." A sound. Ellie said in disbelief, "It's so dangerous there, you're going to die if you go there. Get down here. The man she just bought, don't let him die before you make back your money." Shenxiai glanced at Ellie coldly, and smiled. "Wait for me to come back." Ellie stared at the person sitting in the captain's seat, and nodded slowly. The helicopter went straight to the base. After circling inside, it found the figures of Gu Qinzhou and the other 5, who were fighting with the 6 zombies. Those 6 high-level zombies. Especially Han Ju, stepping on the iron sheet, chasing a flying zombie in the air. The helicopter slowly landed not far away, jumped off the helicopter, put the helicopter into the space. Took out the tank again. Instructed, "Yao Yao, watch the opportunity." Jiang Yao nodded, climbed into the cockpit of the tank, found a feng shui treasure place to stop based on memory, just in time to see the Suabian team and the 6 high-level zombies. On the other side, Gu Qinzhou and the level 5 wind zombie went head-on. The 5 zombies next to him were basically level 4, so Lu Chuyu had a hard time dealing with 2 zombies alone. The claws of a zombie, accompanied by lightning, directly clawed at Lu Chuyu. Gu Qinzhou dodged and grabbed the zombie hand. Lu Chuyu turned around. "Brother." Gu Qinzhou kicked the level 4 thunder zombie away, and used lightning to fight head-on, Be careful. He turned around and took Lu Qiyu to avoid the attack of the wind zombie. While rolling, the power zombie punched the place where the two had just stopped. A big pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Roar! The Tiger King was fighting a fire zombie. That guy was covered in fire. It was hard for him to bite him. He could only attack with his claws. Jiang Juanji noticed the situation of the Tiger King, but he couldn't do anything. Fire overcomes wood. He could only help the Tiger King move to another position at the right time. They were both equally strong. For a while, no one could break through the other. Gu Qingzhou moved quickly to avoid the wind blades of the level 5 zombies. The wind blades left a deep mark when they landed. Even the spiral steel could be cut instantly. Once hit, it could be fatal. A wind blade predicted Gu Qingzhou's next move. Gu Qingzhou immediately covered his body with superpowers and used all his superpowers to form a lightning barrier in front of him. The first wind blade was perfectly blocked, but the second, third and fourth blades followed closely. Gu Qingzhou's forehead was sweating, and he kept looking for the opponent's weakness with lightning. As the last wind blade came, a piece of iron suddenly blocked Gu Qingzhou's front. The wind blade didn't even leave a mark on the iron. Hanju held the head of a level 4 zombie in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. He took out the crystal core from the zombie head and put it in his clothes with the brain. He held the sword flower in his hand. You are interesting. I am Xiao San. Please teach me. Chapter 143. If you are afraid, just close your eyes. While Hanju was talking, the wind zombie swung out more than 10 wind blades in succession. Regardless of speed size, they were all aimed at the lives of the two. The long sword in Hanju's hand broke, and the 18 pieces of iron seemed to be positioned, blocking all the more than 10 wind blades, and there were 2 more pieces of iron to attack the wind zombie. The wind zombie dodged quickly. The pupils turned around and fell on Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou turned his head to send a signal to Hanju, and after receiving a response, he began to rush forward regardless of anything. The rotten flesh on the mouth of the wind zombie trembled, and a low ho-ho sound came out of his mouth. It seemed to be excited about something. He dived down, and the wounded controlled the airflow, forming wind blades, which accompanied him. Some of the wind blades attacked Gu Qingzhou from behind. It can be said that there were wind blades in all directions, and Gu Qingzhou had no way to avoid it. His body was full of supernatural powers, and the light purple lightning made a sizzling sound. The wind blades came into contact with the lightning, and it was like a real wind blade emitting sparks in the fight with the lightning. At this time, the iron sheet suddenly went around to the back of the wind zombie. 18 pieces of iron sheets, all of them, like the speed of a howling wind, attacked the wind zombie back directly. Huh? The wind zombie controlled the muscles around his eyes, and made a smiling expression. Gu Qingzhou's pupils trembled, and he realized that he was the one who was fooled. Originally, his plan was to absorb all the firepower attacks in front, and withstand a wave of damage, while Hanju took the opportunity to attack the back of this zombie. But now, the iron sheet hit the wind zombie back an inch away, and a transparent wind barrier blocked all attacks. Hanju retracted his strength and used his mind to speed up the attack again. But the effect was the same. He didn't move at all. Gu Qingzhou gritted his teeth and held on. Looking at the wind zombie, you are the king here. The wind zombie didn't seem to have any difficulty dealing with Gu Qingzhou. Hearing this, he laughed and said, huh? His neck twisted stiffly, like a warm-up before a fight. The wind zombie's superpowers increased, and a huge energy directly shook Gu Qingzhou away several meters. He hit a broken building hard. A piece of steel bar brushed past his ear. Gu Qingzhou tilted his head, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Ahem. Countless wind-type abilities filled the sky. Gu Qingzhou widened his eyes in disbelief. Chuyu. Juanji. Lei. Be careful. Everyone looked up and was horrified. He stopped fighting with those level 4 zombies and turned around to get away. However, Lu Qi was tricked by 2 level 4 zombies, and the 3 of them were surrounded in an open space. Just like herding sheep, now that the sheep are in the pen, it's time to close the door, and the power of life and death is in the hands of the person who closes the door. Countless wind blades fell in an instant. Song Qian and another Captain Qin, who came over, just watched those wind blades that human power could not resist, falling like raindrops. Quick! Hold those 4 zombies! Song Qian roared. All the superpowers who came behind him swarmed up, and the 3 superpower zombies at the back were held back. But the 2nd and 3rd level superpowers were not good enough in front of the 4th level zombies. especially in the case of fire, thunder, and earth. Rushing forward is to die. The 3 zombies can attack the 3 people inside while dealing with these low-level psychics. The wind blade is right above his head. Jiang Juanji has no time to think about it. He uses thorns to tie Lu Chuyu and Su Lu to his side. He shouted, "Lie down." The Tiger King immediately became smaller, trying to reduce his size. He was held in Lu Chuyu's arms and fell on his side. The thorns covered him with a thick layer. Through the gap, the Tiger King saw Jiang Juanji smile. Roar. "Old Jiang, why don't you come in?" Jiang Juanji pushed the frame of his glasses and said soothingly, "Close your eyes if you're scared." Woo woo woo. Old Jiang. Second brother. Lu Chuyu also understood. These thorns are not enough to resist the combined power of 4 level 4 zombies and 1 level 5 zombie. He wanted to use his body as the first line of defense to minimize the attacks on the thorns. This way, they would have more hope. Jiang Juanji turned around and faced the superpower attacks of the 4 zombies alone. The superpower continued to output layer after layer of thorns separated by a distance and resisted the wind blades in the air. In an instant, broken thorn fragments flew all over the sky. The other hand controlled the thorns to block the actions of the 4 zombies. And right in front of him was the power zombie, waving his fist, rushing towards Jiang Juanji. Jiang Juanji stomped his feet, and 3 rows of thorns grew in front of him. A fireball fell on the thorns, and with the beating of the power zombie, in less than 2 breaths, the thorn defense was broken. The last punch of the power zombie hit Jiang Juanji directly, right in the heart. Jiang Juanji's face turned pale instantly. He staggered back 2 steps and fell on the thorn ball behind him. Roar. Woo. Old Jiang, Jiang Juanji. The Tiger King kept scratching the thorns inside anxiously. His cat eyes were tearful. Jiang Juanji couldn't breathe in pain. His whole body was shaking. When the power zombie was about to smash Jiang Juanji's head with a punch, a thick thorn suddenly pierced from behind the power zombie. It pierced the power zombie head in one fell swoop, and an earth-colored crystal core fell to the ground. Blood was flowing from the corners of Jiang Juanji's mouth. With blurred vision, he watched the thorns above his head being broken. In the corner of his eyes, he saw Gu Qinzhou being entangled by a level 5 zombie. He tried to come over fiercely. Jiang Juanji smiled weakly. Yes, well, alive. The throat was full of blood, the vocal cords moved, and when he opened his mouth, large mouthfuls of blood gushed out. Tears oozed from the corners of his eyes. Before falling, he wanted to look back again. Just one look. Unfortunately, his ribs and spine were broken. My heart hurts. This little wish can't be fulfilled. The person he secretly loves, and his sister, are all behind him. Very safe. Jiang Juanji fell to the ground, closed his eyes, and the blood at the corner of his mouth continued to flow. Roar! Roar! Jiang Juanji. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. If you touch me, will I not be responsible? The Tiger King shed tears, wanted to break through this layer of thorns, but his claws were scratched and bleeding, and this layer of thorns only left shallow marks. Second brother. Lu Chuyu cried out at the top of her lungs, holding Tiger King in her arms. She seemed to have lost her soul. Lulu. I've already reached level 4. Why am I still so weak? Why? Shouldn't the mutant fire system be very strong? Woo 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 sister. Lao Jiang is gone. He left us behind. He doesn't want us anymore. I haven't promised him yet. He clearly said he would protect me. How can he protect me in the future? I don't have Lao Jiang anymore. Chapter 144. Getting himself dirty again. Above the thorn ball, pieces of metal were cut and hit the iron sheet. There were 4 pieces of iron scattered around Jiang Juanji's body on the ground. The wind blades attacked from any angle and could be quickly blocked. Gu Qinzhou strangled the neck of the wind zombie, and a piece of iron was still trying to cooperate with Gu Qinzhou's attack. Puff! Hanju suddenly spurted a large mouthful of blood. Blood and tears were left in the corners of his eyes, and blood was leaking from his nose. Gu Qinzhou was covered with wounds. He retreated to Hanju and said in astonishment, "What happened to you?" Hanju tilted his head, his eyes bloodshot. "I can't beat it. My superpowers are overloaded. It a powerful monster." Gu Qinzhou wanted to insult Hanju, but now was obviously not the right time. The wind zombie suddenly howled to the sky. The surrounding wasteland made a vibrating sound, which sounded like something was crawling up from the ground. Suddenly, a zombie claw broke out of the ground and grabbed Hanju's ankle. Hanju had already fallen to the ground due to a serious overdraft of his superpowers, and was struggling to support himself against a piece of waste wall. The zombie claws pierced through the thick boots and pants, and directly pierced into the flesh. Gu Qingzhou used his superpowers, controlled the strength, and electrocuted the arm into charcoal. Hanju kicked hard again, and the zombie arm broke directly. Hanju also fell down due to exhaustion. Gu Qingzhou grabbed Hanju's collar and walked away from the ruins. Looking around, he saw dense zombies coming out from underground, and it looked like they were basically level 2 to 3 zombies. That meant that the zombies just killed were ordinary zombies, or level 1 zombies. Those zombies were shields and sleight of hand abandoned by this level 5 zombie king, which was to deliberately trick them in. The wind zombie hugged his arms, turned his head, and made a mocking "huh" sound. Bang! A smoothbore cannon hit the wind zombie head. The wind zombie was directly blown into the ruins, not far away by inertia and the power of the bomb. Gu Qingzhou looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a familiar tank parked above Jiang Juanji's body, blocking the wind blade above his head. A beam of white light poured into Jiang Juanji's body from the bottom of the tank. Because it was too far away, Gu Qingzhou did not see the water droplets lingering on Jiang Juanji's body. Hanju leaned on Gu Qingzhou and said slowly, "A big brother magic weapon." The wind zombie was blown away. The ability to maintain the wind blade was cut off, and no more wind blades fell from the thorns. Hanju took back the iron sheet, condensed it into the shape of a sword again, and held it in his arms. The dust of the ruins not far behind, cement blocks fell to the ground. The wind-type zombie condensed a wind barrier around its body, and there were some fragments of smoothbore guns on it, which were directly crushed by the wind flow on the barrier. The wind-type zombie manually pulled out the fragments embedded in its head, and walked out of the dust without being affected. "Huh?" Staring at the tank, raising his hand, the wind flow surged. A second before he was about to swing it out, a figure fell from the sky, and the water-type supernatural power covered his entire arm. Breaking through the barrier, he punched the wind zombie on the head. But he didn't have time to use force. The wind zombie turned the wind blade in his hand in a different direction, and chopped Shenxiai across the waist. Shenxiai's eyes were stern, and he did 2 backflips in a row to avoid it. It quite interesting. When they were about 10 meters away, another smoothbore cannon came. The wind zombie was caught off guard and fell into the ruins again. Seeing this, Gu Qingzhou threw Hanju aside and rushed over with his thunder-type supernatural powers. Lightning bolts kept swinging inside. Shenxiai controlled the water vapor in the air to clear the way for the lightning, and used his supernatural powers to sense that the wind zombies were indeed injured. Ho ho! Accompanied by the roar of the wind zombies, a large wave of air flow overflowed from the ruins, carrying the bomb fragments and reinforced concrete. Gu Qingzhou ran to Shenxiai in one step, hugged him in his arms, and used his supernatural powers to block the front with one hand. The air pressure was too strong, and the two were also thrown away. Gu Qingzhou protected Shenxiai in his arms, and threw him to the ground. Shenxiai pursed his lips tightly. He put 4 third-level thunder crystal cores into Gu Qingzhou's blood-stained clothes. "You should recover your superpower soon." His eyes touched Gu Qingzhou's chest, shoulders, and neck were covered with scars. The skin and flesh were turned inside out, bloody and blurred. Especially the 2 wounds on the chest, they were still bleeding. The black clothes became wet, and the smell of blood lingered in his nose. The water superpowers covered the wounds, and gave Gu Qingzhou another sip of water. Then he said, "You got yourself dirty again." While speaking, 2 smoothbore cannons fired at the wind zombies one after another. The first one was blocked by the barrier. The second one exploded in front of the wind zombie abdomen, but it still did not cause much damage, just blew a hole in the wind zombie's stomach. This damage was nothing to the high-level zombies. On the contrary, it aroused the anger of the wind zombies. Ho ho! At a command, all the zombies rushed towards the tank, but the wind zombies themselves turned their eyes to the 2 people hugging on the ground. Shenxiai stood up, protecting Gu Qingzhou behind him. He watched from the corner of his eye as Hanju flew towards the tank on his sword. Although he was at the end of his strength, his soul was still burning, and he stood on the top of the tank in a heroic manner. Holding a long sword, his torn clothes fluttered in the wind, and his long hair danced with it. "If anyone gets within 3 meters of me, I will die." He had a straight spine, and knelt down slowly. Jian Yao, who was carrying the shells in the tank with one hand and infusing his supernatural power with the other hand, heard the sounds and movements above, put down the shells in his hand, open the valve, and stick his head out. There was a moment of silence. Asked, "Do I need to kneel down to say this?" Hanju remained calm and pushed Jiang Yao head down. "You go in." Jiang Yao silently healed Hanju's leg injury and stuffed some gold crystal cores into Hanju. "Brother Shenxi asked me to give it to you." After giving the things, he looked at the zombies around him and was scared to slip back into the tank and continued to move the shells. Looking at the secondary crystal core in his hand, the corner of his mouth rose. "Brother, you are so smart." "It is my." A zombie climbed onto the top of the tank, and Hanju stabbed it with a sword. "It my luck." He used his remaining superpowers to cut the necks of the zombies around him, and then used his long sword to cut through the thorn ball. Roar! The Tiger King grew bigger, and with the help of the inside and outside, he broke out of the ball, and then slaughtered like crazy. Lu Chuyu began to spread blue flames from his body, and with a wave of his white hand, a large number of low-level zombies were burned to slag before he stopped. Hanju sat cross-legged on the top of the tank, absorbing the crystal core. 18 iron sheets swirled around the tank, and the zombies could not get close. Song Qian and Captain Qin, who were entangled by the 3 level 4 zombies, were still fighting hard, but level 3 against level 4, with ordinary abilities, had no chance of winning. Captain Qin's left arm was broken, and Song Qian's hair was burned. The two fell to the ground helplessly, looking at the dense zombies around them. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect to die with you." Song Qian sneered. "Bad luck." Chapter 145. You've been fooled. The 4th level fire zombie ability attacked the two of them, and both of them closed their eyes to welcome death. But the expected pain did not come. When they opened their eyes, they saw that Lu Chuyu fire had devoured the fire of the fire zombie, and the zombies around were all burned, while the two of them and other ability users were surrounded in it, and were not hurt at all. Lu Chuyu dark blue pupils glanced at the people here, and then turned and walked towards the other 2 4th level zombies. In the distance, a mad tiger bit off the head of a fire zombie. The situation on the field changed drastically in an instant. Shenxi retracted his gaze. He glanced at his lover who was absorbing the crystal core behind him. He looked at the wind zombie and sneered. "They say that turtles have green bean eyes, but I didn't expect you to have the same." "Huh?" I don't know if the wind zombie understood it or not, but he was very angry. The edge of the hole in his stomach was burnt, and some rotten intestines could be vaguely seen in the black burnt area. He angrily swung a wind blade at Shenxi, and rushed at the same time, with layers of wind on his fist. Shenxi sneered. His momentum was exactly the same, and his entire arm was also covered with supernatural powers. And he rushed towards the wind zombie. He grabbed the fist with his left hand, and punched the wind zombie temple with his right hand. The wind zombie blocked it at the right time, and both sides were fighting with each other. Shenxi raised his leg to kick the wind zombie leg. The wind zombie retreated with his right leg, rotated his body, threw Shenxi out, and kicked Shenxi abdomen with his left foot. Shenxi used the water vapor in the air to condense into water droplets, stabilized his body, grabbed the kicking leg with both hands, and turned his body in the air as if walking on flat ground. He kicked the wind zombie knee from below, and exerted force on his hands, directly rotating the wind zombie leg 180 degrees. The surrounding wind blades hit Shenxi like a torrential rain, and the water droplets in the air also turned into water blades, which were eliminated one after another. Both sides were doing two things at the same time, and the wind zombie seemed to have completely abandoned that leg, and a wind blade swept directly toward Shenxi's arm. Shenxi had no choice but to let go of his hand, and instantly moved away. The wind blade disappeared without a trace when it hit the wind zombie leg. The wind zombie put his leg down, and used his hands to put it back in place, and moved his ankle. It was still usable. In the air, the collision between wind and water continued. The wind zombie raised the corner of his mouth strangely, and gave Shenxi a thumbs up. Shenxi narrowed his eyes, stood up straight, and stretched. Mutated wind zombie. Level 5 zombie. With conscious intelligence. He smiled in the same way, it a good one. Raised his hand. The number of water droplets in the air suddenly increased, some of them resisted the wind blades, and the rest turned into water spikes, and attacked the wind zombies. The wind zombies immediately formed a barrier around themselves. A smile of success flashed in Shenxi's eyes. The water spikes focused on attacking the right side of the zombies, and he attacked from the left. The purest water power wrapped around the palms of both hands, and tore open the wind barrier with bare hands. Instantly, a punch hit the wind zombie temple. There was a previous wound there, which was the weakest spot at the moment. In the zombie head, Shinseai stretched out his palm, and the tip of his middle finger had already touched the position of the crystal core. Suddenly, the claw of the wind zombie grabbed Shinseai's wrist and slowly pulled it out. Shinseai. The collision between the surrounding water and wind became more and more intense, and the sound was like the moment of thunder and lightning, and the sound formed by an infinite cycle. Shinseai tore the barrier with one hand, and tried to grab the crystal core with the other hand, struggling with the claw. But they both have mutant abilities, and the wind zombie is one level higher than Shinseai, which ultimately creates a certain gap. The force on the wrist gradually became heavier, until the entire palm was separated from the head. Shinseai could even see the crystal core inside through the hole, but it was just that little bit short. The effort was in vain. A blue lightning struck from behind Shinseai. Wife. Gu Qingzhou no longer cared about the injuries on his body, and used all his strength to absorb both crystal cores at the same time. This approach is undoubtedly risky. If you absorb too quickly, once your body exceeds the load, you may explode and die. But now, he doesn't care. He absorbed the crystal core in one breath, then rushed behind Shinseai, blocked the lightning, and fought back. The 4th level Thunder Zombie was directly electrocuted and lost the ability to move. The Tiger King took the opportunity to bite off the zombie head. Shinseai looked back, frowning. His hands couldn't move. Gu Qingzhou stared at the wind zombie with a sinister look. With one hand, he grabbed the claw that hurt Shinseai, and with the other hand, he hugged Shinseai tightly. Purple lightning surged all over his body. Seeing this, Shinseai released all his water-related abilities, and all flowed into the wind, which blew the water all over the sky. Electricity was conducted through water, forming a dense electric grid around. Some of the lightning was transmitted into the body of the wind-related zombie through the palm of his hand. Level 5 versus Level 5. Gu Qingzhou had just been promoted, and his strength was definitely not as good as that of the Level 5 mutant wind-related zombie. But what we need is to control the sky limbs. Shinseai took the opportunity to break free from the zombie hand, and then wrapped his hand with his supernatural power. Just when he was about to make a move, the wind zombie body burst out with huge energy again, and directly knocked the two people away. Gu Qingzhou held Shinseai in his arms, turned over, and landed on his back. The gravel on the ground rubbed against the wound, and he clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. Shinseai knew the general injuries on this person. Gu Qingzhou. Let me go! His special ability is healing, but it is more about detoxification. Holding on for a breath, and then slowly healing. He is not a real healer like Jiangyao. This person is just rubbing salt into the wound. How painful it must be. Gu Qingzhou saw the wind zombies going crazy, and the wind blades rained down on them. He turned over again. He protected Shinseai under his body. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. It okay." Behind him, the sound of thunder and lightning sizzling sounded again. Gu Qingzhou held the hand with a red mark on it and kissed it on the claw mark. Watch the opportunity. After saying that, he stood up, and the wind blades were blocked by lightning 1 meter away. He turned around. The tenderness in his eyes instantly turned into cruelty. All the superpowers in his body came out, and the lightning net surrounded the wind zombie from all directions. Gu Qingzhou dodged in it, and kicked the wind zombie in the neck. Left hook. Right elbow. Pinching the neck and rubbing it on the ground. The lightning continued to output, but it did not cause any substantial damage. The wind zombie was still grinning. Huh? The wind barrier appeared on the body again. Gu Qingzhou's arm was instantly covered with clothes, and his skin was bloody. If it weren't for the lightning wrapped around his arm, it would have been cut off. At the moment when Gu Qingzhou felt pain, the wind zombie bit Gu Qingzhou's neck. Gu Qingzhou also laughed. "You've been fooled." Shinseai suddenly appeared from behind, and his fist entered the hole again, clearly feeling the violent superpowers in the zombie head. If it were an ordinary arm, it would probably not be able to get in. Or after getting in, it would be directly mashed into a pulp by the supernatural power inside. Huh? When the hand grabbed the crystal core again, the wind zombie finally showed a look of fear. Shinseai did not hesitate and pulled the crystal core out. In an instant, the wind disappeared, and the wind zombie loosened its mouth and slid off Gu Qingzhou's neck. Shinseai immediately gave Gu Qingzhou 2 sips of supernatural water. The higher the level of the zombie, the stronger the zombie virus in the body. So it is better to be careful. His eyes fell on the wounds on his neck and body. Shinsiai's eyes were red. Does it hurt? He wanted to touch, but was afraid to make others feel pain. Gu Qingzhou happily held the hand that was about to move, and rubbed it on his face. He smiled and said, "It doesn't hurt, not at all." When his wife saw him injured, she finally stopped teasing. His wife felt sorry for him. Unexpectedly, the next second, "Pa!" Shinsiai's eyes were red, and he said angrily, "You are injured like this, and you are still pretending to be cool." Gu Qingzhou. Chapter 146. You Love Me. Right? Once the 5th level zombie king died, the attacks of the remaining zombies gradually became chaotic. The 4th level earth-type zombie was covered with mud, like a suit of armor, and was extremely hard. Lu Qi fire could not burn through it. The Tiger King could not bite it. Gu Qingzhou waved his hand, and purple lighting covered the surface of the mud, entering the body through the gaps. The smell of burning from the electric shock was nauseating. When the zombie became charcoal, the mud on its body fell off, and the earth-type zombie fell directly to the ground and broke into pieces. Looking at the hordes of zombies, densely packed all over the ruins, Shinsiai brought out a basin of water made of melted snow from the space, and controlled it with his supernatural power, and the water drops scattered, forming water spikes in the sky. Gu Qingzhou used his supernatural power to assist every drop of water. The water spikes fell, and hit the zombies in the head, and the lightning supernatural power conducted electricity, and turned the zombies around that were not attacked into charcoal. Most of the zombies died instantly, and now only a small number of them are left, and those supernatural users can still deal with them. Hanju took back the iron sheet, condensed it into a long sword again, and held it in his arms. Looking around at the charred corpses, he looked up to the sky and sighed, "I have all these skills, but they are useless." Ah! Ah! The tank under his feet suddenly retreated. Affected by inertia, Hanju fell directly, got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body. He continued to say, as if nothing had happened, "There is no place to use it." The tank moved back, revealing Jiang Juanji. "Roar! Old Jiang!" As the Tiger King ran, he shrank, jumped to Jiang Juanji's side, his round eyes condensed with tears again. Jiang Juanji had no wounds on his body, and it was hard to tell where he was injured. The blood he had vomited earlier was sticky and hung on his lips. Woo woo woo. The little tiger sat on the side of Jiang Juanji's head, licking him with his tongue, as if he would be fine as long as he licked him clean. Jiang Yao came over and continued to treat Jiang Juanji. "Lulu, brother Jiang, life is saved. Don't cry." As soon as she got on the tank, she heard Shinsiai say that Jiang Juanji was injured, and he rushed over without stopping. With Shinsiai water power, even if the heart is pierced by the ribs, there is still a glimmer of hope, as long as there is a breath. She believes that she can save it. Now Jiang Juanji's ribs have been restored by the water power, and she only needs to restore the heart. But the nerves of the heart have too many functions. She needs some time. Roar, really? Yao Yao, you didn't lie to me? The little tiger rubbed Jiang Juanji's face, and tears were on Jiang Juanji's face. Jiang Yao touched the little tiger head and said soothingly, "Don't you still trust brother Shinsiai?" "Woo woo, I was scared to death. I was really scared to death." Woo woo. All the zombies in sight were dealt with, and everyone left the ruins base and went to the garrison to rest. The casualties in this operation were heavy. Of the 1,000 superpowers, only more than 200 people were left. They were all injured to varying degrees. The Suabian team took out their tent next to them and put a comfortable bed inside. Jiang Juanji was still unconscious lying there. Sulu also turned back to human form at the right time. He sat by the bed and refused to leave, insisting on staying. Gu Qingzhou sat on a chair, allowing Jiang Yao to treat him. Small stones fell out of his skin, and the wound gradually healed. The teeth marks on his neck disappeared. Gu Qingzhou moved his injured arm, and after making sure he was fine, he thanked Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao shook her head. "I'm very happy to be able to contribute." Her eyes wandered between the two, and then smiled and said, "By the way, Sister Chuyu is also injured. I go find her." After saying that, he ran out without looking back. There were 4 tents. Hanju had one alone, and the rest of the people had 2 people in one. Gu Qingzhou looked back at Shinsiai, who was sitting on the bed staring at his phone. He touched his nose. He carefully sat beside Shinsiai. "Wife, are you still angry?" He was so happy that Shinsiai finally felt sorry for him. He even showed a completely different attitude from when he was hurt before. This shows that his wife may have a little bit of Love for him. The joy overcame the pain. So when Shinseai asked, he really didn't feel any pain. And it wasn't a lie. Shinseai glanced at the clothes on Gu Qingzhou's body and kicked him away. It's so dirty. Don't touch my bed. He didn't use much force, but just asked him to move away for a distance. It was obvious that Shinseai was still angry. Gu Qingzhou was not annoyed, but smiled very sweetly. The angrier his wife is, the more she loves him. Beating is love, and scolding is love. This sentence is correct. If his wife doesn't love him, how can she be angry? Gu Qingzhou stood up and took off all his clothes. There was a heater on in the tent, so it wasn't very cold. He climbed onto the bed and hugged Shinseai's waist, and lay on Shinseai's legs. This time Shinseai didn't move. Gu Qingzhou smiled. Wife, I'm so happy. Shinseai's eyes twitched. Happy? Did you know that your brother's heart was almost pierced by his ribs? Gu Qingzhou shook his head. I saw you. You were running wildly on the ruins. When you waved and ran towards me, I knew that Yuanji must be fine. My wife is so amazing, saving people, delivering supplies, fighting, all three are possible. More importantly, my wife loves me, right? The last question was asked carefully, but particularly seriously. She only glanced at Shinseai's eyes timidly, and then looked away. She buried her head in Shinseai's abdomen, looking like someone who is insecure. Shinseai didn't know for a moment whether to laugh at this guy for having the courage to ask, or should he be angry at this guy for not having confidence. Pushing the person away, covering the person with a quilt. Gu Qingzhou, am I a very casual person? Gu Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, with a light flashing in his eyes, and sat up excitedly. Wife, what do you mean? Holding Shinseai's shoulders with both hands, looking at Shinseai's slightly red cheeks, anxiously asked, Wife, you love me, right? Can you just say it directly? You are always so ambiguous, letting me think, letting me guess. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid that it's not what I thought. These words sounded pathetic. The last sentence was a little disappointing. Shinseai was helpless. Knowing that this person had no confidence in himself, he was always cautious in front of him. But wasn't he indulgent enough? How did he even dare to go to bed? He was still so restrained in his feelings? He pursed his lips, and his face became hotter and hotter. Gu Qingzhou looked at the person in front of him. His eyes sparkled. Wife, love me and like me, you choose one. I won't be sad either way. He unconsciously emphasized the word love. Shinseai's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth. Are you stupid? If I don't love you, would I allow you to bully me like that in bed? Do you think I really don't have the ability to beat you to death halfway? Saying that kind of thing openly. Shinseai was still shy. Gu Qingzhou was ecstatic, holding his hot face, comfortably, and laughing to his heart content. Wife, say it, I want to hear it. There was joy in the voice. Like the wind blowing through the heart, like the sun lighting up every corner of the mind, blowing out dazzling light. Shinseai saw Gu Qingzhou so happy, bit his lip. He turned over and pressed Gu Qingzhou under him, with seriousness and caution in his eyes, speaking word by word. I like you. I love you more. On the lips, he gave a sincere kiss. Chapter 147 Husband, why don't you call me wife? Gu Qingzhou was so excited that he was at a loss. He heard it. His wife confessed to him. His wife liked him, and loved him even more. He waited for so long, loved for so long, and finally, the clouds cleared and the moon appeared. His wife loved him. Gu Qingzhou loved Shinseai, and Shinseai also loved Gu Qingzhou. The light in Gu Qingzhou's eyes was like a star lighting up, overflowing with endless ecstasy. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. The emotion in his eyes was like the scorching sun in summer, hot and dazzling, and people could tell at a glance that this person was crazy happy. Shinseai just gave a light kiss. When he was about to leave, he suddenly felt dizzy, his position changed, and the palm on his waist reached into his clothes. Trembling slightly, the gentle and irresistible potential was on his waist. Gu Qingzhou, Shinseai exclaimed. Now this man only had 4 corners of cloth on him, and he also felt Gu Qingzhou. Passion. Gu Qingzhou leaned over and bit Shinseai's lower lip, saying vaguely, Wife, I love you too, you should call me husband now. Shinseai placed his hands on Gu Qingzhou's chest, and the heat on his face did not subside, because he did not use any force. Gu Qingzhou's movements became much easier, biting gently, kissing gently, numb, like a canine expressing its joy to its owner. Shinseai covered Gu Qingzhou's mouth with his palm in shame and anger. What husband or not husband? He touched the bitten place with his other hand, and a cunning light flashed in his eyes. He deliberately raised his head, looking unconvinced, pretending to be fierce. He said, "Why don't you call me husband? Husband." Before the words fell, the sound came out first. Gu Qingzhou earlobes were also slightly red. Holding the hand on his face, the palm slowly kneaded and kissed once. He shouted again, "Husband, are you satisfied? Husband?" Shen Xi was shocked by the pair of eyes full of different colors. The temperature on his face continued to rise. Gu Qingzhou saw Shen Xi was shy, and a light flashed in his eyes. He took Shen Xi's hand and placed it on the abdominal muscles. The lines were smooth, the muscles were tight, and the shapes were orderly. Slowly said, "Husband, why don't you call me wife?" Seeing that Shen Xi's eyes were on him, he said aggrievedly, "Are you only greedy for my body?" Shen Xi's face flushed. Gu Qingzhou, get out of my way." Pushing him away, turning over and getting out of bed, just as his feet touched the ground. He was dragged back by a force behind him, returned to his original position, and even received a sweet kiss. Gu Qingzhou deliberately lowered his voice. "Husband, why are you still shy? It's not like you haven't touched him before. You still ride?" Shen Xi's breathing stagnated, and he quickly covered Gu Qingzhou's mouth to prevent him from saying anything lewd. Gu Qingzhou. You? Gu Qingzhou was not like this before. How could he tease him without blushing or beating his heart now? Woo! Did he give too much sense of security? And then all the thoughts that he had been holding back burst out? Who is shy? It's obvious that the temperature of the heater is too high. As we all know, when people are not confident, they will speak with more force to give themselves courage. Gu Qingzhou pulled his hand out. "Well, it's my fault. I predicted that clothes would be taken off, so I turned up the heat." His eyebrows were happy. His earlobes were red. He whispered softly and held Shen Xi's hand. "Husband, you have not given me clothes. Do you still want to do something with me? For example." He held Shen Xi's hand and put it on. "You? Don't mess around." Shen Xi regretted why he wanted to tease back just now. A pile of clothes fell on Gu Qingzhou's face. Gu Qingzhou laughed secretly, let go of his hand, and found a suitable one in the pile of clothes. It was just a camping tent, which was not soundproof at all. He was not so crazy as to do this. If he really pissed him off, a slap would be a small matter. If he ignored him, he would regret it. Just at this moment, Song Qian's voice came from outside the tent. "Miss Yao Yao. Miss Yao Yao." The two of them stopped making trouble. Shen Xi waited until Gu Qingzhou was almost dressed, and then he prepared to close the curtain. As a result, the zipper was pulled to the top, and it was tightly closed. Just now, Jiang Yao moved the curtain. "This girl," Shen Xi muttered, and pulled the zipper down. Jiang Yao also came out from next door. Song Qian hurried over and took out a large bag of crystal cores. Anxiously, he said, "Miss Yao Yao, some people with special abilities have been bitten by zombies, and now they have black lines of corpse transformation. Please help. These crystal cores are just deposits. Once the crystal cores in the ruins are collected, we will discuss the balance." Jiang Yao was slightly stunned, and glanced in the direction of Shen Xi. Shen Xi saw that Song Qian was sweating anxiously, and nodded imperceptibly. Jiang Yao got the affirmation, and then said, "Yes, it is possible. But I need to carry those people to a closed space, and no one is allowed to disturb them. If Shen Xi used his supernatural power, there would definitely be water droplets." Song Qian nodded repeatedly. He immediately set people to prepare a new tent and carry all the people bitten by zombies into it. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Yao walked into the tent. Shen Xi hooked his finger from a distance, and a white light flickered in the tent. Song Qian sat on the stone tiredly, looking at the tent with worry. Shen Xi raised his eyebrows. "Hey, why did Captain Song shave his beard?" After shaving his beard, his bronze face was completely revealed. Although he was neither handsome nor beautiful, he stood firm in the ranks of tough guys. Song Qian touched his chin, not quite used to it. "It was burned by fire, so I just shaved it." Then he asked strangely, "You and Miss Yao Yao are both space-oriented, and one is healing-oriented, so why did you run in there? Do you know how dangerous it is?" And they were flying in a helicopter, and when they landed, there were tanks. Shen Xi showed a slightly sad look. "Send the supplies. I saw on the surveillance that my husband has no crystal core." Song Qian. "This white lotus, I'm quite fond of it." Gu Qingzhou came over with a cup of hot water, and handed it to Shen Xi. "It's cold outside, drink some hot water to warm yourself up." After freeing his hands, he took out a scarf and put it on Shenxiai. Shenxiai glanced at Song Qian. And then he said sweetly, "Thank you, husband." Gu Qingzhou squeezed Shenxiai's hand. "It my duty. As long as he left the bed. It would be his wife's comfort zone to tease him." Song Qian didn't know whether to look or not to look at the moment. The atmosphere between the two of them didn't allow him to speak. However, the two of them looked quite compatible. When Gu Qingzhou noticed him, Song Qian stood up and cleared his cough. "Captain Gu." There were suddenly water droplets in the air at the last moment. "I don't know if it was your side. There are dual system superpowers." He didn't finish asking, leaving room for imagination. Gu Qingzhou calmly blocked half of Shenxiai's body behind him, and responded, "I used my superpowers to wrap the water droplets and lift them into the air. Water conducts electricity, which can save a lot of superpowers, and the attack power is also stronger." He took all the abnormalities on himself. Shenxiai poked his head out, and said with a smile, "I still have a lot of water in my space. 1 crystal core for 1 cup of water. You are welcome to buy it at any time." Song Qian. Why do I feel like I'm being stared at by a fox? Chapter 148. Get out. While the three were talking, there was a commotion over there with the wounded. Jiang Yao just happened to come out of the tent, and Song Qian went in to take a look. Not only had the black lines of the zombie virus faded, but the injuries on their bodies were completely healed. He felt relieved. Then he went to the commotion. Shenxiai was also very curious about what happened over there, so he took Gu Qingzhou with him to see. A psychic knelt on the ground and begged, "Ms. Ellie, please save me. I am a speed psychic, and I will be useless without my legs." The wounded soldier's legs were covered in blood and flesh. A large piece of flesh was even cut off from his calf by a sharp weapon, and there was a bloody hole on his thigh. Ellie looked at the bloody and dirty hands of the psychic, and kicked him away in disgust. "Don't touch me. It's so dirty." She took the wet tissue from the space psychic with disgust, and wiped the wounded touched places again and again. The used wet tissue was thrown directly on the wounded head. "Who are you? You don't even have a crystal core, and you deserve my treatment? Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road." As soon as these words came out, the little follower who had threatened Shenxiai before kicked him away. "A speed psychic? What the big deal? Didn't you hear Miss Ellie telling you to get out?" Clearing the roadblock, he bent down eagerly to lead the way. "Miss Ellie, there are 4 more crystal cores ahead." The wounded rolled on the ground twice, touched the wound, grimaced in pain, and his face was pale. But he still begged unwillingly, "Miss Ellie, please have mercy. I still have to support my family. What should I do if my superpowers destroy my family?" Wait until Captain Song and Captain Qin distribute the crystal cores. Then I will give you the supply. Please." The wounded dragged his legs and kept kowtowing on the ground. Ellie glanced at him contemptuously. "Are you saying that I am not kind? Well, I will not treat the people behind me. After I get your crystal core. How about I treat you first?" After saying that, he really turned around and left. The 4 people who had given the crystal cores were also dumbfounded, and hurriedly shouted, "Ms. Ellie, we gave the crystal cores. You can't just ignore us." Ellie rolled her eyes impatiently. "I didn't say I won't treat you. Just wait." The 4 people injuries were all through the wounds. After a long time, their arms and legs would either bleed to death or be directly disabled. The other wounded in this shed took gauze to wrap their wounds consciously. They didn't even use the most basic disinfection, suture, and hemostatic drugs. They just dealt with it hastily. Jiang Yao frowned as she watched from the side. Shenxiai looked normal. He has seen too many of these dramas. Healing abilities are rare, and it is difficult to upgrade. If there is a healer in a base, he is directly the ancestor. The base commander has to kowtow in front of such people. After all, in the face of life and death, what is face? If you offend a healer, it means that you have no logistical support. For example, if Jiang Yao could not treat, he could solve the zombie virus. Gu Qingzhou and the others would not rush forward without scruples. Song Qian's face was pale, and he stepped forward to stop Ellie. He took a deep breath, calmed down his anger, and said, "Miss Ellie, the base commander asked you to come here to help with the treatment. All the expenses will be settled after returning to the base. He did not treat you unfairly. Now please treat these wounded." Not to mention that he had already paid a deposit of several hundred crystal cores. Now he took the money and didn't do anything. Ellie distanced herself from Song Qian and fanned her nose with contempt. "You stink. Stay away from me." Song Qian crawled out of a pile of zombies. In addition, his special ability was explosion. The zombie brains and black blood almost soaked his clothes. Although he changed his coat, there was no water here, and he couldn't take a shower, so it was naturally a bit smelly. Ali! Song Qian was so angry that his whole body was shaking. You are so untrustworthy. Who would? Suddenly realized that the rest of the words were useless, and he waved his sleeves angrily. Ali didn't care, and said with disdain, So what? I begged you to come to me? You have the guts to go back to the base to find that bitch, or find another healing department. Did I stop you? Song Qian was so angry that his teeth were clenched. There are 2 healing departments in the base, but the other healing department has its own team, and is just as arrogant, and charges more. Suddenly, he thought of something, and lowered his posture. Captain Gu. Gu Qingzhou walked in with 2 people outside the door curtain, and said lightly, My team doesn't need to listen to me. Shen Xi glanced at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao nodded. She was willing to save him. Besides, she hated Ellie, and she would be happy if she could make Ellie lose face. Shen Xi understood. He walked out with his arms folded. Captain Song, regarding the collection of crystal cores this time, will your words work? Song Qian suddenly felt that the relationship in the Suabian team was very strange. It seemed that everyone was focusing on this space-based psychic. Naturally, he heard the implication of Shen Xi words. After a moment of silence, Captain Qin is next door. Why don't we talk as soon as possible, so that Miss Yao Yao can be treated as soon as possible? This is to use the distribution of crystal cores as a bargaining chip to discuss the rescue incident. Ali's eyes fell on Gu Qingzhou. Her eyes were determined to win. As a result, she saw Shen Xi coming out again, and her eyes lit up. One is handsome, and the other is beautiful. If both of them. Stop! You are my man, I won't let you go. Ali took 2 steps forward and grabbed Shen Xi's hand. Gu Qingzhou looked at Ali with cold eyes, protected Shen Xi behind him, and said coldly, Get out. What do you mean you are my man? This is obviously his wife. Crazy woman. Ali was shocked by the surging murderous intent. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this before. And this man's eyes were really scary. Half hugging Shen Xi's waist, he walked to the next door. Shen Xi turned back and glanced at him indifferently. Jiang Yao also seemed to have a backer, and used a very contemptuous sound, and scornfully to Ali several times. After Ellie came back to her senses, her eyes were unusually bright. She asked the lackey next to her, Who is that man? Why haven't I seen him before? The lackey said attentively, They are all from the southern base, called the Suabian team. 5 men and 2 women. And just now, it was the 7 of them who killed the 5th level zombie king and 5 4th level zombies. This man is their captain. A thunder-type psychic, named Gu Qingzhou. The same screen monitoring of the recorder was broken. He heard all this from the psychics who came out, many times more powerful than their Captain Qin. At this time, a Hanju wearing ancient clothes, long hair half draped behind him, holding a long sword passed by. Ali's eyes lit up again, pointing and asking, Is this one too? The lackey wiped the sweat from his head. Yes, his sword is very powerful. Within a range of 3 meters, no zombies can get close. Hanju looked around and saw Ali pointing at him. He looked left and right, after confirming that it was him, walked forward, clasped his fists and saluted. Girl, before you speak, can I ask about someone? Ellie. Why is this guy talking so strangely? Hanju talked to himself. I have now broken through the 5th level. I want to exchange martial arts with my elder brother, but my elder brother is nowhere to be found. I know a little bit. I don't know. Get away from me. Ellie was furious. Such a good-looking person turned out to be a fool. Hanju paused. You are not only weak, but also impolite, rude. After saying that, he left, and continued to look for Shen Xi. Ellie. What did this fool say about her? Chapter 149 All Must Die. In the tent, Qin Yuni sat slumped on the mat, with a folded quilt on his back, making it more comfortable for him to lean on. He had been simply cleaned, and his left arm was wrapped in thick gauze, with a little blood on it, should have been treated, but because Ellie's level was low, she was not completely healed. Song Qian frowned. How did Ellie treat you? Why are you still bleeding? The sleeve of his left arm was cut off, and his entire arm was gone, because he was electrocuted alive by a thunder zombie. If he hadn't cut off his left arm immediately, it might not have been just one arm that he had lost. Qin Yuni said bitterly. Don't you know what level she is? He looked up at the three people at the door curtain. Captain Gu. What the matter? His voice was very calm, as if he had accepted that he had lost an arm. The two parties were only introduced by Song Qian, and they were not that familiar with each other. Therefore, Gu Qingzhou did not comfort him, but only said, My wife is looking for you and Captain Song for something. Shen Xiai took out a chair from the space and sat on it directly. The other two stood on both sides. Negotiations should be conducted in a negotiation-like manner. Captain Qin. This time the crystal cores will be divided into 30% and 70%. And I can treat all the wounded here. I will take 70%, and you will take 30%. Shen Xiai was not asking for too much. First, the 6 high-level zombies were all killed by the Suabian team. Second, if the Suabian team had not participated, all the people participating today would have been wiped out. The third point is that if Ellie doesn't treat the wounded, the air in the apocalypse is turbid now, and the wounds will get infected in a matter of minutes. In the absence of complete medical supplies, it will cost lives, not to mention the crystal core. There will be no life. Qin Yuni supported his body and sat up for a while, and Song Qian next to him found a pillow to cushion him. Qin Yuni looked directly at Shen Xiai's confident look, and said with difficulty, I agree. He witnessed the tragic situation at the scene with his own eyes, and he was even prepared to die. It not too much for this person to ask for 70%. Moreover, generally speaking, these 7 people are their saviors. Shen Xiai raised his mouth. Not only that, the 4 crystal cores of the thunder, fire, wood, and gold will be given priority. Also, I want 2 more healing crystal cores. The rest can be filled by water crystal cores or other crystal cores. It seems that there is no healing system among those zombies, and the healing system is already very scarce. That's why he said this with extra emphasis. Qin Yuni looked calm and said, Can we split the wood crystal cores equally? I give you 3 healing crystal cores. The last days of planting require earth and water superpowers to create living conditions. The birth of wood superpowers is the top priority for plant growth. This is the message that Dr. Sui conveyed to the base. And in the preliminary experiments, they have seen results. As long as there are enough wood crystal cores, in a very short time, wood superpowers can produce a large amount of food. Shen Xiai thought about it, nodding. Okay, then the replaced batch of wood crystal cores will be replaced by ordinary crystal cores of level 2 to 3. In this way, Jiang Juanji only needs to use ordinary crystal cores for daily absorption, and the wood crystal cores can be used for spread promotion, so it is not a loss. And Jiang Yao can earn an extra healing crystal core. Deal? Qin Yuni nodded. Shen Xiai's mouth corners rose, and he was also very satisfied with the result. This is no longer a negotiation. It is completely Qin Yuni's understanding of things and gratitude. I couldn't help but take a closer look. I heard from Aili that Qin was his brother, and I thought that Qin Yuni would be a sarcastic person with a completely ruined worldview. I didn't expect that it was the opposite of what I imagined. Since the deal was done, Jiang Yao didn't delay any longer, and walked to the side of the mat. Song Qian made way, and a flash of white light passed by. Qin Yuni was surprised to feel that his wound healed instantly. He heard from Song Qian that there was a healing department in his team, but Song Qian didn't say it was so powerful. Ellie is a level 2 healer, but she doesn't have such an effect. Moreover, this girl looks young, and she is steady. She dares to drive a tank into a zombie group to save her teammates on the battlefield. They are both healers, but they are very different. Jiang Yao imitated Shen Xiai's relaxed expression and clapped her hands. Okay. You just lost too much blood now. Eat more meat and replenish it. Qin Yuni nodded. Thank you. Ellie's shouting suddenly rang out outside the tent again. How dare you stop me? Brother Qin. You should take care of these people. The people guarding the door were Qin Yuni and Song Qian teammates. They would not let Ellie pass even if she was not from the perspective of her identity. Song Qian's face suddenly darkened, and he stood up from the mat. He said to Jiang Yao, Miss Yao Yao, I will go to the next door with you. The wounded cannot be delayed any longer. Jiang Yao did not hesitate and followed behind him. Shen Xiai was not easy to mess with. She was afraid that Shen Xiai's tolerance towards girls would lead to her being taken advantage of, so she stood in front. Now that Gu Qingzhou is here, she naturally doesn't have to do these things. Aili saw people coming out, and was surprised. How did you come out of Brother Qin's tent? You bitch? Jiang Yao pouted. Looked around. Captain Song. The dogs here are too disgusting. The last 4 words were said while staring at Ailey. Then he said, "Eating shit. It stinks." Ailey's eyes widened, and she raised her hand to hit Jiangyao. But a big slap landed on her face first. Ah! The force was so strong that Ailey fell flat on her face in the snow, which made the space department and the lackey very anxious. Hanju suddenly appeared, looking down at the person on the ground, and then looking at his own position, moving 2 steps to the left. Huh? Are you trying to scam me? Big Brother said, "Your behavior is shameful, and you should be punished." He drew his sword and poked it directly into Ailey's buttocks. Ah! Ailey screamed, "I want." You are so weird. Hanju didn't understand, and stabbed again. The last person who wanted to poke him from below has been torn into pieces. Ah! Ellie was really in pain. Every time she was poked on the butt, "No, I want, ah! More." Hanju was a little angry. "You are a weakling. You are ugly, you have no manners, and your request is not polite. If you want more, you have to pay." His handsome eyebrows wrinkled, as if it was shameful for such behavior. "You want to die? Kill him! Kill him!" Ailey gave orders to the people around her. Hanju was triggered by the key words, and his eyes were heavy. "You want to murder me? If you kill me, I will kill you. Your daughter will die." The long sword circled in the air, and instantly broke into 18 pieces of iron, piercing Ailey's body from all directions. Song Qian spoke at this time. "Brother, just teach her a lesson. She can't die yet. After all, she is a healing person, who can save people at critical moments. Moreover, this woman has a relationship with the higher-ups, and it is not easy for them to report." Hanju's eyes were cold. "You and her are in the same group. Yao Yao, come here. I am enforcing justice today." He took out a piece of iron and stabbed it directly into Song Qian's throat. Jiang Yao waved her hands repeatedly. "No. No. Xiaosan. Calm down." Hanju was puzzled. "Yao Yao, are you betraying me?" Ailey's body was bleeding from blood holes, and she cried, "Brother Qin, save me. There is a fool who wants to kill me." Hanju's cold and noble handsome face flashed with disdain. "They all have to die." Chapter 150. She came up and wanted to give me money. Second brother. A clear and pleasant voice suddenly came. All the iron pieces stopped attacking. Hanju clasped his hands together and said, "Big brother." 1 piece of iron stopped at Song Qian's throat. Some of the other 17 pieces of iron pierced into Ailey's flesh. With the words "all must die," another centimeter was penetrated. Fortunately, Shenxi appeared in time and did not really cut the person into pieces. Everyone present. Hard control? This worshipful, devout look is completely different from the cold and ready to kill everyone just now. "Brother, I have been looking for you for a long time." Hanju seemed to have forgotten that there was a hedgehog lying on the ground, and ran to Shenxi in 2 steps. Shenxi slightly curled his lips. Maybe it not fate yet. He can pretend that he didn't feel the 8 circles this person walked back and forth outside the tent. It seems that he is just a middle school student. Not stupid. His brain is not completely broken. After giving Jiang Yao and Song Qian a look, the 2 of them did not delay any longer and entered the big tent next door. Especially Song Qian. He carefully avoided the iron sheet and kept looking back for fear of being attacked. Hanju nodded as if he had suddenly realized something. "No wonder I met a short, ugly and smelly monster. Thank you for your advice, big brother." He clasped his fists again. Shenxi patted Hanju's shoulder with a smile in his eyes. The boy is teachable. Shenxi. Ailey looked at the harmonious atmosphere between the 2 in disbelief, and roared, "You let Brother Qin come out and kill him for me." Keyword appears. Hanju's eyes turned cold again. The iron pieces pulled out by the lackey and the space-based psychic were suspended in the air again, scaring the 2 back. Those iron pieces pierced into Ellie's body again with lightning speed. Different positions, the same hole. The snow-white skirt was stained with blood. The healing ability frequently adapted, but the iron pieces were in the body. The more than 10 wounds could not be healed at all. "Ah!" Ellie screamed in pain. Shenxi hugged his arms and said, "Xiao-san. It okay." Hanju obediently stretched out his hand to gather all the iron pieces, condensed them into a sword, and held them in his arms again. Like a killing god, he stood beside Shenxi, and his cold eyes swept over Ailey lightly. Although it was just a glance, it was full of deterrence. People who heal others can be said to be very laborious for themselves. After being helped up, He absorbed the crystal core with one hand, while healing himself. The second level healing system. It is still more difficult to heal knife wounds that do not hurt the bones. After a long time, 3 crystal cores were wasted, and the wound was finally stopped from bleeding. A new layer of flesh formed on the skin. Hanju said mercilessly, "Waste." Ailey's wounds were healed, and she could act arrogantly again. She pointed at Shinseai and said, "Come here." Shinseai tilted his head. "Why?" There was a playful look in his eyes, as if he was looking at an insignificant animal, which brought him pleasure. So he was willing to tease it. But Ellie didn't see it. He said arrogantly, "You are the man I bought, you must stay by my side, you must sleep with me tonight." The arrogant attitude looked at the black-faced man next to him. Although he liked him, his height and momentum were too oppressive. It seems that some special means must be used. Gu Qingzhou was originally very happy to see his wife teasing the bad woman who came to provoke him. Hearing this, his mood suddenly became unhappy. He asked doubtfully word by word, "She bought you? Do you still want to sleep with her? We've been apart for less than half an hour. And you're being bullied again?" Shinseai blinked innocently. "I don't know, she came up and asked me for money, and signed an IOU, giving me 200 crystal cores every month, Brother Gu, you see. Take out the contract." Gu Qingzhou glanced at it with doubt, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. He looked at Shinseai lovingly, and whispered, "Naughty. In that case, then I have to trouble Miss Ellie to deliver the crystal cores to the southern base every month. Show the paper to everyone. In addition to the 3 clauses, there are 2 more contracts. 4. Since Miss Ellie cannot afford the mental damages at once, Shinseai allowed to pay off the debt in 5 years, 200 crystal cores per month. 5. Before the debt is paid off, no more harassment is allowed, otherwise the 12,000 crystal cores can be infinitely doubled. Debtor, Ellie." There are obvious folds on the paper, clearly to deliberately let Ellie sign at the bottom, and also to supplement the contract. It is estimated that even the IOU and debtor on it were added based on what Ellie wrote. Ellie has good eyesight. She saw that the contract became an IOU. In addition to the 3 items, there were 2 more items, which instantly changed the meaning of the paper. "No. It was clearly me who paid for him." He also agreed. Ellie shook her head. "You? And you all? You all saw it, didn't you?" She pointed at the familiar people who came to watch the show, and wanted them to prove it. "Yes, this is the signature of Miss Ellie. Yes, 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 we saw it with our own eyes." These people have long disliked Ellie. They took the money, but did not do the job. They could not expect this noble lady to heal their wounds. But answering them like this was not a complete offense. After all, they only saw Ellie sign, and did not see what was written in the contract. "You?" Ellie looked around at the people around her, and her fingers were shaking with anger. "You deserve to be servants. Only serving others' lives. Some people are angry, some people are happy." Shinseai raised his lips, holding Gu Qingzhou's arm. "Brother Gu, she tried to scam me. This is all mental damage compensation. If she doesn't do it, you have to make the decision for me." There was a trace of imperceptible grievance in the voice. It seemed that the whole person was extremely fragile, but he had to pretend to be strong and straighten his back. With that charming face, Hanju drew his sword again. "Bully my brother, die." "Ah!" Ailey was so scared that she hid behind the space-based psychic. This time, the long sword did not split into pieces of iron. If it was really poked, it would probably be directly pierced through the body. The long sword floated above Ailey's head, and she fell to the ground with weak legs. "Brother Qin, are you just watching them bully me? You are an ungrateful villain," Ailey shouted. Qin Yuni put on a coat, covering his missing arm, and walked out of the tent. He knew Ailey's methods, but this time he met a tough guy. He apologized to Shinseai. "I'm sorry, Ailey was reckless. I am willing to execute this IOU as promised. Please be kind." After saying that, he bowed deeply. Shinseai was dumbfounded by this operation. He thought Qin Yuni was also a reasonable person. Why would he protect Ailey so much? But it was none of his business, and he was too lazy to care. In short, he made a fortune. He took the IOU from Gu Qingzhou, shaked it, and said with a smile, "Waiting for you to pay back the money? This Ailey is really a scam." Chapter 151. I want to sleep inside. Ailey saw Han Qin Yuni as if she saw a slave that she could use. The person who was frightened just now seemed not to be her. Standing beside Qin Yuni, she said arrogantly, "Why do you agree for me? I want you to tie up Shinseai now. Take him back to the base." Originally, She wanted to be gentle to such a beauty, but this person actually cheated. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuni never looked at Aili again, and turned to walk towards the tent of the wounded next door. Shinsiai raised his eyebrows proudly. Ms. Aili, I hope you don't double the compensation. He took the silent Gu Qinzhou to find Jiang Yao. And Han Ju stared at Aili coldly, implying a warning. When he opened the curtain, he saw Jiang Yao treating 5 people at once. A white light flashed, and in an instant, the injuries of those people were completely healed. When Qin Yuni saw this scene, he was stunned. He turned around and asked, Is Miss Yao really only level 2? Ally, who was also level 2, took half a day to treat a knife wound, but this Jiang Yao treated without blinking an eye. There were at least 100 people in this tent, and they cured more than half of them in the time they were dealing with Aili outside. Shinsiai tilted his head. She is 1 healing crystal core away from reaching level 3. Qin Yuni didn't quite believe this. Even so, she couldn't be that strong. But there was no need to fake her level 2 identity. Unless she became a mutated healing system. This thought emerged in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. Gradually becoming more certain, he looked sideways at Song Qian. The fact that he could bring Jiang Yao and Shinsiai here to negotiate terms meant that Song Qian knew about it, but just kept it a secret from him? After all, Song Qian is not a good person to talk to. And those who were bitten by zombies also sought treatment from this healing person. Qin Yuni was shocked by his own idea. He did not say anything at the moment. At night, after Shinsiai washed up, he turned over on the bed and found a comfortable position. Looking back, he saw Gu Qinzhou still sitting on the stool charging a battery. Now that his ability has been upgraded to level 5, it's just a battery. Does it need to be charged for half an hour? And since he started eating meat, this guy gets excited at night. This look is obviously not right now. Shinsiai rolled his eyes, and got out of bed barefoot again, and hugged Gu Qinzhou's neck, and turned half a circle, and sat on Gu Qinzhou's legs. Brother Qinzhou, are you in a daze, or thinking about someone? Shinsiai leaned close to Gu Qinzhou's ear, and the hand on Gu Qinzhou's neck drew circles on the back of his neck dishonestly. He said temptingly, Answer well. Gu Qinzhou put down the battery, and hugged him, to prevent him from falling to the ground. Seeing Shinsiai coming down barefoot again, he raised his hand, and took his coat to cover the white feet. Looking down at the pair of sparkling eyes, Gu Qinzhou lowered his head and kissed her. He said aggrievedly, Wife? Can you trust me a little more? This is the question he has been thinking about for the whole afternoon. Why didn't his wife tell him about Ellie? In this case, there is only one possibility. That is, his wife doesn't trust him. Shinsiai was slightly stunned, looking at Gu Qinzhou's pitiful appearance. If I don't tell Gu Qinzhou what happened, will it be such a big blow to this person? Even his seduction is useless. After thinking for a while, he asked, Why don't I trust you? Before I met Ellie, I spent so much time alone with you. And you didn't tell me about Ellie. Gu Qinzhou lowered his eyes in disappointment. Do you know how I felt when I heard her say those words? I didn't know about this. And if you didn't tell me, a woman would come up and try to snatch you from me. The more he talked, the more depressed he became. Shinsiai. This guy, he had a feeling, he was pretending. But, holding Gu Qinzhou's face, he kissed her lips. And not that I won't tell you, it's just a small episode. A bad woman who coveted my beauty was tricked by me. Gu Qinzhou's arms exerted a little force, and held Shinsiai tightly in his arms. He whispered, But I'm still very uneasy, you seem so far away from me sometimes. As long as I let go, it gone. It was like a phantom, which would disappear after completing a mission. And he would never find it again. And all this was his fantasy. A beautiful and unrealistic illusion. Shinsiai knew that this person did not feel safe with him. But he was trying to give it to her. He took a deep breath. What do you want? Gu Qinzhou hesitated for a moment, and buried his head in Shinsiai's neck. After a long time, he murmured, I want to sleep in it. Pa! Shinsiai slapped him without hesitation. A red mark quickly appeared on Gu Qinzhou's face. He looked at Shinsiai eagerly, as if he was accusing Shinsiai of hitting him. Wife, I was wrong. The apology was sincere, but he never changed. Shinsiai glared, and went to bed by himself. If you touch me tonight, I make you suffer tomorrow. Originally, he thought he wanted to play pitiful to win sympathy, and let him coax him. The result? His head was filled with yellow paint day by day. Gu Qinzhou covered his face. After seeing Shinsiai with his back to him, and the extra quilt on the bed. The grievance on his face disappeared. Instead, he felt relieved. He was a little sad, but after his wife sat on his lap, the feeling disappeared without a trace. If the environment did not allow it, he could. Instead of just talking, he climbed onto the bed, unconvinced, and pulled the quilt off Shinseai, and crawled in. Wife, I'm just saying it. Don't be angry. I won't do anything wrong. The next second, he was kicked out again. Gu Qingzhou used the same trick again, holding the person and the quilt in his arms. After a while, the person in his arms moved. He was still covered with a quilt. In the dark, Gu Qingzhou slowly opened his eyes and kissed Shinseai on the neck. Wife, I'm telling the truth. The night was quiet and silent. Only a faint hum was heard. Gu Qingzhou's mouth curled slightly, and he hugged Shinseai and closed his eyes. The next day, everyone in the western base went into the ruins to pick up crystal cores. Gu Qingzhou and the two captains checked important buildings and collected clues. Hanju and Jiang Yao also followed. Jiang Juanji still hadn't woken up yet. Su Lu just sat by the bed, his eyes red from staying up all night. Lu Chuyu sat by the bed, with a black cloth covering her eyes. In the last battle, Lu Chiyu's ability went out of control, and her eyes turned dark blue, causing her eyes to be unable to see strong light in the near future. It took a day to adapt before she could go out. Lu Chuyu took Jiang Juanji's pulse and said his body was severely injured, and his brain activated a protective mechanism. Once his body recovers, he can wake up. Su Lu's voice was also a little hoarse, with a strong nasal tone. Yeah. Chapter 152. I'm still so scared. Sister, I'm still so scared. He slept for a while last night, and in his dream, he kept dreaming of Jiang Juanji falling down in front of him, and that sentence of determination to die. It was as if on a dark road, Jiang Juanji walked forward with his back to him, and he was shouting desperately from behind, chasing desperately. He couldn't shout. He couldn't catch up. He woke up in shock, and cried all night. Lu Chu couldn't see Su Lu's appearance and state now, and she felt bad that the sunny, cheerful, carefree little son became so worried. He tapped Su Lu's forehead. If you don't believe me, then you should believe in my sister-in-law ability. Didn't I fill my second brother's stomach with water yesterday to reassure you? He stopped until he couldn't drink any more. She still remembered the feeling of vomiting when she heard Jiang Yao retelling. She subconsciously began to feel bloated and almost vomited. Su Lu's face was still drooping. I trust you. And I also trust my sister-in-law. But I still, heartbroken, scared. Shinseai came in with 2 cups of water, accurately describing Su Lu's fear at the moment. Su Lu nodded silently. Sister-in-law. Shinseai put the water in the hands of the two. Sister Chu Yu drinks water to treat her eyes. He then said to Su Lu, you drink water to save your life. Su Lu looked at the supernatural water in the cup and asked doubtfully, I'm not injured. Isn't this too wasteful? His sister-in-law's supernatural water is very precious. Usually, when they fight, they use the water stored in the space or directly extract water molecules from the air. Only when saving lives or in close combat can I use the supernatural water. Shinseai brought out a table and chairs, and put fresh food on it. I don't need this glass of water, drink it quickly, your dark circles are bigger than your eyes. Don't let the one on the bed not wake up, and you fall down too. I will definitely throw you two to the roadside when the time comes. Su Lu said confidently, you won't. He drank the water obediently, and pulled Lu Chuyu to sit at the dining table. There were fried potato balls, hot and sour potato shreds and potato cakes, and Lu Chiyu's favorite beef balls, and the rest were meat. Shinseai curled his lips and took out the rice. Eat quickly. Otherwise when someone wakes up, he will definitely feel bad again. These meals were prepared before and put into the space, just in case there is no time to cook outside. Su Lu's face was red. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Chuyu echoed from the side. Yes. You should eat more. I don't want to be injured and be stabbed by his poisonous mouth and covered in blood. Su Lu was angry, and the suppressed emotions before were instantly swept away. Humph. You two only know how to bully me. He took 2 mouthfuls of rice and ate everything on the table. His cheeks were bulging like a little hamster. Lu Chuyu couldn't see that Shinseai was using the serving chopsticks to help people pick up food. It was difficult to find clues in the ruins. In addition, Gu Qingzhou also found a secret room in an important building, so he searched for 2 days. During this period, he picked up almost all the crystal cores, a total of 110,000. This number was similar to what Shinseai expected. Shinseai followed the previous agreement and put all the crystal cores he was supposed to take into the space. Then Qin also gave him 11,000 crystal cores. Looking at the pile of crystal cores in the space, Shinseai was in a very good mood. In his previous life, he had also tried to attack this kind of base. But because the number of zombies inside was too large, he could only cooperate with the base. And the crystal cores he was given were very few. This was purely a wave of wealth. There was no shortage of crystal cores. Gu Qinzhou looked at Shinseai money grubber appearance from the side and smiled secretly. He handed a level 4 water crystal core in his pocket to Shinseai. Shinseai eyes lit up. Where did you get it? He took it with both hands. With this crystal core in the space, he could definitely sprint to level 5. Gu Qinzhou said softly, I just met a water zombie hiding in the basement. It has no attack power, so I brought it back to you. He also wanted Shinseai to experience the feeling of having his lover conceal something, but he couldn't bear it. He had to put away such thoughts and tell the truth. Shinseai put the water crystal core into the space like a treasure, fearing that if he delayed for a second, the two people on the opposite side would snatch it. Did you find anything else? He seemed to see something being carried back in a bag just now. It was definitely not a crystal core. Gu Qinzhou nodded. The basement is full of supplies. And there is also a very hidden dark room. There was no light in the dark room. And there were waves of rotten smell. After using the supernatural power to illuminate the inside, he saw a corpse in the corner of the dark room. Due to the recent warm weather, the corpse began to dissolve. And the maggots on it were particularly plump. Gu Qinzhou took out another transparent bag, which contained a hollow silver ball. This was found on the corpse. The body was rotten, and the maggots were all over the body. But the chain was the only thing that was not touched. So the rotten flesh on the man's neck was still intact. This made it even more weird. Shinseai took the bag in his hand to observe it, took out a glove from the space and put it on, and took out the necklace that he had snatched from Shinfeng before. Compare the two. They are exactly the same. It's just that the newly found one is completely transparent inside, while Shinfeng one has some black substance inside. Song Qian was surprised. Mr. Shin, where did you get this pendant? These two are exactly the same. Shinseai put his back into the space and gave the used gloves to Gu Qinzhou, and a burst of electric current forced disinfection. The gloves turned into ash and fell to the ground. Shinseai said easily, I stole it from the person who wanted to harm the south base. Throwing the empty necklace to Qin Yuni, if nothing unexpected happens. The people in this base did die one day at the beginning of the extreme cold. And they died of poisoning. Gu Qinzhou eyes narrowed. You mean? This person used the same method as Shinfeng. Poisoning the water source? To kill the people in the entire base without any loss, and without anyone noticing. There is no other method except poisoning. And water. Everyone must drink. Especially when it is cold. They must drink hot water. Shinseai curled his lips. They all have the same identity symbol. Why can't we use the same method? Leaning back in the chair, folding his arms, slowly said, but I have a very puzzling question. Shinfeng wants to massacre the southern base, maybe because there is Dr. Su in the southern base. Then why does this person want to harm this small base? This base has less than 100,000 people. Among all the bases, it is not a very eye-catching existence, and there are no very powerful superpowers here. Gu Qinzhou hesitated. Unless, there is something in it that must be destroyed. Or someone. Chapter 153, do you know something? But this base was first poisoned, then frozen, and then eaten by zombies after thawing. There is no way to verify it. Even if the list of people entering the base is in front of us, who knows who has problems? It is undoubtedly a dead end. When Qin Yuni heard Shinseai guess, he immediately asked someone to take samples from the water source of the ruins base. Mr. Shin? Song Qian asked hesitantly, do you know something? Shinseai eyes sank slightly, and he smiled and said, what can I know? I am just a space-type psychic. Captain Song thinks too highly of me. Song Qian knew Shinseai identity, of course. He also regarded him as a space-type psychic at the beginning. He even lived by relying on men. But after these few days of contact, this person seemed to care nothing and go with the flow. But in reality, no matter what the entire Suabian team wanted to do and how to arrange it, even Gu Qinzhou was very obscure and followed the arrangements. Moreover, in the battle 3 days ago, he flew a plane, took a tank, and was able to reach the vicinity of the 5th level zombies alone in the dense zombie swarm. He came out safely without any injuries. This makes people think deeply. Song Qian was silent for a moment, but still asked, for example, you know who wants to kill Dr. Su, right? This was his bold guess. But Shen Xiai sneered, Captain Song. Anyone can answer your question. Dr. Su is the most likely person to develop a virus vaccine. And naturally the person who created the end of the world wants him to die the most. Without a pause, Song Qian immediately asked, who is the one who created the apocalypse? His tone was extremely fast, and his eyes were full of determined inquiry. Gu Qingzhou saw Shen Xiai's expression was normal from the corner of his eye. And he stood up, and the chair dragged on the ground with a long friction sound. Captain Song, are you interrogating my lover? In the past 2 days, he also understood the identities of these two people before the apocalypse. Song Qian was the captain of the criminal police detachment, and Qin Yuni was still studying for a master degree in the police academy. The question just now was exactly the usual method of interrogating prisoners. Grasping the key words in the words, mental oppression, forced interrogation. Song Qian was stunned. Sorry, I was a little emotional. Qin Yuni came out to smooth things over. I was nervous in the end times. This is an old problem. I hope Captain Gu and Mr. Shen will not blame me. As he said that, he stood up and bowed to the two. Shen Xiai had a smile on his face, and said lightly, you two are really a good match. One white face, one black face. It was an unintentional sentence, but it made the two people opposite stiffen. Song Qian turned his head away in disgust, and Qin Yuni's eyes dimmed. This change directly fell into Shen Xiai's eyes. With a faint smile on his lips, he raised his eyebrows. It getting late. I should go back to cook. See you tomorrow. He took Gu Qingzhou away tactfully. Gu Qingzhou was still in a daze, and asked outside, wife, we still have things to discuss. Why do we have to leave? Shen Xiai chuckled. People haven't solved their own problems yet. Why do you want to make trouble? Gu Qingzhou. I don't understand. My wife now only says half of the things and hides the other half. Isn't it my wife who said it herself? Should husbands be honest with each other? Since my wife doesn't make it clear, then it's definitely okay for him to listen to her. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. He looked back behind a tent. Shen Xiai felt something was wrong with the people behind him. What wrong? Someone is peeking at us. Gu Qingzhou said confidently, his eyebrows and eyes turned colder. He protected Shen Xiai behind him, and coldly shouted to the person in the corner, come out, you'd better pray that I don't go over. The purple lightning on the wrist made a sizzling sound, which was particularly creepy in the dim night. Shen Xiai also looked over curiously. In less than 2 seconds, when Gu Qingzhou was about to raise his hand, footsteps appeared on the grass over there. It was the space-based psychic next to Ellie. He walked out slowly, and was also a little afraid of Gu Qingzhou, holding a camera in his hand. Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows. Are you going to sneak attack us with the camera? His tone was full of teasing. The space-based psychic immediately hid the camera behind his back. No. We are leaving tomorrow. Miss Ellie wants to let me take a picture of you secretly. Gu Qingzhou got angry when he heard that name. He raised his hand and threw out the psychic power in his hand. Lightning wrapped around the camera. In just 1 second, the camera was directly scrapped. The space-based psychic was burned by the heat of the camera. He was also afraid of being electrocuted. He loosened his hand, and the camera fell on the grass. Bang. With a sound, the camera was completely scrapped. Why did she ask you to come here? Gu Qingzhou did not believe this clumsy lie. The space-type psychic looked at the smoke coming out of the camera on the ground, breathing carefully. Still stubborn, it really liked this. Do you think I, a space-type, can do anything to you? Gu Qingzhou's eyes were cold, and a string of electric current flowed from the ground to the feet of the space-type. Instantly, the space-type psychic was stimulated by the electric current and fell to the ground, twitching all over. Spare my life. Spare my life. Gu Qingzhou took 2 steps forward. The smoke from the electric shock was really unpleasant. He frowned and said, then tell the truth. But the superpower user still said the same thing. Captain Gu, I know you are prejudiced against Miss Ellie, but she is just a little willful and unruly. What more? Your identities are here. Even if I have 100 courage, I dare not do anything to you. This sentence was said very sincerely. The whole person was twitching on the ground due to the electric shock. But he still clenched his teeth and said this clearly. The air was quiet for a moment. Go back. Gu Qingzhou retracted the electric current. His eyes were cold. If you harass us again, I am not worried about the accountability of the Western base. What this meant was that if Ellie did anything else, it would be a direct move to kill people, instead of stealing the crystal core or giving a verbal warning. The space-based psychic nodded repeatedly and ran away as if escaping. Gu Qingzhou watched the man back as he fled, and took Shenxiai's hand and prepared to go back to the tent. Shenxiai was also uncomfortable with the pungent smoke. He rubbed his nose and felt like sneezing. He asked, "Do you really believe what he said?" Gu Qingzhou asked Shenxiai to go into the house first, and threw the water, food, and other things on the table out. Then he said, the lie was too bad. First, Ailey was not a tolerant person. Second, a space system. When discovered, the first reaction was not to put things into the space, but to hide them behind her. Isn't this a deliberate diversion? But he pressed the issue. But what that person said was very true. Ally had lust for Shenxiai, but she wouldn't be so stupid as to destroy it if she couldn't get it. But it was still okay to do something with the food, so anything that wasn't in their sight could not be used anymore. It wasn't because they were afraid of poison, but they were afraid of some kind of drugs that could help with pleasure. Chapter 154. Don't be afraid. I help you. Shenxiai took out another copy of the things he had thrown away, and simply washed up and went to bed. After all, Qin Yuni and Song Qian were leaving tomorrow, and they were not in a hurry. Jiang Juanji hadn't woken up yet. Let's have a picnic here for a few days, just to relax. It was still early, so he took out his computer and prepared to watch some variety shows to kill time. As soon as he leaned against the head of the bed, he felt a little hot. Turning his head, he saw that Gu Qingzhou had actually adjusted the temperature of the heater to more than 60 degrees. Puzzled, he asked, "Brother Gu, are you trying to roast me?" The heater was placed beside the bed, and the heat came directly to his face, and the temperature was so hot that his face became hot. Gu Qingzhou stopped folding his clothes and looked at the temperature displayed on the heater. It usually this temperature. When the temperature in the tent rises, I adjust the temperature. He turned his eyes to the person on the bed, and the words in his mouth could not be said in an instant. There was a faint blush around his peach blossom eyes, like a bunch of blooming peach blossom petals, and a faint mist appeared in his eyes, as if he hadn't woken up yet and was sleepy. The muscles were tight, along with the beautiful jawline, and the loose collar of the pajamas revealed the white collarbone. The camping light in the tent was orange, showing the ambiguity in the dimness. Gu Qingzhou swallowed his saliva, put the clothes on his knees on the bed, and sat sideways next to Shenxiai. His big hand clasped Shenxiai's neck. "Wife, you always tease me like this." The hot kiss fell little by little. Shenxiai usually didn't pay attention to these details, and when Gu Qingzhou said this, his heart skipped a beat. The heat in his body was not coming from outside. It was gushing out from inside. He was taking Chinese medicine again. Shenxiai hurriedly fed himself a mouthful of supernatural water, struggling and pushing Gu Qingzhou. He hurriedly asked, "Is there anything wrong with your body?" Gu Qingzhou's eyes were red, and he moved Shenxiai's hand to 3 inches below his waist, with an urgent movement. Wife, help me, I feel so uncomfortable." The tent was not soundproof, and there were people all around. He couldn't touch Shenxiai in such a place, and he couldn't bear to do it. But his wife teases him every night. At most with her hands. Not even with her mouth. She is really going crazy. Shenxiai saw that this guy didn't take any Chinese medicine at all. It was just the spring bursting out of his body. Gu Qingzhou. I'm not right. Her body trembled uncomfortably. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with misty water. And under the orange camping light, she looked like a fairy. Empty. So empty. Itchy. Very itchy. The tips of her slender white fingers were slightly red, and she was grabbing the clothes on Gu Qingzhou's shoulders with distinct joints. Trembling slightly. "Well, husband?" Shenxiai's voice is now sweet and charming. Gu Qingzhou finally found out that something was wrong with Shenxiai, raised his head, and was also very nervous. Observing Shenxiai's condition, his eyes became redder, and his throat became dry. Not only did the flag not come down, it rose higher and higher. I was really tricked. The coolness in Shenxiai's arms left, and he raised his hand to feed himself the supernatural water again. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. As long as you drink enough, you can detoxify in a very short time. However, Gu Qingzhou held Shenxiai's hand, stopped the supernatural water from entering his throat, and even splashed the water onto the ground. Shenxiai was shocked. Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou took a blanket and wrapped Shenxiai up. He whispered, "Don't be afraid, I help you." He carried the person out. The night wind was still very cold. Shensi shivered all over due to the temperature difference, and crawled into Gu Qingzhou's arms. I don't know if it was because of the saliva just now, or because of the cold wind now. He was much more conscious. He just watched Gu Qingzhou carry him into the car, and then drove away. Shensi bit his lips tightly, and looked at Gu Qingzhou with a pair of peach blossom eyes. His tightly wrapped hands trembled and clenched into fists. After a moment, they loosened. The water power in his palm disappeared in the blink of an eye. He leaned back in the chair, panting unbearably, and felt dry mouth and tongue. The air conditioner in the car was blowing warm air, and when he reached a certain distance, and was sure that no one in the camp had followed, Gu Qingzhou stopped the car. He laid down the back of Shensi's chair. He left a light on the passenger seat. The shadows of people were everywhere, overlapping and repeating. The light of righteousness. When Gu Qingzhou drove away, Hanju poked his head out of the tent. He stared and thought for a long time. Brother is practicing martial arts, and he has gone astray. His eyes fell on the broken camera on the grass, and he summoned a long sword to poke it. He picked it up, and put it in front of his nose and sniffed it, and immediately threw the thing far away. Then he felt something was wrong, and went back to the tent to find a thick piece of clothing to wrap up the broken camera, and threw it into his room. Just stand in the dark and wait for the rabbit. Then I heard a low cry of monster from another tent. After a while, Ailey came out with her skirt adjusted, followed by an unsatisfied space-based psychic. After Ailey came out, she went straight to Shensi's tent. At a distance, she told the people behind her, "No matter what happens, you are not allowed to come in, do you hear me?" The space-based psychic nodded dully. "But the two of them Ellie said disdainfully, "I want both." After that, she didn't say anything more to the space-based psychic. She pushed him, and sneaked into Gu Qingzhou and Shensi's tent. The tent, which was bright just now became pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. All Ellie's eyes were dark, and she could only vaguely see the ups and downs of the bed. "Captain Gu, Shensi, you don't have to endure it anymore, I can save you," Ellie said as she approached. "If you don't have sex with this drug, you will die." I just thought that the two of them were holding back in bed. I suddenly opened the quilt, and a smell of gunpowder hit me. Ellie was shocked. There was no one on the bed, but a quilt. Realizing that her plan had been discovered, she turned around and wanted to run. As a result, she bumped into someone, and the rebound force was too strong, and she fell to the ground. The wind blew the curtain, and a faint light shone in. Hanju was wearing a black suit, and a mask on his face, and his long hair fluttered, like a ghost who came to take his life. "You? Why is it you?" Ailey was scared when she saw this person. Hanju turned off the recording device, without even giving Ailey a look, said lightly, "No. Hurt him." The long sword was unsheathed. When he was ready to kill the man and put an end to it all, he remembered the teachings of his elder brother. Killing is not the most refreshing revenge. The best ending is to let the enemy be tortured in front of you, and slowly die. Besides, his elder brother has not come back yet. If he kills the man, his elder brother will have no one to vent his anger on. So he picked up the camera again, dragged Ellie's feet, and walked out. "What are you doing? Stop it!" Ellie grabbed the ground with both hands, but was still dragged away mercilessly. Hanju looked at the space-type mutant who fainted on the ground, and put the camera under his nose. After a while, he woke up, and the drug in Ellie's body took effect. In order not to disturb the rest of the people in the two tents, Hanju dragged them both away, and went to the middle fire of the western base camp. Let the two fight each other. Then he flew away on his sword, saw Jiang Yao standing at the door of the tent, said, "I'll be back soon," and chased in the direction Gu Qingzhou left. After seeing the shaking car from a distance, he kept his distance and cleared the zombies around him that wanted to get close. "No one can disturb my sister-in-law from healing my brother." Chapter 155. Wife, don't cry. The dawn was just breaking. The SUV gradually calmed down. Gu Qingzhou got down from the back seat, with some marks on his neck, and looked at the zombie wreckage behind the car, and the drowsy person floating in the air. Hanju also heard the sound of the car door opening and closing. Yu Jian came over, looked at Gu Qingzhou with admiration, and saluted. "Sister-in-law, you have worked hard." The voice was powerful, but the volume was controlled. Gu Qingzhou's eyes twitched slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. He whispered, "You go back and watch over Ellie, and tell everyone in the western base not to leave." They could tolerate verbal provocation, but if they really did something like this, it would be too good to think that they could just let it go. Han Ju's also showed a cold look, nodded his head, and flew away on his sword. The cold wind blew, and Gu Qingzhou returned to the back seat. The back seat was laid down, revealing a square bed, with red plums falling on the snow. Delicate and beautiful. Gu Qingzhou didn't dare to look at the marks on Shenxiai's body again. He covered the blanket again, picked up the mineral water, helped him up, and fed him some. Shenxiai frowned slightly with discomfort, and swallowed it with difficulty. He was still drowsy on Gu Qingzhou's shoulder, and looked exhausted. Gu Qingzhou lowered his eyes, and saw the red marks and teeth marks on Shenxiai's body. His deep eyes were stained with smiles. He kissed Shenxiai on the forehead, held him in his arms, and laid down again. He was sleeping alone. One person was watching. Wife, I love you too. The drug was very effective. Shenxiai's body was still hot in the middle of the night. Originally, Shenxiai wanted to drink the supernatural water to detoxify, but seeing his excitement, he gave up the idea. He knew it. His wife really indulged him. She said no, but she didn't deny any of his requests in bed. Thinking like this, she didn't even realize that she was smiling happily. She gently stroked the waist covered with fingerprints, because of last night's excessiveness, and made the sleepy person shed tears. But he has no healing ability. He can only help people relieve it in this way. Wife, don't cry. In the camp, the first person who went out directly clanged. The basin in his hand fell on the gravel. Looking at the two people sleeping next to the campfire, I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. Qin, Captain Qin. A shout. Let everyone go out to check. After all, this is outside, in the end of the world. Any slight disturbance requires extra vigilance. Jiang Yao heard the noise and prepared to go out to see the excitement. He kicked the gun on his body and was about to leave. Lu Chu sat up from the bed. Her eyes were still covered with black cloth. Yao Yao, did something happen outside? She went to bed early last night, and her eyes needed to be repaired. Shenxiai gave her earplugs, so she was sleeping soundly the whole time. She had no idea what happened last night. After all, Jiang Yao witnessed Hanju's series of operations last night. Even if she hadn't gone out to see, she probably knew why the noisy noise was. Knowing that this matter could not be concealed, he took Lu Qiu out to watch the fun. Ai Li and the space ability user had been moved to the tent. Ai Li was fine, as she was a healing ability user. She had been exposed to the cold wind all night, so she just needed some treatment. The space ability user was in bed with a high fever, but no one paid any attention to him. Ai Li's eyes were full of hatred. Qin Yuni. Kill that fool for me. Kill Gu Qingzhou and Shenxiai. She was so embarrassed. She had to kill them all to get rid of the hatred in her heart. Standing outside and guarding, 18 pieces of iron surrounded the people who came out to watch the fun. Who dared to escape the encirclement? Poke her but directly. No negotiation. After hearing the arrogant remarks in the tent, control a piece of iron wire on the ground, directly penetrated the tent curtain, and stabbed it hard into Ellie's butt. Ah! Ellie screamed. The iron wire penetrated directly from the back end. Was nailed into the iron frame opposite. Song Qian clenched his fists, glared at Qin Yuni angrily, and directly opened the curtain to go out. But he was grabbed by the collar the next second, and thrown directly into the crowd below, and fell flat on his face. What do you mean? Song Qian looked at the iron sheet against his neck, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew. Without Shenxiai, this guy would really kill people. Hanju crossed his arms, and his eyes scanned everyone, and his cold gaze made everyone feel uneasy. Before my eldest brother comes back, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. There was a firmness in his tone that could not be ignored. It seemed that if anyone wanted to leave, they would be massacred. Qin Yuni followed him out. Before he could see the situation clearly, he was thrown into the crowd, and a piece of iron was placed on his neck. It was obvious that the two captains were treated equally. Ellie's wound was a penetrating wound, and she could not heal it directly, so she limped out. Suddenly, a dense wire was wrapped around her neck. Hanju said coldly, especially you. Seeing that Ai Li was about to open her mouth to speak, he immediately stuffed a stinky rag into her mouth. The world was instantly quiet. Jiang Yao, who was watching the excitement, was slowly telling Lu Qiu about the scene. These people are surrounded by the mistress. This siege lasted for a whole morning. When everyone was starving, they could only watch Hanju eat bread. A brand new off-road vehicle drove in. The car stopped. Shenxiai jumped down from the passenger seat, smiling mischievously, and his thin lips curled slightly. Hey, are you guys here basking in the sun? He wore a white beige shirt inside, and a brown coat outside, and with that beautiful face, he looked harmless no matter how you looked at him. Brother. Han Ju ate the bread in 2 bites, and saluted Gu Qingzhou neatly with his fists. None of them escaped, they are all here. Gu Qingzhou nodded. His gloomy eyes fell on Ellie. Ellie was so frightened that she trembled, dared not move, and could not speak. Shen Xiai took out a chair and sat down. Smiling, Xiao San, why did you use a weapon? These 2 captains are reasonable and considerate. We should be polite. Han Ju glanced at the 2 men with an unpredictable look, took back all the iron pieces, formed them into a long sword, and held them in his arms. But he did not release his control over Ai. Song Qian touched the blood mark on his neck. Captain Gu. What do you mean by this? Gu Qingzhou did not answer this question. Instead, he said, there are more than 100,000 zombies in this base. The smell they emit can completely cover the smell of humans. I really want to ask why there are thousands of zombies on this plane overnight. What? Song Qian was obviously shocked. They also had people on guard, but they did not find anything unusual. Gu Qingzhou said coldly, don't be surprised. Those zombies appeared 20 miles away from here, but they moved towards this side in a very regular way. It's normal that you didn't notice it. Normally, zombies move aimlessly. But those zombies are all heading to the same place from all directions, which is very suspicious. Qin Yuni still doesn't understand why things turned out like this. Asked, why did you go to a place 20 miles away last night? And asked someone to watch them. And you 2 didn't come back until noon. Shen Xiai supported his chin. Smiling, you should ask your good sister about this question. Chapter 156 given by the mysterious woman. This sentence attracted everyone's attention to Ellie. They didn't understand. Why would Ellie be with a man without anything in the morning? And outside. They couldn't understand how that idiot controlled everyone without saying a word, and said kill without mercy to anyone who made a move. He was so immature and crazy, and simply sick. Now according to Shen Xiai words, Ellie should be the initiator of these things, and they believed that. This was something Ellie could do. As if to confirm Shen Xiai words. Han Ju took out a mobile phone, and in full view of everyone, he searched through countless pages. Games, no. TV, no. Mini-games, no. Image software, no. After searching for a minute, he found the recording from last night. Captain Gu, Shen Xiai, you don't have to endure it anymore, I can save you. This drug will kill you if you don't have sex. The recording is very brief. Anyone present who is not a fool should be able to hear what Ellie meant by this. And he picked up a small package from his feet, which contained the camera that was damaged by electricity. Shen Xiai put on gloves, his palms were covered with water power, and picked up the camera. He asked with a smile, does anyone here want to smell it? He leaned on the armrest with one hand and pushed his chin, looking lazy and casual, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Without waiting for the people present to react, he dropped another bombshell. This burnt smell not only has the effect of an aphrodisiac, but also has a strong ability to attract zombies. Put the camera away, and took out the pendant from the space again. Said, the black substance in this pendant has been specially treated, and the smell has disappeared. On the way back, I made a preliminary judgment that the 2 are made of the same raw materials. I wonder if Miss Ellie has anything to say. Shen Xiai hooked his lips, his peach blossom eyes were curved like crescents, cunning and kind, but the coldness in his eyes made people feel terrified from the heart. Han Ju saw this. He used the wire to control the hooking out of the stinky rag in Ellie's mouth, and the 18 pieces of iron were ready to go. All of them surrounded Ellie, silently threatening her. Ellie gritted her teeth. I don't know what you are talking about. Panic flashed in her eyes. Her nervous voice was trembling. Shen Xiai didn't even need to say anything about this guilty expression. The 2 people who had learned relevant knowledge and practiced interrogation naturally understood it. An extremely oppressive aura emanated from Song Qian. Without even looking, one could feel the pressure in the air. Where did you get this thing? Captain Song. This matter has not been confirmed, and it cannot make Mr. Shen have the final say. You cannot interrogate her. As soon as Song Qian finished his question, Qin Yuni stopped him. Song Qian stared blankly, slowly shook his head, looking at the man beside him with disappointment. At this moment, Song Qian knew what it was to be truly heartbroken. Just because she saved your mother, you have to speak against your conscience like this? Pointing at Ellie's nose. Even if the 2 items are not related, she did such a dirty thing, are you still going to protect him? Did you lose all the education you received? Qin Yuni lowered his head, his eyes flashed with struggle. She was indeed wrong in this matter. He had no choice. Ali can't get into trouble. Had Qin Yuni, you coward. He treated you as a toy. Did you really care about him? Song Qian was so angry that his face turned red, his eyes were wide open, and his appearance was completely different from the kind person he usually was. He punched Qin Yuni in the face. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shen Xiai raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of interest in the two people, and glanced at the successful Ellie from the corner of his eye. He took out a testing instrument from the space. Captain Qin said I was just guessing? He tapped the instrument. This machine detected that the similarity of the two residual substances is 100%, but it has not been recognized by the authority. This behavior undoubtedly slapped the ironclad evidence on Qin Yuni's face. It also made Ellie, who had just rekindled her fighting spirit and puffed up her chest, turn pale in an instant. Gu Qinzhou condensed a purple lightning ball in his hand, looking down at Ellie in front of him, without any intention of coercion. But his eyes were fierce, and the intimidation of his supernatural power could not be ignored. I never lay hands on women, but I treat criminals equally. Confess and I will give you a chance to live. If you refuse to answer, I will not listen. The pair of black eyes that were neither hurried nor slow seemed to be able to see through everything, so deep that it made people feel as if they were falling into the abyss. Fear appeared in Ellie's eyes, and she quickly stepped back in fear. The thin wires pierced the skin on the back of her neck, and blood flowed down her spine into her back. The warmth turned into coldness, and merged with the cold sweat. She said in panic, "No." I said, I didn't know it could attract zombies. I really didn't know. This was given to me by a woman, and all men who smelled it obeyed me. This is my first time using it. 2. I can't attract zombies. Believe me. She defended herself quickly. Fearing the lightning power in Gu Qinzhou's hand, she wanted to retreat, but there was no way to retreat. A wire had already embedded in her flesh. She was afraid of death. Very afraid. It was impossible for her to deliberately use this fragrant material. Knowing this, Gu Qinzhou looked calm, and asked without any emotion in his tone, "Who is that woman? And why did she give it to you?" Ellie collapsed. "I don't know who she is, and I don't know why she gave it to me. I just thought that woman was trying to please me. I received the notice to come here in the afternoon." "Woo woo woo, Qin Yuni. What I said is true. It all true," she screamed. This is definitely the most humiliating day she has ever had since she was a child. Qin Yuni realized that something was wrong. That woman would be the key breakthrough point. Captain Gu, she has confessed everything she knows. Just let her go. I need to take her back to the base for investigation and find out who that woman is. This substance appeared in the southern base and was narrowly resolved. This substance in this small base was melted into the water, and no one survived in the entire base. Now there are traces of this substance in the western base. Gu Qinzhou's bloodthirsty eyes moved away from Ellie, and the lightning ball was not wasted. He threw it at the zombies that were staggering from behind. There was an explosion with lightning and thunder. The more than 10 zombies were directly blown to ashes, and there was a complete corpse left farther away. It was just a charcoal. The air was filled with an unknown smell, which made Ellie vomit. Shen Xiai put the machine and all the evidence into the space and took off his gloves. He smiled and said, "Is it time to settle the accounts between us?" Chapter 157. I am very obedient. Qin Yuni knew what happened last night. His lips turned bitter. "Mr. Shen, she also accepted the punishment. Please let her go. I am willing to give you the crystal core." In his opinion, Shen Xiai was very greedy. As long as the crystal core was enough, everything could be discussed. But just as he lowered his eyes, a stream of warm liquid spurted onto the bodies of the people in front. Especially Qin Yuni, who was standing close, had blood all over his face. Shen Xiai stood behind. Gu Qinzhou and Han Ju dodged to the sides in time. A skull rolled to Qin Yuni's feet. All the people present at the western base took a deep breath. Shen Xiai took out a bottle of water, poured it on the Tang sword, and wiped off the blood. He said slowly, "I don't believe that there is no surveillance in the western base. I can't say anything here, so how can I say it when I go back?" The Tang sword was swung. The body in front of him fell to the ground, several meters away from the skull. Qin Yuni opened his lips slightly, as if he had just come back to his senses, and looked at this scene for a long time without being able to speak. "Why? Why?" The voice gradually roared. "Why? She just drugged you. Why don't you just give her the drug again? Why kill her?" "Shen Xiai, Why? Shenxiai glanced coldly. You are really stupid. The contemptuous look was not concealed. Last night, these two people were at your door. You didn't notice it at all. Didn't you feel the problem? Her drug? Combined with multiple effects. If Xiao Sen hadn't stopped all the zombies. Do you think you can still see the sun now? Shenxiai has lost his patience with this person. He smiled slightly. What more? Do I need a reason to kill her? I have been very tolerant of her. He has seen too many people like this. When they are threatened, they are as timid as mice. Once they are in power, they will take advantage of the power of others and retaliate against him crazily. The kindness of the healing system is enough to make many people die. At the critical moment, the healing system can save lives. Isn't it because of this that Ellie can do whatever she wants in the western base? Why would he leave hidden dangers for himself? Thinking about it this way, he is really kind. At this time, someone in the crowd behind stood up and spoke. Captain Qin, we know you are reluctant to part with this healing system, but I think Mr. Shen's approach is right. In the end times, being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. Yes, she usually acts arrogantly, and snatches any good-looking man she sees in the base. If she has a wife, she will throw her and her children out to feed the zombies. These are usually suppressed by Ellie. She is not a healer. She is a devil. Giving crystal cores without treatment is commonplace. Burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. Song Qian was also shocked. Why didn't you tell us about these things before? One of them looked at Qin Yuni and said, Captain Song, what can I say? Will the base let the precious healer be buried with an ordinary person? If you can't kill her, you will get a terrible revenge. The more the end of the world approaches, the more you can see through people's hearts. It's already difficult to survive now, and they don't want to gamble with their families. Qin Yuni's face was pale. He only knew that Ellie had a stubborn personality, and he never knew that she did these things behind her back. But even so, Ellie shouldn't have died like this, and should have been handed over to the base commander for interrogation and punishment. This time he can also. Song Qian saw that Qin Yuni was wrong, and he was so angry that he punched him again. Are you still thinking about exonerating her now? This woman deserves death. The people behind were accusing each other. Being interrupted by this, they fell silent instantly, looking at the two captains with some fear, fearing that they would fight directly. Shenxiai was in no mood to watch these people appeals for justice or fight. He killed Ellie purely to eliminate future troubles, not to seek justice for these people. The noisy voices did not last long. While Shenxiai was drinking a drink and reading a novel, Song Qian came over, with some food in his hand. Mr. Shen, no matter what, the thing in Ellie's hand is a disaster. Luckily, we met you this time. If we were with some people who couldn't fight back, we might really be wiped out. Put the food in his hand on the small table next to Shenxiai. I know you don't lack food, but this is my little thought, and my apology. Don't worry, if you have any problems in the future, just let me know. Song Qian will definitely help you. Song Qian patted his chest and promised. Shenxiai took a look, and did not refuse. If it comes to you, you should not refuse it. Captain Song, sometimes being too stubborn can be very tiring. It is better to open your eyes and look at other things. If it doesn't work, you can pick up two on the road and make do. He did not say what he meant. However, Song Qian was surprised. He changed his mind and scratched his head. Let wait and see. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Shen. I will consider it. See you later. He waved his hand and walked towards the military vehicle over there. Gu Qingzhou opened the curtain and walked out, putting his hands on the back of the chair, leaning over to ask, what do you mean by picking up two? Shenxiai felt that the breath of this person's words just hit his ears, which was strange, so he turned sideways to avoid it. That's what I meant. If a man is disobedient, just change him to an obedient one. Why make it difficult for yourself? Shenxiai's eyes flashed with cunning, but he said as if he didn't care. Gu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. So, you will do the same to me? If I don't listen to you, you will throw me away and support another pretty boy? She lowered her head and bit Shenxiai's face. What a pity. I am very obedient. I am also hardworking. The voice became lower and lower, with a certain color. The look in Shenxiai's eyes changed from jealousy to smile. Wife, you also approve of it, don't you? Shenxiai raised his eyes, and his naked eyes wandered from Gu Qingzhou's lips to his body, with watery light in his eyes. Pursing her lips, she said, Brother Qingzhou, my waist hurts so much. I need to rub it. The unspeakable feeling of fragility emerged. Gu Qingzhou throat rolled. And he took a deep breath. If it weren't for the fact that this was outside, would he really think he would endure it? Little goblin. She squatted down and rubbed Shenxiai's waist with moderate strength. Shenxiai lay comfortably, with a rosy glow in his eyes, and came closer and said, "That also my husband, little goblin." Gu Qingzhou breathing stagnated, and he buried his head in Shenxiai's shoulder, and his breathing began to become hot. "Wife, don't play with me, it's very hard to bear." The hand movement paused slightly, and he couldn't help but think of the taste of last night. Dim light. This person leaned on him. Up and down, up and down. The eyes were seductive, indulgent and bold. While recalling, Shenxiai lifted Gu Qingzhou's chin and knew him. Temptingly said, "Then enjoy yourself while you can." Chapter 158 I'm with you. In broad daylight, the world is bright and clear. There are 3 tents on the left and right. Hanju is still at the door. Cultivating immortality, Gu Qingzhou rests his head on Shenxiai's shoulder. He said embarrassedly, "Put it in the account first. I will fulfill it when I return to the base." Shenxiai's heart trembled, moved his fingertips involuntarily, still smiled and said, "Okay." As the temperature rises, the ice and snow melt. The base exudes a strong stench, and a fire burns it clean. The vehicle drove far away, and the blue flames and the black smoke could still be seen. The trunk of the new SUV had more space, and Jiang Juanji could even sit and stretch his legs. Sulu changed his previous restlessness and also took care of people in the trunk, letting Jiang Juanji lean on him, which made him feel more comfortable. The crystal cores collected were more than expected. Shenxiai calculated the number in his mind. After absorbing all of them, the level of the team should be generally raised to level 6 or 7. They traveled south for several days. They stopped at an abandoned village at night. After cleaning up a spacious room, Shenxiai placed 4 beds in it. Gu Qingzhou held Jiang Juanji in his arms, and settled the wounded first. Sulu had become familiar with how to take care of people these days, tucking in the corners of the quilt, wetting his lips with water, and injecting nutrient solution regularly. When he had time, he would massage Jiang Juanji's muscles, wipe his face and body every day. It can be said that he took care of him meticulously. Gu Qingzhou looked at his most beloved brother, who seemed to have grown up overnight, but he didn't want him to grow up like this. Sulu is usually the most lively, like a little happy fruit. Now he just stays by Jiang Juanji's side. He stays by his side all the time. He sat next to him and held Sulu's hand. "Lulu. He fine?" He just turned on the nerve protection mode. He felt bad watching Jiang Juanji lying in bed like this, without this guy arguing with him. Cooking is sometimes boring. Sulu scratched his head. "I know. My sister has already said that he will wake up in the next few days. I just want me to be the first person he sees when he opens his eyes. In this way, old Jiang should be very happy." Gu Qingzhou touched Sulu's head. "Well, I make you French fries tonight. I want a super large portion." "Okay." Lu Chuyu sat on the bed next door, and didn't move around. Jiang Yao was responsible for anything she needed. It was getting dark. Hanju also checked the situation in the village, and took out 3 ordinary crystal cores. "Brother, I found a group of monsters in the cellar, and these are crystal cores." Hanju wanted to hand over the supplies. Shenxiai leaned on the recliner, holding a drink in his left hand, and snacks in his right hand. "You can play with it." He handed Hanju a strawberry lollipop. Hanju put the crystal core into his lapel, took the lollipop in his hand, and the stars in his eyes were very bright. He clasped his fists. "Thank you, brother." Shenxiai pulled the corners of his mouth, waved his hand. "Go and play. Don't block me from the moon." "Okay." Hanju was as happy as a child. Put away the candy, and walked to Gu Qingzhou. "Sister-in-law, I help you." In the room, Jiang Yao turned on the heater and said to Lu Chuyu, "Sister Chuyu, do you feel that brother Shenxiai is spoiling Shaosen this time?" Although they got along well before leaving the base, they were not so close. Lu Chuyu could only see a vague shadow now, and could not see the expression on Shenxiai's face. After all, it has been more than 2 months since we came out, and it is normal for the relationship to be better. Jiang Yao still shook her head. "No. It different. It different from what he does to us." Thinking carefully about that feeling, Jiang Yao pursed her lips. She couldn't describe it. Lu Chuyu rubbed Jiang Yao's head. "He has his considerations. We don't need to worry. It's impossible that he has fallen in love with someone else. She can see it. Shenxiai is also very fond of her brother. Shen Xiai sat at the door. And he couldn't eat the snacks in his mouth. Nor could he spit them out. You too? The door is not closed. Can you lower the volume of your discussion? At night. Shen Xiai sat at the door, feeling the night breeze in the mountains. The door behind him opened a little. And the person inside was sleeping soundly. The little man in the phone moved up and down with the control. After a few rounds, he easily broke his last record. He put the phone on his legs and stretched, looking at the starry sky. His mind was full of thoughts. Hanju was now in a state of confusion. He knew nothing about the past. When asked about the key points, he would repeat the same sentence with a blank expression. Kill all the strong men and protect him. If it is true as he guessed, this end of the world is caused by. Then if he wants to find that person, Hanju will be the breakthrough point. If found, what was the truth of the year? In his memory, he saw his mother being carried into the coffin and buried. But why did Hanju still exist? According to the time calculation, Hanju was 5 years younger than him, which means that when his mother died, there was a child in her belly. Now the child has grown up safely then. What about his mother? What kind of suffering did she suffer? Shen Xiai looked up at the starry sky, tears welled up in his eyes. I tried my best to suppress the urge to cry, but the tears still slid down the corners of my eyes and flowed into my hair. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I calmed down the overwhelming sadness and years of grievances. After a long time, I raised my hand to wipe the tears from the corners of my eyes, drank a sip of water, and prepared to go into the house when I felt a little cold. Unexpectedly, I turned around and saw Gu Qingzhou standing at the door. The heartache in my eyes was about to overflow. Shen Xiai smiled stiffly. Why did you wake up? Gu Qingzhou walked out, closed the door, and gently wiped the corners of Shen Xiai's eyes with his fingertips. As long as you look back, I will always be here. Slowly approaching, holding the person in his arms, kissing the short hair with his lips, his voice is hoarse. No need to be secretive. You can do whatever you want in my arms. Even if Shen Xiai didn't say it, how could he not know? Shen Xiai took the ultrasonic gene interrupter from the laboratory and asked to bring Xiao San with him the next day, probing and indulging along the way, observing and feeling touched. How could he not see it? What more? From some angles, Xiao San, from the back, really looks like Shen Xiai. His mother, who had died almost 20 years ago, might not be dead. Shen Xiai still had relatives. He also had a younger brother. This kind of shock was so strong that it was impossible for ordinary people to accept it in a short time. He was willing to wait for Shen Xiai to digest it before telling him. Tell him in person. But his lover cried. Such a strong person. Secretly, carefully, quietly cried alone. Shen Xiai was stunned for a moment, and then understood that this person had seen it. With a chuckle, he also hugged Gu Qingzhou's waist. He murmured, Gu Qingzhou, I want to find out the truth. It may be very difficult. Gu Qingzhou stroked Shen Xiai back, as if he was comforting a child who had suffered a great injustice. Again and again, his movements were gentle and soft. Yes, I go with you. Chapter 159. My sister-in-law gave birth to a child. The night was as quiet as a calm river, winding in the dense shadows of dead branches. The wind blew slightly, the dead branches swayed. The half-closed door was blown open by the wind. Huh? The two people standing in each other's arms heard the zombie roar at the same time, and the fast footsteps. Ah! Save me! There was a camping light at the door, and a boy stumbled over, followed by several zombies moving smoothly. Seeing Gu Qingzhou and Shen Xiai was like seeing a savior. Neither of them moved. When the little boy ran to him, Gu Qingzhou threw out his supernatural power and killed the zombie. The little boy was wearing old thick clothes, his arms were bulging, wrapped in clothes, tightly protected. Thank you, big brothers. The little boy was very wary of the two people in front of him. He took 2 steps back, and then bowed to thank them. During this time, he carefully hid the things in his arms, as if he was very worried that the two people in front of him would snatch his things. Gu Qingzhou looked down at the child, and calmly blocked Shen Xiai behind him. Why are you here? In the middle of the night, a skinny child appeared here alone, with zombies chasing him. It was suspicious. Gu Qingzhou moved, blocking the light of the camping lamp, and the shadow enveloped the little boy. There was no emotion in his tone, which was his usual attitude towards strangers. Fear flashed in the little boy's eyes, and he stepped back, protecting the things in his arms. I am sneaking. realizing that he might be killed if he said that. He immediately changed the subject and said, "My family is resting in front. I came out to go to the toilet and then met the zombies." Whether it was his expression or his logic, it was completely wrong. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was lying. Shinseai poked his head out from behind and looked the child up and down. "In that case, you can go now." He was too thin. His clothes were worn out. And his hair was messy. It looked like he hadn't had a haircut for a long time. Deep in the mountains and old forests, a dilapidated village. Hanju had checked and found nothing abnormal, but this child suddenly ran out. It was either intentional, or something was wrong. The little boy didn't seem to expect that he would be let go so easily. Thank you. He thanked him again and again, turned around and wanted to run, but he tripped over a zombie, and the things in his arms fell to the ground. Rotten sweet potatoes, rotten unknown food, and a handful of rice grains, wrapped in a piece of cloth. The rice was scattered on the ground after the fall. The little boy sobbed and picked up the rice grains one by one. Some of them had dirt on them. He blew them carefully before putting them on the cloth. Shinseai saw the rice. Almost all of them were rotten, hollow, and had black spots. They should have been eaten clean by rice weevils, and then curled up in the rice in the cold winter and froze to death. In short, the rice was not edible at all. The little boy picked up the things and did not dare to look back at the two people. Hanju was already standing at the door when he heard the noise, holding his long sword in his arms, looking at the child. Then he looked at Shinseai. He continued to admire, "Brother, after not seeing you for a few hours, you actually made your sister-in-law give birth to a child. It's amazing." Hanju looked at Gu Qingzhou, but in curiosity. Gu Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he turned around and wanted to hit Hanju on the back of his head. But Hanju blocked it with his sword, and it swept across the sword. This slap did not have any supernatural power, and it was not strong. However, the collision with the sword still made Gu Qingzhou breathing freeze. Hanju raised his eyebrows proudly, and said, "The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed." "Pa!" Shinseai slapped Hanju on the back of his head. "Break, you big head ghost. Your sword blade almost hurt someone. Do you know? This sword is a rare item. But the scabbard is an ordinary item. It was crushed when fighting against a level 5 zombie. In other words, holding the sword means really holding the sword." Hanju was beaten. He touched the place where he was beaten, and his cold and heartless eyes revealed his tenacity. He said in a sonorous voice, "Brother, please believe me. I know what I am doing. Don't worry, I will never bully women. Husband and daughter." This took into account Gu Qingzhou's gender. Gu Qingzhou. The back of his hand was slightly numb from the shock, but he still had the urge to hit someone. Just as he was about to speak, a car sound came from afar. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound, and just then a dilapidated van turned its head in front. In the darkness, the high beams almost blinded people. Gu Qingzhou tilted his head and closed his eyes. Shinseai squinted his eyes and looked over. It seemed that the driver was a man. Then a ball of fire came. A cold light flashed by, and a long sword was placed in front of everyone, blocking the fire. Little boy. The man who was driving got off the car, looked at the three people warily, and then hugged the little boy into his arms. The little boy was still crying, "Brother, I found food, and my mother is saved." The bean-sized tears fell into the man's arms. He fainted the next second, for people got off the car, and they all faced Hanju with caution. Hanju's warmth towards Shinseai disappeared. The sword fell, and his eyes were full of coldness. "You want to kill me? Die!" The sword was directed, and the long sword was controlled by the supernatural power, stabbing at the man who threw the fireball. The man dodged sideways, but the long sword turned and broke into 18 pieces, stabbing again. This time, not only the man, but the other three were also in the attack range. Shinseai grabbed Hanju's arm. "Don't kill anyone. The attack just now was not very lethal, and it was obvious that the opponent was not coming for them. It was this child." Suddenly, Shinseai felt that his fingers began to go numb, and his consciousness was not clear. He looked at one of the women with a green halo around her finger. Poison-type psychic? Shinseai quickly condensed psychic water for the two people around him, and sent it to their mouths with his palms. He also ate a ball. Hanju smacked the sweet taste in his mouth, and felt the numbness in his body begin to subside. His eyes lit up. "Brother, you can also cast spells." After Hanju finished saying this, he suddenly lost his strength and fell directly to the ground. The iron pieces suspended in the air also fell to the ground. Gu Qingzhou looked at the woman's hand. The green light circle became larger, lingering on the entire palm. At the same time, he also felt that his body began to become weak. The lightning power in his body was resisting the poison gas, and he held his breath. Lu Chuyu's voice was heard in the room. "Who are you?" Looking through the crack in the door, a figure appeared out of nowhere, wanting to knock Lu Chuyu unconscious, but was clamped by the backhand. Su Le turned into a wolf king and pounced on the man. But the two gradually lost their strength. Shi Shiren fainted. Shen Xi's eyes moved around those people, and noticed that the man in the room had a knife on him, but he didn't do anything, but wanted to knock Lu Chuyu unconscious. He closed his slightly narrowed eyes directly. Fell on Hanju. Gu Qingzhou was ready to take action, but after seeing Shen Xi's actions, he had no choice but to put away his supernatural power. He also closed his eyes, and fell beside Shen Xi. He didn't forget to pull Shen Xi into his arms. Hanju, who was used as a pillow. Chapter 160. I just said hello. Shiji, did you use too much force? He hasn't woken up all night. Is he really poisoned to death? Oh my god. We killed someone. Amitabha, my great uncle, please bless them not to die. A person's voice rose and fell. The tone was uneasy, even walking back and forth, and measuring his breath. At this time, Shen Xi deliberately held his breath. The man was so scared that he fell to the ground. Shiji. No breath. No breath. He dead. Beautiful lady. I didn't mean to do that. If you become a ghost, please don't come after me. I just touched your face. I have the desire, but not the courage. I knew you were a man, so I didn't touch you. It all that Gigi. She poisoned you. If you want to find someone, go find her. She tough and can handle it. The man knelt on the ground and counted 3 times. Wow. I should have thrown him with those people. Why did I put him on my bed? Li Gigi rubbed her temples that were throbbing with annoyance. She kicked the man on the ground. Hack you. He clearly awake. She released a nerve-paralyzing toxin. He would be fine after 3 or 4 hours of unconsciousness. How could he die? As for not breathing, that bullshit. This means that this person has woken up and is teasing and scaring people on purpose. Wang Zhouye stuttered, but he not breathing anymore. He looked carefully at the bed. It turned out that Shen Xi had sat up and waved at Wang Zhouye with a smile. Hi, how are you? The gentle voice came out softly. This room is located inside the mountain and is separated by several wooden boards. The sound was blocked by the stone wall in the room, and it was long and hollow when it reached Wang Zhouye's ears. When the wind leaked in from the door, Wang Zhouye trembled all over. He stared, pointed at Shen Xi, and opened his mouth wide. He was so scared that he couldn't breathe, and fell straight to the ground, closed his eyes, and fainted. Shen Xi blinked his eyes, and said innocently to Li Gigi, I just said hello? He spread his hands, indicated that he did nothing. Li Gigi, I really want to say, then you hold your breath to scare people on purpose? I'm sorry, Shower fainted. I thought it was you who did it. Thank you very much for saving him. Li Gigi dragged Wang Zhouye to the corner of the room. The floor of the room was covered with hay, which was very warm and soft to step on. Shen Xi understood that this was a misunderstanding. The other party didn't really want to do it, otherwise they wouldn't just feel numbness in their arms. What going on with you? Pointing to the stone wall above. Why are you living in a cave? Li Gigi looked at Shen Xi and said nothing. Shen Xi pulled the corner of his mouth, pulled out a machine gun. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done it last night. Showed the gun, and then put it away. Li Gigi then said, we were originally from the Dawn base, but... The rest of the words were hard to say. We are planning to join the South base. I heard that the random team there is very strong, and there is also a very kind healing team. A strong team, which means the base is strong, which will be a good security guarantee in the end times. The healing system, and kindness, which means the people there are easygoing, so my aunt illness. Shen Xi nodded thoughtfully. In the previous life, during the extremely cold period, some teams and ordinary people in the base could not get food, and had to go out to look for it. At that time, all the superpowers who went out did not come back, and basically froze to death outside. So you have lived here for a long time. Right? The facilities here are not complete. But the signs of adaptation in the room are obvious. Li Gigi lowered his eyes sadly. It'd been 7 months. There were more than 30 people in the group. And only 7 people were left. Only the superpowers survived. The dead were all their companions, relatives and friends who had entrusted their lives to them. You are a scoundrel. And you are not worthy of being my enemy. Shenxiai didn't even need to go out to see who the voice was. Li Jiji held his forehead in distress. Why did he wake up again? Shenxiai raised his eyebrows. Again? He had fed Hanju the supernatural water, could it be? Li Jiji sighed in agreement. 5 times. As soon as he woke up he yelled that he wanted to kill someone. But he didn't kill anyone, he just yelled. Especially on the way back. The car had just started for 3 minutes, that guy jumped up, looking like he wanted to kill everyone. So she could only poison him to faint again. Over and over again, 5 times, that guy was like an indestructible cockroach. And her poison was becoming less and less effective on the guy. This time it lasted less than half an hour. It looked sick. Li Jiji stood up. Since you are awake, then come with me, he is very annoying. Shenxiai glanced at the person in the corner. Just ignore him. At least move him to the bed. Li Jiji sneered. Don't worry, he won't freeze to death. You two really love each other. Shenxiai sighed sincerely. After walking out of the room, I saw the layout of this cave. This place is at the innermost part of the cave, and a faint light shines in from the cave entrance. There are many holes on the stone wall. And now there are only 6 small rooms. Shenxiai flexed his wrist. So you poisoned him 5 times. And each time you poisoned the whole group? He drank the supernatural water, which could slowly detoxify him. With the power of this poison, he would not fall asleep later. As a result, the vehicle was shaking on the mountain road. He knew that Hanju jumped up the first time, but he really fell asleep afterwards. Li Jiji stopped. I forgot. Yes. She directly used enough poison to make 7 people faint. She glanced at Shenxiai. Then why did you wake up? If it was repeated like this, it would be abnormal if he didn't sleep for 24 hours. Shenxiai shrugged. Gifted? Li Jiji's eyes twitched. Hanju's howling voice came again. How dare you provoke me? When my brother comes, I will kill you without mercy. There were also 2 persuading voices, and Jiji, why don't you come and poison him to silence him? I'm so fed up. More annoying than Wang Debi. Wang Debi should be the one who kept talking in his ear, and was frightened by him. Whispered, are all your names so unique? Li Jiji pursed her lips. My original name is Wang Zhouya, a nickname. While talking, she pushed the door open. Hanju was pressed on the hay by 3 people. Even the little boy named Yaoer was helping. Even so, he was almost thrown away by Hanju. Let me go! You bunch of low-class people. When my brother comes, I will slap you away with my big palm. Hanju swung his arm. And the little boy brother was directly hit against the wooden wall. The wall, which was not very solid to begin with, collapsed directly. The little boy was already very skilled in propping up the wall. Shenxiai saw the 3 big holes on the wooden board. Very new marks. Hanju turned his head, and saw Shenxiai standing at the door. He said excitedly, Brother, as long as you give an order, I will make a few people bleed on the spot. As he said that, the 18 pieces of iron flew out from somewhere. The man who held Hanju's legs was about to collapse. I locked it with an iron box. How can it still fly out? Chapter 161 Brother. It hurts all the time. The wind kept blowing into the cave. But there was a wall of stones in front. So the wind was much weaker. Shenxiai secretly used his supernatural power to condense water around the mouths of the other 5 people. It was very subtle. And if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see it clearly. Wisps of water mist flowed from the corners of the mouth and the nasal cavity into the body. Shenxiai then pulled up Hanju, who wanted to fight desperately, and said, no need to fight. These people have no ill intentions. Hanju, who was originally full of murderous intent, immediately restrained himself. And the long sword made of 18 pieces of iron was still held in his arms. The little boy saw this scene, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Big brother, you are so awesome. Hanju lowered his eyes and glanced at him, and said lightly, you are too weak. If it weren't for the fact that Big Brother said not to kill people before he fainted, these people would have been torn apart. He could crush them to death with just 1 finger. Except, he pointed his sword at Li Jiji. I am Xiao San. Please teach me. This woman can make him faint 5 times. She is definitely a strong person. Kill all the strong people. If you lose, I will agree to 1 condition of yours. If you win, you have to leave something behind. Life. Pa! The back of the head was hit again. The eerie aura disappeared instantly. Brother, We should be united against the outside world. Hanju covered his head and shrank behind Shinseai. Shinseai said helplessly, "My brother has a brain injury, he has no ill intentions. And is very obedient." The man who was thrown 3 times stood up slowly, still worried about Hanju's arm swinging over. "Just listen to you," they explained for a long time. But this guy didn't listen to a word. Hanju was stunned. "Brother. Go out. Find him. Protect him. Your brother." "Brother," a woman voice echoed in his mind, as if there was a warm embrace, repeating it over and over again, admonishing him again and again. The face was too blurry. So blurry that only a feeling remained. "Brother." Hanju stared at Shinseai's profile with a dull look, and repeated the 2 words in a low voice. Shinseai seemed to hear what Hanju was saying, and when he turned around, he bumped into those dilated pupils. "What wrong with you?" Shinseai hurriedly helped the person sit on the hay. "Mistress?" Hanju still repeated unconsciously, "Brother. Protect brother." But his eyes never left Shinseai's face. His eyes suddenly turned red. "Brother, find brother, my brother. It's so uncomfortable. My head is so uncomfortable. Who is brother? Who is that woman?" I felt so sad that I felt like I was going to die. Shinseai looked at his palm. He had hit Hanju on the back of his head before today, but this had never happened before. Recalling Gu Qingzhou's previous questioning, it seemed that he had the same symptom, but it was more serious now. And he didn't say anything that time, but this time he seemed to remember something. "Yes, brother is here." Shinseai saw Hanju suddenly crying, and for a moment, he didn't know how to comfort her. Hanju's eyes moved. "I'm in pain, brother, I'm in pain, my body hurts, it always in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Brother, I'm in pain." Hanju hugged himself, curled up, his face turned pale, and he shivered. Shinseai suddenly remembered what Hanju said before. "My mouth is sweet, my heart is not bitter, and my body is not in pain anymore." Immediately took out a lollipop, put it in Hanju's mouth. Tasting the sweetness, Hanju gradually relaxed and leaned on Shinseai. The pupils slowly returned to normal. Shinseai frowned. This change occurred more of. The nerves were stimulated. He turned his head sharply and looked at Li Jiji. Li Jiji took a half step back, shook her head. "I didn't release any toxins that would hurt people, those toxins would only make you faint." "Yeah, I know." Shinseai retracted his gaze, looked at the person in his arms, and directly held the person horizontally in his arms, and put him on the bed, lying together with Jiang Juanji. Nerve stimulation plus language stimulation should be the key to solving the mystery. But it should be very painful during this period. After thinking for a long time, I decided to wait until Hanju wakes up. Cough, cough, cough. A cough echoed in the cave. The 5 people behind him immediately ran out in a swarm. Shinseai followed slowly, and came to the innermost part of the cave. The temperature here was obviously higher than the rooms outside. The middle-aged woman was lying on the bed, climbing the edge of the bed, coughing desperately. Like these people, she was very thin. Her eyes were cloudy, and she looked like she was about to die. The youngest child knelt beside the bed. "Mom, are you okay? I found some food. We can fill our stomachs now." The youngest child brother came in with a bowl of sweet potatoes. Potatoes? And porridge that was so thin that there was no rice grains. The woman looked at the bowl and said, "What about you?" The youngest child swallowed his saliva and touched his stomach. "Mom, I ate last night. I was very full." He said it as if it was true, and patted his stomach covered by thick clothes. The people around him also echoed, "We ate it all. This is the porridge made from the rotten food that the kid found last night." The other people also looked at the bowl of porridge and swallowed their saliva, and even forced themselves not to look at it. Shinseai lowered his eyes, turned his head, and walked towards the direction where the man came from. There was no hay in this small house. A hanging pot was built with a few stones and iron rods. The porridge I saw just now was still cooking in the pot. Judging from the water level of the cooking rice, those people didn't even drink the rice soup. Turning his head to look at the other pots and pans, they were undoubtedly found in the village at the foot of the mountain. After looking around, he didn't see any food. He only found a handful of dry grass roots and tree bark in the rice jar. Shinseai covered it silently. Pretending not to see anything, he returned to the room he had just been in. While no one was around, he gave the 5 people who had fainted a big gulp of supernatural water. Gu Qingzhou's poisoning was much lighter than the others, and he was blessed by the thunder supernatural power. After feeding them the water, He woke up in a few minutes. He grabbed Shensiai's hand and relaxed for a while. Is this their small base? Then he said, why are you really dizzy? He was pretending to be dizzy. He could still sense the outside world in the car, but he only heard a roar in his ear. The next second, he was completely dizzy. Thanks to Xiao San. Shensiai glanced at the person sitting on the bed and eating candy seriously. You got a good sleep. Gu Qingzhou instantly understood why. He stared at Hanju helplessly, and found that this person was not right, just like the day when he was distracted. What stimulated him? Gu Qingzhou asked. This guy must have woken up before him. Maybe he had done something weird. Shensiai hugged his arms, his mouth curled slightly. He may be recovering soon. Suddenly, the smile on his mouth disappeared again. This was just an impression, but it made Hanju feel like he was about to die. If he really thought about it all, it might be a great help to him, but what about Hanju? Forgetting might be the best choice for him. Chapter 162 My wife is so cute. After a while, except for Jiang Juanji who fell into a deep sleep, the rest of the people woke up. When Li Jiji came to check on them, she found that they were almost awake. 24 hours became 2 hours. Are these people really normal? Shensiai took out the recliner and leaned against it, and stretched out 3 fingers. Miss, do you need medical assistance? 3 level 3 crystal cores, difficult and complicated diseases, cure all diseases, no cheating. Young or old? Li Jiji looked at the group of people, searching with her eyes. Is there a healer in your team? She was so excited that she couldn't control her voice, and attracted the group of people who were still taking care of the woman in the innermost part, especially the pair of brothers. Staring with excitement, the elder brother nose was red. Sir, I am willing to give it to you. As long as you can save my mother, I will be your slave. Shensiai stretched out his hand. 3 crystal cores were in his hand first. Shensiai said with satisfaction, Yao Yao, you and Sister Chu can go and have a look together. Having just explained the misunderstanding with this group of people, Jiang Yao is not so resistant now. He responded and helped Lu Qiyu over. The 2 brothers hurriedly led the way. Li Jiji looked at Jiang Yao back and thought, who are you? Being able to counteract her poison so quickly can only prove that this group of people is very strong. Very strong. There are also healing people around. Such a team should not be unknown. Shensiai rocked the rocking chair. They are also going to the southern base. He looked at Gu Qingzhou and smiled. Gu Qingzhou raised his lips and looked at Shensiai lovingly. He reached out to Li Jiji, captain of the southern base Suabian team. Gu Qingzhou. Nice to meet you. Li Jiji looked at the group of people in disbelief. These people are the Suabian team. The little girl just now. Isn't she the healing team of the southern base? And these people. Li Jiji opened her mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. His eyes fell on the leisurely Shensiai. Why didn't you tell me just now? Shensiai's eyes were clear and bright, as if he had no ulterior motives. He tilted his head, leaned on Gu Qingzhou's arm, pretended to be frightened, and whispered, you didn't ask. Li Jiji. Good. Such a pure and innocent look. Gu Qingzhou took Shensiai in his arms, with a smile on his face. My wife is so cute. I want to do. Li Jiji. Do you want to cooperate with me? Didn't you see that he was pretending? He suddenly caught a glimpse of the ring on Gu Qingzhou's ring finger, which looked familiar. His eyes twitched, and he turned around and left. She had seen it in Shensiai's hands. He really knows how to play. Under Jiang Yao treatment, the woman finally felt that her lungs were no longer uncomfortable. Lu Qiyu explained to the brothers, your mother caught a cold, and did not receive timely treatment, which caused pneumonia. It is said that she has been coughing for more than 4 months. If she was not a superpower, her body would have collapsed long ago. Jiang Yao retracted her hand and smiled at the others in the room. It's fine now, but Auntie is severely malnourished and needs to eat well. That was a very tactful way of putting it. She could sense that eating some indigestible food for a long time had caused her stomach to be riddled with holes. But this woman had a vitality in her body, which had been maintaining the basic operation of her body. If not, this person might have coughed to death long ago. Great, thank you so much. The medicines in the apocalypse had long been swept away, and the medicines they found were either expired, or the medicines were not suitable for the symptoms. The youngest child threw himself into the woman's arms, after all. He was a child, and kept calling for his mother. The brother wiped the tears from his eyes, and knelt down in front of Jiang Yao. Miss Yao Yao. Wu Chengxian. Oh, you alive, he said, and wanted to kowtow. Jiang Yao hurriedly pulled him back. You don't have to do this. You gave the crystal core. This is what I should do. Get up quickly. Wu Chengxian insisted on kneeling. Lu Chu, who was standing aside, was a little impatient. She grabbed Wu Chengxian's collar with one hand and lifted him up. Our mission is also completed. Yao Yao. Let go back. Well, okay. Walking to the door, Jiang Yao suddenly turned around and asked, Auntie, what superpower do you have? The woman was holding her youngest child and wiping tears. Hearing this, she immediately answered, I have a second level with superpower, plant growth promotion. Jiang Yao had seen various with superpowers in the base, even Jiang Juanji beside her. Ordinary second level with powers would not have such strong vitality in the body. Unless it is a mutant superpower. Thinking of this guess, she asked again, have you been bitten by a zombie? After the high fever, it feels like the speed of superpower enhancement slowed down? After being bitten by a zombie, if a superpower person does not turn into a zombie, nothing will happen. This is basically known to everyone. The woman nodded, yes. The woman seemed a little confused, but still answered seriously. Jiang Yao raised the corner of her mouth. You have a good rest. She looked at Lu Chuyu and quickly told Shen Xi the news. Shen Xi's eyes were stern. Mutated with type. Woman. Child. This. Helplessly holding his forehead, it was really a blessing in disguise. I could meet a powerful person like this. In his previous life, he remembered that. In a small base, a woman who could grow plants in large quantities suddenly appeared. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, there was no soil research by Su Yi. Supplies were scarce. Many people could only eat tree bark to survive. But this woman could ignore the viruses in the soil and directly use seeds to grow vegetables. Let that small base instantly dominate the area. But this matter didn't last for half a year. It is said that the woman-child was tortured to death. The woman was heartbroken and could not escape the control of the base. She committed suicide directly. If such a person went to the southern base, then, fortunately, the southern base is still there, and this group of people is going to the southern base. Shen Xi curled his lips, stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, let go, pack up, and get going. As soon as he went out, he ran into Wang Zhouye, who was frightened and fainted. Wang Zhouye pointed at Shen Xi. You are really not dead. As if he was unsure, he wanted to feel Shen Xi's body temperature. But a big hand ruthlessly grabbed his wrist. Gu Qingzhou protected Shen Xi behind him. What do you want to do? It hurts. It hurts. Wang Zhouye hurt his wrist. Click. And hurriedly explained, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to touch him, to make sure he is still alive, really. Gu Qingzhou then let go of his hand. Half hugging Shen Xi and preparing to leave, Wang Zhouye continued to say, You are so stingy, what wrong with touching? We are all men. When he fainted, I was still. Before he finished speaking, Li Jiji stuffed a piece of bark into Wang Zhouye's mouth. Gu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes dangerously. What else did you do just now? Shen Xi instantly heard the sound of vinegar. Gurgling. Boiling and bubbling. Chapter 163 Vomit. Vomit a lot. He held his forehead helplessly. Just when he was about to persuade him, he felt Gu Qingzhou's clothes shake. It was the phone that Gu Qingzhou put in his inner pocket. All of them were here. And only Zhao Ju would send messages. Gu Qingzhou had to give up asking questions. Took out his phone. Opened the text message. And just glanced at it. And his face became solemn. Hurry! Everyone. Leave immediately. And you must get back to the base within 2 days. The base detected that the movement route of a large number of zombies had changed. From aimlessly to a straight line. And the destination of all zombies was the southern base. This is a controlled zombie tide. A group of people hurried to get in the car. Shen Xi had a good sleep and was in good spirits. He consciously got into the driver's seat. Gu Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but still sat in the passenger seat. Li Jiji and his group didn't have anything, so they took the crystal core and got in their own van, preparing to go together. As soon as they started the car in front of them was running away at lightning speed. By visual estimation, the starting speed must be 100. This car is quite durable. After getting on the highway, the average speed of the vehicles was no less than 180. When they saw abandoned vehicles on the road, they turned the steering wheel directly. When they saw wandering zombies, they hit them directly. In short, it was absolutely impossible to step on the brakes. Su Lu was taking care of 2 patients in the back. Fortunately, Jiang Juanji had not woken up yet. Otherwise he would have vomited. Hanju pupils returned to normal. But his consciousness had not fully recovered. He just leaned against the car body quietly. At a turn, the back of his head hit him. After many times, it like a percussion instrument. Sulu rested Jiang Juanji's head on his legs, and with a big turn, he felt like vomiting. He stuffed a pillow on the back of Hanju's head. Your brain is not good to begin with. Don't make you even more stupid. Hanju seemed to have some reaction. Brother Lele. Vomit. He vomited as soon as he opened his mouth. He quickly put the pillow in front of him. Fortunately, I didn't eat anything in the morning, just a little sour water. I seem to go to heaven vomit. The two ladies in the back seat also held the door tightly and kept their mouths shut, fearing that they would vomit if they spoke. Even Gu Qingzhou, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't stand it. He had always known that Shenxiai drove hard, but he had never seen him drive so hard. The accelerator was almost pressed into the fuel tank. He glanced at the dashboard, and it was directly 230. Gu Qingzhou took a deep breath to calm down. Fortunately, this car was specially modified. Ordinary cars really couldn't stand such a play. Swallowing saliva, old wife. We are not in such a hurry. Look in the rearview mirror. The van behind him was also desperately chasing. The wheels were almost smoking. It really deserves to be called a magic car. Shenxiai's beautiful eyes sparkled, and he took out a few bags with one hand and gave them to Gu Qingzhou. Give them some. Don't really vomit in the car, it's very smelly. He was very anxious. He Jun was obviously dead, and the monsters were killed. But now there are still groups of zombies heading to the base. He suspected that this was not an ordinary zombie tide, but someone deliberately planned it. Just like the abandoned base this time. Gu Qingzhou took the bag, turned around to distribute it, and the red needle on the dial went straight to the bottom. Why is it getting faster and faster? Ugh. Hanju seldom rides in a car, basically flies a sword, and has never been carsick for such a long time. Today, he experienced it. Except for Shenxiai, Sula's tolerance is okay, and he can take care of people in the trunk. Suddenly, Sula said happily, Brother. Sister-in-law. Old Jiang has reacted. Hanju buried his head and vomited. While looking up, he was shocked and said, Brother Jiang has been poisoned. There was no movement in his body, but water flowed from his mouth, and he vomited white foam. Lu Chuyu looked back quickly and said, Lulu is vomiting. Let him stand up and vomit. The sound of vomiting in the car came one after another. It was not until dark that they found a gas station to rest. In order to save time, they did not cook, and took out all the dishes they had made in the space. Put it on the table. Shenxiai also took out a bottle of drink, sat down and waited for others to come and eat together. The van drove in from the entrance. Li Jiji fell from the passenger seat. The person in the trunk didn't even open the door, came out directly from the back door, ran straight to the corner, and started vomiting. Wang Zhouye's eyes lit up. Are you driving? You have great skills. Shenxiai raised his eyebrows in surprise. You can actually drive? He had only stopped for more than 10 minutes, and the other party actually caught up with him in a van. Wang Zhouye said proudly, You underestimate me. Don't you? I have won 3 gold medals in racing. Looking at the delicious food on the table, he swallowed his saliva reluctantly, and forced himself to look away. Shenxiai glanced at the group of people who were still vomiting and said, It's still 3 crystal cores, I take care of your food. Wang Zhouye seemed to be waiting for this sentence, and directly gave 10 crystal cores, all of which were level 2 and 3. These are all the crystal cores I have. I want all the food on the road, and if it not enough, I asked them for more. He looked at Shenxiai with shining eyes. Shenxiai was not stingy, and opened another table for people next to him. Wang Zhouye then asked, Where are your teammates? His teammates were vomiting all over the place at the entrance, and they didn't know the fun of racing at all. Shenxiai pointed to the other side. Hey, they are vomiting. He looked at Wang Zhouye and asked, What type of ability do you have? The strength of this group of people should not be low, so why are there only the youngest and the woman left in the previous life? Wang Zhouye scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I have dual type abilities, speed and invisibility, neither of which is very useful. He started the conversation right away. Wu Chengxian and Yao both have water-based abilities. One is for attacking, the other for producing water. The big guy is the retired soldier Zheng Zheng, who has a fire-based ability. You know about Lin Yang and Gigi, right? Let me tell you. Don't mess with Gigi. You never know what kind of poison she will give you. As if afraid of being heard, she spoke in a very low voice. Shinseai raised his eyebrows and became interested. Aren't poison-based ones all one kind of poison? And then increase the power? Does she have several kinds of poison? He had never heard of this. Wang Zhouya whispered. She has two kinds of poison. One is to paralyze the nerves. The second is to poison and kill. It is useless for zombies, but terrible for humans. Zombies are mutant creatures without life characteristics. Poison is generally useless. This ability is only a threat to humans. Therefore, many bases do not welcome poison-related ability users, and even hate them. The two chatted happily, and the teammates on both sides vomited. Sitting on the chair, they all looked at their pilots with lingering fear. Adley looked at the food on the table, and then looked at Shinseai's table. Zhou this is? Wang Zhouya smiled and said, it has been given a crystal core, so you can eat it with confidence. Chapter 164 Zombie Tide. Adley nodded to Shinseai in gratitude. Gu Qingzhou drove at night. Compared with the daytime, he was very gentle. At least, he didn't vomit all the time. The vehicles behind him also followed, and they almost didn't stop all night. Thanks to Shinseai. The journey was supposed to take 2 days, but we arrived at the destination in the afternoon of the second day. On the high mountain on the north side of the southern base. There was already a sea of zombies below, and it looked dense, and there were many third-level and fourth-level superpower zombies mixed in these zombies. Drones dropped from the sky. Helicopters bombed. And basically they would be destroyed in a few minutes. As for the zombies, as long as the crystal core was still there, even if they were missing arms and legs, or half of their heads were blown off, they could still move normally. Overall, it was a purposeful and regular attack. The 2-story gates of the base were all closed, just in case, and the gold-type mutants were asked to reinforce them again. In the middle of the 2 high walls, another steel wall appeared, just in case. The superpowers on the wall kept using their superpowers downwards. The entire base wall was full of lightning and fire, and superpowers continued to be used. The youngest child shrank into Wu Chengxian arms in fear. This group of people had never seen so many zombies in groups. This posture seemed to be about to flatten the southern base. Gu Qingzhou's face was solemn. This can't be killed at all. Looking over, there are almost 1 million zombies. The zombies under the wall are basically wood type, earth type, and are building ladders layer by layer. Even after being defeated, the zombies behind continued to climb by stepping on the corpses of the zombies in front. The corpses under the wall gradually became higher and higher, and were almost 3 meters high. Lu Chuyu could only see some blurry images, but she was still shocked. Jiang Yao clasped her hands nervously in front of her chest. Brother Shinseai, what should we do? We can't kill all the zombies. Shinseai took the telescope and saw a group of people on the opposite mountain, led by Chen Bin and his group. Ji Yunli was sweating profusely, as he tried to use his supernatural powers to find something. There were at least 100 people on the opposite hill. They should be the team that had gone out and rushed back. Seeing so many zombies, they were at a loss for a moment. They gathered together, led by Chen Bin. Shinseai said in a deep voice, "It okay, you, Jiang Juanji, Antli showered Shiji, the 5 of you stay here." He took out a lot of weapons. Yao Yao, protect them well. Jiang Yao clenched her fists. Okay, I can do it. The firm tone shocked those people. Girl, you are a healer. He turned around and asked Xiao San, how are you recovering now? Hanju held the long sword. His eyes were deep, and his cold face revealed calmness. Very good. Listen to the big brother orders. Shinseai took out a pile of explosive packs and grenades. You will be in the air later. Don't fall down. And throw them to the places with high zombie levels. His eyes fell on Wang Zhouya, and he gave a tang sword you. Zheng. Follow Captain Gu closely. Okay. Zheng patted his chest. No problem. The south base is the hope of mankind. We will defend it to the death. Gu Qingzhou glanced sideways, and nodded to Zheng. Wu Chengxian asked, what about me? My water system has attack power. I can also contribute. Shinseai thought for a while. You also follow Captain Gu. While attacking, sprinkle the water as far as possible. After saying that, his eyes fell on the zombies below, especially the middle part. There are so many zombies, and such a planned attack, it is impossible that there is no zombie king controlling them. The zombie king was either hiding in the middle, or in the back. With an overall view, he took out a mirror, refracted the light, and dazzled Chen Bin on the opposite mountain. He realized something, and asked Xiao Xiao to give him a telescope, and looked along the light source. He saw that Shinseai and his team were ready to go. Even the tanks were brought out. Shinseai used sign language, consume a wave first, and then act after we set off. Shenbin immediately understood, and patted Ji Yunli on the shoulder. Don't look for it yet. Wait for the instructions of Captain Gu and others. What? Captain Gu is back? Great. In this case, our chances of winning are even better. They must have become stronger. We are saved. The base is saved. Chinbin saw the blindfolded Lu Chuyu and the missing Jiang Juanji. But he didn't say any of these words. Boom! 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 3 gunshots blew a gap in the zombies under the opposite mountain. Jiang Yao immediately changed direction and fired a few more shots at the zombies in the middle range. Directly blew up the zombies to create a dividing line. Han Ju stepped on a piece of iron sheet and started from the dividing line and flew outward. Explosives, grenades, iron sheets, no one survived wherever they passed. After distributing crystal cores to restore superpowers to others, Gu Qingzhou turned his head. Wife, you are not allowed to mess around. He arranged everything for everyone, but he didn't say what he was going to do. Staying here is definitely not Shinseai character. He could see that. There was a zombie king hidden in here, but he couldn't find it. Shinseai raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Kill the zombie king. If the other zombies are out of control, they won't be so organized and disciplined. And the entrance to the base will be much easier to deal with. And the other zombies can be killed slowly. Gu Qingzhou sighed deeply. Don't be too far away from me. And don't get out of Xiao San attack range. Xiao San's support will definitely be faster than his. And he believes in Xiao San unconditional protection for Shinseai. In Shinseai assured eyes, Gu Qingzhou used his supernatural power and led everyone to kill. Chen Bin on the opposite side saw Gu Qingzhou action and immediately threw away the telescope. Brothers, if you are injured, go to the opposite mountain. We must win this battle. Even if we fail, we must step over their bodies. Behind them, there are not only their families, but also the future of the country and the hope of the world. Looking at Ji Yunli, Xiao Xiao is in your hands to protect. Ji Yunli nodded firmly. This number of people poured into the zombie group, just like a drop of water falling into the sea. The zombies rushed forward one after another. The zombies under the city wall also stopped climbing and turned back to run towards the 2 groups of people. Zhao Ju on the city wall saw Gu Qingzhou and Chen Bin, and immediately ordered, release the last batch of drones to clear the threats behind everyone. A row of 20 drones, under the control of the computer, flew out of the base with ammunition, hovered in the air, and attacked the zombies with superpowers. All superpowered people clear the zombies in front of the gate. And the tanks are ready. The tank passed through the iron wall from the second defense gate and arrived in front of the first defense gate. The soldiers and psychics on the city wall cleared a clearing as quickly as possible. 3 tanks drove out of the base one after another. And the city gate closed again. Flying psychics drive fighter jets. If necessary, they will focus on themselves. Behind you, the soldiers will defend until their death. Chapter 165 I found you. Everyone joined the battle. Shinseai stood on the top of the mountain, looking down at the zombies below. His eyes searched. 2 level 5 superpowers. He didn't believe that the zombie king would remain indifferent. He took out a chair and sat down. If he found anything unusual, he picked up the telescope to look. Anli and Li Jiji were stunned. The battle below was so intense, the human side was obviously at a disadvantage. How could this person still sit down leisurely? He also took out a bottle of soda. The base released fighters and tanks. And some of the close-range psychics jumped off the wall. Shinseai watched silently, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. His long eyelashes flickered, and he raised his lips and handed some snacks to the back. Don't just watch. Eat together. I won't treat you badly after giving you the crystal core. He patted the snacks on the small table. Li Jiji finally couldn't help it, in this situation. How can you still be so calm? Shinseai picked up the red wine glass, poured out a quarter of the red wine, slowly shook it to sober up, and sniffed it. If stamping your feet in a hurry could scare off the zombies, we wouldn't be here. The more difficult the situation, the calmer you should be. If you lose your composure, you will only accelerate your death. Before finding the zombie king, he won't move. The zombies are still gathering here. Before killing all the zombies, he is sure that the human position will be flattened first. Zombies know no fatigue, just like a perpetual motion machine. And humans get tired, their special powers are consumed, and they feel pain when they are injured. This is a natural difference. Li Jiji couldn't refute it. They were just anxious now. The cannons next to them were still firing continuously. The same sound was echoed at the gate of the base. The drones and fighter jets in the air were shot down one after another. The pilot used his superpowers to fly towards the base. But the zombies below were chasing them. The base suddenly took out machine guns and fired. The wood superpower user used vines to wrap around the flying superpower user waist and dragged him back. Gu Qingzhou led a team to meet up with Chen Bin more than 100 people. The support from the base also wiped out the zombies between the dividing line and the city gate. Gu Qingzhou took the lead and swept the area with his thunder ability. Some level 4 zombies survived and were killed by Tiger King and Lu Chuyu behind. Chen Bin Metal Control also reached the peak of level 3, and it was easy to kill ordinary zombies. So it gradually formed a random team to kill high-level zombies, and the others solved the low-level zombies. It seemed that the situation was developing in a good direction, but Shen Xiai turned his head to look at the end of the road, and a steady stream of zombies were still gathering here. In the crowded zombie group, a position in the middle, and back found something strange. Because the speed of killing zombies in front was getting faster and faster, the zombies behind had to fill the gap at a faster speed. However, the zombies that did not move were very obvious. Shen Xiai stood up and picked up the telescope to look. A woman stood in the middle of the zombies. The flesh on her face was rotten and could not be seen. The cloth on her body was ragged and barely covered the key parts. The pupils of the female zombie were a circle larger than those of the last level 5 zombie. Shen Xiai held the telescope tightly. His hand slowly tightened. Level 6 psychic zombie. No wonder such a huge zombie tide could form. There were also several high-level zombies standing around, apparently to prevent the psychic zombies from being attacked. Put down the telescope and stood up. Stay here and don't move, I'll be back soon. Shen Xiai walked to the side of the car, opened the door, and grabbed a handful of wood crystal cores for Jiang Juanji and put them in his hand. In a place invisible to everyone, the crystal cores were being rapidly absorbed by Jiang Juanji's body. He fed the man some supernatural water again. I hope you can wake up in time. The combination of the 5th level with system and the 4th level mutant fire system should be able to stop the progress of the zombies. Gu Qingzhou will definitely come to support him at that time. And Han Ju will also try his best to find him. The 5th level mutant water system. He is not without the ability to fight. Following the mountain range, parallel to the zombie group. Walk backwards. Antli grabbed Shen Xiai's shoulder. Child, what are you going to do? Shen Xiai's mouth curled slightly. Just play, you continue to eat. After that, she took the hand off and continued to walk forward. Antli wanted to continue to persuade her. But she was stopped by Li Jiji. Aunt, he is not as simple as we see. Her poison was useless to Shen Xiai. Or rather, it was useful but not much. There is only one explanation for this situation. Shen Xiai is much stronger than her. This is not a simple space-based mutant. Shen Xiai walked to the parallel position of the spiritual zombie. And one step forward was a cliff. But Shen Xiai took a step forward without any hesitation. The water vapor in the air condensed under his feet, supporting the weight of his body. The whole person was suspended in the air, strolling leisurely, and quietly walked to the pile of zombies. The zombies below were still moving forward, not noticing the fluctuations of water vapor 100 meters above their heads. However, the psychic seemed to have noticed something, looking around, but found nothing unusual. Shen Xiai just looked at the female zombie. Or maybe he was looking at the necklace on the zombie neck. In case of emergency, gather the supernatural water and drink 2 gulps for yourself. Standing right above the female zombie, raising his hand. The water's supernatural power condenses, turns into a water cone, and the surrounding is water again. Let go! With himself as the center of the circle, the radius is 20 meters. The water's supernatural power goes vertically downward. Ah roar! The surrounding high-level zombies are dead and wounded. Only the female zombie and the 5th level zombie survived. Shen Xiai looked down from above and met the gaze of the female zombie, who raised her head. I found you. The corners of her peach blossom eyes were raised, revealing a smile. Calm and composed, but her words were full of a hint of coercion and a hint of hard-to-detect cruelty. The 2 zombies attacked Shen Xiai at the same time. A sneer flashed in Shen Xiai's eyes, and the water power under his feet was dispelled. The whole person was in free fall, falling into the zombie group. The traces of falling were scattered into huge balls of water. until they fell into the zombie group without any sound. The zombies around stepped on the corpses of their own kind and slowly approached Shinseai. Want? Swallow it. Brother. Brother. Hanju shouted in shock. He flew to the zombie king with bloodshot eyes. 17 pieces of iron flew across the ground, and the zombies' bodies and limbs flew everywhere. Zhao Ju on the city wall noticed the person in the air just now, but he didn't have time to see who it was. Then he heard this roar. He didn't have time to think about how Shinseai did it. He just felt dizzy. Muttered, "It over. That guy is going crazy." As expected, the purple lightning on Gu Qingzhou's body became more and more intense, and even from a long distance away, the crackling sound could be heard. Shinseai. He left everyone behind, and rushed out with a posture of killing gods. Gu Qingzhou's eyes were red, and he just watched the figure fall from the sky. Anger, sadness all turned into murderous intent. Damn it! Chapter 166. You're too loud. Gu Qingzhou simply rushed forward without caring about anything. Wherever he passed, whether it was a level 4 zombie or a level 3 zombie, they all died of being electrocuted. He clenched his left hand into a fist to absorb the crystal core, recovering his superpowers while attacking. He held a gun in his right hand. The bullets were wrapped in lightning, so the zombies couldn't escape at all. Even if one was hit, a large group would fall down. Lu Chuyu and Tiger King were helping him on both sides, and Lu Chuyu was calculating the distance in his mind. She shouted, "Lei, come back. Brother. Just go, we guard the city gate." She didn't believe Shinseai would fall so easily. She and Sula must now take on Gu Qingzhou responsibilities, kill the approaching level 4 zombies, and protect the city gate from attack. The Tiger King looked at Gu Qingzhou back, and then looked at the superpowers behind him. Finally, he decided to turn back and take everyone to kill the enemy together. But without that killing god, the two were far less relaxed than before. Lu Chu's right arm was scratched by a level 4 zombie, and the flames on her body also spread along the zombie claws. The right hand used its supernatural power to condense balls of fire, and threw them at the zombies non-stop. As long as the fireballs came into contact with the zombies, they would form a vast sea of fire. The Tiger King was on the right wing, and the zombies were like plaster monkeys, and they couldn't get rid of them once they got on them, so the hair on their bodies was like armor. These zombies had no way to deal with it. On the contrary, it could sweep across a large area with just one claw and one mouth, and relying on its huge body, killing zombies was more like having fun. But suddenly, it felt a pain in its stomach, and when it looked down, it turned out to be a gold-type zombie that had been under its stomach at some point. The head of an iron rod had already pierced through the belly. If you use force, you can pierce it. Roar! While calling for help, a thorn covered with golden veins wrapped around the Tiger King waist and rose from the ground. The iron rod broke away. Another thorn directly pierced through the head of the gold zombie and gradually became thicker until the zombie head burst. Then thorns surged up from the ground, and the zombies were treated by piercing their heads directly with thorns. And some of the superpowers who attacked from a distance were swept into the air by the thorns. If there were attacks from superpowered zombies, Jingji would dodge flexibly. The tanks on the mountain were also rolled down the mountain. Jiang Yao drove the tank with one hand, and with the other hand, she said superpowers to the wounded outside through the tank iron plate to heal them. The Tiger King looked at the patterns on the vines, and his round eyes suddenly turned red, and his 4 claws struggled to get off the ground. Roar! Old Jiang. Old Jiang. You woke up? Didn't you? The Tiger King was brought from the air to the side of the tank, and when he looked back, there were several people sitting on the tank. Only Jiang Juanji was standing. Jiang Juanji curled his lips. Lulu, you've worked hard. Spreading his arms, Jingji brought the Tiger King to him, expecting the Tiger King to become smaller and act like a spoiled child in his arms. But he didn't expect that. The tail would whip him. Roar! What time is it? Yao Yao. Heal my wounds. Jiang Juanji touched the side of his face that was hit, and chuckled. Be careful, don't get hurt again. The tank stopped in the middle of the city gate. Jiang Yao came out of the tank, gathered his superpowers in his hands, and white light sank into the body of the superpower user. The wound on the Tiger King's stomach was instantly healed. The 3rd level peak mutant healing system was comparable to the 6th level one. It was even more handy to use. When everyone's eyes were on Jiang Yao, a violent explosion suddenly sounded a few hundred meters away. The water ball left in the air by Shinseai, with the blessing of supernatural power, turned directly into a series of water blades and looked around. Shinsiai slowly got up from the ground and tilted his head. He looked at the 6th level female zombie and sneered. Hello. Beautiful woman. Female zombie. What a rampant human. The level 5 ice zombie next to him attacked immediately, but the ice block paused in the air. A fierce look flashed across Shinsiai's eyes. The basic element of ice is water. Didn't your junior high school teacher teach you that? Controlled by the supernatural power, the ice block miraculously turned around. Shinsiai retracted the supernatural power. The ice zombie controlled the inertia, and directly let the ice cone pierce its own arm. Clearly feeling the air fluctuations, he glanced sideways at the female zombie walking back, and his eyes fell on the round ball pendant on the career line. What a pity! You are only one level higher than me, and mental attacks seem to be useless to me. He suddenly flashed to the side of the female zombie. How about, I will teach you how to attack. You can pay the tuition with the crystal core in your brain. The fist was wrapped with supernatural power, but he punched the defenseless ice zombie. The bone-chilling cold in his head, Shinsiai's hands could hardly bear it, but he still grabbed the ice crystal core. He kicked hard with his foot, and then pulled his arm back. He shook the brains on his hands. TSK. The higher the level, the more smelly the feces in the head are? It really disgusting. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. Beauty. Do you understand? You should pay the tuition. The action was too fast. And before the female zombie could react, the level 5 zombie had already fallen to the ground. Roar! The zombie king roared. And the range of his mental fluctuations was extremely wide. Hanjuayu. Iron plate came. And the other iron plate solved all the zombies that followed his orders. Landed beside Shinsiai. Brother, are you hurt? Shinsiai did not answer this question, but looked at Hanju hair, helplessly said, I just tied your hair in the car, how come it messed up again? Hanju himself didn't notice it, and then he raised his hand to touch it. Anger surged in his eyes. The hairband and hairpin are gone. Shinsiai touched Hanju's head. It okay, I still have a lot. The surrounding iron pieces and water blades were still attacking the zombies, who wanted to get close. But Shinsiai was talking to Hanju, and ignored the psychic zombie king. The female zombie was angry. Death roar. How dare you ignore it? All humans deserve to die. Shinsiai scratched his ears, and made a hushed gesture to the female zombie. You have a loud voice. And you have bad breath. The female zombie. She used all her power to attack. And the huge mental wave hit Shinsiai. Shinsiai protected Hanju behind him with one hand. He went up and slapped him in the face. Be quiet. She shook her hands impatiently, and used her supernatural power to wash off the dust on her hands. The female zombie had some human intelligence, and was stunned by the blow. It was the zombie king. Hanju asked in confusion, Brother, why don't you hit it from the temple, and then pull out its crystal core? Shinsiai sighed and shook his head. Its level is higher than mine, and its supernatural power is strongest in the brain. If I put my hand in, it might be crushed. He looked very regretful, as if not picking up the crystal core himself was his imperfection. Hanju nodded thoughtfully. If that the case. 18 pieces of iron gathered into a long sword. His eyes were fierce. Then I chop it to death. He raised the long sword with both hands, and chopped straight at the head of the zombie king. Female zombie. This sword is made of a special material. It usually cuts iron like mud, but now it was bounced off the head of the zombie king. Hanju didn't believe it. Look at this sword technique of chopping monsters. He chopped the head wildly, but it didn't work at all. Shinsiai helplessly held his forehead. Gu Qingzhou, who came over, happened to see the scene. I had a lot of emotional output just now. I'm still very depressed now. Chapter 167 Husband, you teach it a lesson. The female zombie was quite annoyed by being chopped by Hanju. With a roar, her right claw grabbed back, and the mental attack made Hanju feel a sharp pain in his brain. Expecting that he might not be able to bear it, he dodged behind Shinsiai. The zombie corpses around him had piled up into a mountain, but those zombies were still gathering here. Not afraid of death. Not afraid of pain. No independent consciousness. Only obeyed the call of the zombie king. Gu Qingzhou also climbed over mountains and ridges. Just came in. Rubbed the corner of Shinsiai's eyes with his fingertips, wiping away the water droplets. Why are you so reckless? He asked in a low voice, and his voice was trembling. He couldn't imagine what he would do now if Shinsiai was really shot down. The fear, terror, panic in his eyes, the slight trembling of the hand on his face, and the faint chattering of teeth could be heard. Shinsiai's heart tightened. His fighting method had long been deeply rooted in his bones. In his previous life, he had no one to rely on, and could only find a way to solve the dilemma by himself. This adventurous and crazy fighting style, in his opinion, is the most effective, and is also a necessary choice when he has enough ability. But he was also afraid at first. He was afraid of dying. He was also afraid of pain. So when fighting, he would always chat with zombies to distract himself from his fear. Later, when he became stronger, he never changed this habit. Now he always kills selflessly. And every time Gu Qingzhou comes up from behind, it seems that he is using various actions to comfort his previous life. And keeps saying, "Don't be afraid. You are no longer alone." He is confident in his fighting style. But in the eyes of others, it seems like he is seeking his own death. He ignored it. His lover. "Hubby, I was wrong." Shinsiai pursed his lips, put his hand on Gu Qingzhou's neck, and gently pressed his head down. Their lips rubbed together, and a kiss fell. "It just yelled at me, hubby, teach it a lesson." Holding Gu Qingzhou's strong waist, she smiled and talked, with a hint of grievance between her eyebrows. Like a child who was bullied outside, and now went home to complain to his parents. Hanju lowered his head, and poked the zombies on the ground with a sword to distract them. Hearing this, he immediately raised his hand. "Sister-in-law, it asked his men to smash the hairpin my brother gave me. I can't cut it," he said seriously, and kicked the zombie corpse on the ground. It seemed to be venting his anger. Gu Qingzhou put his arm around Shinsiai's shoulders. "Kiss Shinsiai's forehead. I teach you a lesson when I get back." The word "teach you a lesson" was emphasized. Hanju tightened his sword after hearing this, and suppressed the urge to stab Gu Qingzhou. But this was sister-in-law, and he couldn't move without his brother order. Shinsiai blushed after hearing this, and said unconvincedly, "It's still unclear who is bullying whom. I can lose anything but not my momentum." "Well, you can bully me at will." Gu Qingzhou felt safe from Shinsiai's actions and words. The fear in his heart was slowly relieved, and now he looked directly at the zombie king, who wanted to run but couldn't. He wanted to fight but couldn't. "Why don't you kill it?" With Shinsiai's ability to kill a zombie above his level, and Hanju by his side, he shouldn't let this guy live. Shinsiai said seriously, "It is more troublesome to deal with high-level mental zombies. The mental storm in its mind will be transmitted to the body of the person who enters according to the limbs of the explorer. If you are not careful, you will suffer mental trauma. If he changes to another place, he can give it a try and be dizzy for a while. But now he is in the middle of the zombie tide, so he is not willing to take such a risk." Gu Qingzhou's eyelashes trembled slightly. What do I need to do? He understood that his wife had calculated that he would come over, so she took the risk of jumping off the zombie group. It really adventurous and cautious. It very simple. Shinsiai gathered a ball of supernatural water in his hand. Xiao San's sword is sharp. You wrap his sword with lightning. I use supernatural power to clear the way, and split his head directly. This is the easiest way. Pure long-range attack can also make the zombie king head crispy. The zombie king roared and retreated. But as soon as it touched the zombie outside, the finger was cut off by the water blade. The two did not delay, and immediately cooperated with Shinsiai to deal with the zombie king head. Just as Shinsiai said, when the zombie king head was chopped in half, the mental attack that erupted caused the heads of the surrounding zombies to explode instantly. Fortunately, Shinsiai took the two of them to squat in time, so they were not hit by the mental shock. Gu Qingzhou looked at the zombies that fell around him, frowned and asked, "Will all zombies of level 6 and above be like this? If you chop off their heads directly, you will be attacked." Shinsiai shook his head. "It's not just level 6 zombies that are like this, but every zombie is like this. It's just that the level is too low, and the energy fluctuations in their brains are not fully formed. Plus, the person who killed it was at the same level, or even higher, so it didn't feel anything. Among all the zombies, the heads of high-level psychic zombies are the hardest to chop off, and the other zombies are not that troublesome. It's because his ability is a physical attack, and the psychic ability is a mental attack. This is the essential difference." Gu Qingzhou nodded thoughtfully. The zombies around him, without the command and control of the zombie king, gradually began to wander aimlessly. Then he was attracted by the human breath at the entrance of the base, and instinctively wanted to go there. Shinsiai took off the necklace from the zombie neck, and compared it with the one in the space. They were exactly the same. Even the way the black substance inside was wrapped was the same. Gu Qingzhou's eyes were as deep as the abyss, It seems that the people behind the scenes still have no intention of letting go of the southern base. Shinseai put both necklaces into the space. You say, if I collect all 7, will I be able to summon a dragon? It seems that he said it heartlessly, but his words showed his worry for the southern base. Gu Qingzhou pinched Shinseai's cheek. The dragon may not be summoned, but it will definitely jump off the wall when it is desperate. After many attempts to conquer it, Sui is still developing a virus vaccine. Once it is successfully developed, it will be a huge threat to the mastermind behind the scenes. The repeated attacks on the southern base are not just to destroy the southern base, and more importantly, to bury the hope of mankind in the long river of history? Hanju made a sword flower. Brother, sister-in-law, let's fight our way out. The sword was buzzing, as if agreeing with its master words, making an excited sound. Shinseai curled his lips. He saw dozens of fighters and helicopters flying in the sky in the distance. Western base is here to support. Song Qian stood at the door of the helicopter, and when he raised his hand, explosions sounded in succession in the zombie group. The low-level zombies were blown to pieces, and the high-level zombies barely escaped. Eastern base is here to support. It was the same masked man, who jumped directly from the helicopter, and flames rose up. After that, about 10 people jumped from each helicopter, and fighters circled overhead. The roar was exciting. Chapter 168 Good Internal Strength. The psychics sent by the Eastern base and the Western base are all elites. Especially the Eastern base, which sent all the healing psychics here. Without the control of the Zombie King, these zombies are like a pile of loose sand, without mutual cooperation, and it is even easier to kill them. Internal and external cooperation. The 3 cut the front and back links from the middle. A modified military vehicle rushed through the zombie pile, and headed straight for the middle area. It drifted and spun and stopped beside Shinseai. A bright and flamboyant woman, swinging her high ponytail, looked at Shinseai teasingly. Little beauty, stand back. Let your sister come. Shinseai stood there without moving, while Gu Qingzhou and Hanju fought on both sides. They mistakenly thought that Shinseai's role was to assist. Shinseai didn't mind. His fingers were still gathering water vapor in the air to kill zombies. He tilted his head. Which base are you from? Captain of the Northern Base Guerrilla. Jai Yuner. He shouted to Gu Qingzhou across the air. Captain Gu. See you again? Gu Qingzhou back obviously stiffened, and he became more ferocious in killing zombies. There was a bit of intimacy in his familiar words, especially those flamboyant fox eyes, showing cunning and charm. A group of people got off the car and joined the endless slaughter. Jai Yuner was not in a hurry to join the battle. Instead, she looked at Shinseai with shining eyes, and the ring on Shinseai's hand. The corner of her mouth raised slightly. Oh, someone wish came true. You are so bright and beautiful. No wonder someone is so obsessed with you, and would rather stab yourself than keep your virginity for you. The tone was low, and the breath hit Shinseai's neck, as if to seduce someone. She reached out to touch Shinseai's face. Gu Qingzhou had already flashed in front of Shinseai and pulled him into his arms. Sister Yun, go and flirt with Jiang Juanji. She was not stingy with her brother, and pushed him out without any psychological burden. Jai Yuner pouted. What the point of being a gentleman? A beautiful woman is more charming, she said, and threw a coquettish eye at Shinseai. She stretched her muscles and said, wait until sister wins the battle, and pamper you well. After turning around, the charming look instantly changed. Hack you. You really don't have anyone to bully humans. Right. Kneel down. With a lion roar, all the zombies below level 3 within a range of nearly 20 meters knelt down obediently. Shinseai's eyes lit up. Word spirit control system? Gu Qingzhou also looked at it curiously. He had never seen this ability before. Hanju also stopped what he was doing, turned around to look at the figure, and clasped his fists in admiration. What a great inner strength. He suppressed the zombies with his inner strength. So cool. Do you want to learn? I can teach you in person. Jai Yuner blew a kiss. Hanju nodded repeatedly. You don't keep this skill to yourself. I admire you. Jai Yuner, ? This boy looks good. Why does he seem to be a little bit stupid? This battle lasted for 2 days. It took nearly 1 million zombies to be wiped out. The entrance to the southern base was littered with corpses. Everyone retreated back to the city. The fire-type mutants set fire to the corpses, and those farther away were chopped into slag, and blown away by the wind. Then they picked up the crystal cores and sorted out the situation. Shinseai didn't need to do any of this, and strolled leisurely on the city wall. The iron wall between the two walls sank into the ground again, and a large number of wounded were lying in the passage. Jiang Yao and the healing team of the eastern base were healing people without sleep. In front of the city gate, the people who came to support were counting the number of people, and then lined up to pass through the security gate, and entered the base after the inspection was correct. Zhao Ju acted as the welcomer at the second gate. He saluted and shook hands with everyone. Thank you very much for your timely support. Have a good rest in the base these days. Song Qian smiled and said, I appreciate your kindness. We have to go back to the base to report the previous base destruction incident. We can't stay for long. After that, he turned around and looked around, and saw Shen Xiai on the city wall. He waved and said hello. Mr. Shen, previous matter has not been resolved yet, so I will leave first this time. Shen Xiai shrugged. Whatever. They came quickly, and they left quickly. More than 40 helicopters and fighter jets flew northwest. Zhao Ju also watched Song Qian leave and waited for directions. Asked the Deputy General, had they done the work on the helicopter? The Deputy General showed a sinister smile. Don't worry, the arrangement is very appropriate. They will never find out. Or by the time they find out, it will be too late. The Deputy General raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Ju glanced at the Deputy General and directly dragged him to the security gate for inspection. The Deputy General returned to normal. Hey, Captain. Zhao Ju saw that the result of the inspection was normal, and slapped the Deputy General's arm in annoyance. Okay. Why are you learning to be a villain? The Deputy General was also aggrieved. No. Captain. I haven't closed my eyes for 3 days. My face is stiff, and I can't smile. Especially when he was commanding on the city wall. There was a wind-type mutant standing next to him. The wind was like a knife, whirring and hitting his face. He persisted for a while. Zhao Ju stopped hitting him and laughed. Haha. Xiaolin. Come on. Why is there dust on your arm? I hid it for you. Hid it. Outside the city gate. Sula turned back into human form, collapsed on the ground and didn't want to move. Jiang Juanji hugged him in his arms with heartache, and the thorns retracted their spikes and woven a mat underneath. Then he carefully placed Sula on the mat and stuffed 2 ordinary crystal cores into his hands. It over. Absorb the crystal core and take a rest. The situation is stable now. Sulu also relaxed. He hugged Jiang Juanji's neck directly. Wow. And cried. Old Jiang, wow. Old Jiang, why are you sleeping all the time? You scared me to death. Do you know? He buried his head in Jiang Juanji's neck, crying heart-wrenchingly, out of breath. Jiang Juanji's eyes were slightly red. I was wrong. I shouldn't sleep. I won't sleep anymore. I just stay with you. He didn't expect that he could still live. He knew that his choice would lead to his death, but he didn't choose. For his lover and sister. This was his only choice, and he was determined. Sula sobbed. Woo woo woo, I don't want you to die. You touched my butt. You have to be responsible for me. Woo woo woo, I only let you touch my butt. Woo wow wow, you have to stay with me. You have to protect me, otherwise I will be angry. He looked at Jiang Juanji very seriously, and said these words. She cried as she spoke. Her tears fell one by one. Jiang Juanji raised his lips slightly. Lulu, do you know what it means to say these words? Sula said with a sob. You are still questioning my IQ. Thinking of this, she cried again with a wow. She seemed to be angry and bit Jiang Juanji's neck, leaving a deep tooth mark. Jiang Juanji was just delighted, rubbing Sula's head with his cheek as if he had found a treasure. I won't make you angry. He looked at the figure on the wall. He said silently in his heart. Thank you. He slowly clenched his hands into fists, and hugged Sula tighter. Sula began to struggle. Old Jiang, are you biting you in revenge? You heard me. Jiang Juanji immediately loosened his grip. He comforted him. It doesn't hurt. I won't hurt you anymore. Chapter 169 Unique. Jia Yu's black high heels made a tapping sound on the city wall. She walked slowly and steadily, approaching. Her red nails slid across Shen Xiai's shoulders. Her voice was gentle. I thought he liked a pure pretty boy. A little bird-like type. But I didn't expect your height, figure, and face are not bad either. The finger moved along the back of the shoulder blade and the spine, and the tingling current seemed to sweep through the whole body. Shen Xiai crossed his arms, not paying attention to what Jia Yuner said. He only said, Sister Yun, are you familiar with them? Jia Yuner couldn't help but laugh when she saw Shen Xiai was not attracted by her charm at all, and was devoted to Gu Qingzhou. She put away her seductive behavior, leaned on the city wall, half raised her head, and looked at the clouds in the distance. We are familiar with them. I watched them grow up. The look in her eyes was nostalgic, as if she was recalling a very good life. Shinsi looked at Jia Yuner in surprise. She was dressed in a mature and sexy way, bold and unrestrained, with traces of wind and sun on her face. She was not white, but a healthy wheat complexion. She looked at most 30 years old. How could she have watched Gu Qingzhou grow up? Puff. Jia Yuner naturally understood what Shinsi was thinking, and said with a smile, "Don't look at me. I'm only 35 years old this year. I was the deputy instructor of the Wuchen special team. I took over when Qizhou was 13 years old. He was cold all day long, without any human touch. I almost thought he was an emotionless training machine." Jia Yuner sighed, but who would have known that he was the most difficult to manage among the 4 people? He would sneak out to make phone calls at a fixed time every month. After returning from the first mission, he stopped making phone calls. In the end, he just ran away. After each mission, he would squat at the school gate like a pervert. I was also curious about what he was looking at. And then, he saw you. After you were admitted to university, he almost blew up the cafeteria of the training camp several times. Lei cried so hard during that time. Jiang jumped back and forth between coaxing Lei and fighting with Qingzhou every day. And every time he would mess up Xiaoyu weapons. Thinking of the chaos at that time, Jia Yuner missed it very much. She just exercised every day, completed tasks, and took on her own responsibilities. Behind her were thousands of lights. And the country was peaceful, and the people were safe. All their efforts were worth it. And they would also experience happiness from it. And now, Jia Yuner smiled, and her eyes were wet. Shinsi paused, and asked, "Why did the cafeteria explode?" Jia Yuner turned her head, and her bright eyes looked straight at him. "Of course. Some people say that they like people who can cook. Your words in the interview made the canteen uncle in the special team live in dire straits for more than a year. Go to study at a fixed time every day. Now it seems that you can hear people in the canteen complaining. How many pots did Gu Qingzhou break again? How many dishes did Gu Qingzhou cook badly again? How many things did Gu Qingzhou break again? Every day her desk is full of damage lists." Later, the frequency of this incident gradually decreased. Lu Qiyu also asked her for weapons less frequently. Shinsi's heart suddenly ached. The college entrance examination interview was too far away from him. He vaguely remembered that. He answered casually to fool the reporter, and just wanted to go home and play games. What is the standard of love? With his financial resources, he has enough money to hire an aunt. Those words were just to fool the reporter, but he didn't expect that this person really listened to them. And he never knew that Gu Qingzhou existed. What kind of mentality did this person have to approach him? A trace of pain flashed in Jia Yuner's eyes. How could he not know that this was just a casual remark from you? It's just that, this is his hope to get close to you. His future was bright, but at the age of 23, he resolutely chose to retire from the army. The reason was, Jia Yuner was also angry and amused about this, and took a deep breath. Then he continued, "Open a restaurant in front of your school." Jia Yuner turned around, and propped his arms on the city wall, looking at the back of the zombie, who was still electrocuting the corpse a few hundred meters away. Isn't it funny? The worst people from the Wuchen special team are all captains. And Qingzhou is the dark horse among the best. With his status, he can have any kind of person he wants. But he chose you and ran into a dead end. But there is no him in your world. The more Jia Yuner talked, the more she seemed to be talking to herself, but fortunately, he has finally gotten what he wanted after all the hardships. And you are also very good. I can see that he is very happy every moment now. Jia Yuner sighed. Am I nagging a little? Shinsi also turned around, shaking his head. No, I like listening to these things very much. He never tells me. I have to wait for him to see and dig everything out. I don't want my feelings to become a burden to him, and I don't want to impose any pressure on him. It just makes him fall in love naturally. I'm deeply involved in it. Of course he won't tell you. Jia Yuner smiled and shook her head. In those years, he lived too hard. Life was too hard. He was a complete coward in terms of feelings. If she hadn't watched these 4 children grow up, would she care so much? Shinsi's heart now felt like it was frying in a frying pan, sizzling as if it was about to burst. Love is too humble. He has always known this. But why is Gu Qingzhou so humble? It is obvious that this person will be the most eye-catching person if he stands there. He turned to ask, "You said he would rather stab himself than protect his innocence. What the matter? When mentioning this, Jai Yunar was also a little scared. That was a mission when he was 18. In order to buy time for Lele, he ate the food handed to him by the enemy. He was drugged. That female gangster wanted to sleep with him. He kept calling your name. Do you know how terrible that drug is? He lost his will and became a carrier of desire. In his eyes, that woman was you. But he was very rational and knew that you would never appear in front of him, let alone call his name. He clearly knew that it wasn't you. In order to resist the effects of the drug, he stabbed himself several times, and only then did he hold on until Jiang Juanji rushed over. Jai Yunar played with the chain on her wristband, swinging it in the air. Shen Xi's sight moved from the chain to the distance. The purple lightning burst out with a dazzling light, and a lightning strike turned all the zombies into ashes. He is very good. I will love him well too. In my eyes, he is unique. The one and only Gu Qizhou, the one and only love. Jai Yunar smiled loudly. Jiang just told me that you are also a love-brain person. I didn't believe it. Shen Xi raised his eyebrows. Looking at the two people sitting in front of the city gate, he smiled. Jiang Juanji was coaxing Su Le, and felt a chill in his spine for no reason. The temperature dropped again? Chapter 170, I let you do whatever you want to me at night. Night. Shen Xi returned to his long-missed home, washed up, and lay directly on the bed. While he was taking a bath, Gu Qingzhou had already cleaned the room very clean, and now the bed was fragrant and soft, making people feel very relaxed. He took out the necklace taken from the neck of the female zombie. His hands were full of water-based supernatural powers, and took out the testing equipment. He made a simple inspection compared with the things in Ellie and Shenfeng place. In the end, he found that except for the aphrodisiac ingredient in Ellie portion, the other ingredients of the three things were almost exactly the same. Attracting zombies is extremely harmful to the human body. It's just that the two pendants haven't been opened yet. This is all the problems he can check. A more detailed inspection should be handed over to Su Yi. In the previous life, there were monsters in the zombie tide, which destroyed the southern base in one day. Now, there are no monsters, the zombie tide has been wiped out, the southern base is still there, and Su Yi is still alive. Shen Xi suddenly sat up. His face was solemn. Su Yi is dead, why is there still a zombie tide? If it was just a small-scale zombie tide composed of monsters and some zombies, it would be Heejun work. But according to rumors, the scale of the previous life was not small either. There were nearly 1 million zombies, and they directly flattened the southern base. And there were monsters operating inside, the attack speed was even faster. The southern base did not hold out until the superpowers outside came back, let alone the support of other bases. In the previous life, the southern base was destroyed. The western base was massacred. The base established by Gu Qingzhou was swallowed up by the zombie tide again. Or rather, that person's goal is not just to kill Su Yi. It is to destroy the military base. Dominate the world? But it doesn't seem like it. If all humans are dead, what can we rule? Those who want to be kings just want to experience the feeling of being above everyone else and enjoy the spiritual submission of others. Zombies are not even human, so why should they submit? Thinking about this made his head hurt. Shen Xi was silent for a long time and took out his phone to play games. Let yourself calm down. Suddenly, he looked at the moon outside the window, frowning slightly. Gu Qingzhou opened the door, but did not come in, just stood at the door, smiling and saying, "Wife, it's time for dinner." He still had the pink lace apron around his waist, and the sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to the middle of his arms. His waistline was obvious, and his chest muscles were bulging. The muscle lines on his arms were faintly visible under his black shirt. Shen Xi kept what he noticed in his heart. Turning back, he was attracted by the scenery in front of him. To be honest, except for the first time they met, Gu Qingzhou's clothing taste was quite bad. He usually matched Gu Qingzhou's clothes. The same clothes, but today he seemed to wear them differently. Every hair was neatly arranged and in the right place. He exuded a sense of competence. He looked like a overbearing CEO. Especially the oppressive aura of Gu Qingzhou, which pushed this aura to the peak. It hard to resist. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Brother Qingzhou seems to be particularly handsome today. While saying this, he got out of bed. He walked to Gu Qingzhou's side, and touched Gu Qingzhou's chest with his palm familiarly. Gu Qingzhou's earlobes were slightly red, and he grabbed that hand. It was Sister Yun who cut my hair. Usually, they cut each other hair casually, but today hair was carefully cut by Jai Yunar. It not ruled out that he wanted to, seduce. Put Shinsiai's hand on his mouth and kissed it lightly. Wife, let go downstairs to eat first. I let you do whatever you want to do tonight. Shinsiai's cheeks were slightly flushed, and he let Gu Qingzhou lead him downstairs. Downstairs, Jiang Juanji was serving dishes to the table. Everyone else was helping out. Only Su Le and Han Ju were in front of the game console, releasing their passion. Shinsiai looked around. Where's Sister Yun? Gu Qingzhou explained. She left after cutting my hair. As if something happened. Then you didn't invite Sister Yun to dinner? How urgent could it be in the southern base? Shinsiai said puzzledly. Didn't you send anything? Gu Qingzhou took off her apron and put it on the back of the chair. Pack her some food. He paused. Wife, you seem to be very generous to Sister Yun. No one would take advantage of Shinsiai normally. But today she actually offered to give someone something. This is very wrong. Shinsiai pursed his lips. She taught you and helped you. So she is one of our own. Right? Have I ever been stingy with you? Most importantly, Jai Yuner felt sorry for the four of them. Every word on the wall was full of doting and distress. More importantly, he was happy for the four of them. The age difference was not big, but he forced himself to act like an elder. Jiang Juanji came out with a bowl and chopsticks, especially since your underwear was exposed. He was happy. It can't be said that he listened on purpose. They were up and down, and it was hard for him not to hear. But his focus was on Su Le. He only heard a rough outline. Gu Qingzhou gritted his teeth, lowered his head and kissed. Wife, what did she say about me? Shinsiai's peach blossom eyes flashed with cunning. I didn't say anything. Just talked about your training. Gu Qingzhou looked at Jiang Juanji. Jiang Juanji chuckled, and didn't say anything. He turned and walked toward Su Le, and said gently, Lulu, let eat first. Su Le finally waited for Han Ju to make a mistake in this round, and he wanted to overtake. He casually responded, I'd be there soon. Don't disturb me. It's the last lap. Brother Lulu, you still have 2 laps. And I only have 1 lap. Han Ju calmly recounted the facts. Su Le noticed the number of laps he had made, and collapsed and screamed. No! Ah! Xiao San, is this really your first time playing a video game console? Han Ju crossed the finish line, stood up, and patted Su Le's shoulder heavily. If you are new, practice more. There was no ambiguity in this sentence. It was purely to tell Su Le not to lose heart, just practice more. But the meaning expressed made Su Le grind his teeth. Jiang Juanji patted his head to comfort him. I will play with you, don't be angry. Su Le turned his anger into appetite, strode to the dining table, and sat down on the chair. Only when you are full can you have the strength to practice. Shinsiai also sat down, and was mixing 2 drinks together. Han Ju sat next to Shinsiai, glanced at what Shinsiai held in his right hand, and then looked at it again. Brother, why do you put beer and juice in the same cup? Especially orange juice. Shinsiai confidently placed the drink in front of Han Ju. Authentic special blend. You are allowed to taste it first. Han Ju was silent for a long time. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, brother. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. His throat was obviously having difficulty swallowing. He held his breath and suppressed the strange taste. Shinsiai asked curiously, how does it taste? Han Ju waited for the strange taste to enter his lungs, exhaled deeply, and clasped his hands together. Brother, this medicine is very poisonous. Chapter 171 Han Ju. Shinsiai didn't believe it. This wine is lime fruit wine, and orange juice is also delicious. If you mix the 2 together, it's not that 1 plus 1 is greater than 2, but at least it should be equal to 2. But Han Ju looked like he had eaten shit. Shinsiai looked at the glass in his hand, and silently put the fruit wine into the space, pretending that nothing had happened. Gu Qingzhou brought out the last dish, and sat on the other side of Shinsiai. Seeing this, Shinsiai pushed the glass in front of Gu Qingzhou naturally and quickly. She smiled and said, Thank you for cooking. Husband, let have a drink first. Gu Qingzhou felt that his wife's mouth was so sweet tonight. He wanted to kiss her. He took the drink with love in his hand, and drank it all without changing his expression. He put down the cup, and his mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the date on the orange juice bottle on the table. It was not expired when he put it into the space. How could it have a fermented taste? Shinsiai didn't even need to ask. He knew how it tasted by looking at Gu Qingzhou's expression. Feeling a little guilty, she poured orange juice for Gu Qingzhou again. Hubby, drink more. Gu Qingzhou didn't want to drink enough water, but his wife called him hubby. Ah! No matter how bad it tasted, he had to drink it. However, this sip tasted normal. She looked sideways at Shinseai's innocent eyes. She curled her lips. She drank 2 more sips to cover up the strange taste in her mouth. Jiang Yao just watched Gu Qingzhou drink, and the unbearable expression on her face was intriguing. She ate in silence. Too cruel, she could even drink this. Lu Chuyu had gauze covering her eyes, but she could already see the vague figures and movements. So she could understand Shinseai's general movements and the meaning he expressed. But she didn't know which 2 things he took. She could smell a faint aroma of wine in the air, especially Xiaosan words. You can imagine. She looked down at the people around her. Yao Yao. Eat slowly. Jiang Yao smiled. It okay. I'm hungry. She felt bitter just looking at it. The meal was almost finished. And Gu Qingzhou said, I cleaned up Lei previous room. And Xiao San can live in it. After clearing the zombies, Shinseai asked him to ask Xiao Ju for someone. Being an instructor was just an excuse. Although Xiao Ju was reluctant to let him go, he still happily agreed to his request under his persuasion. As for why it was Sulu's room, it was mainly because the 2 of them didn't plan to sleep in separate rooms. Unlike Jiang Yao, the first thing she did when she came back was to move her things back to her room. However, he was also happy that his 2 younger brothers could take that step. Someone has finally come to a happy ending after all the hardships. Sulu had no objection to this, but asked, Brother, why did you suddenly let him live with us? Do you want to join their team too? Hanju followed Shinseai's arrangements throughout the whole process, and he didn't know why he was asked to come to the villa. He didn't know why he had to live here. So when Sula asked this question, Hanju also pricked up his ears to listen. Gu Qingzhou looked at Shinseai. He couldn't answer this question after all. Shinseai hadn't told him in person that the mistress was his younger brother. The 2 of them just kept it to themselves. Shinseai said calmly, his sentence has been served. Since he is my younger brother, he will naturally follow me. Before, he just wanted to repay his favor and help Hanju avoid suicide. But now it is different. This is his younger brother. A brother from the same mother. The most important thing that can make Hanju so optimistic even when he is suffering is the sentence. Protect your brother. It must be taught by his mother. Mom is very worried about him and loves Hanju very much. Hanju was touched and clasped his fists to express his gratitude. Thank you, brother, for taking me in. You're welcome, my dear brother. Shinseai clasped his fists in return. Everyone present. Sulu quietly asked Jiang Juanji beside him. Weren't they both the elder brother and the younger brother before? How did they become the elder brother and the younger brother? Are they sworn brothers? Jiang Juanji picked up a piece of shredded potatoes with chopsticks and put it in Sulu's bowl. He said slowly, 2 drama queens, don't worry about them. Others were cleaning up downstairs. Shinseai took Hanju upstairs and took a lot of clothes for Hanju and put them in the closet, all of which were well matched. Daily necessities were also placed on the table, all available. If you need anything, just come to me. Shinseai took out a bunch of hairbands and hairpins and placed a mirror on the table. Hanju took the green hairband. Brother, I like this very much. He used to wear his hair down because it was a hindrance when killing monsters, and at most, he would tie it up with a piece of cloth. He also thought about cutting his hair. But I couldn't bear to do it. There was a very gentle person who liked his hair very much. Shinseai looked back. There were cloud patterns on the headband, which looked very ancient. It matched Hanju's usual clothes. If you like it, I have more here. He took out 2 more and put them on the table. Hanju smiled slightly and then said in distress, but I don't know how to tie a ponytail. I want a high ponytail. My brother tied it for him nicely. He didn't tie it nicely. Shinseai touched his silky black hair. It okay, I can tie it for you. If it weren't for everything that happened later, this younger brother would be spoiled by him and grow up in love, instead of becoming this horrible appearance. Hanju's eyes lit up. Brother, you are so good to me. Shinseai paused, and his long hair like ink slipped through his fingers. Is this good? He doesn't know how to take care of people. This little thing is not even 1% of what Gu Qingzhou did for him. Hanju looked down at the hairband in his hand and said in distress, but why are you good to me? I'm stupid. They all say I'm a fool. His behavior is different from others. He doesn't know why. He knows nothing. He seems really a fool. Shinseai felt a pain in his heart. You're not. You're very good, and you deserve my kindness. Think about it. What do you call me now? Hanju tilted his head. Brother. Shinseai pressed him down on the chair. Then why do you call me brother? Hanju shook his head. I don't know you are brother. I want to protect you. No one can hurt you. Shinseai tapped Hanju's smooth forehead. Remember. You are my brother. My biological brother, with the same mother and the same genes. As for father, let not talk about it. Hanju raised his hand to clasp his fist, but Shinseai held him down. Hanju nodded. I remember. Brother. Shinseai smiled and took out a scabbard from the space. There were golden lines on the surface and a Jew character engraved on it. Take this. Shinseai looked at the man and took it with his eyes full of love. Then he said, You are not Shao San, but Hanju, with the same surname as your mother. Han. 2 pieces of jade together are Jew. 2 pieces of jade. 2 pieces. Mom. I understand what you mean. Hanju murmured and repeated, Hanju. 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 Brother. I like this name. Chapter 172, I want to do it like in the car. It was past 12 when I returned to the room. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Gu Qingzhou sitting on the bed with his back to the door, and he seemed to be fiddling with something in his hands. Shinseai took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. The bed was slightly concave, but Gu Qingzhou still sat cross-legged as still as a clock. His eyes fell on Gu Qingzhou's hands, who were embroidering a small boat on a piece of clothing. The pattern was not complicated. There were only 3 waterways and a small boat. Shinseai remembered. The sleeves of this dress were torn in the zombie tide. When he came back to wash up in the afternoon, he put this dress in the trash can, preparing to throw it away. Hubby, you can also embroider. The embroidery is lifelike, like a boat sailing on the water, and it is pleasing to the eye. It is very novel. He has never seen Gu Qingzhou embroider or sew anything. If there is anything broken, he just throws it away. After all, there are many in the space. Even if he wears one and throws one away every day, he will never wear them all in this lifetime. There was a tiny light in Gu Qingzhou's dark eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up imperceptibly. He said in a light tone, Just fur? Shinseai raised his eyebrows, as Gu Qingzhou bit off the thread and tied a knot. He looked at Gu Qingzhou's expression. No expression. He looked at him calmly. But this was very abnormal. The only explanation was that this guy was angry or jealous. It was obvious that he was waiting for him to coax him. There was a tenderness in his peach blossom eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He hugged Gu Qingzhou's shoulders and kissed him on the cheek. Hubby, you've finished embroidering too. Can you look at me? I want a hug from my husband. Shinseai's voice was soft, like a ball of soft cotton, delicate and subtle, and it would sink when poked and then return to its original shape. The breath of his voice hit his earlobe, and Gu Qingzhou breathing obviously stagnated, and his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. His ears were red. There was still no ripple on his face, but his hands had already held Shinseai in his arms. Holding his waist, his head rested on Shinseai's shoulder, his forehead rubbed against Shinseai's neck. There was a kind of intimacy that wanted to rub the person into his bones. I feel anxious when I ignore you for a second, but you can leave me alone in the room and wait for 4 hours. Gu Qingzhou lowered his eyelids. His tone was sullen, and he looked so pitiful. Shinseai had expected something. He deliberately changed the subject. So you picked up clothes to embroider? You wear this dress very often, and it looks good. It a pity to throw it away. Gu Qingzhou casually put the clothes on the back of the chair. He said, I thought I would sew it for you, and you should be happy. But you left me alone in the room. He said it even more aggrieved. It was as if Shinseai was a heartless man, who went out to look for a seductress and never came home. Shinseai held Gu Qingzhou's face, and said with a smile, He is my brother called Hanju. Do you want to be jealous too? He put a little force on his face, and his face became deformed. Gu Qingzhou said, You didn't tell me in person, so I didn't know. How dare you say you didn't know? Shinseai was also shocked by this man's ability to lie with his eyes open. Gu Qingzhou didn't fall for it. I'm just guessing. Guesses are not necessarily true. It's reasonable for me to say I don't know. What about you? You never told me for sure. You hid such a big thing from me, and digested it by yourself, and paid more attention to him than me along the way. Gu Qingzhou closed his eyes tightly, and slowly opened them, revealing helplessness. Rely on him more. Instead of excluding him, you have a world in your heart that he can't enter. The unfinished words turned into grievances. Shinseai lowered his eyebrows and smiled, and whispered, Ah, husband, did you smell it? Someone seems to be jealous. The previous words are not important. The important thing is the last sentence, which makes people agreed voices tremble. Gu Qingzhou hugged Shenxiai tighter. Yes, it over a long time ago, but someone didn't know it. You have to tell me so that I can understand. You just want to force me to become a shrew, he said without pretending. He reached directly into Shenxiai pajamas. Wife, you have to double the compensation for me in these 4 hours. After that, the two fell on the bed. Shenxiai did not resist, but put his hand under Gu Qingzhou's clothes. Oh, so you picked up clothes from the trash can for me to wear? Bit his ear. This is true. Gu Qingzhou denied. This blue and white dress looks good on Shenxiai, and Shenxiai also likes to wear it very much. Shenxiai hooked his lips, hugged him. Then how should I reward you? His hand looked towards the unknown void. Gu Qingzhou raised his hand excitedly, and wanted to turn off the light. The door of the room was locked. The sunshade was closed tightly, and the light from the bedside lamp made Shenxiai's cheeks blush. She reached out, and held Gu Qingzhou's outstretched hand, interlocking their fingers. Husband, don't turn off the light. Her voice was hoarse and soft. Look at me. Gu Qingzhou's throat rolled, and he felt his lips were dry. He kissed to quench his thirst, and a dark light bloomed in his eyes. Wife, I want it like in the car. I want you. As they spoke, their positions reversed, and Gu Qingzhou leaned against the head of the bed. Shenxiai held Gu Qingzhou's shoulder with one hand to keep his balance, and the temperature on his face was getting higher and higher. Husband, hold me. Downstairs. Same atmosphere. Different results. Sula took out a flying chess game from under the bed, his eyes shining. If you beat me, I will kiss you. Jiang Juanji. He didn't ask for anything else. Now that his wife is at his fingertips, whether he can kiss her or not depends on a game of chess. He put on the glasses on the bedside. Okay. Why don't we play something big? Whoever loses will be kissed. And at the same time, he has to take off a piece of clothing. He certainly couldn't do it now. He had to proceed step by step. He couldn't scare people away. But his welfare belonged to him, and no one could touch it. Sula looked down, pajamas, and underwear, 3 pieces in total. And Jiang Juanji was wearing a nightgown, 2 pieces in total. Okay. He wasn't good at playing games, but he had good luck. Sula smiled proudly. Just wait to lose. Whoever cheats is a puppy, and learn to bark like a dog. Jiang Juanji nodded. Okay. He looked calm and composed, but his eyes under the glasses were shining. First round. Sulu lost. Took off his pajamas. Jiang Juanji kissed him lightly on the face. Second round. Sulu lost. Took off his pajamas. Jiang Juanji kissed him vaguely on the lips. After losing 2 rounds in a row, Sulu was very dissatisfied. He had the best luck in this game. Why did his luck run away from home tonight? The increasingly anxious people did not notice that when the dice was in Jiang Juanji's hand, some invisible thorns would appear on the contact surface between the chessboard and the dice. The third round. Sulu lost, and took off his underwear. Jiang Juanji licked and kissed on his lips. Sula covered himself with a quilt, and pushed him away with a red face. Enough. Enough. Jiang Juanji's eyes sparkled. Lulu, let play another round. You don't have to do anything if you lose, and I will fulfill the promise if I win. Really? Sula was happy. Yeah, I'm a puppy if I lie to you. The fourth round. Jiang Juanji lost, and took off his pajamas as promised. Sula was blinded by the light, and he didn't even have time to be happy that he had won against Jiang Juanji. He just covered him with the other side of the quilt. His eyes turned red with shame. You? Why aren't you wearing anything? Jiang Juanji smiled and slowly put away the flying chess, and put it back under the bed. Lulu, let's turn off the lights and go to bed. Pop! The lights were turned off. Sula hid in the dark. Rogue. Chapter 173. Don't just drink soy milk, eat meat. The next morning, the wind and rain in the room suddenly stopped. Gu Qingzhou cleaned up the dizzy person, put him on the bed, and tucked him in, then opened the window a little to let in fresh air. A team had already driven out of the villa area, driving slowly on the road. Gu Qingzhou pulled the curtains again, and turned off the bedside lamp. Without the light source, the room suddenly fell into darkness, and it took Gu Qingzhou a long time to adapt. Sitting on the bed, Yu Shenxi kissed her lips lightly. There was no lust, just pure, joyful kiss. He whispered, "Wife, sleep well. I go cook." If he didn't care about other people's lives, he should hug his wife to sleep. Or, Continue. He opened the door and saw a person sitting at the stairs. Hanju had a head of black hair draped behind him, with a hairband wrapped around his hand. He turned his head back when he heard the voice. With both hands clasped together, he said, "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law." The voice was not as sonorous as before, but lowered in a vigorous tone. Gu Qingzhou clenched his fists, put them to his mouth, and coughed twice to cover his mouth. "What are you doing on the 3rd floor so early in the morning?" He closed the door tightly behind him, walked to the stairs, and prepared to go downstairs. Hanju stood up, spread out the hairband and hairpin in his hand. "Ask my brother to tie your hair. Then come downstairs, I comb your hair for you. Now Shinsi has finally fallen asleep, I can't let this guy disturb him. What more, this is my wife brother. That is brother." Hanju looked back at the closed door, without hesitation, followed Gu Qingzhou. In the living room, Jiang Yao and Lu Qiyu were already exercising. The kitchen was still deserted, the enthusiasts should have been drunk in the warm and soft place, and lingered there. Hanju's hair was soft and silky, black and thick, and it must have been carefully groomed before, and now it basically tangled free. After 2 minutes of getting used to it, the headband was wrapped around it. Hanju handed over the hairpin. Gu Qingzhou took it in his hand and asked, "Where is the hair crown?" The hair was already tied up. Hanju touched it and shook his head. "The previous one was broken, and my brother didn't give me a new one." Gu Qingzhou raised his lips. "If you don't have it, don't wear it for now. Put the hairpin away, don't prick yourself. Tie up your hair but not the hair crown. Just be a half-grown child for now." Hanju put the hairpin into his lapel. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Gu Qingzhou clasped his fists in return. "You're welcome." Then, Gu Qingzhou went into the kitchen to make breakfast. Jiang Yao watched this scene. Somewhat curiously, he asked, "Xiao San?" Hanju raised his hand to stop Jiang Yao from saying the next sentence. "I will not change my name. I will not change my surname. My surname is Han and my name is Ju. You said this even when we first met." Jiang Yao sat on the ground drinking water, curiously asked, "Why do you want to change your name?" "But it good to change it. Calling Xiao San every day, it very strange." Hanju threw her long hair behind her, and shook her ponytail. "Brother gave me this gift, I am very happy." After saying that, he flexed his wrists, and looked at the busy figures in the kitchen. He sighed. "Eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, nothing more than that." Puff! The water that Jiang Yao had just drunk was spurted out again without a drop left. Eldest sister-in-law? It already shocking enough to call her sister-in-law, and now she acting out the plot of eldest sister-in-law being like a mother? Hanju nodded firmly. "Brother wife, is sister-in-law." As if he was worried that Jiang Yao didn't understand, he also explained the relationship to her considerately. Turned to help in the kitchen. Jiang Yao stayed where she was. She understood. So that it. She knocked her fist against her palm, as if she had suddenly realized something. It was indeed brother Shinsi who was suppressing brother Gu. Her perception was not wrong. Lu Qiyu listened to the conversation between the two little fools on the treadmill, and just felt that such a life was good. Wait until the meal was ready. Lu Qiyu and Jiang Yao had just finished taking a shower. Following closely behind was Jiang Juanji. His eyes were black and blue, as if he had been beaten. Gu Qingzhou put some meat buns into the pot to warm them, and stuffed a bun into Hanju's mouth. His eyes swept behind Jiang Juanji. Asked, "Do you eat sheep penis?" Just after the relationship was confirmed. He hit a home run? How did Lele agree? Is that little temper sure that there is no volcanic eruption? And why does Jiang Juanji still feel hollowed out? Jiang Juanji sat on the chair without any energy. "You can keep it for yourself." Squeak. A little hamster came out of Jiang Juanji's trouser pocket. Jiang Juanji held it with his hand, put it on the table, and watched the scene helplessly. He had just turned off the lights last night, and hadn't touched it yet. Sula turned into a kitten, and his hand that was supposed to fall on its buttocks fell directly into the air. Helplessly, he could only pinch the kitten paw pad. At least he touched it. Originally, he wanted to wait until the time was up, and then ask for it back when he turned back into human form. But this little guy turned into a little hamster again, as if afraid that he would be sad. It had to sleep close to his neck, so much so that he didn't dare to move at all. He could only stare blankly until dawn. Hanju stretched out a finger and poked the little hamster butt. "Brother Lele, you look so delicious now." "What?" "Soft. Like the cotton candy his brother gave him." The little hamster was startled, jumped off the table directly, and climbed up Jiang Juanji's legs, torso, and to his shoulders. The two pink little paws waved regularly. Hanju liked it even more. Little hamster. The next second, white light enveloped the little hamster body, and it slowly floated into the air. Sulu transformation time had come. Ah! Old Jiang. Sulu voice shouted in the white light. I'm not wearing any clothes. He was naked before he transformed last night. In order to avoid Jiang Juanji wolf claws, he almost instantly turned into a little hamster again. No clothes at all. The white light will only last about 3 seconds. Where can Jiang Juanji find clothes now? All he could do was pull out the sofa cushions and wrap the person up. The white light faded. Sulu's face flushed, and he pinched the sofa cushions with his fingers, fearing that they would fall off. He angrily said, Old Jiang, it all your fault. Then he ran upstairs, ignoring Jiang Juanji's charming eyes. Gu Qingzhou watched this farce, raised his eyebrows. Very lively. He was just watching a joke. Jiang Juanji's eyes twitched. Why didn't I slap you to death? Just because the food was on the table. Shen Xiai didn't come downstairs. He knew that this guy must have had a lot of fun last night. Gu Qingzhou thought about it thoughtfully. My wife loves me. He said it very seriously, and the happiness on his face was not concealed. Jiang Juanji gnashed his teeth. Gu Qingzhou looked down at Hanju, who was drinking soy milk, holding the bowl with both hands, sipping it, and drinking it very seriously. Then he took another meat bun and put it in Hanju's hand. Don't just drink soy milk, eat meat. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows at Jiang Juanji and turned into the kitchen with a curled mouth. Hanju looked at the bun in his hand and murmured, Sister-in-law really cares about me. Jiang Juanji. Is that caring? It's obvious that he is just watching the fun and not minding the trouble. Chapter 174 Really Obedient. In the laboratory, Shen Xiai sat on the inspection table. He handed the necklace found in the ruins base to Su Yi. I thought it contained some kind of micro-bomb, but now it seems not. My equipment is simple, and I can't see anything. Thank you, Dr. Su. The necklace is empty, and there are only some black residues in the hollow ball. Su Yi adjusted his glasses. Mr. Shen is a bit stingy. You have 3 necklaces in your hand. Give me a used one. There was no sarcasm. He looked at Shen Xiai with a doting look. It was like looking at a willful and naughty child with his own little thoughts. Shen Xiai crossed his legs and said, That it. That all. Su Yi put the things into a small box and put it in the refrigerator. By the way, Shen Xiai added, you'd better wear a gas mask when you check. The door of the laboratory is closed. This thing has a very strong ability to attract zombies. His eyes turned. Do you want a gas mask? I give you a friendly price. Su Yi smiled and shook his head. You. Okay, I take as many as you want. He agreed very readily, took out a box from a drawer, and placed it in front of Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai opened it and looked at it. It was full of crystal cores. Most of them were spiritual crystal cores. You could tell at a glance that they were Su Xingqi. Small treasury. He picked and chose, taking out the ordinary crystal cores and other types of crystal cores. Ask, won't he be angry when he comes back? While he was out getting food, his home was destroyed. If it was him, he would have been furious. Su Yi looked at Shen Xiai with tenderness in his eyes, and said indifferently, You took it? Not me. Why don't you two fight? He added, Don't be ruthless. Shen Xiai hooked his lips, and while Su Yi turned around to put the reagents, he put some of the collected crystal cores in, especially the 6th level spiritual crystal core, which was placed on the top. TSK. Am I that kind of person? Shen Xiai said with disdain, and followed Su Yi. Do you need zombies? Su Yi shook his head. No matter how strong the zombies are, their brain structures are similar. Level 3 or 4 will do. It doesn't matter if they are low level or high level. At this point, he turned back to look at Shen Xiai. He asked in confusion, Do you want to catch zombies for me? He didn't have high requirements for zombies. It was okay to have them or not. There was no need to waste manpower and material resources on them. Shen Xiai blinked cunningly. Yes. I want to catch them alive for you. Ha. Su Yi laughed. You are more roundabout than some superiors. He took a box of zombie sedatives from the refrigerator. He said, This is what I prepared based on the level 5 zombies. 1 tube is enough for low-level zombies. More than that may kill them. Shen Xiai took the thing and threw it directly into the space, as if he was afraid that Su Yi would regret it. I know. The two returned to the laboratory table, Sui put the small treasury, holding it in his hand. He suddenly felt that the weight was wrong. Not only was it not light, but it was heavier. He sighed helplessly. Is this the money for buying sedatives? Shinseai was about to reply when he noticed that there was another person at the door. His eyes turned. Yeah. I don't know what level Brother Xingxing is now. The zombies outside are already level 6. He said sadly. Brother Xingxing is a strong spiritual system. Unlike me who is only a space system. The sadness made Sui feel uncomfortable. When he saw Su Xingqi coming in from the door with a lunch box, he suddenly realized it. Without making a sound, he put Su Xingqi's small treasury back to its original place. He has just reached level 4. I believe he will reach level 5 in a few days. This time, the Zombie King is a level 6 spiritual system. The crystal core is in the box. It is very valuable. Su Xingqi put the lunch box on the table expressionlessly and said unconvinced, liar. Shinseai came over curiously. Hey, can you say 2 words? Say 2 more words to me. Shinseai blinked his innocent peach blossom eyes, as if he was really curious. Su Xingqi clenched his fists. Monkey! Bad monkey. The naughty monkey in the flower fruit mountain. Shinseai nodded in approval, and even patted Su Xingqi on the shoulder to show his affirmation. Not bad, really obedient. That look, as if he were an unfathomable master. Su Xingqi. He was fooled. Looked at Sui with grievance. Before Sui could put away the smile on his face, he gave a soothing look with a guilty conscience. Su Xingqi, it all this monkey fault. It has led his Sui astray. I feel wronged. Just when Sui was about to coax him, he heard Shinseai's aggrieved voice. Brother Qingzhou, look at him, he called me a monkey. As soon as Gu Qingzhou came in, Shinseai threw him into his arms. Immediately supported Shinseai's waist, let him continue to act, and tease Su Xingqi. Cooperating, you are not, he is. Shinseai sobbed, and glanced at Su Xingqi innocently. It seemed that he was frightened by that look. He immediately shrank back into Gu Qingzhou's arms. Brother Qingzhou, if you say he is a monkey, will Brother Xingxing be angry? Su Xingqi, you dead green tea. Shinseai raised his eyebrows proudly. Su Xingqi, he couldn't argue. Couldn't beat. And Yi was partial. Gu Qingzhou nodded to Sui. As a greeting, he bowed his head and said, okay. Stop making trouble. Sister Yuan and the others are leaving. Let go and see them off together. Shinseai was stunned. So soon? Yeah. Gu Qingzhou nodded. They were looking for survivors outside, and received a message of support temporarily. Now that the base is fine, they naturally have to leave. Now that major bases have been established, there are still some people hiding in unknown corners. Or there are superpowers who are injured outside. Jia Yun's mission is to send these people to the base safely. Okay then. Shinseai nodded, turned around and said, see you next time. Dr. Su took out a box of gas masks, and put them directly on the ground. Following Gu Qingzhou out of the door, paused, turned around, just happened to see Sui touching Su Xingqi's head. Ahem, excuse me, don't act alone recently. What do you mean? Sui was puzzled. Is there a problem in the base? But seeing Shinseai smiling but not saying anything, he stopped asking. Okay, I remember, Xingxing will always be by my side. So, he gave Su Xingqi the crystal core. It means that the trouble is not something that a 4th level psychic can solve. Shinseai smiled and waved. When dealing with smart people, there are many things that need not be said. To prevent alerting the enemy, Gu Qingzhou held Shinseai's hand tightly, and drove out of the military range. His eyes swept through an alley, and frowned. But soon he relaxed again. Wife, when did you find out something was wrong? He had asked Xiao Ju to strengthen the protection of the laboratory today. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. It's not easy to take action. Shinseai answered the question irrelevantly. There will always be fish that slip through the net. Chapter 175 I understand. At the city gate, Su Lo was hanging on Jia Yun, holding her reluctantly. Sister Yun, why don't you leave? Let Xiao Ju tell him. You stay in the southern base, and stay with us. Jia Yun grabbed the clothes on the back of Su Lo's neck. It was still a bit cold these 2 days. Su Lo was wearing a thick down jacket, and he easily grabbed her. How old are you? If you keep playing tricks like this, I beat you up. Jia Yun flicked Su Lo's nose. We are soldiers. My current mission is to save people. We will meet again in the future. Don't cry. Su Lo was pulled to Jiangju and Ji's side. and his little face was still unhappy. I can't bear to leave you. This person has been with them the longest in the training camp. The captain, Lao Jiang, and Chu Yu all help with their tasks. It can be said that Jia Yuner has participated in their growth. Not an elder, but better than an elder. Jia Yuner watched Jiang Junji actions, and her eyes lit up. Then she saw Gu Qingzhou coming with Shen Xiai. You didn't come with Captain Zhao to see me off. You went to find your other half. He deliberately used a teasing tone to break the sadness of parting. Gu Qingzhou held Shen Xiai's hand, his back straight, his face radiant, as if the person next to him was his pride. He said, Sister Yun, I'm going to see you off with my love. His secret love for years finally came true. His lover is a very good person. His lover also loves him very much. He brought his lover with him, hoping to get the recognition of the elders. Jia Yuner understood what Gu Qingzhou meant, and her eyes were red with emotion, and she raised her hand and patted Gu Qingzhou's shoulder. Her eyes fell on the folded hands. She nodded repeatedly. Okay, it's getting late, and we won't delay your time. We still have to hurry. See you later. She saluted. The group of people behind her had already turned around and got on the car. Jia Yuner opened the passenger door, and suddenly turned around, looking at Gu Qingzhou. She said loudly, You guys, be well, if anything happens, watch out for my extra training. After that, she also looked at Jiang Junji. Without waiting for everyone's response, she got in the car and closed the door. The window was not lowered. It can be said that she left without looking back. And Shen Xiai saw it from the rearview mirror. Jia Yuner's eyes were also red, and she smiled when she looked at Shen Xiai through the rearview mirror. Shen Xiai waved his hand. Sula couldn't hold back and buried himself in Jiang Junji's arms and cried, Woo-woo, Sister Yun left after only 4 days. Jiang Junji comforted, We can see each other again. When the end of the world is over, we will bother her. In their team, Sula was the youngest and received the most care. Jia Yuner was strict with them, but also revealed tenderness, especially for those of them who had no home and no relatives. The training camp was their home, the people inside were their relatives, and the instructors were their elders. Sula pursed his lips, trying to hold back tears, wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Yeah, we can still live the same life as before. Lu Qiyu crossed her arms, with a calm expression on her face. Before you fantasize about the future, try to clean up your butt first. Sula paused and looked at Gu Qingzhou. There was an unknown smell in the base, which he smelled when he turned into a cat last night. He told everyone this morning, and Gu Qingzhou even went to Zhao Ju to discuss it, and then there was the matter of Jia Yuner leaving. I couldn't help but ask, why don't you let Sister Yun come with us? With Sister Yun ability, it is undoubtedly hard control, and it will be easy for them to kill zombies. Gu Qingzhou glanced at Zhao Ju, who looked gloomy, and explained, When you are strong, the termites will only slowly erode you in secret, and when you become weak, they will reveal their existence. In other words, there are too many strong people in the base, and those things in the dark will be very vigilant. If you want to catch everything in one fell swoop, you must pay something. You can't get the tiger cub without entering the tiger den. Sula looked at Jiang Yao half understandingly. Jiang Yao raised her chin proudly. I understand. Sula. He also understood it. Okay. It just that he didn't quite understand it. Shen Xiai was more helpless. Did Zhao Ju really think he had no feelings? Zhao Ju secretly glanced at Shen Xiai. He couldn't figure it out. He secretly glanced again. He also looked at Shen Xiai's hands and feet with an exploratory look. He smashed the zombie head with a punch. He walked 100 meters in the air with his feet. Gu Qingzhou said nothing about it. On the way from the meeting room, he had racked his brains. Could it be that this mutant space system is already powerful enough to control space? Shen Xiai's mouth twitched slightly, and the smile did not reach his eyes. Captain Zhao, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. The look in his eyes that wanted to pull out the silk from the cocoon was like a gangster, sticking to you and unable to get rid of it, making you feel uncomfortable and unable to vent. Zhao Ju felt that his idea was completely correct, and he was concerned about the other people around him. He coughed twice. Your ability has been upgraded again? It was a completely businesslike attitude. He didn't even ask about the level directly. It was very tactful. Shen Xiai thought that the level of his ability displayed on the security gate was confidential. He had never revealed his ability. Shrugged easily. It's bigger than you can imagine. The space area of 30,000 square meters, it just can't be upgraded. It already countless times stronger than the ordinary space system. The normal 4th level space system is only about 100 square meters now. Zhao Ju. So you still treat me as an outsider. You didn't tell me at all. Are you kidding me? Shenxi watched the expression on Zhao Ju's face crack inch by inch, and raised his mouth. He patted Zhao Ju's shoulder solemnly. Ju, you will know my true strength in the next 2 days. I'm afraid his water ability can't be concealed. But it doesn't matter, the people here are trustworthy, even Sui is very good. It's just a dual ability, it's not like I don't have it. He was never afraid of being exposed, he was just afraid of trouble, not to mention. Shenxi looked at the street behind him with deep eyes. Without some strength, someone would always treat him as a soft persimmon. Zhao Ju said in surprise. Ah? Looking around, except for the deputy general, who looked at him with starry eyes, there was no one else around him. So Juju as he was calling him. His eyes fell on Gu Qingzhou. Don't you care? I'm still a captain after all. Gu Qingzhou didn't even look at Zhao Ju. He kept staring at Shenxi's profile. When he showed a naughty expression, his eyes couldn't hide his love. Zhao Ju. Oh, I missed it. Shenxi's eyes suddenly turned from looking at the street to looking around. Where's Zhao Ju? Didn't he come? He went out with Gu Qingzhou after dinner. Normally, these people would bring Han Ju with them. Sulu scratched his head. He was mysterious, saying he was going to do something big, but he didn't come. Shenxi held his forehead in distress. You really believe what he said? Zhao Ju? Question mark. Xiao Ju? Who is Xiao Ju? Chapter 176 Brother. I'm hungry. Zhao Ju asked, Who is Xiao Ju? Jiang Yao blinked and answered, It Han Ju. Zhao Ju. You have also become bad. If I ask who Han Ju is now, will it look stupid? In a small villa, Han Ju stood in the living room, holding a sword. His eyes locked on Li Shiji. The breakfast in Li Shiji's mouth was like chewing wax. Tasteless. And there was a thorn in her back. Aunt Li brought a bowl of porridge to Han Ju. Child. You have been standing for a while. How about eating together? They had crystal cores. Registered their identities when they entered the base. Rented houses and bought things. The life here was really better than they could imagine. Han Ju raised his hand to stop Li action. I wait. Don't worry. The people at the table. You don't care. But do you think we can eat? Li Shiji could only stand up. If you have anything to say, just say it. Han Ju said very politely. No hurry. I talk to you after you finish your meal. Li Shiji said with a guilty conscience. I'm full. Han Ju moved. Clasped his hands together, and held the long sword in his palms with great grace. Please poison me. Young lady. As soon as these words came out, you could hear a pin drop in the living room. Everyone avoided those with poison abilities, but this was the first time they saw someone coming to the door waiting to be poisoned. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Li Shiji's mouth twitched. Why should I poison you? Han Ju's eyes were sincere. To cure the disease? Everyone fell silent again. Brother, can you listen to what you said? Don't you think it contradictory? Poison? Cure? Don't you have a healing department in your team? Isn't it true that you can't take a look at your brain? Han Ju took out a poison crystal core from his lapel, and slapped it on the table. This inner pill can be used as medicine. Li Shiji's eyes flashed, and he took the crystal core in his hand, which was a third-level poison crystal core. He said, How do you want me to poison you? A little bit of superpower, in exchange for a poison crystal core. This deal is too good. Han Ju sat on the sofa consciously. Just use the same amount of poison as when we first met. Maybe I have to trouble you to poison a few more times. Li Shiji also walked over. No problem. She could control the amount of poison. It was just a poisoning effect, and it wouldn't kill anyone. Release the poison mist as Han Ju requested. After Han Ju smelled it, he didn't resist, but breathed slowly. Without the support of the water superpower, he fell on the sofa in 5 seconds. He was sleeping soundly. Wang Zhouya was still holding his rice bowl, and walked over and said, Does he have insomnia? Did he use you as a sleeping pill? This speculation was very serious. After saying that, he drank a big mouthful of porridge. Li Shiji put the poison crystal core in his pocket. Who cares? This is also a way to earn crystal cores. Right? But soon, Li Shiji regretted saying this. From waking up in half an hour at the beginning, to waking up in 2 or 3 minutes later. It only took 5 hours. Li Shiji had no choice but to absorb the crystal core. Before he finished absorbing it, Han Ju woke up again. Han Ju's eyes were cloudy. And he didn't have the despair he had when he first woke up. He seemed to be gradually taking control of his will. After a while, His eyes became clear again, and it was getting late outside. He closed his eyes tightly, and then slowly opened them again. His face was cold and distant, and the fierce look in his eyes was full of deterrence. He placed 2 more crystal cores on the table. Thank you for today, and continue tomorrow. After that, he opened the door and flew away. Wang Zhouye swallowed his saliva. Gigi, do you feel that he has changed? Although he was a little bit immature before, and his expression was a little bit exaggerated, his tone was still easygoing. Now that he has slept for an afternoon, he seems to have become aloof. Li Gigi rolled her eyes. Eat your meal. She figured out Han Ju's intentions in the afternoon. He was poisoned and had an emotional breakdown last time. This time he took the initiative to find her again. Her poison is a neurotoxin. It is very likely that this person was injured and wanted to use poison to fight poison with poison. After all, the poison had worked. The speed of flying the sword was very fast. Originally, I wanted to go back to my room directly through the window, but after thinking about it, I decided to get the key from the main door and go in. 6 people were downstairs. Su Lu and Jiang Yao were playing games, Jiang Juanji was learning to cook with Gu Qizhou, Lu Chuyu was exercising on the treadmill. Shen Xiai, his brother, watching a movie. There were snacks on the table, and drinks at hand. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he stood up and walked towards me. What did you do outside? You came back so late. Are you hungry? Han Ju was led away obediently. Brother, I'm hungry. Looking at the hand on his wrist, it was very warm, and his lips were pursed. He had breakfast today. Shen Xiai said with a smile. You ran away by yourself. Don't you even know how to eat? Don't you have a crystal core on you? Eat some snacks first to fill your stomach, and then you can eat. Pulling the person to sit next to him, the sword was thrown at the other end of the sofa. Han Ju did not go to get the snacks. Instead, he kept looking at Shen Xiai's face, looking very intently, his eyes revealing longing. Shen Xiai turned his head and looked at Han Ju in confusion and asked, Can you be satisfied just by looking at me? Han Ju suddenly hugged Shen Xiai into his arms, burying his face in Shen Xiai's neck. Brother, I miss you. I will protect you, and I will protect Mom. They are very similar, so similar. My brother is as beautiful as my mother, so even if he is stupid, he will subconsciously listen to his brother and stay with him. His brother also recognized him. Even though the truth was beyond his cognition, his brother still accepted him. Mom said, his brother is a very gentle person. But he has not fully recovered yet, and there are many things he has not understood yet. After going a few more times, it should be fine. His brother is so weak, he will protect him well. Shen Xiai patted Han Ju on the back. How old are you? It only been a few hours since we last met, and you ran away by yourself. Han Ju hugged him tighter, in front of my brother. I am still a child. Okay. You are still young. Only 3 years old. Okay. Can you hold chopsticks? Do you need me to feed you? Shen Xiai was angry and amused. Han Ju blinked. Can I? Seemed to be looking forward to it. Pa! A slap on the back of his head, Shen Xiai gritted his teeth and said, Okay. You big head ghost. Go change your clothes and go downstairs to eat. Han Ju was a little regretful. Okay. Touching the back of his head where he was hit. He went upstairs happily. Su Lu had been paying attention to this side. Yao Yao. Did you see it? He hugged my sister-in-law. Do you think my brother was robbed? Did the mistress become a real mistress? Jiang Yao looked at the game page and said, No way. Brother Shen Xiai is not that kind of person. His tone was firm. If you like it, it's okay to have both. I make it clear. Su Lu opened his eyes wide. Both. Both? Shen Xiai on the sofa. Do you two dare to say it louder? Chapter 177 The tale is exposed. Now the base is calm on the surface, but the waves are surging in the dark. It seems that half of the soldiers are out on missions, but in fact they are back in disguise and live in various communities. Provide all-round protection for the people. The number of patrols on the streets is twice as much as usual. Even the market in the city gate corridor is not open. It is not said explicitly, but all actions are reducing the number of residents traveling in groups. These days, Han Ju also goes out early and comes back late. Basically he goes out after breakfast and comes back at night. I don't know what they are doing. Perhaps seeing that the southern base is really getting more and more lax, these rats in the dark are gradually starting to stir. Gu Qingzhou took advantage of the situation and deliberately reduced the number of soldiers stationed around the laboratory. He slightly changed the laboratory and hid it in Sui laboratory. The glass is one-way glass, and you can see clearly from inside to outside. Shinseai is in the vegetable planting building next to the laboratory, picking up the cabbage in the soil, and there is a monitor hanging on the opposite wall. Inside, the real-time broadcast of the laboratory, the researchers and Sui every move. As Sui assistant, Su Xingqi naturally followed him to help. At first glance, everyone inside was very busy. At another glance, in fact, they were just moving things. The expensive instruments and reagents disappeared. I waited for more than 2 hours. A man in a white coat walked in from outside, wearing a mask on his mouth, his hair covered his forehead, and his body was straight, showing his aggressiveness. For 2 consecutive days, the personnel in and out of the laboratory were under everyone's eyes. The staff in and out outside were also disguised. It was impossible to enter this laboratory without the order of the superior. That is to say, this person is not right. Zhao Ju stood up excitedly and pressed the earphone on his ear. Captain Gu, close the net. As soon as the voice fell, the group of people hiding in the laboratory rushed out directly. All the well-trained scientific researchers ran out from the side. Sui was protected by Su Xingqi in a corner, taking advantage of the crowd. He pushed Sui into the laboratory. All his mental power surged out, attacking the person who was resisting. The man was pressed to the ground by the wolf claws, and the flames spread all around. Under the attack of mental power, he lost his ability to move. Su Xingqi bent down and pulled off the man's mask. He frowned. The mental power stopped attacking, and the man's resistance was also reduced. Using the power to explore the man's mind, Su Xingqi was directly shocked and took 2 steps back. Covering his head, blood was flowing from his nose. Gu Qingzhou supported the man. What happened? Su Xingqi wiped the bottom of his nose and stuttered. He was controlled. Jiang Juanji tied the man up with thorns and said, a psychic controlled him. And that person level was higher than Su Xingqi. But Su Xingqi has reached level 5 now, and can use the controlled person as a medium to attack other psychics. It can only mean that the other party is in the late level 5, or has already reached level 6. The Deputy General said, since that person attacked Assistant Su, does it mean that he already knows the situation in the laboratory? Gu Qingzhou looked unhappy. He asked the monitor, is there anything unusual nearby? The person in the dark is too cautious. And he is also a psychiatric system. Their layout in the past few days may fail. Zhao Ju looked for abnormalities on the monitor display, wishing he could grow a few more pairs of eyes. Mr. Shen, stop playing. Help me find it. The plan failed. Suddenly, in a corner of the surveillance camera, Shinseai figure was seen. Zhao Ju turned his head in disbelief. Where is the person on the recliner? Through the 2nd level communication, Captain Gu, go to Area C. Mr. Shen has gone there. It not that he gave orders blindly. But Shinseai appearance there must be a problem. Area C. Shinseai stood in front of a door, looking at the house number on a large file. He knew something was wrong when the man appeared at the door. He knew the man name through the badge, and then got the man information from the file. He lives in Area C behind the laboratory. He is an assistant in the laboratory. His distance is also within the control range. Since he has controlled people, he should be within this range. Shinseai looked at the password lock and used his supernatural power to destroy the power supply inside. After the sparks and lightning, he kicked the door open. In the simple room, a masked man sat on a wooden chair, facing the door. He seemed to have expected Shinseai to come. Shinseai did not go in, but stood at the door with his arms folded. He said, it is illegal to break into a private house. The man sat there indifferently, his eagle eyes sharply fell on Shinseai. It is also illegal to damage other people's property. The voice was hoarse and rough, and he looked at the man calmly. Shinseai still stood at the door, smilingly said, brother, you know the law. Raised his hand and knocked on the door. Don't hide, your tail is exposed. The man hooked his finger. The person hiding behind the door and preparing for a sneak attack came out. It was a woman, wearing a black tights, boldly showing her curves, with broken handcuffs on her wrists, and also masked, so only the upper half of her face could be seen. The woman's cold eyes swept over Shinseai, and then cast on the man. The man said emotionlessly, Master wants to live. If he doesn't die. Puff! As soon as the voice fell, several water spikes appeared out of thin air and pierced all the man's limbs. The man looked at Shinseai in disbelief. You? A despicable villain. Just as the woman was about to move, her knees were pierced. But she said nothing. Shinseai walked into the room and kicked the man's leg. He asked with a sincere look, "Don't you know? The villain dies because of talking too much. Tell me, what is your purpose in sneaking into the base while taking advantage of the zombie tide?" At that time, all the elite troops were on the city wall, especially on the front. So the personnel left behind were far less than those in the front. There was a psychic, and it was easy to take advantage of the loophole. "You were still spying on me in the villa area that night. Are you a pervert?" The man's mouth was very hard, and his mental power was raging in the room. But Shinseai was still calm. He even found it funny. Shinseai's eyes were fierce, and he turned his head to avoid a lightning. Looking back, there was another man, sitting by the window, with purple pupils, looking at Shinseai with disdain. He whispered, "Waste. Why don't you get up?" Shinseai looked down, and the blood holes on the man's limbs were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His feet were immediately covered with superpowers, and he stomped directly on the man's head. Instantly, blood and brains all splashed on Shinseai's feet. He looked at the woman again. Similarly, her body was healing, and she could even stand up. Shinseai dodged another lightning attack. He rolled to the woman's side and punched her in the head. The action was too fast, and the man on the window didn't react. His eyes were shining with excitement. "Shinseai, you are really interesting, and you are worthy of being the experiment that the master has been thinking about." As soon as these words came out, a few more superpowers floated up from the window, with the same outfit, but different superpowers. The wind superpower held up everyone. Shinseai looked at the corpse on the ground, his face cold. "You and Hanju are from the same place." His tone was firm. Chapter 178, Then You Play With Me. The same neurosis. The same body has the ability to heal itself, but Hanju is not as strong. The man on the window looked at the person floating behind him. The man immediately gave information. "The mutated space system has no level. The mutated water system has level 6. He is very strong." "No level?" The thunder type ability user was surprised. "He is so good at pretending. How could he be no level?" "Are you blind?" The accused person sneered. "His ability is very strange. The energy fluctuations on his body are different from ours." "No, it different from all the psychics." It seemed that they had developed a strong interest in Shinseai, and everyone's eyes fell on Shinseai. Shinseai tilted his head and raised his finger. The water vapor in the air vibrated, and quickly condensed into water spikes, surrounding all 6 people. "I've said it before, the villain should stop talking too much." The psychics in this group of people were all very strong. Even the psychic who died on the ground had reached level 6. And these people did not feel sad for the death of the psychic. It was very likely that the other side did not lack this one. There are even stronger ones. The high-level psychics he met in this life are far beyond the same level as in the previous life. Is it because of the butterfly effect caused by his early disclosure of the secret of the crystal core? Or did these people exist in the previous life? The thunder psychic was not afraid of the water spikes on his neck, and shouted coldly, 013. A man with white gauze covering his eyes raised his hand, and the water spikes turned into ice spikes, all turned to face Shinseai. Shinseai smiled. "This is a bit interesting." Ice spikes came towards him. But Shinseai did not retreat but went forward. When all the ice spikes touched Shinseai's body, they all turned into water again. When he reached the window, he punched it. The lightning-type mutant clasped Shinseai's fist with both hands, and an electric current surged. But Shinseai was unharmed. He lowered his eyes, and saw that Shinseai had put on insulating gloves. After a moment of silence, he suddenly grinned. "You are also very interesting." Shinseai raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were cold and cold. "Interesting? Then you can play with me." Exerting force on his hands, he fell down from the building with the other party. Shinseai condensed water vapor and landed safely. The other party was also under the control of the wind-type psychic, slowly falling. Shinseai felt the strong wind coming from behind him, and turned over to avoid it. There was a half-meter deep sharp blade indentation where he had stopped. It was a wind blade. A hand suddenly rushed out from the right side. Shinseai immediately covered his hand with superpowers, and raised his palm to pinch the wrist of the power-type psychic. The impact was huge. Shinseai was dragged back several steps before he could stabilize his body. He no longer used the water in the air, and condensed his superpowers, and stabbed the head of the power-type superpower directly. He released the force with his wrist. He lay limply on the ground. Blood slowly flowed out of the hole, staining the area red. The Thunder-type superpower looked at 013 in astonishment. 013's forehead was covered with cold sweat. I can't control this kind of water. The Perspective-type superpower spoke again. Before, he used water in the air, and this time it was his Water-type superpower. Then don't play around. Control him, draw out 001, take advantage of the time to retreat. The Wind-type superpower casually threw out 4 3-meter-high tornadoes, controlling Shinseai from 4 directions. Wind blades. Lightning. Ice cones. 3-pronged attack, simultaneously attacking Shinseai in the middle of the tornado. Shinseai was covered with superpowers, and the wind from all directions scraped at him like blades. Hide. Will be torn into pieces by the 4 tornadoes. Don't hide. Will be attacked by the 3 powers. When the 3 powers fell from his head, Shinseai raised his hands, and chose to catch them with his hands. Water power is almost invincible when fighting against the same level. But the opponent is 3 people, it is still a bit difficult. Shinseai secretly hooked his lips. It is not in vain to absorb crystal cores day and night these days, almost bursting himself. Close your eyes. Carefully feel the flow of water. The 5 people clearly feel that their bodies have changed. The Perspective power user said, not good. He is controlling the water in our bodies. He said it very anxiously. The other 3 people have clearly felt that. The water molecules in their bodies are fighting against their own superpower factors. So that the superpower in his hands weakened, Shinseai successfully escaped from the encirclement. He was panting, sweating profusely. This move consumed too much superpower. He took out the 4th level water crystal core from the space and put it in his left hand to absorb it. He gathered a water ball with his right hand. The water ball fell apart in the next second, and the water superpower was divided into 4 pieces, which stabbed at the 4 people at a very fast speed. Now the 4 people were in pain, and they could only take care of themselves. So, the clairvoyant, who had been reporting information, was pierced through the head. The wind and ice psychics avoided the attack. The thunder psychic chose to resist with his powers. Because the water molecules in his body were in the most violent riot. His body moved slowly, and it was impossible to avoid it. Shinseai's hands were shaking as he absorbed the crystal core, because he absorbed it too quickly. In order to control the water in the human body, which caused a large loss of his powers. He could only absorb it quickly. His body began to feel tired. But before he fell, this group of people must be cleaned up. 6th level psychic. There is no one in the southern base who can resist. He flashed behind the thunder psychic, his left hand that absorbed the crystal core was full of superpowers, and punched at his temple. The thunder psychic used lightning to resist the water thorns in front of him with one hand, and blocked Shinseai's fist with the other hand. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of the mutant water system, and his arm was directly broken. The fist touched the temple due to inertia. The thunder-type psychic shouted, "You are wrong. This is not a mutated water type." After the other 2 dodged the attack, they found that the water in their bodies had subsided, and instantly realized that Shinseai's ability had supported the control of 3 people. They immediately chose to counterattack. Shinseai gritted his teeth and exerted force, but the lightning covering his head with the thunder-type psychic was very solid. Seeing the other 2 powers coming towards him, the water vapor in the air fluctuated again to resist the 2 attacks. The thunder-type psychic gradually became exhausted, and the water molecules in his body continued to riot. He could only use more psychic factors to resist the suppression. He relaxed for a moment. Shinseai took the opportunity to punch the thunder-type psychic in the head, and the psychic water on his fist exploded. Blood, brain matter, like fireworks blooming in the air. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Blood flowed into a pool, and the thunder-type psychic in the air was also eliminated. Shinseai panted, looked at the 2 people coldly, and raised the corners of his mouth evilly. "You too. Have you had enough fun?" Although they were both level 6, the strongest thunder type had been killed, and the other psychics were no match for his power. The 2 looked at each other. The wind-type psychic said fiercely, "Your power is insufficient. If you forcefully absorb the high-level crystal core before your body recovers, you will die." After that, the 2 increased their power output. Shinseai ignored them, and took out 2 level 3 crystal cores, and put them in his palm to absorb. He also looked at the 2 provocatively. Suddenly, several iron pieces attacked the 2 people in an arc. The wind-type mutant immediately raised his hand to form a barrier behind him, looking at the familiar iron pieces. Exclaimed, 001. Hanju stepped on the iron pieces, fell from the sky, and landed beside Shinseai. His eyes were cold. "Long time no see. You are still so weak." Chapter 179. Leave it to me, I take care of you. The iron sheet made a sharp sound of breaking through the air. It circled a few times, cut through the two people's supernatural attacks, and returned to Hanju's side. Holding a long sword, standing with his hands behind his back, his long hair moved in the air with the wind. He tilted his head slightly. Brother, take a rest, I take care of the rest. Shinsiai's lips were pale. He gave himself a sip of water, and stared at Hanju with a strong gaze, whose words and deeds seemed to have changed, but also seemed to have not changed. He chuckled. After I finish taking care of them, I take care of you. Hanju's sword-holding hand trembled slightly, a little afraid of Shinsiai's punishment. He was sure to be beaten. When Shinsiai dealt with ice-type psychics, as long as the opponent condensed ice, he would immediately transform it into water. This would directly make the opponent's psychic power ineffective. And then, he was unarmed, and was no match for Shinsiai in a single fight. After a few rounds, he could only passively take the beating. The ice-type psychic was kicked into the green belt by Shinsiai, and the impact directly broke a medium-sized dead tree. When he rolled out of the green belt, he was already covered with scars. A large mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. Ahem. Shinsiai. Who are you? He knew about the mutated water system, but it was far less powerful than Shinsiai. Shinsiai strolled leisurely, with water-based supernatural powers condensed in his hands. His peach blossom eyes were full of disdain. He didn't even want to pay attention to what this person said, and directly intended to take his life. The ice-based supernatural user raised his hand, and pulled off the white gauze on his eyes, and his azure pupils were exposed to the sun, and a majestic supernatural vortex burst out. The surrounding air began to be compressed and became cold, slowly condensing into snowflakes, then transforming into ice crystals. The sharp edges reflected dazzling light in the sunlight. Shinsiai tried again to use his supernatural power to transform these ice crystals into water, but this time it failed. His supernatural power was not enough. No matter how fast the crystal core absorbed, it could not catch up with the loss in the body. In just one breath, Shinsiai was surrounded by snowflake-shaped ice crystals, each of which was extremely sharp. A snowflake floated across the side of Shinsiai's cheek, just a light touch, and a blood mark was scratched on the side of his face. Shinsiai clenched his hands. He said firmly, "You are already level 7. The blue eyes of the ice-type mutant slowly fell on Shinsiai's face. He watched a line of blood flow out of the bloody wound, slowly solidifying. And the wound was frozen. The master wants to live, but it seems that he can't take you two back. In this case, then both of you should die. I will never let you become a threat to the master." The temperature in the air dropped again. Snowflakes had gathered around Shinsiai, and the water he condensed, the supernatural water, also turned into ice. He was countered with such a strong supernatural fluctuation. The ice supernaturalist was obviously trying to drain all the supernatural powers in his body, and this person was exhausting his life, wanting to die with him. Shinsiai's lips were still pale, but he smiled. "Then you can try it." He gave himself another mouthful of supernatural water. He felt the coldness in his body slowly subside, but the wound on his face was still stinging from the freezing. He couldn't wrap his body with water-based abilities. Otherwise, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. His clothes were torn, and his wounds were increasing. Shinsiai had discovered this man's fatal weakness. He could condense ice crystals within a certain range, but he couldn't control these ice crystals to attack autonomously. This showed that the abilities of ice-based abilities users had been exhausted. Leisurely said, "Just reached level 7. This move is indeed powerful. But..." Shinsiai suddenly raised his hand and smiled. "You are facing me." The palms were no longer afraid of being scratched by the ice crystals. The ice crystals stayed gently on Shinsiai's hands. It was as if it was real snow. The ice-type psychic shook his head in astonishment. "No, this is impossible." Shinsiai pointed to the ground. "You are so stupid." The ice-type psychic looked at the ground, a piece of frozen liquid, some transparent, and some black. The freezing of liquid is also a process. The person does not move, because the ice crystals control the action first. Other liquids will emit a smell the second before they are frozen. And some things are odorless. What is this? The ice-type psychic initially thought that his body was numb because of a lack of psychic power, but now, he suddenly realized. He was tricked. Shinsiai blinked innocently. "It's the venom of the Gaboon viper." His tone was regretful. A lot wasted. He was afraid that the amount was too little, and it would freeze when poured out, so he directly poured out half of the venom in the measuring cup. Now it seems that the effect is remarkable. The Ice-type psychic looked at Shinseai in shock. The pool of venom was right under Shinseai's feet. Why didn't you? He suddenly remembered Shinseai's action of feeding him water-type psychic power. He shook his head in disbelief. Your psychic power can. Sizzle. Shinseai smiled and watched the electric current fall on the Ice-type psychic. The surrounding ice crystals instantly turned into water, and the coldness dissipated. The Ice-type psychic fell to the ground and twitched. Shinseai slowly approached. I've said it before. Villains die because they talk too much. Why don't you believe it? Gu Qingzhou rushed over and hugged Shinseai. Looking at the wound on Shinseai's body, he wanted to wipe it in a panic, but was afraid of hurting him. Wife, you are bleeding. Gu Qingzhou's breathing was trembling, and his eyes were wet. Shinseai looked at Gu Qingzhou's body, which was a mess again, and there were traces of burns on his body. He asked in confusion, what going on? You? Suddenly, it occurred to him that the other party might not come with 8 people, but attack in batches. But Gu Qingzhou came over, which should mean that the situation has been resolved. Lu Chuyu burned the twitching ice-type mutant on the ground to ashes. Explanation. We were held back by a fire-type mutant and a mind-controlled mutant. How are you? The other party was a level 6 mutant, and they were level 4, level 5, and some low-level mutants were burned to ashes. They controlled some people to kill each other, and the scene was tragic. It took a lot of effort to resolve the situation. Gu Qingzhou was even more desperate. She was scared just looking at him. Shinseai shook his head. All the injuries on his body were minor, just scratches on the skin, and he drank the supernatural water, so he would be fine in a while. Shinseai raised his hand and patted Gu Qingzhou back, but his whole body was stiff. Burnt smell. Under his palm were burnt clothes stuck to the skin, bloody, and some burnt flesh. Gu Qingzhou. Shinseai didn't dare to struggle too hard. Let me see your injuries. Gu Qingzhou just hugged Shinseai tightly. Wife, you are bleeding. I didn't protect you well, you are bleeding. Scenes appeared in his mind. Shinseai was not breathing in his arms, and his abdomen was bleeding. His hands were shaking with fear. Shinseai fed him several sips of water again. The wound healed slowly. It was just a broken skin, with some blood marks. Phone. Okay, my wound is healed. Let go. Gu Qingzhou seemed to have just come back to his senses after being called, and looked down at Shinseai's face. He smiled slightly. Wife. I'm fine. Then he fell to the ground. Shinseai's body was now depleted of superpowers, and was very weak. So he fell to the ground. He was afraid of pressing Gu Qingzhou back injury. So he turned over and let Gu Qingzhou fall on him. What wrong with him? With Gu Qingzhou's willpower, he couldn't faint, and Gu Qingzhou's mental state was very wrong. Jiang Juanji said guiltily, he took all the mental control by himself, and was burned to protect Dr. Su. Under control. He still killed 2 people with his willpower to find Shinseai. It was a miracle that he could get here. Chapter 180. You can't sleep here. The collision of the iron sheet and the wind blade produced sparks. Hanju held the sword in his hand. His eyes flashed like a meteor. His eyes followed the sword momentum. The sword swung with a dull sound of breaking through the air, and the barrier in front of the wind-type mutant was broken. Hanju stepped on the scrap iron and flew in front of the man. The fierce murderous aura blended with the wind, and the long sword turned into 18 pieces in front of a wind blade. Easily avoiding the opponent attack, the iron sheet attacked from all directions. His high ponytail flew in the air as he dodged the wind blades. His ribbons swirled, and his hems fluttered. This made him look even more elegant. The wind-type psychic was defeated step by step, and his wounds increased. The psychic power that Shinseai had already consumed was completely consumed by Hanju's attack. Hanju took advantage of the victory and, in a short while, cut off the head of the wind-type psychic. In the wind-type psychic's incredible eyes, Hanju controlled the iron sheet, and cut the head of the wind-type psychic directly. In an instant, the wind smelled of blood. 6 headless bodies lay on the ground. The blood flowed like a river, as if it was going to dye the beautiful mountains and rivers. Hanju took back the iron sheet, and stood with his sword on his back. His long hair fluttered in the air. His auspicious eyes looked back, bringing out a coldness, and only after seeing Shinseai on the ground did his eyes show tenderness. He flew over on the scrap iron, and shouted affectionately, "Brother, you can't sleep here." The expression on his face when he said this was very obedient, and very sincere, and really caring. Shinseai sighed deeply. It was your sister-in-law who fell asleep immediately. I can't do anything about it. Hanju nodded, and then moved his eyes to Gu Qingzhou back. Muttered, he cooked. The large area of skin and flesh on his back had been burned into a bloody mess, and it was lumped with clothes, which was shocking to look at. Shinsiai's hands were still stained with Gu Qingzhou blood, and the corners of his mouth rose without emotion. If you don't help, you will become acquaintances with him. He was too tired. If it weren't for the water-based supernatural power, he would have fainted. Now the supernatural power in his body has completely run out. So at the last moment, he couldn't even condense a water thorn. Muscles ached, dizzy, and exhausted. He just wanted to fall asleep. Fighting 800 rounds with Gu Qingzhou, he didn't feel as drowsy as he did at this moment. His body suddenly felt lighter. Hanju picked up Gu Qingzhou with one hand, directly carrying him on his shoulder, avoiding touching the wound in the process. Lying on his back also prevents the wound from being rubbed again. From the corner of his eye, he saw Jiang Juanji holding a kitten in his arms. His body was covered with blood, and his steps were also unsteady. It was obvious that this person's condition was more serious than Shinsiai. He was just holding on. He stretched out his other empty hand. He said seriously, "My right hand is empty. Do you need me to carry you?" Jiang Juanji looked at Gu Qingzhou's head-down posture, and shook his head decisively. "Thank you, my sister will support me. If he goes back in this posture, he will definitely vomit." Hanju didn't persuade him anymore, as if he was just asking politely. The long sword was hanging at his feet, and he reached out to Shinsiai. "Brother, take up the sword." The man on his shoulder was too seriously injured, and he couldn't delay any longer. For safety, Jiang Yao was still hiding in the utility room on the basement floor of the villa. He needed to go back to heal as soon as possible, and Shinsiai also needed a quiet environment to rest. Shinsiai held the hand and stood behind the long sword. His lips moved, and he wanted to talk back, but it better not to waste time now. The long sword turned into a stunning streak in the air, and flew away like a meteor in the sunset. The night fell. Because the cloth and flesh were burned together, the cloth and the bad flesh on the back needed to be cleaned first, and Shinsiai couldn't help. As for Hanju, he gave a direct suggestion: cut off all the flesh on the back. He even controlled the iron sheet, and was eager to try. Who would dare to use him in this situation? Jiang Yao was alone in the room on the third floor to heal Gu Qingzhou, and Shinsiai went to Hanju's room. Shinsiai washed up, changed into clean clothes, and sat on the chair. He fiddled with the neatly arranged hairbands and hairpins on the table. The air was so quiet that it seemed frozen. Hanju noticed something was wrong, and was at a loss as to what to do in front of Shinsiai. He asked anxiously, "Brother, are you angry?" Shinsiai tilted his head and stared at Hanju's stirring hands, like a child who had made a mistake, afraid of being blamed by adults, and stood there uncomfortably. He wanted to approach cautiously, but he didn't dare. Shinsiai looked up and met his gaze. He crossed his arms and said calmly, "Tell me, how much have you recovered?" From the first sight in the afternoon, he saw that Hanju had recovered, or had been recovering slowly since the past few days. After all, this guy hadn't had a lot of Chinibu for 2 days. Especially when he stood in front of him, the lines were totally wrong, and totally inconsistent with the speech of a Chinibu boy. On the contrary, it showed his concern for him, and his determination to kill. The only possibility is that Hanju has found a way to recover, and has been looking for Li Jiji these days, trying to be poisoned. Hanju narrowed his eyes slightly, almost done. His voice was buzzing, and he was afraid that Shinsiai would be angry for taking the initiative, because Shinsiai already knew how to restore his memory. But he didn't make any move, which meant that he definitely didn't want him to try. His actions were undoubtedly against Shinsiai's intentions. So, he was afraid that his brother would be angry. "Then I don't want him anymore." Shinsiai pursed his lips, after a long time, got up and stroked Hanju's head. "Does it hurt?" The question was very gentle, and also very distressing. How could it not hurt? The first time he was poisoned, the pitiful appearance of curling up into a ball was still vivid in my mind. Hanju nodded honestly. "My head hurts a lot, but it will be better later." He is not afraid of pain. He has been used to pain since he was a child. In the research institute, his mother cares about him, and in the outside world, his brother cares about him. He was not bitter at all, he was very happy. Shinsiai raised his lips, and sat back in his chair. "Almost recovered, does that mean completely recovered?" Hanju shook his head. "No, there is one most important question I didn't remember. I tried it today, but there was no response." "What the question?" Shinsiai raised his eyes. Hanju's eyes flashed with disappointment. The location of the research institute, I just can't remember it. Shinsi asked. Research institute? Did you grow up in the research institute? Hanju thought about it. And it seemed that his mother had not said that these words could not be said. So he answered yes. I was in the research institute when I was very young. And they made me fight zombies and gave me injections. But injections? The previous part was calm. But he became excited when talking about injections. Because injections hurt the most. If he cried and didn't want to get the injections, he would be given a few more injections. It was annoying. Very annoying. Shinsi suddenly understood why Hanju always liked to stab people in the butt. It turns out that he felt the most pain this way. Shinsi was silent for a while, then asked, "Where Mom?" He clenched his fists, trying his best to control his emotions. Hanju recalled that gentle face. From childhood to adulthood, he always held him in his arms and coaxed him, and always wiped his tears after he fell asleep. "Mom, I miss you so much.